Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. There were many customers in the cafe. The main character was sitting at a table with a laptop. Rolling his eyes, the web novel writer could not come up with a plot for a new game, despite the fact that the deadline was tomorrow. Suddenly, he looked at the phone lying next to him. Taking it in his hands, Ilshin decided to delete several unnecessary applications. An icon in the form of a chest appeared on the screen. Scratching his temple, the guy thought that he had not downloaded this game. Mimic opened his mouth and stuck out his tongue. A loading bar for the game God Maker appeared in front of him. A black ant appeared on the screen. An incomprehensible text appeared on the plate. The game was made very crookedly. Thinking that he would have to delete this game anyway, the young man clicked on the screen. The main character raised his eyebrows in surprise. His finger touched the screen. It was a novel that readers had difficulty understanding and which made him retire. A huge ant bared its teeth. A crowd of monsters pounced on the man. Ilshin raised his index finger up. Lightning flashed around him. The boy used the crushing finger of God. His eyes lit up. Rays of light fell on the monsters. Screams were heard. The ant raised his hands above his head to hit the enemy. His powerful fists destroyed the ground. However, there was no one at the place of impact. Flying into the air, the boy used the condemning middle finger of God. Bright flames engulfed the insects. Finding themselves in the epicenter of the fire, the monsters began to scream in unbearable pain. The writer landed on the ground. He lowered his head. Putting his finger to the wound on his cheek, the protagonist used a restoration spell. A giant centipede crawled out of nowhere and stopped in front of him. Summoning a sword in his hand, Ilshin thought that he had to write novels before. The monster opened its fanged mouth and roared. The boy swung his sword and rushed to attack. There was a laptop on the table. Few people knew or liked this novella, and yet it was quite difficult. A message appeared on the computer screen. It said that the author was taking a break for personal reasons. The black screen of the phone sparkled, and many dissatisfied comments appeared. A young man's nickname appeared on the forum. In the comments, he wrote that he was trying to save the world. An icon for the game God creator appeared on the phone screen, and a real show was about to begin. Commentators from people unhappy with the departure of their favorite author fell from the sky. One day, gates appeared in the sky, and terrifying dungeons opened up underground. Demonic creatures burst out of strange neoplasms into the outside world. Humanity was overtaken by a disaster that cannot be compared to anything. A hunter appeared before the monsters. People like him had abilities equal to the powers of monsters. The world had hope. The sun was shining brightly over the city. The corpses of demons could be used to extract divine energy and materials that gave humanity another chance. The hunters looked ahead proudly. They were divided into classes from G to SSS, depending on their strength. The girl summoned a spark in her hands. The abilities of Class G were not much different from the abilities of an ordinary person. A light aura appeared around the woman. Once the class was determined, it was almost impossible to increase it. The schoolgirl looked at the propaganda poster. She frowned with displeasure. The girl looked at the piece of paper. In her hands was an application for a retake. Under the photo it said that she had a B+ class. This was already the 10th retake. The girl hung her head in disappointment, upset that all her training was in vain. Mary shuddered when she was asked if she was okay. Looking around, she assumed that this was another fan who wanted to know her rank. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, hoping that he would be understood correctly, because he usually did not do that. The girl clenched her teeth in irritation, thinking that he was a pervert. A zipper appeared around her hand. Putting his hand in his bag, Ilshin apologized and said that someone was calling him. Looking at his phone, the guy said that he urgently needed to answer the call and ran away. Looking after him, the girl tried to understand what had just happened. The woman at the reception desk called out to her and asked her to go to the exam room. The sunset sky hung over the tall building. The schoolgirl was holding the exam results in her hands. Judging by the documents, her class had not changed. Crumpling the paper, Miri was upset that her class had not improved. Pursing her lips, she realized that she would not be able to rise any higher. Suddenly, a message came to her phone. An emergency message appeared on the screen that the gates in the center of Seoul had opened. The girl's eyes widened in surprise as she read that a spiked bull had appeared. Standing not far from the raging monster, the reporter reported that a demonic beast had appeared in the Central Park and that the hunters were holed up in their luxurious mansions while civilians, unable to flee, suffered. The monster had torn a tree out of the ground, and the journalist said that such a creature could destroy an entire city on its own. The protagonist grabbed the child's hand. Suddenly, the girl slipped and fell. Running up to her, Ilshin asked if everything was okay. He put his hands on her shoulders. At that moment, a spiked bull appeared right above them. The heroes closed their eyes in anticipation of their fate. A ball of energy formed in the sky and rained lightning down on the demon. Putting on her motorcycle helmet, Miri rushed forward. The monster looked back. The girl's mouth dropped open in surprise, noticing that her attack had done no damage. Finding herself in the air above the enemy, the girl decided to check how her next attack would affect him. She used Lightning Storm. Powerful blue energy flew out of her hands. The schoolgirl landed on the asphalt. The huntress' eyes widened in amazement, wondering if she had really succeeded. A cloud of dust rose up ahead. Two burning eyes flashed in it. Miri frowned tensely. The monster opened its mouth. Breaking out of the cloud of dust, it swung its huge fists. The girl covered her face with her hands. A powerful blow destroyed the ground and threw her back. The girl fell onto the road. She raised herself from the ground and coughed. Leaning on her knee, the schoolgirl realized that the spiked class of bull was on a completely different level. Seeing the protagonist in front of her, the huntress realized that there were still civilians here. The demonic beast was approaching her from behind. Ilshin covered his niece with his body to protect her. Miri narrowed her eyes and thought that it was too dangerous. She bit her lower lip. The girl spread her arms and ordered the heroes to get away from here. Frowning, the girl said that she did not know how long she would be able to hold off the monster, so the guys needed to run. The monster swung its hand to grab her. The spiked bull menacingly opened its mouth and growled. Summoning lightning in her hand, the schoolgirl decided that she needed to stall for time. Looking at her hands, she noticed that her strength had weakened. The demonic beast was right in front of her. In the memory, the huntress stood in the middle of a destroyed city. A reflection of the monster appeared in her motorcycle helmet. In the past, Miri fell to her knees, trying to shout to her parents. Lowering her head, the girl cried and said that she could not leave things as they were. Someone approached her. Closing her eyes, the girl promised to destroy every single monster. She looked up when she was called. The woman frowned sternly and asked her not to even think about something like revenge. Gritting her teeth, the schoolgirl urged the enemy not to trifle with her. A sheaf of lightning appeared in her hands. Sparks flew from her eyes. At that moment, a scream full of pain rang out in her head. A blue barrier appeared around her body. The huntress spread her arms. Bright lightning ran around her. She opened her mouth wide and screamed. A cloud of powerful energy appeared in her hands. A lightning storm fell on the spiked bull. An explosion of energy was heard in the center of the city. A cloud of smoke rose above the streets. People thanked the lightning empress who was able to defeat the A-class demonic beast. Surrounding her from all sides, the residents shouted words of encouragement to her. The reporter reported that a B-class hunter defeated the monster with his incredible attack. Looking at her hands, Miri realized that this was a victory. Looking to the side, the girl wondered what it was. There was a huge hole in the monster's body. The girl felt as if she had managed to surpass her limit. Bowing, the protagonist thanked her and asked how he could thank his savior. Waving her hands, the schoolgirl replied that everything was fine and that she did not need anything. She was glad that everything was fine with the civilians. Lifting his niece in his arms, Ilshin thanked her again. The guy turned around and looked at the monster. The huntress waved her hand at him. Suddenly, Miri's eyes widened. Looking after the young man who was leaving, the girl remembered that he called her by name and thought that no one could know about it. Remembering the phrase crushing index finger flashing through her head, the girl opened her mouth in shock and realized that it was his voice. Raising his eyebrows, the writer suggested that the child go home. A long bridge towered over the river. This place was the most popular among suicides. There was a hotline number hanging on a pole, but the protagonist did not come here to commit suicide. Looking at the phone, Ilshin thought that he could have died in that battle with his niece. In his memory, a spiky bull stretched out a paw to grab them. Frowning, the guy thought that it was all because of this phone. Swinging his hand, he decided that this phone attracts bad luck. A few days ago, the young man was sitting in a cafe. A text editor was open on his laptop. Leaning on his hand, the writer was upset that nothing came to mind. The protagonist turned his attention to his phone. Taking it in his hands, Ilshin remembered that he had long wanted to free up memory on it. Among the icons was an image of a chest. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the guy thought that he would not download something like that. The chest opened its fanged mouth. The name of the game god maker appeared in front of him. A pixelated ant appeared on the screen. Judging by the pop-up window with incomprehensible symbols, the developers did not even make a translation. Squinting, the young man decided to try to click on the screen. The insect spread its paws and died. Suddenly, a coin jumped out of the screen. It bounced off the writer's forehead. The coin fell on the laptop keyboard. A notification appeared in front of the dead ant that number 1 had been crushed and that a coin had been received as a reward. The system reported that the user was one step closer to becoming an evil god. The protagonist looked at the screen and the coin in shock and thought that his abilities had awakened. If something like this had happened 20 years ago, he would probably have been sent to a mental hospital. But the world had changed. The bright sun was shining on the building of the Hunters Association. An employee shouted out Ilshin's name. People recognized him, covering their faces with their hands. The guy was upset that they had paid attention to him. Smiling, the woman said that his hunting abilities had awakened. The young man opened his mouth in shock. An image of a Superman surrounded by beauties appeared in his head. Blushing with happiness, the writer thought that he could quit his job if he had at least an E class. Closing her eyes, the girl said that he had a G class. The main character deflated like a balloon. The association employee handed him the papers. Pointing to them, the woman said that his unique ability was the creation of matter. Lowering the corners of his lips, Ilshin realized that his abilities were practically no different from those of an ordinary person. Folding her hands in front of her, the girl asked if the visitor wanted to become a hunter. The guy asked how much it cost. Hearing that it cost 280,000 won, he stared at the association employee in surprise. The young man refused to register and thought that he would not be allowed into any dungeon, so there was no point in wasting money on such nonsense. His eyes turned white with dissatisfaction. Looking down in disappointment, the writer decided that his hopes were false and that he needed to return home to finish working on the new web novel. His eyes turned red from the bright light. Looking at the clock and seeing that it was 2 o'clock in the morning, the protagonist was indignant that he had to waste 5 hours of his life. Pressing the button on the remote control, Ilshin decided to take a break. The news was on TV. The host said that an S-class hunter had begun clearing the Calamity level Dark Dragon dungeon. Yuhyun put his hand on his chest, emerging from the dungeon as a winner. The journalist said that today, humanity was one step closer to salvation. The boy raised his eyebrows in dissatisfaction. A naked girl ran her hand over her shoulder, and an advertisement for a cream began. Mina was holding a jar of sunscreen, and the voiceover said that no trip to the dungeon was complete without this product. Pressing the power button, the young man was outraged that S-rank hunters were everywhere now. He fell onto the bed and said that he hated all this. Turning on his side, the writer decided to go to bed. The phone screen lit up. A message popped up on it. The protagonist closed his eyes to fall asleep. Hearing the sounds of notifications, Ilshin opened his eyes. Indignant exclamations were heard on the top floor of the building. Windows with incomprehensible symbols appeared, and coins jumped out of the phone screen. Another ant spread its legs and died. Gritting his teeth, the guy actively pressed the screen, wanting to defeat all the insects. The coins formed a small mountain. Morning came, clouds were reflected in the windows. The young man was lying on the bed. Dangling his feet on the floor, he wondered where all his coins had gone. Looking around and not seeing a pile of gold, the writer thought that he had at least a few hundred coins. Taking one coin in his hands, the protagonist noticed that it had the number 100 on it, while his coin had one. The phone screen turned on again. A notification appeared against the background of the cave, stating that the user had fulfilled all the conditions for opening a god shop. A selection window appeared in front of him. Ilshin thoughtfully scratched his chin. The guy silently stared at the phone screen. Raising his finger, he decided to press the button to find out what kind of shop it was. The young man pressed the confirmation button. Bright sparks poured out of the screen. There was security in front of the office. Someone expressed gratitude to the president, the head of the Hunters Association, and important guests from the world of politics and business, who came here despite their busy schedules. Standing in front of many important people, the man said that their country finally had a hunter who opened a shop. The businessman smiled happily and asked if this awakened ability was rare even among creator-type hunters. His colleague said that they would finally be able to buy items and skills that were beyond their classes. The man clapped his hands and invited the hunters into the office. The doors opened and a young man and a young woman entered the room. Kangwoo frowned. He had managed to unlock the hunter's shop. Mina frowned sternly. She had come here to hold an auction. The man pointed to the table where the guests were sitting. The South Korean president clasped his hands. While the official meeting was going on, bodyguards were standing at the door. The old men looked at each other and were happy that Korea finally had a hunter's shop. The man clapped his hands and asked the guests to come in. The hunters found themselves in the office. Clasping his hands, the host of the meeting asked one of them to show them the hunter's shop. The people's mouths opened in joyful anticipation. Summoning a flash in his hands, Kanwoo activated his unique skill. A powerful gust of wind blew down on the meeting participants. The man with glasses ran up to the president and asked if he was okay. The office became quiet. Nothing happened. Hyun placed his hand on the table and said that he did not see anything special. His colleague agreed with him. The man raised his hands and asked everyone to remain calm, explaining that the store was only visible to the person who activated it. Mina raised her hand to her mouth and cleared her throat when asked to use her telepathy to allow everyone present to see the store. The old man pointed forward in amazement. A hunter's store appeared above the heads of the guests, containing many different items. Clenching his fist, the businessman noticed that there were many artifacts from myths and legends among them. Holding up 3 fingers, the man realized that the blessing of the lightning god was worth a whopping 3 trillion won. His colleague said that it was a real find. The people looked around as the president asked them to listen to him. Heaven frowned menacingly and asked everyone to be very attentive. Looking up, the head of state explained that the fate of the entire country depended on their choice, so it was necessary to keep it a secret until the project was fully launched. Kanwoo put his hand in his pocket. He needed at least 2 S-class hunters as security. Mina looked away in irritation. A notification appeared against the background of the cave, stating that the nameless god could now open a god shop. Seeing the chest in front of him, the protagonist thoughtfully put his hand to his chin. Looking at the phone, he thought for a long time. Ilshin grinned decisively and decided to take a chance. The guy pressed the button, confirming the opening of the store. The system reported that 100 coins were needed to activate the god shop. The young man pressed the screen and confirmed the purchase. One of the coins lying on the bed disappeared. Clenching his fist, the writer assumed that he was the same creator-type hunter as Kanwoo, and thought that thanks to this, he would be able to earn at least a little money. Seeing the item store on the screen, the protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise. The names of all the goods were encrypted. They all cost a lot of money. Ilshin looked at the phone, trying to figure out what these numbers were. Suddenly, a bright flash lit up his face. Frustrated, the guy dropped his hands, realizing that he wouldn't be able to buy anything here because he had only managed to earn 300 coins overnight. Suddenly, a list of goods began to flash. The store stopped at an item that cost only 100 coins. Having decided to buy it, the young man pressed the screen. The system reported that the user had bought the blind eye of a god, and another coin disappeared from the bed. A description of a special ability that could cause blindness appeared on the screen. The writer wondered if such a skill could be useful in some situation. Suddenly, his eyes turned white. The protagonist fell onto the bed. The phone fell out of his hands and fell to the floor. Getting to his feet, Ilshin realized that he had lost his sight and wondered what was going on. Bending over, the guy tried to feel for the phone in the pitch darkness. He hit his finger on the nightstand. Cursing from the intense pain, the young man grabbed his foot. Noticing that his vision had returned, the writer raised his eyebrows in amazement. Sitting down on the floor, the protagonist sighed with relief and thought that it was very scary. Taking the phone in his hands, Ilshin noticed that now all the inscriptions in an incomprehensible language were readable. Items from different categories appeared on the screen. Reading their names, the guy concluded that this was not without the 8th grader syndrome. Suddenly, something caught his attention. One of the skills was so expensive that the number of zeros did not fit into the window. The young man felt like a hero from some mediocre novel. Raising his head, the writer decided that the owner of Class G will forever remain so, while S-class hunters will live their luxurious life. Rounding his eyes, the protagonist thought that there must be exceptions to any rule. Looking at the screen, Ilshin decided to look for items available for purchase. He ran his finger around the store. Seeing the god's crushing index finger, the boy raised his eyebrows and thought that it sounded powerful. Looking at his only coin, the boy decided to buy this skill because everything else was too expensive. The coin evaporated from the bed sheet. A notification reported a successful purchase. The writer raised his index finger. Squinting, the protagonist wondered what effect this ability gave. Suddenly, he shuddered and used the god's crushing index finger. The air conditioner damper opened. After using the ability again, it closed. The next moment, it opened again. Pointing his finger at it, Ilshin closed the damper again. Waving his hand, the boy used the ability again. The TV turned on by itself. The boy thoughtfully looked at his finger while the presenter was telling the weather forecast. Surprised, he raised one eyebrow, thinking that his finger had become an actual remote control. The sun was shining on an apartment building, and the sounds of skill use were coming from the top floor. The writer turned on the laptop with a wave of his index finger. Sitting down on the computer chair, the protagonist was upset that this ability could not write short stories. The phone lying on the bed rang. The screen showed the message incoming call from the almighty director. Putting the phone to his ear, Ilshin said hello. He closed his eyes, hearing that his work was just something. The boss said that he did not expect this from him. The guy widened his eyes in surprise, thinking that he simply described what happened to him over the past couple of days. Smiling, the young man asked if the boss really thought so. The director praised him for an excellent plot and said that it had great potential. But there was one problem. Raising his eyebrows, the writer promised to fix it immediately. The boss said that the problem was that he still did not have the next chapter in the mail, and asked the employee to send it quickly. The protagonist opened his mouth in shock. The boss asked when the next chapter would come out, squinted his eyes in displeasure. Ilshin thought that his tone sounded too scary, and promised to write everything within 2 days. Clouds floated above the house. The boss said that he had not read something so cool for a long time. Opening a mobile game on his phone, the guy realized that killing ants in itself creates content. Biting his tongue, the young man pressed the screen, asking for forgiveness from the innocent insects. Seeing a dead ant, the writer explained that this was part of his work on the next chapter. Dozens of gold coins appeared around him. Suddenly, they flew into the air. Gathering together, they turned into one coin. It had the number 100 on it. Looking at it, the main character realized that the coins themselves were turning into a new coin of a larger denomination. Ilshin picked up the loot from the floor. Looking at the phone, he noticed that even the cheapest item cost 1,000 coins and wondered how he could make money. The description of the blessing of the god of growth appeared on the screen. The guy concluded that this skill would be much more useful than the skills of the famous gods. Squeezing the coin in his hand, the young man thought that the word growth made his heart beat faster and decided to save up money for this ability. Coins jumped out of the phone one after another. Seeing a strange notification, the writer's eyes widened in amazement. A red ant appeared on the screen, which was impossible to kill. The insect dodged all attempts of the player to click on it. Scratching his chin, the protagonist noticed that this NPC was different from the others and assumed that it was the boss. The red ant spread its paws. Grinning evilly, Ilshin decided that he would soon come to an end. The insect dodged his finger again. Furiously clenching his fist, the guy thought that this was starting to irritate him very much. Gritting his teeth, the young man decided to show him all his skills acquired during long and lonely nights of the author of novels. His body trembled from overexertion. The writer raised his eyebrows in confusion and wondered what was going on. His reddened eyes widened as he realized he hadn't hit an ant once. The insect towered over its fellows, and the protagonist wondered why the beast was so fast. Ilshin stared at the screen in silence. The black ants had gathered in a heap. The guy pressed the screen furiously and promised to kill the boss's entire family. The notification said that number 801 had been crushed to death, and $500 coins appeared on the floor. The black ants spread their paws, and the system reported that the nameless god's karma had exceeded 800 units. Upon learning that the user would be able to obtain the title of evil god if he collected another 200 points, the young man bowed his head. He seemed to have fallen asleep with his eyes open, and the notification explained that he would be given a reward after obtaining the title. The writer fell onto the pillow. A message appeared on the screen that the blind eye of the god had been activated. The mimic opened its mouth. The system explained that the nameless god was pursuing his special victim number 404. There was an old projector on the table. Its light illuminated the dark hall. The screen in the cinema lit up. Looking around, the protagonist asked if there was anyone there. Scratching the back of his head, Ilshin realized that he was in a cinema. The bright light made him close his eyes. Suddenly, the guy's eyes widened in amazement. Lowering his hands, the young man stared at the screen. His eyes rolled up. Walking through the lifeless desert, the man asked if this was really the power of the god of the black tribe. Leaving footprints in the sand, the unknown man walked forward. The thought flashed through his head that the god tried to kill him by sacrificing his followers, so his sins made him look like a demon. It turned out to be a huge red ant who wanted to quickly tell his comrades about what had happened. The insect continued on its way. There was a cave ahead. The monster gritted his teeth. Above the cave was a sign with an inscription in an unknown language. The monster was bleeding. It entered the dark cave. The fork pierced an incomprehensible fruit. A sharp claw sank into it. The fruit ended up in someone's fanged mouth. The red ant gritted his teeth, shredding the food. Someone entered the room. In the hall, at the dining tables, many insects were sitting. The traveler who had come here folded his hands on the sword. The monsters looked up from their food. They looked at their comrade. The tip of the sword hit the ground. Opening his mouth wide, the monster said that all their food had been destroyed by the god of the black tribe and that he alone had miraculously escaped from this terrible beast. Raising his paw, the ant shouted that they must do something before the god attacked them. The insects looked at him in silence. The monster frowned in confusion when his companions laughed and called him a disgrace to the great empire since he had lost to his prey. The monster shuddered when someone asked them to be silent. The ants rose from the tables. They lined up in neat rows. An old man entered the room. The traveler bowed before him. The great shaman scratched his beard. Looking at his subject, the insect said that he felt the presence of the evil creature that the 404th had mentioned, and that his words were true. The monster blushed in embarrassment. Raising his paw, the sage declared that this was now His Majesty's territory and asked how an evil god could be on their holy lands. The monster shed tears because the spiritual leader believed him. The red ant placed his paw on his head and blessed him. Waves of blue energy appeared around them. Surprised, the insect's eyes widened as he noticed that his wounds had disappeared. Turning to him, the great shaman asked him to lead them into battle. Raising his eyebrows, the sage declared that he would personally destroy the evil spirit. The monsters ran up to him, wanting to take part in the battle. Frowning furiously, the 404th wished death to all the wicked. The protagonist woke up in a cold sweat, not understanding what had happened. Jumping out of bed, Ilshin thought that it was all too realistic. Putting his hand to his head, the boy wondered if he had a dream about ants or if the ant had a dream about him. The phone lying on his lap vibrated. An insect appeared on the screen. Gritting his teeth angrily, the boy decided to finish it off as quickly as possible. The writer's eyes widened in surprise when the monster shouted that nature denies evil. The monsters raised their spears above their heads, and the protagonist recognized the bearded ant from his dream. A bright light illuminated his frightened face. A wave of energy burst out of the phone and hit him on the head. Elshin looked at the ceiling in confusion. The boy frowned. Holding his staff in front of him, the great shaman cast a spell. Frowning, the sage declared that nature denies evil. Another wave of fire hit the boy in the face. He put both hands to his head and screamed. 404th clenched his fists and praised the leader for wounding the evil god. Raising his paws, the insect said that his majesty would be pleased. His comrade suggested celebrating the victory with the holy maiden. The monster congratulated his comrade. The great shaman trembled. Seeing a bright flash in the sky, the monster ordered everyone to run. A wave of fire fell on him. Looking up, the ant noticed several more flashes above. The insects began to run in different directions, while their comrades were burned by the divine flame. The sage disintegrated into small particles. The young man punched the phone. A notification reported that 404th had met a terrible death. Striking the phone again, the writer destroyed number 808. The phone began to smoke. Blood flowed from the protagonist's forehead. The system reported that number 809 had also died. Looking down, Elshin noticed that his phone was smashed to pieces. Taking it in his hands, the boy burst into tears of indignation. The notification congratulated the user on receiving the title of an evil god. There was a whole mountain of gold coins around him. The guy looked at the screen in confusion. Seeing that his karma had reached 1,000 points, the young man raised his eyebrows in shock. Now he had the title of an evil god. A description of the title of a cruel killer appeared. Scratching his chin, the writer read that he received it for reaching 1,000 karma points. Grinning, the protagonist wondered why he was called an evil god and a cruel killer if there was no kinder person in the whole world than him. Looking down, he noticed that the coins had started to gather together again. There was a ring lying on a handful of coins. Taking it in his hands, Elshin tried to understand what it was. The guy carefully examined the ring. Closing his eyes, the young man smelled a pleasant smell and imagined a light forest around him. Smiling, the writer thought that this was the best anti-stress in the world. He put the ring on his little finger. Suddenly, waves of light energy flew out of it. Rising to his feet, the player felt that all fatigue had completely disappeared. The protagonist turned around, hearing the sound of another notification. Seeing that the system had activated the blind eye of God and was starting to analyze the ring, Elshin squinted and asked what was going on. The analysis was successfully completed. The guy looked at the ring in surprise. A notification appeared in front of him that this ring belonged to number 808 and that it contained the life force of a giant forest. Looking around, the young man thought that he had finally gotten lucky and wondered if the blind god's eye worked on other objects. Putting his finger to his temple, he looked at the TV. Beads of sweat were running down his tense face. A notification informed him that the blind god's eye had been activated. A window with its specifications and warranty period appeared in front of the flat-screen TV. A message about its service life appeared above the laptop on the table. A system window with information about the bed in the corner appeared near the bed. Lowering his hands, the writer decided to stop there. Squinting, the protagonist began to realize everything that was happening. Suddenly, he shuddered. Looking at his hand, Elshin thought that he now had this incredible ring and a new appraisal ability. Looking up, the guy asked if he really still had a G-class despite this. Clenching his hand into a fist, the young man decided that this ring would make him much stronger than a G-class and that it was time to visit the paranormal center. Clouds floated above the association building. The employee raised her eyebrows in confusion and asked if the hunter really wanted to undergo a re-evaluation since the margin of error was less than 1%. The writer resolutely knitted his brows and confirmed his intention. The girl began to search for something on the table and said that only the first test was paid for by the state, so he needed to pay 1.5 million won. The protagonist's eyes turned white from such a sum, and the woman asked him to make a decision quickly. Elshin's eyes widened and he realized that his limit was an F-class at best, apologized and said that he would come to them next time. The employee crossed her arms in displeasure, and the guy thought that he should have found out the prices in advance. Looking at his ring, he realized that it had inspired him too much. Sitting down on the sofa in the hall, the young man decided that he should have just continued writing novels. Looking at the crowd of people, the writer thought that there were especially many of them here today. The city residents gathered in the lobby of the association. The main character decided to collect his thoughts, quickly write something and send the work to the curator. Looking up, Elshin hoped to find something interesting. The notification said that the Eye of the Blind God was activated. The guy looked at the phone screen and was surprised that his skill works on people. In the crowd stood a man in a formal suit. His description appeared. Not far from him stood a pregnant woman. For some reason the system did not show their names. The man scratched the back of his head. The description described his gender, age, and illness. Suddenly the young man frowned. Upset Mary stood next to the propaganda poster. The girl lowered her eyes. The note said that she was depressed. Jumping up from the couch, the writer wondered what this meant. Looking at the stranger, the main character concluded that for some reason the system only showed him her name. The girl stood with her back to him. Ilshin realized that the eye of the blind god showed him human emotions for the first time. The guy crept up to her, stretching out his shaking hand. The young man thought that he should stop. Gritting his teeth, he decided that he was too interested in what this meant. The schoolgirl silently looked forward. The writer apologized and asked what she was feeling now. The huntress shuddered in surprise. Miri looked back and raised her eyebrows. Looking at her, the protagonist thought that he had gone crazy since he dared to say something like that. The girl narrowed her eyes in displeasure. Lightning flashed in her hand. Frowning tensely, Ilshin asked her to understand him correctly and thought to himself that the girl probably considered him a pervert who hunts little schoolgirls. Seeing the lightning flashing around her, the guy explained that he did not wish her anything bad and realized that he urgently needed to come up with something. Hearing the call, the young man apologized and put his hand in his bag. Looking at the screen, the writer opened his mouth. It showed an incoming call from a subscriber named Demonic Spawn. The protagonist's eyes widened in fear. Heading for the exit, he apologized and said that he urgently needed to answer the call. The huntress looked after him with irritation. White clouds floated above the city. Putting the phone to his ear, Ilshin asked where he needed to pick up his niece from. The man on the other end of the line was indignant that he had become cheerful just from the mention of money, but still asked not to treat him like an unemployed lazy person. Raising his hand, the guy asked if the love of money made him lazy. Standing in the middle of a busy street, the young man promised not to be late. Putting the phone in his bag, the writer expressed his condolences to her future boyfriend and was glad that he was not kicked out of the association in disgrace. There were green trees in the central park. Sunyoon looked at her uncle and called out to him. Clasping his hands together, the protagonist was surprised that his evil sister gave birth to such an angel. The girl asked what a dark past was. Hearing this, Ilshin frowned tensely and remembered Miri's face. Covering his face with his hands, the guy said that something happened to him today. Bowing his head, the child asked what happened. Raising his hands, the young man wondered how he could resist the urge to touch her plump cheeks. Pinching his niece's cheeks, the writer called her cute. Sunyoon waved him off. Clenching her fists in displeasure, she reminded him that she asked him not to touch her face. The player promised not to do it again. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and turned away. The protagonist thought that the forbidden fruit was sweet, but his niece was very upset, so he needed to think of a way to cheer her up. Suddenly, a system window popped up in front of him. Notifications reported that the target analysis was successfully completed. The child puffed out her cheeks in displeasure. Her description said that she wanted a chocolate ice cream cone. Smiling, Ilshin decided to treat her to a sweet and delicious chocolate ice cream cone. Sunyoon blushed. Drooling began to flow from her mouth. Throwing up her hands, the ice cream seller greeted the customers. Pointing at the sign, the girl asked her uncle to buy him an ice cream. Putting his hand in his pocket, the guy agreed. Throwing out coins on the counter, the young man asked to sell him one chocolate ice cream cone. The girl looked at the handful of change with puzzlement. After collecting them, she asked the customers to wait a little. The writer saw that the saleswoman had put the minimum amount of ice cream in the cone. His eyes widened in surprise, thinking that the child who would become the most beautiful person in history did not deserve such discrimination. Looking at his finger, the protagonist remembered that he had his own remote control. Putting his index finger forward, Ilshin used his ability. Looking at the girl, the guy mentally asked her not to blame him for this. The device broke and squeezed out a whole mountain of ice cream. The child was licking the chocolate ice cream. The young man asked if he could try the delicacy. Turning away, Songyeon refused him. Looking at the sky, the writer resigned himself to it. Today was an unusually calm day. The setting sun painted the sky orange. Hearing strange sounds, the player looked at his bag. Taking out his phone, he asked what it was. A notification said that the brutal killer title had been activated. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise. His eyes widened as the system reported that the unknown god's battle luck had increased dramatically. Ilshin looked up in horror. Hearing a strange voice that spoke of someone who was walking the path of the greatest evil, the boy looked back. The voice asked for permission to absorb his hardships and become a true demonic deity. The boy looked away in fear. Songyeon dropped her ice cream and an air raid siren sounded. The boy looked at his niece. Two glowing eyes appeared from the crack. The head of a spiky bull appeared above the central park. Seeing it, the writer froze in horror. After a while, Miri looked back and asked him to run away from here as quickly as possible. The demonic beast opened its mouth and roared. The protagonist hugged his niece to himself. He frowned decisively. The girl standing in front of the monster summoned lightning. The description said that the monster wanted to absorb the nameless god and ascend. In the evening, Ilshin stood on the bridge. Looking down, the guy remembered the description of the spiky bull. Putting his hands on the railing, the young man thought that the nameless god was his nickname in the god creator and that this could not be a simple coincidence. Putting his head on his hands, he remembered how the huntress saved them. During the day, the heroes stood in front of a dead demonic beast. After its death, a message appeared stating that the user can purchase any low-class god right for free. The writer looked at the system window in amazement. Having unlocked the phone, the protagonist realized that all the troubles were happening because of him. Ilshin swung his hand to throw the phone into the river. Suddenly, his hand vibrated. A message in an incomprehensible language appeared on the screen. The guy stood silently on the bridge, trying to understand what all this meant. 2 black ants guarded the entrance to the dungeon, begging the nameless god for mercy. Suddenly, one of them was hit by a wave of red energy. The second guard trembled in fear. The huge insect swung its sword. A scream was heard. Standing in front of the altar, the priestess prayed to the god, begging him to save her tribe from extermination. The girl looked around in fear. Entering the sanctuary, the monster asked if the holy maiden of the black tribe really thought she could escape from the soldiers of the great empire. There was an entire army behind him. The monster licked the blade of his sword. The girl's eyes widened, tears appeared in them. The young man looked at the screen. The system asked if the nameless god wanted to save the small creature who desperately prayed to him. Frowning, the writer remembered how he and his niece were attacked by a spiked bull. Clicking on the ant, the protagonist thought that he looked exactly like that at that moment. The monster swung his sword. The villain called on the saint to proudly accept the fact that she would become a tribute to his majesty. A bright flash appeared above his head. Raising his head, the insect opened his mouth in fear. A wave of righteous fire fell on him. Clicking on the image of the ant, Ilshin thought that this beast was quite large. Coins poured out of the phone. Putting her paws together, the girl asked the nameless god to say his real name. Sitting on the bridge, the guy raised his eyebrows in surprise. Frowning, the young man said his name. The notification said that the holy maiden worships the great god who saved her worthless life. Her eyes sparkled. The system reported that the user received the title of a good god, a merciful savior. The writer opened his mouth in shock. Notifications reported that the karma had been changed to neutral and that the user would receive 100,000 gold coins as a bonus. The player blushed with joy. Looking up, the protagonist realized that he now had a lot of money. Opening the catalog, Ilshin wondered what he should buy. Seeing the icon of the blessing of the god of growth in front of him, the guy clenched his fist and decided to start with it. A potion jumped out of the phone. Taking it in his hands, the young man began to analyze the item. A description of the potion appeared that can develop the user's potential to the limit. Having read that this is the bodily fluid of a truth seeker, the writer widened his eyes and thought that perhaps it was not worth it. Closing his eyes, the player drank the contents of the bottle. Shaking his head, he did not feel anything. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the protagonist realized that this was an ordinary energy drink. The system window said that the user should drink as much bodily fluid as possible. Crossing his arms over his chest, Ilshin decided to just believe it. A lot of empty vials fell to the floor. Looking at his hands, the guy thought that nothing had changed. Suddenly, the young man fell to the ground. The system reported that his abilities had been strengthened, and assimilation with the god store had been increased. The writer woke up on the bed. He put his hand to his head, which hurt incredibly badly. Rubbing his eyes, the player could not remember how he ended up at home. Squinting, the player looked at the phone and asked what happened. Looking away, the protagonist heard a strange hissing sound. An army of red ants were crawling on his bed. Ilshin jumped to his feet in fear. The system reported that thanks to his titles, the battlefield of the creator of gods had been improved. Stepping back in horror, the guy asked where so many ants were coming from. Trying to open the door, he noticed that the lock was jammed. The insect opened its mandibles. Feeling that he had been bitten, the young man jumped in pain. The ants surrounded him from all sides. There was only one way out ahead, through the window. Running forward, the writer thought that he was only on the 3rd floor. Frowning, he decided that he would not die if he fell down. The player closed his eyes and sighed. His face crashed into the closed window. The protagonist fell to the floor. Ilshin's eyes widened, realizing that he was trapped. The boy's eyes flashed with fire and he roared furiously. A fireball appeared in his hand. The army commander called his comrades to attack. A wave of fire fell upon the soldiers. A thrown book crushed the monsters. Someone shouted that an evil god had killed their general. The archers pulled the bowstring. Fiery arrows soared into the air. They pierced the boy's body, causing him to scream in pain. The ant's eyes widened in madness and shouted that this was the power of the great empire. The troops rushed to attack. The insect ordered them to kill this monster, cut off his head and give it to the emperor. Falling to the floor, the writer hit it with his fist. Frowning, he realized that he could not breathe. The player looked up. In front of him was Decoding for killing insects. The monsters were trying to climb the enemy. Clenching his fist, the commander thought that the Empire's troops would finally be able to defeat the enemy. Suddenly, a flame appeared in the hands of the evil god. Seeing the fire in front of him, the monster widened its eyes in horror. The flames engulfed its body. Thanks to the power of the god, it very quickly turned to ashes. The upset protagonist sat in the middle of the burning room. Squinting, Ilshin realized that his body was not moving, and thought that he did not want to die like this. The system reported that a high-class evil god, Silent Nightmare, had sent him a gift. The guy reached out for the phone. A confirmation window appeared on the screen. The young man pressed the button to accept the gift. Suddenly, dark energy concentrated in his index finger. A spark flashed in his eyes. Clouds floated across the blue sky. Suddenly, lightning struck the top of the highest mountain. Its traces remained on the ground. Taking off her helmet, Miri thought that everything was useless. A couple of days ago, she managed to kill a spiked bull that was raging in the central park. Holding the helmet in her hands, the girl remembered how she summoned a cluster of energy. Gritting her teeth, she thought that she must awaken this power again so that her revenge would finally be fulfilled. Hearing a strange sound, the girl looked to the side. In front of her, a view of the entire city opened up. A fire started in the room. Wiping his chin, the writer said that nothing was happening. A notification appeared in front of him, informing him that the ability obtained from the Silent Nightmare had been learned. The player shouted that it did not help him at all. Putting out his hand, the protagonist used the crushing index finger of a god. Smoke poured out of his mouth and nose. Ilshin lost consciousness and fell to the floor. The fire was spreading around him at an incredible speed. Closing his eyes, the guy wondered if this was the end. Suddenly, an explosion was heard in front of him. With his last strength, the young man looked up. The system reported that the blind eye of God had been activated. Having made a hole in the wall, the schoolgirl jumped into the room. She leaned towards the writer. The description said that the huntress was in a state of delight. Raising her hand to her chin, Sunyeon asked if it was really her uncle in front of her and asked him to tell her the password. Lying on a hospital bed, the player said that her evil mother was a chubby Ajima puppy. The girl realized that this was her real uncle. The heroes hugged, cracking their knuckles. The woman asked her brother not to go to the hospital anymore, otherwise her daughter would have no one to play with. The main character said that he was already much better. Traces of blows appeared in the air. Covering his face with his hands, Ilshin said that his sister was too cruel to the victim. Clenching her fists, the girl asked how dare he call the one who cleaned up all the mess in the burnt apartment a chubby Ajima. She grabbed her brother by the cheek. The child turned his attention to the door. Looking out into the corridor, Sonyeong asked who was there. There was a bouquet of flowers in front of the door. Having brought it into the ward, the girl said that it was left under the door. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the guy asked who could have sent him flowers and assumed that it was the manager. A wish for a speedy recovery was written on the pink bow. Miri stood on the roof opposite the hospital. The bandaged young man lay on the hospital bed. With her eyes widened, the girl remembered how she managed to destroy the spiky bull. Putting her hand to her chin, the girl thought that she felt a strength that she had never felt before when she carried the writer to the hospital. With her hands on the railing, the schoolgirl who had been watching him for 4 days tried to understand if he had something that allowed her to exceed her limits. With her eyes widening and turning white, the huntress realized that she was acting like a real stalker. She looked back and decided to leave before she was caught. Suddenly, something made her turn around. The player lifted the blanket. He clenched his teeth in anger. Miri's mouth opened in confusion. There was an altar under a tall tree. Approaching it, the ant asked the saint to think about it carefully because this was the treasure of their entire tribe. The insect held a glowing crystal in his hands. Raising his hands, the old man wanted to say something, but he was interrupted. Raising her eyebrows, the priestess explained that she understood that this treasure had been passed down in their tribe for generations, but a merciful god saved them from the Empire's army. The ant stood aside and listened attentively to her. The girl closed her eyes and said that God would forgive their sins if they gave up the most precious thing they had. The protagonist opened his mouth angrily and promised to destroy all the insects. The girl narrowed her eyes and wondered what was going on. Through the window, Ilshin could be seen shaking his arms and legs indignantly. Clenching his fist, the boy asked why the ants continued to pester the victim. An image of the Holy Maiden and the rest of the followers worshipping the merciful god appeared on the screen. The system asked if the user would accept their offering, which the insects had prepared as a tribute, and the boy scratched his cheek thoughtfully. Smiling slyly, he decided that this was something only given to very important people, and he realized that he was already good enough for this. Crossing his legs, the writer accepted the offering. The priestess extended the crystal to the sky. A notification informed that the tribute had been successfully transferred, and the player smiled happily. The crystal appeared in his hand. The system explained that it was the fruit of the world tree that Yggdrasil left behind. Bringing it to his nose, the protagonist realized that it had no smell at all. He looked at the screen. Ilshin frowned, noticing that this fruit would increase his stamina. Without wasting a second to think, the guy ate the offering. Suddenly, the young man opened his mouth in surprise. Dozens of lightning ran through his body. Miri's eyes widened in amazement. The writer grabbed his throat, unable to breathe. The protagonist clenched his teeth, drooling. Opening his mouth wide, Ilshin shouted that this fruit was too salty. Grabbing his throat, the guy said that it was salty, spicy and bitter at the same time. Suddenly, his body began to glow. The bandages fell to the floor. Looking at his hands, the young man noticed that all his wounds had healed. A bare-chested writer appeared in the window, standing on the roof of a nearby building. The girl noticed that all his burns had disappeared and wondered what kind of person he was. Stretching his hand, the writer felt renewed. He looked at his phone. The ants were waving their arms. The system reported that a new function of blessing the god had been activated. Taking the phone in his hands, the player realized that he could bestow a blessing by accepting offerings from his subjects and wondered what the ants liked. On the table were glasses with packets of sugar. Throwing up his hands, the old man declared that they had offered the god the treasure of the entire tribe, but they still had not heard an answer from him. Someone shouted that something was descending from the sky. The insects raised their heads and saw white flakes. Having started to lick their hands, the disciples felt an incredible taste. The body of the wounded soldier began to glow. Having examined their bodies, the followers realized that their wounds had healed and their severed limbs had been restored. The old man shed tears and thought that this was a real miracle. Having closed her eyes, the saint of the deed turned to the merciful God. The believers began to thank him. The system reported that the user had collected 101 followers and received the same number of faith points. The main character smiled. In his hands was an open bag of sugar. Ilshin did not even think that it would give such an effect. The notification reported that the user had received 10,000 coins thanks to the faith of his subjects. The ants waved their hands joyfully. The guy called them cute. Clouds floated over the city. In the gateway, a man brought his hand to his mouth and invited customers to come into his store where they buy goods at the highest prices. Two thugs accidentally ran into each other. Squinting, the African American asked if the passerby was looking for a fight. They started fighting. Squinting, the young man thought that it was too dangerous here. Walking along a busy street, he decided to look for places where normal people could sell items instead of him. The writer looked to the side in search of a quiet place. A crow flew in front of the store. Smiling, the player thought that this place looked completely normal. Opening the door, the protagonist asked if there was anyone here. Smiling happily, the girl welcomed him to the modest hedge kiosk. Scratching his cheek, Ilshin said that he came here to sell a couple of items. The woman asked if he was a hunter. The guy answered negatively and explained that he did not receive a license, but his powers awakened. Looking under the counter, the owner of the shop asked him to wait a little. Handing him the papers, the saleswoman asked him to fill out this form. She asked him to sit down and carefully read the contract. Sitting at the table, the young man thanked her. Taking a pen, he read that he needed to write where he got the items from, and thought that he couldn't just write that the items dropped from ants in a mobile game. Frowning angrily, the writer remembered that he still needed to renovate his apartment. The bell hanging on the door rang. A group of warriors entered the store. One of them asked the saleswoman how she was doing. Dahai replied that things were going well thanks to their patronage. The brute looked at the player. The system windows reported that these people were quite weak. Covering his face with papers, the protagonist thought that they couldn't be weak. Someone said that they wanted to sell several good items. Seeing the suitcase on the table, the girl smiled happily and thanked the client. Frowning, Ilshin realized that the eye of a blind god was not helping him at all. The notification said that the evaluation was complete. The guy pursed his lips in displeasure. The woman took out a set of mithril armor from the suitcase. The man said that he had spent a lot of effort to get it. The system reported that this armor was cast a spell and that it was actually a pile of iron. The young man's mouth opened in amazement. After examining the goods with a magnifying glass, the owner of the store felt a huge amount of mana. The scoundrels said that their items are always famous for their quality. The writer realized that this was a real scam. Smirking, the bandit said that they would take 3 million won in cash for the armor. Dahai thoughtfully scratched her chin and agreed. The man narrowed his eyes maliciously. Getting up from the sofa, the player asked them to stop. Pointing at the armor, he explained that it was a fake. Maintaining a calm expression, the protagonist mentally cursed himself for getting involved in something that was not his business. The men turned and looked at him. Grabbing him by the collar, the thug asked what the hell he was talking about. Snapping his fingers, his comrade asked if the stranger could answer for his words. Fire flared up in his hand. The bandit stared at Ilshin. Holding his index finger out in front of him, the guy used his special ability. The mithril armor began to glow. At the same moment, it turned into a battered iron breastplate. The villain swung his fist. The young man closed his eyes. Someone ordered them to stop. The thug looked at his comrade in confusion. The gang leader bowed and apologized to the young man, mistaking him for a high-class hunter. The warriors left the store, the writer trying to understand what had just happened. Clasping her hands, the girl thanked him for his help and assumed that he was a great hermit. In the crowd of people there was a man in a hood. Hermits were those who hide and yet ordinary life instead of constant trips for treasure. Raising his eyebrows, the player did not know what to say. Putting his hands on the counter, the woman asked what items he wanted to sell. Looking at the druid ring through a magnifying glass, she turned pale. The protagonist asked what was wrong. Looking at the shocked customer through the ring, the owner of the shop said that there were only 12 mana and that it was a D-class item. Taking the ring back, Ilshin was upset because even the fake armor had 500 mana points. The notification said that the assessment was complete. The guy looked at the accessory in surprise. The system said that it would be better to give it to Miri, who was nearby. Imagining a girl in a motorcycle helmet, the young man realized that they were talking about the Empress of Lightning. Miri was standing near the item acceptance shop. She peeked around the corner, muttering that Ilshin had healed too quickly, so she wondered if it was the effect of a high-class healing potion, because the guy was only a G-class, so how could he have a high-class potion? She thought he was hiding something. Miri adjusted her cap, thinking that Ilshin had found out her identity. Healed instantly, so he could definitely help her surpass the limits of this body. As soon as the customers of the store came out of the door, Miri immediately hid behind the wall, cursing herself for becoming a stalker. While the customers who had just come out were cursing and pushing the crowd, Miri thought that she would be in trouble if her older sister found out about this. Suddenly, Ilshin's voice rang out, and at first he wanted to call her Empress, but he corrected himself in time and simply called her by name, saying that it was very convenient for him that she was here, since the guy had a special gift for her. Lightning struck the roof of the skyscraper. The professor, looking at the computer screen, raised his glasses in surprise, saying that the girl showed a result of 7,000 mana points, which was an outstanding result even among Class A. Miri looked at her hands with interest. Thinking that this ring helped her surpass Class B, she remembered a recent incident when Ilshin wanted to give her something. She then turned around, looking dumbfounded at the guy who promised to get it now. Ilshin, embarrassed, put a small object in her hands, asking her to accept it as a sign of his gratitude because it was definitely supposed to help the girl. The guy then ran away and quickly disappeared into the crowd out of shame, so Miri didn't even have time to say anything. Her hands lit up with a green light as she removed her fingers from the item. There was a ring in her palms, and Miri smirked at the fact that Ilshin would just give away such an amazing item, because this ring increased her strength many times over. Someone on the balcony clapped their hands. The man looked at her with admiration, saying that it was incredible, while the woman behind him sighed in displeasure. She crossed her arms over her chest and demanded that Miri not get in over her head, because she was still only in a class. The guy on the other side of the man smirked, saying that she decided to screw everything up again. He leaned on the railing and shouted that he couldn't wait to work with Miri, after which he suggested that they clear a couple of dungeons sometime. The woman turned to Miri again. She looked annoyed, threatening that if Miri got in her way with her worthless revenge, she should know that the woman would not let it go so easily. But the girl apologized in her mind, as she had already decided to disobey her. She remembered the running Ilshin, who could help her so that revenge would no longer be just a stupid dream. Ilshin closed his eyes and the blind eye of God was immediately activated. A figure appeared behind the drape, and a voice addressed General Kamakiri and ordered him to carry out Jim's order, which was to lead the 5 million Jim army. Red insect eyes appeared from behind the fabric when he said that he ordered the destruction of the monster that ruled over the savages of the Black Tribe, and, in addition, they had already lost 100,000 Hibiscus and Kim warriors. One of the insects bowed its paw and said that they were waiting for the order of the 4th Kamakiri blade. There was an army behind the insect as they called the representative of the 10 blades of the Emperor Great in unison. Ilshin jumped up on the bed, dropping the phone and screaming in fear. He immediately calmed down, realizing that it was just a dream. Ilshin exhaled, happy about it. The guy shook himself, because based on what happened to him earlier, this was definitely not an ordinary dream. He remembered how he did not die from 100,000 of these creatures, now there were 50 times more of them. Ilshin grabbed his head, not understanding what to do. He looked at the phone, because his attention was drawn to a strange message. Uncontrollable Nightmare wrote to him asking if he wanted power, and Ilshin decided that someone had nothing better to do. He began to type a response asking if his interlocutor was a pervert. The Uncontrollable Nightmare immediately began sending messages that the immature and pathetic god must sacrifice 100 people of his race, especially people of the same blood as him, and then something grandiose will happen. Ilshin cursed. He decided to send the interlocutor to the blacklist, but the interlocutor asked to wait. Ilshin was startled by the unexpected activation of the blind eye of the god. He looked closely at the system window. A monster of a wild tribe appeared on the screen. The monster introduced itself as General Kamakiri, then began to threaten to tear out the guy's eyes, rip his neck apart and present his head to the Great Emperor. The system window closed, and Ilshin muttered that he had already seen this in a dream. A timer appeared, according to which the guy had about 4 days left. He looked at the screen of his phone again. The picture showed the saint and 101 believers, trembling in fear because of the approaching army of the empire, and Ilshin thought that it was the boys who were scared. He decided that this time he needed to prepare. The wall was still broken and gaped with a huge hole. Ilshin was angry because his analysis did not work, and besides, it was just working in a colander before. Finally, the system window reported that Ilshin had been analyzed, and he breathed a sigh of relief that it had worked. The system window said that he was a flower-headed idiot, and the guy howled in frustration. Cursing was heard from the hole. Ilshin was sitting on the bed, looking at his phone and muttering that he bought everything he needed at God's shop. He awkwardly looked at his middle finger, from which fire was burning, although at first the guy was glad that he bought hellfire. In fact, it turned out to be a simple lighter. He thought about what was written, that if he combined such a flame and the condemning finger of God, then an excellent skill would result, but now he already understood that he was deceived by divine gypsies. Ilshin irritably thought that it was worth throwing away the phone then. Another notification came, forcing the guy to look at the screen again. His boss wrote to him that a whole week had passed since the last work had been sent, and he understood that the guy had some circumstances, but there were circumstances at work, so it would be bad if he missed the deadline again. Besides, he had already received payment. He sent a message with apologies and that he had been bombarded with problems lately. However, in response, he only received that the boss believed in him. Ilshin shouted that he urgently needed energy drinks. Through the hole in the building, one could hear the promise that he would work for 20 people at once. The system windows reported that the assimilation of the creator of gods had been significantly increased by N or 10%. Ilshin's special right was strong. The title of merciful savior was activated when the sun rose over the guy's house. Ilshin was already sick of energy drinks, but he continued to work. The guy looked at the printed text, saying that he had finally finished. Ilshin sleepily muttered that now the text needed to be sent to the boss. Mary listed what she had done, saying that buying a cake was also great. She walked down the street, wondering if it would be weird for her to come to Ilshin's house. She looked at the idiots in the wall and decided that she needed to make a good impression of herself first, so he would definitely not refuse her. Mary clenched her hand into a fist and demanded that she not be nervous, but just do it. She began to climb the stairs. The girl stopped in front of the door, hesitant. Ilshin was sleeping, lying on the table and muttering that he would buy his favorite meat. Miri extended her finger to the doorbell. She looked at the intercom with a camera. However, after she pressed the doorbell, no one opened it for her, and the girl thought that no one was home. Suddenly, she was attracted by the gap between the wall and the open door. She opened the door and hesitantly called Ilshin. The room was empty. In the office, the guy's boss was nervous because Ilshin was late again. He began to nervously write a message asking if the guy was going to rip off the lines again. There was a characteristic sound and the sheets of paper fell on the boss's desk. Ilshin, pleased with himself, brought the story. The boss began to sort through the sheets, surprised that the guy brought so much material at once. The boss looked at Ilshin with affection. He blushed with satisfaction from the work. The day was drawing to a close, and passers-by who were walking at this hour discussed that they had a meeting with the best Korean steak planned for today. Ilshin was chained to a chair, and the guys standing above him were surprised how he managed to sleep in such a situation because it felt like he worked all night. Suddenly, Ilshin began to exclaim in his sleep. Suddenly, his expression became crazy, and he began to scream for the aunt to serve him a double portion of chuck flap steak. He looked around, realizing that he had been kidnapped, completely ignoring the fact that someone was mad at him. He ignored the guy standing in front of him with a fire in his hands, because he was only interested in where he was, what was going on, and why someone would kidnap him. The guy they had run into at the store not long ago said that it was truly incredible that Ilshin could sleep even in such a situation. One of his partners began to stretch his claws, and the other rubbed his neck tiredly. Ilshin scanned them and realized that the leader had a paltry flame, and the other two had a weak constitution. Finally, Ilshin recognized the scammers he had met at the store, and at that moment the guys realized that he remembered them. Ilshin said that he was not happy about this and then asked what they wanted from him. The guy said that he was expecting compensation for the damage caused earlier because Ilshin had ruined his business, but fortunately for him, the guys accepted payment by card. Ilshin laughed awkwardly, saying that, as luck would have it, he had not taken his phone, but the guy asked him not to worry about it. He said that he had taken it himself and showed the phone. The system window reported that the analysis was complete, after which it showed the remaining time until the invasion of the Imperial Army, and the guy stared in surprise at the strange tamer. Ilshin fearfully demanded that he be untied, otherwise they would all be finished. The guy with the fire in his hand said in surprise that Ilshin had completely lost his fear, and at that moment something red flowed over the one holding the phone. The flow seemed to absorb the guy, forcing him to writhe in pain. He screamed for help. However, his comrades jumped back, not understanding what was happening. Many beetles were advancing on people in an even line. Hooligans, finally. She could see that they were bugs. The guy turned to Ilshin and asked if his ability was to control bugs. He thought to himself, since when did they look like regular bugs? The guy said that he could just burn them and threw a wall of fire at them. Ilshin recoiled from the heat, mentally indignant, since when was this called an insignificant flame? He ran into the wall and looked around in surprise. It seemed that the bully had burned ants. He smiled ominously and asked if they could now calculate how much Ilshin owed them for killing his younger brother. He grimaced, thinking that he was finished. However, at that moment, the guy's body began to stagger strangely. He suddenly fell to the floor. Blood flowed from the bully's head and a pebble fell off. Ilshin and the last bully turned around. It turned out that this was not the end of the beetle army, and now they were actively loading the catapults with cannonballs. The main beetle ordered to load the catapults after the previous volley. The hooligan shouted for salvation and rushed to the exit. Ilshin was indignant that he was left, and at that time the hooligan was tugging at the door handle, but it did not open. He began to beat on the door, begging for help, and Ilshin thought that events were unfolding in the same way when he was locked in his apartment. The beetle general ordered to launch the catapults. Many stones rushed towards the target. Ilshin looked at the splashes of blood and heard the guy coughing in pain. He looked at the corpse and thought that even such a gigantic flame could not destroy this army. He turned his gaze to the last hooligan and asked himself if he would be able to get out of here alive. The guy's bloody hand slid down the door handle. Ilshin looked at the army in front of him in fear, thinking that he didn't know that these guys would be so strong. He decided that it all started because of that game. The beetle looked at the guy and said that all his subordinates were killed. Ailian closed his eyes, thinking that this was the end, then asked himself if he was really going to die like this, tied to a chair and eaten by an ant. When he heard the general's words that now the guy would be killed and turned into a snack for His Majesty the Emperor, Ilshin went limp, not understanding how to find a way out of the situation. He looked at the hordes of ants in fear. Suddenly, a message came to his phone about the activation of a miraculous effect. Flashes of lightning illuminated the hall. Lightning struck the place where the ants were standing, and their small bodies flew into the air. Ilshin, squinting, watched what was happening. The ants tried to reflect the attacks of lightning, but to no avail. The chief ant angrily asked who dared to attack His Majesty's army. He demanded to see the evil god's subordinate hiding. The ant was reflected in the helmet when Ilshin heard the question about whether he was safe. The system window reported the arrival of Miri. The girl stood in front of Ilshin, and he joyfully shouted that he knew that the Empress of Lightning was a miracle. Lightning flashed. Miri directed electricity at the ants. They screamed, asking how dare a pathetic creature attack the great troops of the Empire. Kamakiri covered himself from the bright light. He angrily said to himself that her master did not even dare to fight personally. Ilshin jumped up and encouraged his friend to kill an alien race. Miri raised her hands up. The current flashed. The ant did not understand where the hero got such a strong follower from. He made a face of incomprehension. He pictured the hero's angry face, remembered the burning cities, and said that this was the worst disaster the Empire had ever faced. Kamakiri threw off his cloak and shouted that he would die here and now. He thrust his blade forward and said that he would take at least one of the evil god's followers with him. Miri jumped away from the ant. She threw up her hands angrily, electrocuting the advancing insects. The soldiers looked at Kamakiri in fear and said that the general should run away, but the ant was already preparing its thousands of blades that would tear apart space itself. He smiled madly and said that their servant was asking to give him incredible power. He froze and continued to call on the one who wanted to stain his blade with the blood of his enemies. He saw a huge figure with big eyes in front of him and asked what sacrifices had been prepared for him. He was going to give the lives of his soldiers as an offering, so be it. The soldiers surrounded their general. They said that he should retreat, but the general only swung his claw, and a transverse beam pierced the soldiers' heads. Miri and Ilshin looked at this execution in surprise. The general began to menacingly advance to the cries of his soldiers. His blades were covered in a red aura. The wind rose. Ilshin, squinting, looked at the enemy, realizing that he had just killed his subordinates. Kamakiri sacrificed the greatest army to his god. He was aiming for Miri's life. The hero leaned forward, asking who he was aiming for. The ant jumped up, startling the girl. He shouted that for disrespecting the great emperor, Miri should bow her insignificant head. He opened his mouth and jumped to attack. Miri began to gather electricity. She noted how fast the ant was. She released a lightning storm at him. Kamakiri covered himself with his blades. Ilshin gritted his teeth. Lightning pierced the room. Miri flinched, because the lightning storm split in two. In the reflection of the helmet, an ant appeared. It radiated energy and screamed. Ilshin screamed. A blow passed through Miri. Ilshin closed his eyes. A strong wind hit his face. He coughed. Dust settled in the air. He looked at the fallen body. Miri's head lay separately. Everything was covered in blood. Empty eyes were visible through the helmet. The ant said to pay with his life for insulting the great emperor. It slowly approached the hero. calling him the evil god of the Black Tribe and saying that he too would have to pay with his worthless life. The hero's veins bulged, he turned his gaze into the shadows. The monster slept, but now it opened its only eye. The huge mouth of the creature opened behind the hero. He clenched his teeth and groaned. The system reported that the hero was seeing a nightmare from the future, but this nightmare had not yet happened. The hero looked at his girlfriend's hand, began to curse the insects. The voice of the system said that this was also a fate that could happen. Kamakiri smiled mockingly and said that now he would send the hero to his pathetic followers. Elshin looked away. The system reported that he was a creature capable of changing the fate of mortals. He said that his girlfriend had saved him 3 times. The system asked if the hero wanted to change the fate of a mortal with the divine right for 100,000 god coins. Ilshin growled and said yes loudly. The general covered himself with his blade from the bright light. The hero's eyes began to glow yellow. The divine right of time travel was activated, so the hero's fate would be changed. Lightning flashed. Miri was alive and fighting the general. Miri looked at the approaching beetle and nervously noted that it looked stronger than the others and therefore she needed to be careful. Kamakiri swung his blade. At this moment the coins of faith were used. Miri covered herself with her hands. She understood that she could die. The chains flew into thousands of pieces with a clang. The change of Miri's fate began. The girl closed her eyes. The hero grabbed her clothes and pulled her back, letting the beetle miss. Kamakiri looked at the hero in surprise, and the girl turned with him. The hero angrily looked at the enemy general, his eyes glowing yellow. Miri looked at him in shock. She told herself that she knew. Ilshin looked at the ant. He asked if the lightning empress was okay. Kamakiri screamed and cursed. Ilshin looked at him angrily and said that the beetle irritated him. Kamakiri flinched. The hero raised his finger and used the condemning middle finger of a god. The sun was already setting behind the treetops. The barn exploded. In the middle of the fire and smoke, the figure of an ant was visible. The general crumbled to dust in honor of the great emperor. Someone threw a knife at him and it crumbled. The girl looked at the hero in admiration. He turned away. He picked up the knife and asked what it was. He thought about who would become his master. Elshin began to jump. It was too hot for him. Miri was silent. After a while, he looked forward listlessly. The spatula sparkled in the sun. Miri sat near the hole in the wall and asked the master to leave everything to her. She shouldered the cement. Elshin scratched his cheek in confusion. He had been looking at the knife before, trying to figure out how to use it. Miri blushed and asked, "Is the hero a hermit?" Elshin turned around abruptly. He thought the girl was strange. Miri suddenly fell to her knees and began to beg for something. She closed her eyes and asked to make her stronger, and she would do whatever he ordered. She knew it would be hard, but she asked to accept her. Elshin looked at her in a stupor. He had a bad feeling. The couple were sitting on the edge of the hole. Elshin looked at the girl. She asked to call her simply Miri. The hero said that he never said that he would become her master. The girl smiled. The hero asked how long she planned to stay here. Miri was going to stay here until the hero trained her. Elshin grabbed his head. He said that he was an ordinary G class. Why was she so clinging to him? Miri pointed to the ring he gave her and she became much stronger. Elshin looked at the girl sullenly. He was glad that he helped her, but he was just lucky to find the ring. He understood her desire to become stronger, but still. Miri clasped her hands together and began to beg to give her at least a chance. After a while, she stood with a roller in her hands and said that now everything looked like a normal apartment. Miri looked at the hero with satisfaction. The wall was sealed and wallpaper with flowers was pasted. Ilshin looked out the window in shock. He said that he thought he heard thunder. Miri looked at the hero in confusion. He asked if it was really going to rain. The girl said that she was just a little hungry. Ilshin smiled, said that Miri did a good job and asked to allow him to treat her to lunch. The girl asked for noodles with black bean sauce. She was distracted by an urgent call on the phone. She sadly said that she would have to eat another time. Ilshin sadly looked at the phone. Miri was already putting on her helmet. The hero asked her to stop. He took a bottle out of his smartphone and asked her to take it with her. The embarrassed girl grabbed the bottle and asked how he did it. She compared it to the hunter Kanwu. The hero said that he had no idea who it was, but it would help her if she drank it. Miri jumped onto the window and said that she would cherish every sip. She jumped off the window and said that she would be back soon, which the hero did not expect. Ilshin watched the girl fly away and said that he would have to eat alone. After a while, he looked at the dish being prepared with anticipation. Breaking news was announced on TV. Everyone looked at the presenter on the screen. He said that an S-class monster, Drake, appeared from a rift during the Parliament conference. The men drank, ate and looked at the screen with displeasure. The man maliciously hoped that the monster had destroyed everything there. But the host began to thank the hunter who had quickly arrived at the scene. But it seemed that all she could do was buy time for the people to escape. He said that the hunter who was currently fighting against the Drake was the Lightning Empress. Ilshin spat out his sake upon hearing the familiar name. He looked at the screen with alarm. The host said that the girl was obviously no match for the S-class monster. Footage of the monster and the Empress fighting appeared on the screen. The host said that the Hunters Association had requested immediate reinforcements. A bead of sweat ran down the hero's face. The host said that they would show the viewers the scene of the events in real time. The huge monster glittered with scales and growled. He raised his paw to strike, and with one blow he destroyed the square near the parliament. The empress grabbed the girl and managed to jump out. The crying girl ran away. Miri told her to run while she held off the monster. A shadow loomed over the huntress. She couldn't believe that there was an S-class monster in their city. Would she be able to defeat it alone? She remembered her sister who said that if Miri got in her way, she wouldn't just let it go. The monster attacked. Miri dodged. She began to cast lightning and told herself to concentrate, because now was not the time to get distracted. She raised her hands, formed a huge ball of electricity and fired. The monster screamed, covered in lightning. A reporter nearby screamed that the Lightning Empress defeated the Drake. She said that their heroine was doing miracles again. The crowd began to chant joyfully. Miri smiled and said in disbelief that she did it. But suddenly the monster attacked her. It screamed, appearing from the rising dust. Miri fell to the ground and said with annoyance that she had not become stronger. The reporters froze in fear. The Empress trembled, holding her legs. An image of Mina appeared in her mind, telling her not to get cocky. Miri turned towards the light from the bottle the hero gave her. The Drake looked at the camera. The reporter said he was still alive, but the Empress's condition left much to be desired. A shadow loomed over the defenseless crowd. The girl said they hoped the huntress was okay. The monster froze. A bright light began to pour onto its back. Miri threw the empty bottle at her feet. She was all sparkling and emitting flashes of electricity. Her hair rose and her eyes glowed yellow. The Drake began to approach the people. The reporter froze. The cameraman continued filming, because cameramen never die. The monster turned towards the rising rumble behind him. Miri rose above his head, flashing lightning. She released a powerful storm at him. The TV screen filled with flashes. The bar patrons were shocked and began to discuss the power of the Lightning Empresses. One pervert noticed that his pants were swaying from his school cosplay. Ilshin was sweating from incomprehension. The reporter continued to talk about the events that were happening. The girl announced that they would now interview the Lightning Empress live. Miri scratched her helmet in embarrassment. The girl said that she had defeated an S-class monster. Although she had recently become in a class, she asked what her secret was. She began to show her thumbs up and tell the master that she had done it. She said that it was all thanks to the potion that she had been given. After a while, Miri and the hero were sitting at his house. The hero saw the growing number of views on the live broadcast. He looked at Miri, who was eating jajangmyeon at his house. She thanked the hero for buying her something to eat. Ilshin asked, shouldn't the girl go home? Won't her family worry? Miri smiled, put the plate down and said that she had no one to worry about her. Ilshin smiled. Opening his phone, he said that it couldn't be that there were parents who wouldn't worry about such a good daughter. Miri's face darkened and said that they died during the appearance of the dragon of the underworld. Ilshin looked at the girl in surprise. He knew that the best hunters from all over the world united and barely managed to defeat it. It was a serious incident that took the lives of millions of people. Ilshin bashfully turned away and covered his talkative mouth. He showed his ramen, said that Miri used too much energy, so he offered her his. Miri remained sullenly silent, but then she smiled and happily took the hero's portion for herself. She began to eat. Ilshin questioningly looked at the phone. The system reported that the hero had reached the target's favor and trust level. If the target said the key phrase, he would become his loyal follower. The key phrase was the following words: I trust Ilshin. Ilshin sighed and said that it was like all those second-rate novels he wrote. It suddenly dawned on him. He thought of ants and decided that in this case he would be able to get even more coins. But the terrifying red ants popped into his head. Ilshin did not know when the next ant invasion would occur. He smiled slyly. After all, the more God's coins the better. He smiled and looked at Miri and asked if she could fulfill his request. Miri's eyes sparkled and said that the hero could ask for anything he wanted. Ilshin embarrassedly scratched his neck and asked him to repeat what he was about to say. Miri looked questioningly at the guy. He said the necessary phrase. He immediately fell to his knees in shame and began to apologize for his strange words, but Miri calmly said that she believed him. Ilshin looked at the girl in surprise. Miri smiled enthusiastically and said that she believed Ilshin. The hero froze in a stupor. He looked at his phone. He had received a new follower. He leaned forward. The phone said that Miri was his first follower on Earth. The total number of followers exceeded 1,000. The system showed a description of the transfer skill. Now the hero could borrow the skills of his followers. Ilshin stood up abruptly. Miri looked at him questioningly. The hero was irritated because he did not receive money, because that was all he wanted. Miri looked at the master in confusion, trying to understand why he was acting like this. A portal opened in the next room. A flock of red ants began to enter the room. They stopped, watching the freaking out hero. The leader of the procession said that this man was the god of the black tribe. The leader frowned. He said that giving such an impudent person the position of a deity. This is an excellent decision. The leader of the procession conveyed that His Majesty said that this evil god will play a huge role in the Great War. He was going to let this insignificant little god understand how magnanimous their emperor is. Ilshin turned his head. He saw that he could now use lightning storm whenever he wanted. He raised his hand and used the transmission skill. A bright light hit the window of the house. Everyone in the room was shocked by electricity. An explosion occurred. The ants were burned. Miri blushed and laughed. All the walls of the apartment were blown away. A man looked out from the neighboring house and began to yell at the hero for throwing crazy orgies every day. Miri was glad that the hero could use her skills. Ilshin looked around with annoyance. He said that it did not matter now. The night sky was shining above his head. Ilshin cried and said that he would have to pay for the repairs again. Meanwhile, the ant ran to bow to the emperor. The emperor's huge shadow looked at the ant. He asked if the hero had killed his messengers. The speaker was trembling. He said that the hero had suddenly sent a lightning disaster upon them. He shouted that the emperor's great idea was so wonderful, and the hero, the ant, was pierced with a spear. The emperor's huge subordinate came and said that the ant must pay for its sins because it had upset His Majesty. The emperor shouted that he had never been insulted like that. The emperor roared and ordered that the head of the reckless and impudent creature who did not know his insignificant place be brought to him. He said that the honor of the divine throne, his and the empire, was at stake. They were in a huge Asian tower. The subordinates shouted in one voice that they obeyed the order of His Majesty, the great demigod and ruler of the empire. The next day, Miri trained. The hero looked at the dust that was raised. His jaw dropped. Miri could run so fast without even using skills. He thought that high-class hunters were really amazing. The girl asked if she should run more laps. The girl looked at the hero happily. He asked if she was done already. He handed her a bottle, asked her to drink it, to rest, so that they could continue later. The hero looked at the bottles. For him they were simple energy drinks, but on the girl everything worked completely differently. He grabbed his head. It was stupid, but he accepted Miri as a student and therefore he had to do something. But all he could do was give her this potion. Miri looked at the hero and asked what she should do. Ilshin confusedly suggested her squats. He thought, asking himself, would he be able to find out how she should exercise better using the blind eye of a god? He looked at the crouching Miri and activated the blind eye of the god. The assessment of the enemy's mental state began. Ilshin gasped. He found himself in a bloody void. A bright light hit his face. In front of him was a huge tiger shackled in shackles. Ilshin screamed, asking what is this? The system reported that Miri's true power was sealed 10 years ago. Ilshin thought, originally Miri was an S-class and then he was able to remove the seal with the index finger of the god. He looked at the electric tiger and said that this means that if he cuts this chain, all of the girl's power will be unlocked. He reached out his finger to the animal. Meanwhile, people sluggishly dragged themselves. Miri vigorously bowed, saying goodbye to the hero. He told him to drink a potion before going to bed. The girl rushed away at great speed. Ilshin sighed, asking himself, how strong will the girl be when the chains are destroyed? He remembered how he destroyed the chains. The finger of the god destroyed only one chain at a time, and there were hundreds of them. The hero said that at this rate he would only unlock them in old age. He wondered who had bound Miri's power in the first place. He walked away, while the onlookers looked in shock at Miri. At that moment, someone from the crowd turned to the hero. The man adjusted his hood. He was obviously hiding. The hero grabbed his head and screamed. After all, he was looking at the gaping hole in the apartment. He said that this was the main problem. He sat down on the edge of the rift and took out his phone. The system reported that the silent nightmare was looking at the hero with sadness. He thought that he had already blocked this pervert. 1,000 blades were looking at him with indignation. Ilshin bit his finger and remembered the owner of that blade. 1,000 blades screamed that he was not just the owner of the blade, but the god of blades that the gods themselves feared. Ilshin sighed and quipped that he bought a toilet and there was nothing wrong with that. He looked forward sharply and asked, can these guys really read his thoughts? He stood up and complained that now perverts have turned into stalkers. The spirits pestered the hero. He grabbed his head. He screamed and began to send everyone. 1,000 blades tried to buy his blade back. Ilshin irritably told the spirit not to even dream about it. Suddenly he looked at the message from the nightmare, who laughed, thinking that the hero was funny, and winked at him to give him the blade for 10 million coins. Ilshin thought that with such money he could buy a good low-ranking writer item, as well as a bunch of potions for Miri. 1,000 blades got nervous. The nightmare called the spirit a beaten and hunched dog. Ilshin looked at the phone with curiosity. 1,000 blades wiped away a tear and said that in addition for the blade he is ready to offer the right. The hero immediately asked which one. He looked in surprise at the description of the Ultra Blade right. Ilshin clenched his fist and said that the old man was right. He, as a man, did not dare to refuse the path of the samurai with a blood-stained blade. He looked at the phone. The nightmare offered him his right rose blooming in the night. The nightmare said that with this power the hero will not even sweat during the fight. He will become so strong. Ilshin smiled entrepreneurially. He stood on the edge of the rift and asked who will offer more. The hero received both rights. Ilshin sat down and began to watch how many times he can use different abilities. He looked forward seriously and used the rose blooming in the night. He looked outside, not understanding why nothing works. He began to angrily poke at the phone, because the rose in the night was activated only in a dream. He asked how he would know that he used it if it is activated only in a dream. He shook his head, said that it was his own fault, since he trusted the pervert stalker. He decided to switch to the Ultra Blade. Nothing happened. The guy sighed tiredly. Ilshin turned red and screamed that the spirits were deceivers. He trembled. The Ultra Blade activated. Saliva flowed from his mouth. Everything became cloudy. The hero felt strange. He smiled madly because he wanted to stab someone. A small knife radiating red energy came out of his hand. Ilshin, like a maniac, licked the knife. He did not understand what was happening to him. He screamed that he wanted to cut and kill everyone. He ran out into the street and ran to cut, beat, and kill everyone. Meanwhile, in one of the establishments, people were finishing their shift. The cooks were sitting tiredly. The girl was saying goodbye to them. The cooks turned to each other and began to agree on something. She pointed to the kitchen, where a silhouette was visible. The man reminded that they had not yet cut the vegetables. Meanwhile, the hero was cutting huge boxes of blanks. He was smiling hysterically, crying from the onion and still could not cut. He returned home exhausted. He threw the knife into the box and said that the Ultra Blade and this knife are a damn dangerous combo. He fell on the mattress. He was afraid that something very terrible could happen. He decided that he would never touch the blade again. He looked at the sky through the destroyed ceiling. His hip hurt. Red ants appeared on the edge of the roof. The female smiled and said that the glory for killing the hero will be theirs. Salju clenched her fangs. She was going to get the best place among the 10 blades. She was going to surpass the dark spider. She intercepted the spear and told everyone to get ready. But suddenly a red light began to shine from the apartment. A red rose grew from the hero's body. The conditions for activating the rose blooming in the night were met. The ants jumped to attack. The rose turned into a huge fanged mouth while the hero slept soundly. The fly trap slammed shut. Salju shuddered in fear. She looked at the blooming roses and fly traps. It was the flower of nightmare. A voice came from it, telling everyone to tremble in terror because their nightmares would soon bloom. The ants looked at the fly traps. Salju understood that this was definitely the flower of nightmare. She read about it in the old records of their tribe. The fighters looked at the leader and asked what to do now. Nightmare was a terrible god who swallowed 90% of the population of the great continent 3,000 years ago. The hero continued to sleep peacefully with the flower on his chest. Salju decided that he became a follower of Nightmare. She intercepted the spear and said that they should not be afraid, because the events of today will go down in history. She rushed to attack. The soldiers looked at each other. They said that they would follow her. They jumped after Salju. She said that they should approach the main body, going around all the moving branches. The female dodged the flycatcher. It found another victim. A huge fanged mouth opened in front of the beetles. Salju ran away, leaving the fighters to die. She turned to the rose. She understood that she could not kill the evil god, but she would take the follower of the terrible god of nightmare with her to hell. She swung her spear and threw it. The tip rushed into the center of the mouth. Salju shuddered and said that this could not be, because it simply absorbed her attack. She looked at the flycatcher. Her eyes reflected the open mouth. She thought that this was simply impossible. The hero absorbed energy in his sleep while muttering for Miri to take off her panties. A few hours later the sun came out. Ilshin sat down tiredly and said that he felt full. With drooping eyes, he looked at the phone that was constantly beeping. On the screen appeared the Holy Maiden and her 101 followers. They were desperately asking the hero to save them. Ilshin looked at the phone with concern and asked what happened to them. He touched his temple, activating the blind eye of the god. The Holy Maiden was praying among the suffering bodies. All of them were poisoned by the venom of the killer bee tribe. Ilshin opened the laptop and asked, did they break into their hive because they wanted honey? He grabbed his head and began to think about what he could give to the ants poisoned by the poison. He asked not to die because he only needed a minute. He looked at the phone screen. Due to the sincere motives of his heart, his miracle menu was activated. The system showed the description of the miracle skill. Ilshin immediately chose to bestow a miracle on his subordinates. The coins were debited from his account. A small portion of the fruit of the world tree that Ilshin had absorbed was used as an ingredient for the miracle, and it was granted. Ilshin shook his head, asking if the ants would be okay. He began to feel sleepy again, causing him to fall off his steep chair. The phone lit up. The good god title had improved to D class. Ilshin had once again proven his right to be a neutral god, and now some gods, including generous abundance, began to pay attention to the hero. Meanwhile, the ants emptied their stomachs of poison. The Holy Maiden wiped her mouth. She cried, begging the good god to have mercy on their worthless tribe. A golden drop fell on her head. She suddenly raised her head, a warm light illuminated her face. A golden rain began to pour from the sky. All the ants began to rejoice, because the rain washed away the poison. They said that Ilshin blessed them. The holy maiden prayed gratefully. She turned to the tribe and said that Ilshin had saved them again and they must repay him with the unwavering faith of their tribe. Everyone looked at the golden rain. The holy maiden offered to make an offering to the hero as proof of their faith. The ants began to exclaim. Ilshin woke up after a while. He sat up, not understanding why he felt so tired. He turned around. Mary was sitting next to him. She said that the master did not come to training, so she was worried and came to check on him. Mary smiled and asked what was this lovely figurine on the table. Ilshin looked at his statuette in confusion. The system reported that the black tribe made a statue of Ilshin with the reverence and fanaticism of religious believers. Ilshin asked what kind of ugly freak it was. He pointed at himself, realizing that the statue was made in his likeness. Mary said that if you look closely, it looks good. She turned and asked if she could take it. Ilshin said that he could not go to training today. The girl calmly said that they would train next time. Ilshin sat down at the laptop. He needed to write chapters. The black tribe prayed to the sprout of the world tree, which appeared thanks to a miracle, but it was sick and would die in 24 hours. Ilshin began to rush about. He had to use the blessings of the god of growth, because if this is the world tree, then it gave the fruit that instantly cured all his burns. If he grows it, he will be able to sell these fruits at the highest prices. His ego smiled slyly. He climbed into the god's store, looking for something useful. He found something. A description of the tiers of generous abundance opened, but the hero had to complete the task. After a while, he collected cigarette butts. Looking around with displeasure, he collected garbage in order to eventually save the world tree. The hero took out his phone, read about contributing to the purification of the world. He received 1 point. There were still 90 good deeds left. He turned around. Someone approached the hero and asked what he was doing on his territory. A huge man blocked the sun. It was Kansen. He said that a newbie like the hero shouldn't wander around in other people's territory. Ilshin tensed up. He knew for sure that he had seen this man somewhere. He hugged the garbage bag and said that there was a misunderstanding. He heard that homeless people are very sensitive to changes around them. He handed him a bill and asked him to take it to buy himself some warm food. Kansen exploded and asked how the hero dared to give him alms. Ilshin looked away sullenly, remembering that Kansen was an S-class hunter who used to be a janitor. Kansen put the bill in his pocket. He coughed into his fist and said that alright, he would accept his goodwill. Ilshin looked at his phone, surprised that his good deeds indicator hadn't increased. He looked at Kansen, who was already pouring out his drink. Ilshin clenched his fists and shouted at Grandpa. He showed him a bag of garbage and said that he would definitely take care of the cleanliness of these streets. He called him Henem. The old man laughed and said that the hero definitely had eyes. He asked what he would be. The confused hero said that he was a freelancer. Suddenly, the old man turned around at the strange sound. He looked ahead. People began to shout that a monster had appeared. The girls next to the hero were discussing that they had appeared not far away. Kansen sighed arrogantly. He said that the prediction was correct. The hero tried to leave. Kansen abruptly grabbed him by the collar, laughing. He said that it was better to go together. The old man ran, dragging the hero along with him. He shouted that he liked the boy more and more. Ilshin looked away. In an instant, he found himself in the sky and screamed in horror. Kansen looked at the empty warehouses ahead. He landed and said that the fortune teller said that there was an 80% chance of a rift appearing in this area, which means he hasn't drunk away his skills yet. Kansen turned to the hero and asked if he was dead. He thought the hero was at least a B class. He turned around. The monster showed himself. The huge Beelzebub loomed over him. Kansen realized that this would be a great training for him, and he would have frog legs for dinner. Ilshin lay face down on the asphalt. The monster said, "This is what he is, a young god." He said that he arrived earlier than the others. The monster grinned, because if he could offer the god to his master, he would be satisfied. He told the old man to get out of the way. Kansen turned gray. He flexed his fists and ran sharply at the enemy, radiating energy and asking what kind of old man he was to him, because youth still trembled in his heart. He jumped and swung his energy fist. The monster growled and said that this boy was his. Ilshin heard a notification about the detection of danger to the owner of the ability. The Rose of the Night was activated. The flycatcher opened its mouth and rushed after Kansen. The old man and the monster turned around in confusion. The Rose of the Night grabbed them both. The hero woke up near a flowering tree. He grabbed his head and asked, "Where is he?" In front of him stood an altar with a maiden next to it. Ilshin extended his hand towards her. The maiden took off her hood. Hearing the hero, she called him a great and merciful god. Ilshin looked at her in confusion. The world of the tree was torn apart and the hero found himself in a warehouse. He turned around. Kansen was pitifully calling for his mother. He was lying, covered in slime and saying that he had just been eaten by a giant flower. Ilshin recoiled from the terrible smell of the old man. He looked at the notification on his phone. It said that he had defeated the minion of the evil god and brought peace to this world. The demands for good deeds had greatly exceeded what was necessary. As a reward, the hero received an item of bountiful abundance, and the ability of Tears of Abundance will be activated to cure the sick sapling of the world tree. Ilshin blushed and said that now he will become the richest writer in the world. He looked around, asking what to do with the old man. Meanwhile, the sapling of the world tree was successfully restored. An ambulance team was on its way to the scene. The system reported that the more the influence of the hero's followers grows, the more divine power will be under his control. In gratitude for saving the world tree, the members of the Black Tribe gave the hero a second statue of Ilshin. Meanwhile, the corporates in suits discussed the fact that Kansen was hospitalized. They learned that the old man was physically fine. The man sighed. He knew Kansen would do this. He turned to the young man and asked what was bothering him. The guy said that he tried to give the old man flowers and he had a seizure. The man turned away and asked how the other hunters from the academy were doing. The guy said that as soon as Kansen left the hospital, they would begin to implement the plan. The man was sure that Kansen would become an excellent teacher for the Lightning Empress because he had high hopes for the best teacher and a talented student. The hero's shadow slid along the wall of the destroyed apartment. He put the second statue next to the first, looked at them sourly and asked, "In what place are these freaks similar to him?" He looked at the message from the Holy Maiden. He was surprised, because thanks to the statue, the Virgin's sympathy increased by 105 units. The hero said that he never thought that he would chat with ants. Happy ants appeared on the screen. The maiden asked to save them. The system notified that members of the Black Tribe were attacked by demonic beasts. The ants looked at the huge face of the screaming god. He asked how they dared to do this to his followers. He crossed over to their world and demanded to be taken to the beasts so that he could tear them apart with his bare hands. The Virgin began to thank the hero with admiration for such generous help. Ilshin coughed and calmly asked to be taken. The forest, the Virgin and the ants ran through the bushes. Ilshin made his way after his little followers. The ants stopped and trembled. Ilshin enlarged the image. A multitude of pixels were crawling across the territory. The hero began to analyze the target. The enemies turned out to be beetles. Ilshin jumped up in fear and squealed. He screamed in horror. The system reported that the cockroaches were summoned by a summoner of demonic beasts from the Demon Kingdom. The cockroaches were duplicated once an hour. The local Gulliver looked at the huge pile of approaching cockroaches. The ants backed away and screamed that they would all die. The Virgin looked at them sternly and asked, "Have they really forgotten already?" She pointed towards the hero and told him to remember that they were a black tribe, blessed by the protection of the great Ilshin. But the great god ran away in horror. The maiden's hand drooped. She quickly pressed it to her chest. The tribe said in resignation that the god had abandoned them and that the end would come. Meanwhile, in the Emperor's tower, the 404th came to bow. He said that he was confident in the information he had given. He reminded them that the Emperor should remember what results the demonic beasts had shown in the last battle. The ant's eyes sparkled. He said that 4 days would be enough to bring the body of the false god. The Emperor said that in case of failure, only death awaited the ant. He turned around. A beetle was running towards them and saying that he had an urgent report. The ruler's eyes lit up. He asked who dared interrupt him. If it's not something important, then his head will fly off his shoulders. The beetle bowed and said that the number of the cockroach tamer's beasts has increased to several million. The grasshopper looked down sadly and said that this evil and ruthless god. In the meantime, a rumble was heard in the forest. A can of anti-roach spray was spewing toxins. The Black Tribe fighters were guarding the cockroach traps. In the shadow of the hero, the bodies of beetles were smoldering. Ilshin covered his nose with a towel. He found the traps in a box at home. The ants looked at him and said that there were still survivors ahead. Ilshin looked at the twitching cockroach. They began to pierce it with spears. The hero glanced at the gloomy maiden. She looked into the void with panic. The hero asked what happened if all the demonic beasts were defeated. Ilshin jumped back from the phone. A loud cry came from it. The girl cried and screamed that she doubted the great god. Now she did not deserve to be his believer. The voice from the phone begged to kill him, but the hero said that there was no need. He asked the girl to calm down. The hero suddenly received the conditions for obtaining a new special skill. It was about the multiplying thumb of God for 100 coins. The description, as always, was strange. He jumped up, wanting to try the new skill. He stopped and looked at the phone with displeasure and grimaced in shock. The great manager wrote that they needed to meet. The manager handed the hero a bottle of sake and offered to try it. Ilshin handed him a glass, drank it. The manager suddenly became handsome. The hero asked why he was staring at him like that. Ilshin was embarrassed. He was asked what happened to his work pace. The manager suddenly slammed the table and asked the hero to put in at least a little effort. The hero said that he was too drunk. The manager pointed his finger at the guy and asked if he understood what he had to go through at work because of him. Ilshin opened the phone. The demonic beasts attacked the Black Tribe again. The system invited him to join the battle. The manager suddenly hit the hero on the head and asked how dare he play games now. The screams from the cafe echoed throughout the street. Meanwhile, in the world of ants, the ants were fighting the cockroaches. The holy maiden was praying at the top of the tree. She raised her hands in the moonlight. Her eyes turned red. She asked the hero to be sure that they would cleanse this world of all demonic spawn. The hero received 300 million divine coins. Evening, the way home. Ilshin staggered and hiccuped. Tears of generous abundance asked him for help. The guy leaned on the wall. The system began to report that the hero can choose any skill as a reward for reaching a new rank. Blushing, Ilshin was about to buy the most expensive skill. The system showed the description of the skill of creating heaven and earth. He fell inside. User Yulshin did not meet the requirements for obtaining the skill. This skill will be converted into a false one to match Yulshin's level. Partial change of the world began. Mina came out of the shower. She looked at Miri and asked what she did today. Miri looked at the sky with confusion. Meanwhile, Kansen was collecting trash with tongs. Panic arose. Everyone looked at the sky and asked, "Is this the end of the world?" The core also went to the window. Yuchen saw it too, as did the other hunters. A huge yellow moon was approaching the earth. John calmly looked up. The surviving man was trembling with fear. The apostle asked him about the lightning empress. They were in a destroyed building among corpses. John asked, "Is this the name of the hunter who interferes with the guild leader's affairs?" He smiled and said, "Finally the time has come." The man asked, "How many people?" The apostle reached out to the golden moon and said the more the better, but ordered to start with 2,000. He began to drool and asked his lord to be sure that his devotee will fulfill his great will. He said that they will bless this world with the will of God. In Earth orbit, Houston asked to report on the situation on the second moon. The MTS-2 reconnaissance reported that approaching the second moon was impossible. The shuttle collided with an energy field. The shuttle began to drift to the side. The pilots said that they had lost control. The golden moon was covered in a green glow. The moment the second moon appeared over their heads, the world fell into a stupor comparable to the appearance of rifts. People still could not say anything except that it shines gold at night and green during the day. Experts predicted that the number of gates and dungeons could increase sharply. The Korean Association said that it would cooperate with the government to quickly respond to the situation with the second moon. Ilshin was sitting on the steps. He had a headache. Miri said that she was back. She looked at the hero and said that she ran 500 laps a little longer than usual. Ilshin stood up and asked the girl to get into a plank. Miri noticed that the master pays a lot of attention to the basics. In fact, the hero had to look at Miri's spiritual image again. The girl got into a plank position. The hero activated the blind eye of the god. The spiritual image of the target began to open. Ilshin looked at the electric tiger in surprise and noticed that it had become cuter. The tiger obediently sat and looked at the hero, who used the crushing finger of the god. After a while, he wiped away the sweat. There were still a lot of chains left, but there was already progress. He noted that the tiger was no longer afraid of him. The beast licked him. Ilshin laughed embarrassedly. Lightning struck in the park in broad daylight. Miri looked at her hands with satisfaction and said that the master's methods were the best. Ilshin was glad that she was doing well. He scratched his hair. He was glad that there was progress because he did not know what to do with her training. The girl suddenly decided to run another 200 laps. The holy maiden asked if the hero could give her a name. Ilshin thought about the fact that she should not be called a saint for the rest of her days. He squatted down while lightning flashed around and began to think. He angrily looked at the phone, the manager in his head. The writer suddenly had an idea. He thought of calling the girl an ant. The girl immediately blushed with happiness. Behind her, the ants began to cry and also began to ask for his mercy. Ilshin frowned and began to call the people by the number. After a while, he returned home, where it was always so nice. He stretched. The repair was finished and therefore it was possible to rest. He opened the phone. The system reported that the Black Tribe was able to evolve. Due to the evolution of Gayami, the experience gained from the demonic cockroaches was automatically exchanged. The hero's level increased to 2. Due to the increase in level, the revival of civilization was activated. The ants watched the forest change. The girl watched the hero's deeds with admiration and asked what miracle he would grant them this time. Ilshin looked at the screen in surprise and said that now everything looks much better. The ants created vegetable gardens and built log cabins. He began to build cultural objects, walls and training grounds so that they could at least fight off the cockroaches. The maiden looked at the exclaiming people. She said that their deity had once again bestowed upon them blessings. Ilshin looked with embarrassment at the enthusiasm of the little people. He looked at the cute creatures, noted their growth, then thought about the fact that Gayami seemed to mean ants in an ancient language. He wondered if the ants could evolve even more. He saw a button with question marks and decided to press it. The system showed a description of the warrior's tower, which was conquered by the great seeker of the eternal. The chance of survival in the tower was much less than 0. The ants looked with fear at the gargoyle with the tower that appeared. The tribe was terrified of this tower. Ilshin thought about it and decided to build walls around the tower. Huge walls began to appear in front of the ants. A rumble arose. Ilshin looked at them sternly and ordered them not to even think about entering the tower. Ilho silently looked at the tower, where death awaited at every step. He looked at his hands. He remembered the horrors of the cockroach attack and thought about if he were at least a little stronger. He walked to the tower. The gargoyle laughed slyly. Ilho tensed up. He realized that with a different scenario he could have protected his friends. Meanwhile, there was panic in the Emperor's tower. The great shaman was kneeling. He said that he had made a contract with the Demon King himself. He began to ask for another chance. The Emperor's eyes flashed and said that only death would atone for his sins. The 404th asked for mercy. The Emperor suddenly stood up from the throne. He pulled his hand out of his shawl and pointed at him. Darkness enveloped the beetle. The Emperor's hand began to form an energy ball. The beetle began to incinerate. The Emperor began to curse the insects, said that he would have to do everything himself. They asked him to calm down, because how could a stream of great gods be distracted by some pathetic idiot? The insects shuddered and fell silent. The Emperor asked how he could believe and wait while they, a bunch of useless beetles, could not get rid of pathetic ants. Suddenly a strip of light cut through the darkness. A female voice asked the ruler not to be angry. The Emperor smiled and said that his lovely goddess had returned. Arachne appeared in front of the beetles. She bowed and said that she had just finished the task he gave her and immediately returned to him. She said that His Majesty was the one who would soon ascend and become a true god. She asked to leave everything to her and advised him to prepare to conquer the heavens and worlds. She said that the black tribe of insects and their evil god would be killed by her. She swore by her name, smiling terribly. Water dripped from the cave walls. The man screamed, drying up. A huge mosquito drank it. He smiled cheerfully. They greeted him. Arachne came up to him and ordered him to make the ants regret that they had angered the Emperor. She showed him the damned needle and told him to use it. It was a carrier of a terrible plague. The mosquito smiled menacingly and obeyed, but he had a condition. Meanwhile, the hero aggressively wrote chapters. The formidable manager told him that if he did not finish his work, he could forget about publishing his works, because their contract would be terminated. Ilshin squeaked, trembled, and wrote. The keyboard was already smoking. The tired writer said that he needed to finish it now. He sluggishly looked at the phone to find out how the tribe was doing. All the ants were sleeping peacefully in their houses. He looked questioningly at the arena, from where strange screams were coming. The huge stone was trembling. Ilho lifted him up, all the while shouting, muscles, muscles, muscles. Ilshin was surprised to see that this rock was much larger than his body. The first warrior of the Ilho tribe trained hard to protect his people. The hero noticed that the ants had developed unique evolutionary abilities. Ilshin scratched his head. Now he felt responsible for raising the ants. Ilho looked at the potion bottle that appeared. He caught it and asked what it was. He trembled, because it was a gift from Ilshin. Tears flowed from his eyes. His god was watching over him. The hero smiled sheepishly and said that in that case he would return to editing the chapters, although he really wanted to sleep. Meanwhile, a mosquito appeared on his window and began to examine the hero. He was holding a needle in his hands. In front of him was the evil god who had sent 3 of the 10 blades to the grave. The mosquito smiled menacingly. Arachne folded her hands together. The mosquito asked if he could taste the blood of the evil god. The spider sighed with relief and said of course. She said that the blood of the god, as well as the glory for killing him, was all his. The mosquito cheerfully put the needle on his nose. He flew up, thinking that Arachne did not know that the power he would absorb from the blood of the evil god he would use to surpass the Emperor and become a god. He flew towards the hero, thinking that in this case Arachne would belong to him. Ilshin twisted his tired face. The mosquito laughed at him. The hero did not even feel its presence, wanting only to finish the chapters. The mosquito pierced his neck. He was shaking, drinking blood. The power was overflowing him, and the taste was exquisite. His veins began to glow. Ilshin waved his hand, while the mosquito was thinking about what it could do with this power. Ilshin hit himself. Someone bit him, but this definitely cheered him up. He looked at the bloody shred in his hand, not understanding where the mosquitoes were coming from so late. The guy was overcome by chills. He stroked his hands. Suddenly, he was struck by a terrible sneeze. Snot from his nose stretched all the way to his hands. Trembling, the guy went to the bathroom. He lifted his bangs and saw that a mark had appeared on his forehead. The brand of the carrier of the terrible plague activated the curse of chills. Ilshin sneezed again. Snotty and sleepy, he looked at himself in the mirror and told himself that something had to be done about this. Suddenly, the curses of fear, muscle pain, and anemia were activated. Ilshin crawled on the floor. He began to search in the god's shop for an item that could cure him. He looked at the description of the holy item. He needed to buy it urgently. Ilshin crawled further, clinging to the openings. The purchase was made, but in order to use it, the hero needed to complete a task. Meanwhile, attention turned to Tibum, a man in the crowd. He was a warrior chosen by an organization of believers. Although it was an unnamed developing religion, he did not care. After all, he saw God, the miracle that his avatar performed. He looked around warily. Thanks to this, he rose from G to C class. Before this, John gathered God's warriors in front of him. He said that God needs sacrifices to descend into this corrupted world. He chose Tebum. John smiled at him and asked if he could do this for God's sake without fear of death. He stretched out his hand to him and said that all this was for him, for God's sake, for the purification of this world. Tebum changed into human clothes. He was going to do this mission. Today he was going to give his life to cleanse this world. Under his clothes he put on an explosive belt. This was his mission. Meanwhile, the hero arrived at the hospital by taxi. He fell out of the door, crawled through the crowd. He had to save 100 people to get help. Tebum had already grabbed the girl and threatened everyone with explosives. Miri stood in front of the terrorist and told him to let go of the nurse. The hero looked at this scene in shock. Tebum glanced at him. Tebum saw the mark on the hero's forehead and asked him to help him as soon as possible. Miri looked at the hero in surprise. Ilshin froze in a stupor. The terrorist asked for help. He laughed. The captive screamed. The guy offered to make a sacrifice for the descent of the god of destruction. Miri clenched her fist. She said that this man was her master. The terrorist started waving the detonator and said that the skull on his forehead was their mark. He also felt the bad aura from the hero's mark. Miri called the current and asked if the terrorist really called her master bad. The hero was dying of chills. He said that he needed treatment, but the terrorist shouted that the hero was a faithful assistant sent by the Apostle John. Miri angrily said that Ilshin was her master. The terrorist laughed and said that if she attacked him, he would blow everything up with bombs. He shouted and asked how dare Miri interrupt the sacrifice to the being that will cleanse this world. Does she understand the significance of this being? The hero successfully read the subject's memory. The image of the last episodes of the memory began. Tebum looked at the apostle in shock. He said that the warrior must kill the victims after they experienced incredible horror. John extended his hand and said that the descent of the god of destruction requires a huge number of victims. Will he be able to handle it? The naked man smiled and called Tebum his warrior. He smiled contentedly. Tebum said that he could handle the mission. At the moment, he was shouting that if someone like the lightning empress was sacrificed, the great being would be satisfied. Ilshin pursed his lips, realizing that if this continued, he would die. Tebum screamed, about to press the fuse button. He screamed in the name of the god of destruction. His finger had already touched the button. Ilshin extended his finger covered in electricity. He used the crushing index finger. His eyes began to glow purple. Tebum pressed the button and laughed. Miri rushed into battle under the hero's command. The hostage escaped. Tebum couldn't blow himself up. He looked at the approaching lightning with fear. Miri attacked him mercilessly. The terrorist fell to the floor unconscious. Miri landed, removing the current. She looked at the master, who was lying face down on the floor. He didn't move. Miri started calling him. An alien voice in his head said that it was time to die. The monster licked its lips. Acrid smoke appeared. The mark on its forehead turned green. The necrosis curse was activated. Miri grabbed the hero and started asking if he was okay. Ilshin didn't react, and the mark began to glow. Arachne propped up her cheek. The green beetle behind her called her wife and asked to give only the order to kill the evil god with his poison. Arachne smiled and said that Naba did not need to interfere at all. He said that if the curse of the plague god did not work. Arachne sighed and said no need to worry. Naba looked questioningly at his wife. She said that the owner of that terrible plague was a very stubborn and cunning creature. Arachne smiled menacingly and said that this god would not leave even bones from the hero. Ilshin found himself in the darkness and asked where he was. He walked on the surface of the water. He remembered hearing an unfamiliar voice before the curse was activated, but now he did not understand why he was here. He turned around abruptly. The voice asked, did the newborn god dare to wake him up? Huge creatures looked at the hero. A fat monster with a mouth on his stomach sentenced the hero to eternal suffering and endless death. The monsters loomed over the hero. The plague god said that soon the hero would sink into despair and beg to be killed. Ilshin frowned and thought that the monster was talking too much. It said that it was using the hero as food for its mounts and using his blood. Suddenly, the huge mouth of the nightmare covered them. The system showed an overflowing statistic on saving lives. He opened his eyes and saw Miri. The owner of Chenangyon laughed at the hero. Ilshin stared ahead in a stupor. Miri shook him. He sat up, thinking that he had something in his mouth. Suddenly, his body was completely restored, and as a reward, some of the divine power of the creature flowed into the hero. People began to push Miri aside and ask for her autographs. Ilshin gestured that they would call each other and wave goodbye. He went home, and the crowd surrounded Miri even more tightly. John was watching the situation from the TV. The man said that they had watched the bomb situation several times, but that brat Tebum had made a mistake. John raised his hand. The man said that he was sorry. He asked the apostle to make sure that he would not be disappointed next time. John turned around grimly and said that he was giving the guild leader 4 more days. He smiled and told him to kill those hunters in 4 days and bring that man to him. The man asked what the apostle meant. John shook his head and said that this was why insects like him did not receive the grace of the gods. He asked if he seriously did not understand the significance of that man. He smiled brightly and said that even when he shines as brightly as the sun, standing among humble insects like him. He turned to the grim leader and said that he could see the grace of the gods flowing out of the hero's body. Evening came. Ilshin lay contentedly on the bed. He noted that the effect of the elixir was simply incredible. He took out his phone. Ilho desperately begged for salvation from Ilshin. The ant wrote his deep apologies for disturbing him, but could he have more of the medicine he kindly gave him last time? Ilshin sat up anxiously and asked what happened. The ant was lying on the floor of the tower in the dust. He was going to pass all the tests in the warrior tower to protect his tribe. He opened the first door and was determined. The voice of the tower said that candidate Ilho was starting the test. The rock test on the first floor began. It was necessary to climb the stairs to the second floor to proceed further. Ilho ran forward. The test began. He looked forward seriously. He remembered how he raised his level thanks to the drink that the great god gave him. He even had to change his profession to wear this incredible armor. While the ant was lost in his thoughts, a stone flew at his head, which knocked him down the stairs and pressed him against the wall. The stone began to disappear, but the pain was real. The ant cried and called his god for help. So Ilshin read the subject's memory. He looked at the lying body. A drop of excitement ran down his face. He asked himself, did those ants that he used to kill for fun suffer so much? The system reported that in 10 seconds Ilho's life would be cut short. The hero panicked. He gave the ant the blessing of the god of growth. Ilho had 8 seconds left to live. The hero grabbed his head because his blessing did not help. 7 seconds left. Ilshin realized. He looked at his hand and remembered that he had received a reward from the owner of Chenengyo. Meanwhile, there were 5 seconds left. He smiled and purchased a special rite of divine healing medicine for 100 coins, and used the rite. He raised his glowing hand. 3 seconds left. He pointed his finger at the ant's body and used the medicine. Ilho began to rise. Ilshin looked at him happily and said that he had come back to life. Ilho began to cry and turned to his great god. The hero sternly pointed at the ant and reminded him that he had told him not to go into the tower, to which Ilho replied with shame that he simply wanted to protect his tribe. The hero pressed the doors, intending to lead Ilho out of here. The doors did not open. The system reported that Ilho would now not be able to get out until he climbed to the 50th floor and cleared it. The unfortunate ant looked at the hero and asked what he should do now. The gift from the Seeker of Eternal Right arrived. The hero hit himself in the forehead, asking what kind of rip-off is this. He bought some bottles. There was a knock at the door. Ilshin drank one and gave the rest to Ilho, told him to drink it. The guy walked to the door and swore that the potion tasted like regular Red Bull. He looked outside. A tall man asked if he was the hunter Ilshin. The man in glasses leaned towards the hero, introduced himself as Timon, an elite scout of the Guild of Magnificence, and it was an honor for him to meet the hero. He only managed to interject that he was not a hunter. Brutal Timon looked at the hero and said that he would soon become a hunter. Did he have time for a little chat? Ilshin was embarrassed, but said that he would find time. Meanwhile, Ilho approached the stairs again. Empty vials lay around him. The Seeker of Eternity looked warmly at Ilho, who followed the path of a real man. The ant decided to try again. The crystal at the top of the stairs lit up again. A huge ball rolled out of the tunnel. Ilho's expression darkened. The stone began to fall down with a crash. The ant raised his fist to hit and screamed. From the impact, the stone ball began to crumble. The ant looked at the result of his work in amazement. The system reported that candidate Ilho had passed the rock test, and as a reward he would be awarded its blessing. Then he entered the wind test floor. Meanwhile, Ilshin and Timon were drinking. The hero asked if the annual salary would really be 300 million. The man said that if the hero liked it, they could go to the guild right now to sign all the papers. He adjusted his glasses and asked if there was really a problem. Ilshin imagined himself on a dramatic stage, hearing the amount of 300 million. He smiled in anticipation and thought about how he could write books without worrying about the evil manager, and he could get rice steak and everything, and he could buy a whole bunch of gifts for his sweet niece. He smiled slyly. Timon said that they would first give him 70% of the material and rewards he got while hunting monsters. The hero thought that he could invest the rest of the money in creating his own masterpiece, and then he would become successful and marry a beauty. Timon looked at the hero with annoyance and asked if he was listening to him. Ilshin looked at the guild member with confusion. He shuddered. After conducting an assessment of the subject, Timon was a servant of the god of destruction. He said that the hero would never get such an offer anywhere else. Ilshin glared at the man, realizing that his 300 million was just bait. He turned away from Timon's heavy gaze, smiled nervously, and said that thinking about it he realized that he was a little busy. He asked to contact him later. Timon asked threateningly, was he not satisfied with the conditions? Ilshin said fearfully that he just needed to finish a couple of chapters. Timon said that he might seem rude, but with them the hero would earn hundreds of times more than working as a writer. The hero said that he was not doing this just for the money. Timon bowed and said that he was sorry. He looked at the hero and said that the guildmaster sincerely wanted him to bring the hero with him. Ilshin sweated and said that in that case he had no choice, but his stomach hurt and so he wanted to go to the toilet. Timon abruptly adjusted his glasses and said that he would wait for the hero here. Ilshin stopped near the mirror, trying to figure out who this guy was. He looked in the mirror with concern and thought that he was a follower of the god of destruction, like that terrorist from the hospital. He opened the phone, thinking about who he could call. Suddenly the wall of the bathtub collapsed. Timon appeared in the crack and menacingly asked who the hero was going to call. Ilshin froze in fear and thought that he was finished. Timon frowned at the hero and said that he asked him a question, who should he call? Ilshin realized and said that he was calling the publishing house on an important matter. Timon sighed. Ilshin was shaking like a leaf. Suddenly a powerful blow hit him. His body broke through another wall and groaned. Timon straightened his tie. He was indignant why they called him if anyone could have handled it. He grabbed the hero by the throat and said that he would drag him in by force. With a slight movement, the brute tore the hero off the floor, shook him from side to side, mocking him. Ilshin's eyes slowly closed. Timon asked him not to twitch so that he could knock him out painlessly. His pupils rolled behind his eyelids, which immediately slammed shut and darkness fell. The system notified about the appearance of an urgent mission. A mission to save a believer became available. Ilshin woke up. He had to save his only believer on Earth from death. Timon whistled and said that the hero was holding up well, because an ordinary person would have already passed out. Ilshin grabbed the strongman's hand, but the difference between them was too big. He understood that at this rate he would quickly die. His eyes suddenly opened wide and began to glow blue. He saw a ladder in front of him. An unknown person stood at the top and asked to take his power. Ilshin looked closely and saw Ilho. He was shouting for the great god to continue fighting. The transfer skill was activated. Lightning struck from his eyes. The transfer of the body of steel was successful. The hero looked down, said Ilho's skill. Timon chuckled questioningly. The boy's body swelled and became pumped up. Timon recoiled and stood in a defensive stance. The hero strengthened his body. He assumed that the hero was a hunter of the matter creation type. The pumped-up Ilshin stood in a beautiful pose. Now Timon understood why the guildmaster was so interested in him. The hero received a class ability. The big guy took off his jacket and said that he was already worried that the mission entrusted to him turned out to be too easy. Apparently, he was too early to envy the person who was entrusted with that lightning. He clenched his fingers. He did not know whether they were finished with the empress or not, but it was time for him to stop fooling around and quickly deliver the master. Timon beckoned to the hero with his hand and ordered him to attack. Ilshin abruptly tore off. Timon dodged, noted a good blow. He dodged again and thought that by recklessly pounding everything around, the hero was leaving too many holes in the defense. The bully was covered in red electricity. He had no doubt that the hero was a newbie. He swung his fist, feeling pity, but suddenly the hero grabbed him by the head with both hands and hit him in the face with his knee. The man's teeth flew out and blood spurted from his nose. He screamed and bent over. Ilshin raised both hands to strike and drove this hammer into the enemy's back. Timon smashed his face into the floor. Epic Ilshin looked ahead. He took out his phone and tried to call Miri, but the phone was turned off. The hero anxiously began to ask the game to help him find Miri. The database of followers of the nameless god began to initialize. A map of the earth and the location of Miri opened. The hero's eye began to reflect blue light, searching for a location. John watched this in surprise. Blood flowed down the blade of the sword. The unknown was moving away from Miri's body. He threw the sword over his shoulder and asked not to worry, because it would not hurt. It was the sword demon. The bloody Miri called the master. The demon raised the sword. Blood splashed. The wind lifted the flyer with the announcement of the search for the Empress of Lightning into the air. The master sighed heavily, the question in his head, did some idiot really finish off Miri? He shuddered, because it was a premonition of Miri's terrible fate. These events had not yet happened, but very soon they could become reality. Everything was like with the demon of death. Ilshin, overjoyed, chose to change the fate of the follower with the right of God. The hero frowned at the note that the sword demon was obsessed with swords. He turned to the laptop. He needed a sword. He took out a small knife. That was all he had. He took the phone and the knife. The money for changing fate was written off. Suddenly, the hero was illuminated by a bright light. His current level could allow him to create an incredible miracle. A glowing ball appeared in the apartment. A whirlwind arose. Meanwhile, the sword demon looked at the wounded girl. She sat up and asked what he needed. The man said nothing personal. He looked at the sword and said that he was just doing his job. He looked away sharply, jumped back. A glowing jock appeared in front of him. The man asked who he was. Ilshin glared at him and said he wanted to cut. Miri shuddered, recognizing the master beneath the mountain of muscles. Ilshin showed his bulky weapon and said he wanted to dismember and cut. The demon frowned at the hero and thought about how after he stepped onto the path of the sword, he had slain many geniuses to reach his current level. He picked up the bloody sword and asked if the hero was really in league with the Lightning Empress. He had fought opponents many times stronger and defeated them with his honed skill. Ilshin approached and giggled hysterically. His face reflected the madness inside. The sword demon had never seen such an enemy with bulging eyes and a fruit knife. The demon sheathed his katana and took a fighting stance. He realized that the hero was serious. The man began to exude purple energy. He lunged, making a horizontal cut. The sword swept across the Musliman's throat. The demon looked at him coldly and thought that even S-classes couldn't do anything against his blade, and he would applaud standing up if the hero could at least dodge it. Ilshin showed the knife and giggled. He got into a fighting stance. There was not a single cut on his body. The enemy flinched because his opponent blocked a blow from a fruit knife. He walked away to the girl, trying to understand what all this meant. He swung the sword, radiating energy, and told himself to calm down. He made a powerful swing and shouted that his blade cut stone like a knife through butter, and therefore the hero would never be able to block it. A slash of dark energy rushed towards the hero. Ilshin easily deflected the slash with the knife and exhaled. An explosion was heard behind the hero. The swordsman was taken aback, screamed, and made many cuts, not understanding where the hero came from. Ilshin boldly parried all the blows. The sword demon looked at the lightning empress, who called him master. From this he concluded that the hero was a hermit hunter who did not belong to the association. Sweat rolled down his face. He decided that this was why he had not heard of the hero. Everything fell into place in his head. He took out an ampoule, not thinking that he would have to use it, and even if it spent his life force, but it would allow him to defeat the enemy with one attack. The man drank the contents. His eyes glowed purple. His body was covered in a thick aura. He screamed, releasing a pillar of lightning. A mark appeared on his face. The demon got into a fighting stance and told the hero to prepare for death, honoring him by pronouncing his name. Ilshin only smiled madly and offered to cut the demon. The hunter lunged, shouting loudly. The veins on his face turned black. Ilshin swung as soon as the enemy entered the kill zone. The knife passed through the throat of the sword demon. He broke the distance. He found himself behind the hero. Using shadow step, he jumped at Ilshin, swinging his sword. There was a roar and dust rose. The sword demon plunged his sword into the asphalt. He looked forward from under his brows, deciding that it was a great fight that was already over. But suddenly his sword shattered into pieces. The man fell to his knees, examining the broken blade. He looked in horror at the wall of dust, from which a mad laugh was coming. Ilshin smiled and drawled the sweet word cut. The man's eyes bulged with fear. The jock stood with his back to him, but his head was looking straight at him. Ilshin turned his head back, staggered. He struck the air in front of him. The demon recoiled in surprise. A bright blue light pierced him. His pupils narrowed. He decided that his end had come. A moment later, he took on many cuts. It turned out that the battle had happened behind him. The demon examined his hands, not believing that he was alive and not even wounded. He looked at the Musliman in front of him, asking why. He shook his head, because the hero could easily kill him, but he let him live. Ilshin was emitting steam and said that it was delicious. He showed the knife and giggled. The demon shuddered. Ilshin said that he was the god of the sword. The swordsman thought with horror of the hero as a god who stands at the top of the path of the sword. Only those who have climbed to the top are honored to receive this title, and that means. Suddenly the hero began to deflate. The system reported that the time of the body of steel has expired. The demon's eyes flashed coldly. The hero began to panic. All his enhancements were temporarily blocked. The swordsman suddenly fell on his face and said that he admits his defeat to the great god of the sword. Ilshin looked at him in surprise. There was devastation all around. The swordsman asked to follow the hero. Because he wanted to reach the same heights in swordsmanship as the hero, the man promised to dedicate his life to the hero. Ilshin turned away in embarrassment, thinking that the guy was definitely not all there. The system reported that the hero had found a second follower, the sword demon, who had become fanatically devoted to him. Miri, meanwhile, was breathing heavily in a pool of blood. The sword demon immediately approached her. He poured her a healing potion. The hero asked what he was giving the girl to drink. Miri was covered in golden light and began to heal. The demon looked at the hero in fear and apologized for his amateur performance. Ilshin stopped and sighed. The system reported that he had completed the mission to save Miri. He nodded, indignant at the appearance of insects and two idiots from some guild. He looked at the swordsman. He said that the empress would soon get better. The hero asked whose fault he thought it was. The demon went hysterical and began to beg him to allow him to atone for his sin by ripping open his stomach. The hero again thought that the guy was not all right in the head. He thoughtfully looked at the sky. The demon said that he would find a new sword and do everything at once. The demon suddenly froze. Ilshin asked if he would do everything he told him. The swordsman readily responded. The hero asked how strong he was. The swordsman answered that there were not even a dozen people in this country whom he could not kill. Ilshin asked him to get rid of the Guild of Magnificence in his name. The demon recoiled in fear. The hero calmly reminded that the swordsman himself promised to do anything. The swordsman was nervously silent. The formidable figure of the hero looked sternly at him. The demon knelt down in acceptance and said if that was the sword god's wish, then he would gladly do it. Ilshin smiled maliciously. He was essentially slaughtering an assassin hired by the enemy. Ilshin walked up to the boy sitting on the ground, ordering him, in his own name, to get rid of the Guild of Magnificence. The hero's eyes and mouth widened in surprise. The boy looked at him, saying that he himself had ordered him to do whatever he wanted. He asked with displeasure if the hero could not handle it. The sword demon's eyes widened, looking forward. Ilshin frowned in displeasure and folded his arms across his chest. The boy knelt down on one knee and bowed his head, saying, if that was the sword god's wish, then he would gladly do it. The system reported that Ilshin had earned fantastic loyalty. The conditions for activating the special right he had received had been met. A notification appeared that the god's multiplying thumb cost 100 coins. The system asked if the hero wanted to activate this right. Two options were presented, yes and no. The protagonist imagined himself swimming in gold coins and bars. He looked at his thumb and smiled, wondering if this skill could multiply his gold. The guy decided to test it. There was a dark night sky above the building. A bright light was shining from the window. Ilshin ran across the room, breathing heavily. He began to throw out the contents of the drawer, asking where his money was, hidden for a rainy day. The protagonist shook the piggy bank, from which one coin fell out. He raised his eyebrows, asking if there was really only 101. The guy smiled widely and pointed his thumb at the coin, intending to test the effect of the new skill. A sound was heard. The hero froze in place. The system reported that the god's multiplying thumb cannot be used on physical objects. Ilshin's eyes widened in surprise and his mouth dropped open. He frowned and threw the coin on the floor, asking what kind of a setup this was, because he had so hoped that his life would finally become easier, but they kept stuffing him with useless skills. The guy received a notification from the user Silent Nightmare, who told him to stop whining, asking where his godly majesty was. The user with a scary smiley on his avatar suggested that the protagonist go and stab someone to let off some steam. The guy thought that this was a good idea because he was already tired of these attacks. It was time for him to attack first. Ilshin frowned and looked at his phone, asking what he needed to do to become stronger. Messages from users appeared in the system window. Generous Abundance says, it is necessary to work on good karma. Silent Nightmare says, this method is quite long. It is better to really go and arrange a massacre, preferably a massive one. 1,000 blades cutting through space itself agrees adds, at the same time, you can pump up the Ultra Blade. Ilshin thoughtfully rubbed his chin and looked away, wondering what he should do. He smiled and clenched his hand into a fist, saying that he had made a decision. The boy raised his eyebrows, saying that he would do both. The system window welcomed the hero to the God Creator section. The monster had sharp teeth in its mouth and one eye on its head. The system reported that depending on his performance, he could become a good or evil god. The protagonist sat on the bed, saying that he first needed to use the god's multiplying thumb to increase the number of his ants. Ilshin pressed his finger to the phone screen, using the skill and telling his subordinates to attack the enemy. The system reported that, following the will of the god, legions of Ant Clan soldiers began to march towards the Empire's army, arrival time in 24 hours. The protagonist smiled widely, bright streams of energy emanating from the phone screen. He laughed, telling them to grind the enemy into dust. The boy looked at the characters in the game, asking what the ant girl was doing there. The Holy Maiden used the healing ring finger of the god, healing the wounds on the little ant's hand. The hero wondered if she could use his skill. The girl smiled happily, saying that her hand no longer hurt. The Holy Maiden stood up from her seat and looked up. She pressed one hand to her chest and raised the other higher, calling on everyone present to believe in their god, because with his blessing, a completely different life awaits them. The ant people began to speak in unison about believing in God. The system reported that good karma accumulates as the number of believers increases. Ilshin scratched his cheek, saying that they were literally fanatics. He wondered if this was too much. The hero looked at the phone screen, saying that, in any case, thanks to the Holy Maiden, he now does not need to do anything to accumulate good karma. The guy widened his eyes, seeing an incoming call from the manager. Ilshin looked away and greeted his interlocutor politely. The hero greeted his dear comrade happily, asking when the chapters would be ready. He asked if the guy knew how hard it was for him when his boss said he wanted to break his contract. The protagonist stood up, saying he was thinking about taking a break due to personal circumstances. The manager yelled, saying that the guy had just come back from vacation and already wanted to take a break. Ilshin frowned and moved the phone away from his ear. The hero looked away, wondering what would happen if he used the god's multiplying thumb on himself. He assumed that he might have a clone. The hero decided to try it, since he had nothing to lose. Ilshin put his hand forward, using the god's multiplying thumb skill. He pressed his thumb to his forehead. A bright flash appeared in that place. A bright stream of red energy surrounded his body. The guy frowned, looking up. A hero with dark hair stood in front of him, his brows furrowed in displeasure. The system reported that the skill multiplying the thumb of a god was used. The remaining time was 6,666 seconds. Ilshin came closer to the guy and pointed his finger at him, saying that the skill worked. The hero told the clone that he himself would write new works for now, and he needed to help the soldiers. The guy looked at the protagonist with displeasure. The clone hit Ilshin in the face. The hero looked at the guy with bewilderment. The clone told him not to order him around. He began to hit the guy in the face, telling him to stop acting like an idiot. The clone turned around, saying that it was refreshing. The beaten protagonist was sitting by the bed, his head down. The guy noticed the phone from which a voice came. The manager asked what those sounds were. The hero would not be able to fool him with his pranks anyway. The clone picked up the phone, telling the manager to leave him alone. The interlocutor did not have time to answer because the guy pressed the call rejection button. The hero pressed his hand with a bright stream of energy to his face, activating the skill, Cruel Massacre. The clone took the form of a demon with horns. He smiled slyly, offering to begin. A stream of energy rushed into the phone screen. The giant green monster struck, smashing the ground into small pieces. Behind him were two more large creatures, all of them heading towards the army of ant people. The hero frowned in fear, saying that they were very strong. Although their army was larger, they would not be able to do anything to them. The monster opened his red eyes wide and laughed, saying that it was funny. The army of ants and the monster looked up, seeing a bright flash in the sky. Streams of red energy surrounded the bodies of the giant monsters. The hero looked up in surprise. The system reported that due to the mass murder, the skill Cruel Massacre was upgraded to C rank. The clone moved forward, streams of bright energy concentrated in his palms. The purple monster's red eyes widened, asking if this was the evil god everyone had been talking about. The girl slammed her fist on the table, asking how that was possible. The monster bowed down to her, saying that he was very sorry. He was missing one of his limbs, and he was pushing his hand on the ground, saying that all the soldiers they had sent to attack had been destroyed. Lady Arak jumped up from her seat and frowned, asking if this was all the work of one evil god. She believed that it was a lie. The monster stretched out his vanishing hand, saying that they had better not go against this evil god, as he was more like a devil. The monster's body turned into streams of dust, carried by the wind. The creature in the red suit looked at this nervously, saying that even his body had disappeared after his death. The girl addressed her subordinates sitting at the table with her. Lady Arak said that they urgently need to inform His Majesty about this, because at the moment, the Emperor is in seclusion. The unknown hero stood around the corner, folding his arms across his chest. Lady Arak frowned and crossed her arms, ordering to summon the rest of the 10 swords and the great general. The subordinate noted that if they did this, the neighbors could attack them with their demonic beasts. The girl screamed, saying that the black flame was more important now because they needed to get the head of the evil god before His Majesty returned. The unknown hero raised his eyebrows, looking away. He mentally apologized to Miss Arak for leaving without saying goodbye. The hero would simply forgive him for this liberty only once, because he swore that he would hand over the head of the evil god to her with his own hands. An unknown creature with butterfly wings walked forward. The protagonist sat on the floor, bowing his head. There were bruises on his face. The guy raised his head abruptly, asking what happened. He frowned, remembering his clone and saying that he was beaten by him. Ilshin gritted his teeth, saying that he never thought that he was so alone in this universe that even his own clone was beating him. An image of a pink heart appeared in the system window. Generous Abundance asks where the handsome clone is now and asks to meet him. The protagonist silently looked at the phone screen. Ilshin frowned, seeing 21 missed calls. He did not understand who they were from because he did not expect a call. He noticed that there were also messages. The protagonist widened his eyes and raised his eyebrows, seeing messages from the manager that they were terminating the contract and now it was cancelled. The system reported that the Holy Maiden was successfully retrained as a missionary of the Ant Kingdom. Prisoners from the Grass Kingdom were captured. Some indicators were increased, many coins of light and darkness were collected, the level was increased. Ilshin put his hands in front of him and shouted, asking what difference it made. He was shouting that he didn't care about the game anymore, even if everything was fine. Above the buildings was a bright blue sky with clouds floating across it. The system reported that due to the successful expansion of the nomads of the Ant Kingdom, the territory of the believers had been expanded. 131,302 captives from the Grass Kingdom had been captured. Illo had been promoted to a novice muscle warrior. Number 2 had been promoted to a spearman. Number 3 had been promoted to an archer. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and shouted, asking why he cared about the game now, even if everything was fine in it. The system continued to report that the White Tiger had been promoted to a soldier of the military group. Many coins of light and darkness had been collected. The hero imagined an angry man with red eyes, saying that they were terminating the contract. The guy needed to compensate them for their losses according to the contract. Ilshin opened his mouth wide, looking at the laptop screen. He was shouting that he had a deadline. The guy quickly started typing something on the keyboard, saying that he had to type it out quickly and send it. A new building for saving a believer appeared in the system window. It was necessary to save a fanatically devoted believer. The guy opened his eyes wide. A system window appeared in front of him, asking if he wanted to save his fanatically devoted believer, the sword demon. Rewards: saving the fanatic will help the hero's talent bloom like a flower. Ilshin raised his head, shouting that he needed to work. The protagonist furrowed his brows, telling himself that he needed to not think about this believer. He looked up, noticing streams of bright energy. A bright stream of blue light appeared in front of him. The guy raised his hands, asking what it was. The system offered to find out what the believer thought, starting a demonstration from the point of view of the sword demon. The hero screamed that he did not care about him. Ilshin opened his eyes wide and frowned. Bright pixels appeared around his face. The sword demon was chained. Next to him stood a girl, calling him intractable. She came closer to him, asking if he would say anything. It was Chialmi from the Guild of Magnificence, is under the protection of the god of destruction, capable of calling on quite powerful flames. She grabbed his hair, saying that if he starts talking, she will kill him painlessly. The sword demon was silent. The protagonist watched this from the side, being invisible. He wondered what was going on here. It was creepy. Ilshin raised his eyebrows, thinking that the guild had caught the sword demon when he tried to attack. Chialmi slapped the guy in the face, saying that it was boring. A tall man stood behind her. The protagonist looked at another strong man in fear. Chioldu frowned. There were scars on his face. He belongs to the Magnificent Guild, is under the protection of the god of destruction, has quite powerful muscles. The sword demon bowed his head. The heroes stood to the side. The system reported that the hero's special right opened access to the consciousness of a believer. Ilshin opened his eyes and opened his mouth in surprise. The guy was sold to a black house as a baby, where he was raised as an assassin. The hero did push-ups with a large stone boulder on his back. After awakening his Tai Chi abilities, he began to carry out assassination missions. The sword demon swung his weapon in front of the bloody body. He met Chialmi and Chioldu from the Magnificent Guild. They had the same background as him. The voice asked in displeasure if this had happened again. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise and turned his head. Chialmi raised her eyebrows, asking if they had been passed over again. The hero must be asking for trouble. They naturally became his rivals. The hero can't even dream of a normal future like the others. The sword demon walked past them, saying that if she was jealous, then she should try harder. Chialmi folded her arms, saying that he was a fool. The boy walked the path of the sword to become stronger, but his swordsmanship led him to true enlightenment. The sword demon widened his eyes, seeing the appearance of the protagonist waving his arms. Ilshin frowned, holding his hand with a knife in front of him. The hero had achieved his goal. The sword demon wondered if he would meet his end like this. He felt terribly ashamed. Chialmi walked closer to the chained boy, asking who ordered him to attack the splendid guild. How could he betray them? Chioldu rubbed his shoulder, asking why stand on ceremony. A traitor deserves to die, so they should just finish this. The girl looked at him in surprise, saying that the Apostle John would give them millions if they brought the boy back alive, since the apostle wanted to sacrifice him. The man gritted his teeth and slammed his fist into his palm, saying that if she was going to interfere with him, then he would kill her too. Chialmi raised her eyebrows, saying that she didn't mean to do that, she just thought it would be a waste. Chioldu grabbed the hair on the sword demon's head. The boy closed his eyes, mentally asking for forgiveness from the sword god. The man raised his fist to strike, saying that he would make him suffer as much as he could. The protagonist, watching from the side, realized that things were bad. The system reported that the transfer to the believer in danger was being activated. Ilshin frowned, thinking that he should help him. The hero's body became stronger. He borrowed the believer's skill Ilho, a steel body. He mentally asked Ilho to lend him his muscles. Chioldu gritted his teeth, preparing to strike. A stream of energy grabbed the sword demon just before the strike, having previously removed him from the chains. The man opened his mouth wide, asking who he was. The protagonist put the sword demon on the floor. Ilshin gritted his teeth and punched his palm, saying that it did not matter now because he was very busy. The guy smiled. Bright streams of lightning appeared around his body. The hero wondered what would happen if he used Sinmiri's lightning storm while he was in Ilho's steel body state. Ilshin activated the transmission of Sinmiri's skill, Lightning Storm. The protagonist furrowed his brows and smiled widely, thinking that he would be able to finish them off with one blow. The boy widened his eyes in surprise when he saw the system notification. The window showed information that a skill limit had been set. The hero could not use more than one strong skill of his believers with the current level of divine power. Due to exceeding the limit, a reboot began. The protagonist screamed loudly. Bright streams of lightning were around his body. Chioldu frowned and opened his bright eyes wide, asking if the boy was mocking him. He swung his leg, preparing to strike. The attack hit the protagonist in the neck. He rolled his eyes, coughing loudly. Chioldu raised his eyebrows in surprise and opened his mouth. His body was struck by bright streams of lightning. The man screamed loudly. He fell to the floor, his mouth wide open. The system reported that the hero withstood the reset with his steel body skill. The boy knelt down in front of the fallen Chioldu, thinking that he himself almost died. The girl loudly shouted the name of her ally. She rushed to him and began to shake his body, asking him to come to his senses. The protagonist looked at this, thinking that he somehow got rid of one of them. Xiaomi frowned and gritted her teeth, asking how dare he do this. She took a deep breath, absorbing strong streams of air. Xiaomi leaned her body forward, releasing bright streams of flames at the hero. The boy put his hand in front of himself, trying to protect himself. Ilshin frowned and gritted his teeth, wondering if he was really going to die like this. The system reported that he withstood the flames thanks to Ilho's steel body. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise, wondering what kind of feeling this was. It was really hot, but at the same time so pleasant. He imagined himself in a hot spring with a towel on his head. The guy closed his eyes contentedly. He imagined himself in the hot water with a wide smile on his face. Xiaomi lowered her head, breathing heavily. She looked forward and, knitting her eyebrows, said that she fried him. The girl cried out in displeasure, asking how this was possible. Ilshin smiled and tensed his muscles, thinking that he did not know that Ilshin's steel body was so incredible. There were bright little shields in front of his body. The guy smiled smugly, saying that it was not in vain that he helped Ilshin. Xiaomi tisked in displeasure, looking at him. The girl brought her hand to her mouth and released a stream of flame, saying that she would burn him to ashes. The protagonist arched his eyebrows and sighed tiredly, putting her hand forward. Xiaomi opened her eyes wide in surprise. Ilshin struck her in the neck with his palm. The system reported that the time was up. The body of steel was returned to its owner. The guy screamed, looking at his palms. He thought that if it had ended even a little earlier, then only ashes would have remained of him. Xiaomi fell to the floor. The system reported that the mission to save the fanatically devoted believer was successfully completed. As a reward, the hero's talent would bloom in full force. Ilshin smiled contentedly and rubbed his chin, wondering what it would be, because if his writing talent bloomed, it would be simply magnificent. The hero froze in place, still smiling. The sword demon widened his eyes, looking at him. The guy darkened. He knitted his brows, asking where the promised reward was. He sadly lowered his head, asking what had bloomed. The hero looked at Ilshin, who was wondering what he could have expected. The sword demon opened his eyes wide and smiled, saying that the way the protagonist defeated the enemies was simply amazing. He had never seen anything like it before. Ilshin gritted his teeth in displeasure, mentally asking the boy not to look at him like that. The hero looked around, wondering where they were, since he urgently needed to get home and continue working. The boy put his hands out to the sides, addressing the sword demon and saying that he wanted to go home, so they needed to get out of here. The hero folded his hands in front of him, saying that he was waiting for his instructions. A sound was heard. The boys turned to look at it. The voice noticed that Ilshin was amazing, just like he imagined. The heroes looked at the dark streams of smoke that appeared in front of them. The boy smiled and clapped his hands, saying that he was glad to see them. The sword demon frowned, asking the sword god to be careful. The protagonist raised his eyebrows. Apostle John smiled and extended his hand forward, saying that they had finally met the reason for everything that was happening here. This man was the one responsible for the rituals of sacrifice to the god of destruction. Ilshin froze on the spot, mentally slapping his face with his hands, thinking that this was another psycho. The sword demon opened his eyes wide, addressing the sword god. John arched his back, saying that it was an honor to meet the main character. The guy opened his eyes wide and raised his hands, mentally screaming. The hero froze in place. The sword demon tried to reach him, but received no answer. The guy thought that this hero was definitely a real psycho. Ilshin raised his eyebrows in surprise, seeing the count about ritual sacrifices. He bent his knees, standing in front of the apostle and thinking that he could not see the inscription behind the question marks, so he needed to be on guard. John smiled and pressed his hand to his chest, calling the guy his brother. The protagonist froze, mentally ordering him not to come closer. John stretched out his hands, saying that he was so excited now. He was shaking all over because he finally met the apostle. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. John raised his eyebrows when the guy's hand lay on his chest. Ilshin raised his eyebrows, looking at the sword demon. The guy frowned, ordering the apostle not to come a step closer to his god. John raised his eyebrows, hissing in displeasure. He slapped the guy in the face, calling him a pathetic insect. The apostle lifted the sword demon into the air. The protagonist opened his eyes in fear. John threw the sword demon aside, leaving a bright trace behind him. Ilshin opened his eyes wide and raised his eyebrows, thinking that he could not believe that the sword demon easily defeated the lightning empress, and this one just kicked him. John smiled, asking who the protagonist was following. The boy put his hand forward, asking which god the boy followed. The hero frowned, muttering something under his breath. The apostle looked at him, asking him to repeat himself. Ilshin frowned and gritted his teeth. He raised his fist in front of his face, saying that he followed his god. The boy's eyes widened. The skill was being transferred. The hero used Lightning Storm. Ilshin swung his hand, leaving a bright trace in space. Lightning losses surrounded his hand. John widened his eyes and raised his eyebrows as the bright fist approached his chest. The creature with butterfly wings raised his eyebrows and headed for the exit. The hero mentally apologized to Lady Arachne for leaving without saying goodbye. He spread his wings, heading towards the bright moon and thinking about transferring the head of the evil god and all his followers to her with his own hands. The hero flew forward. He raised his eyebrows, thinking that the fewer followers a god has, the weaker he will be. The fortress was surrounded by a dense forest. The man carried branches on his back, asking the children not to go deep into the forest. Small ants frolicked outside, agreeing with his words. The man raised his head, seeing an object in the sky. He asked what it was. The ant-man raised his eyebrows, shouting that it could not be. The creature with butterfly wings froze, concentrating bright streams of energy in his palms. The hero thought that he had found it, the village of the Black Tribe. He raised his eyebrows and opened his bright eyes wide, activating a poison wave. The creature arched its back and hugged itself with its arms. Bright streams of green energy splashed out from its body. It thought that it could hunt the Black Tribe to death. The ants began to cough, clutching at their throats. The creature hovered in the sky, watching this. The hero thought that he would be able to weaken the evil god. Ilshin gritted his teeth, punching John in the face. A bright trace remained in space. The apostle opened his eyes and mouth wide, flying back. He fell to the ground. The guy tiredly lowered his hands, breathing heavily. The hero raised his fist to his face and smiled, thinking that the proverb, "Whoever made it, gets the slippers," works even in battle. Streams of energy appeared near the apostle's feet. John arched his back and threw his head back, trying to get up. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and screamed loudly. The apostle stood up and spread his arms to the side. There were bright streams of energy around his body. The guy put his hands in front of him, telling his opponent to surrender. John fell to the ground again, raising streams of dust. The protagonist leaned his hands on his knees, sighing tiredly. The apostle leaned his hands on the ground, trying to get up. Ilshin looked at it, thinking that the lightning empress skill didn't work on this guy. John stood up, his upper body leaning forward. The hero wondered if this guy was unkillable. John raised his head and smiled, saying that it was useless because no matter what the hero used, it wouldn't help because he would come back to life again. Ilshin gritted his teeth, thinking that the time for borrowing strong skills had already expired. He had nothing left to counter. He froze in place, standing in front of the apostle. John raised his eyebrows and smiled. The hero thought that no matter what skill he used, the apostle was safe and sound every time. The boy frowned, thinking that he didn't want to die at his hands. John asked if this was all his brother could do. The apostle sighed tiredly, asking for something else to amuse him. Ilshin frowned and clenched his teeth, thinking that things were bad. He needed to think of something quickly. The guy raised his eyebrows and opened his eyes wide. He thought that he had no choice anymore. The protagonist pressed his thumb to his forehead, using the skill that multiplies the thumb of a god. A bright flash appeared on his forehead, and a dissatisfied clone appeared in front of the hero. The guy looked at the clone, wondering if he would beat him up again when the enemy was nearby. The hero frowned and clenched his hand into a fist. John smiled, seeing that the hero had a second personality as well as a push-up. The guy was simply incredible. The clone raised his eyebrows in displeasure. He turned to the protagonist. The guy folded his hands in fear. Ilshin put his hands in front of himself, thinking that he was scared, because last time the clone simply beat him up when he ordered him, so it was better to keep quiet. The clone sighed heavily, saying that things were bad. The boy put his hands forward, addressing the clone and asking if he would be willing to help. The hero turned to him, saying that things were bad because the Gayami tribe was in danger. He asked if the protagonist didn't know that when followers died, the divine power weakened. The boy cried out in surprise. John frowned, his body enveloped in streams of energy. He asked if the two of them were ignoring him now. The apostle put his hand in front of him, directing a bright stream of swirling energy at them. The protagonist put a block in front of him with his hands. The clone quickly jumped to the side, avoiding the blow. Ilshin was thrown to the ground by the shock wave. The boy frowned and rose, asking what the point of all this power was if he was going to die anyway. The clone raised his eyebrows and addressed the protagonist. The boy sighed heavily, telling him to burn this worthless thing. Ilshin got up from the ground, asking what he was talking about. The clone disappeared, heading towards the phone with a bright stream of energy. The protagonist widened his eyes, looking at it. The apostle asked if the guy was done with his pathetic tricks. Ilshin's body trembled. He furrowed his brows, thinking that the clone had just up and run away. John frowned and held out his palms with bright streams of energy, addressing his brother. The protagonist widened his eyes in fear and raised his eyebrows, trying to understand what the clone meant when he talked about burning the apostle. The guy furrowed his brows, remembering the bright stream of energy that enveloped his hand. Ilshin extended his middle finger in front of John, thinking that he understood everything. The guy smiled happily, looking at his hand and thinking that he had his own skills. Standing in front of John, the protagonist used the condemning middle finger of a god. His hand glowed. The man widened his eyes in amazement. Ilshin let out a battle cry and swung his hand. A wave of fire appeared in front of the apostle. In reality, only a weak flame appeared above the guy's middle finger. Frowning, he realized that he had forgotten that it was an ordinary lighter. The villain frowned pitifully and asked if his opponent was done with his games. Waves of dark energy swirled around his body. The young man held out a burning finger and tried to think of what he could do in this situation. The writer closed his fingers and used the multiplying thumb of a god. He snapped them. Several small fireballs flew into the air. John raised his eyebrows in surprise. The light stopped right in front of him, without even hurting him. Turning away, the man declared that the games were over as he was running out of time. The apostle summoned clusters of purple energy in his hands. Closing his eyes, the player decided that he would die here, abandoned by everyone, even his second personality. Frowning in fear, the protagonist begged for help and wondered why he had not been finished off yet. A loud sigh was heard. The villain grabbed his side. Seeing the large wound, John asked why his regeneration was not working, because his body should be invulnerable. The system reported that the merciless hellfire was absorbing the enemy's strength. Flinching in surprise, Ilshin thought that he could have been warned in advance that his skill could do something like this. The man raised his hand. The guy's eyes widened tensely. Flashing his burning eyes, the apostle thought that it was simply unthinkable that some absurd skill had deprived him of regeneration. The young man opened his mouth in shock. A wave of dark energy made him fall to his knees. He clenched his teeth and closed his eyes from the sharp pain. The villain narrowed his eyes in disdain. Flapping his wings, the moth decided to hunt the black tribe to death in order to weaken the evil god. Acrid smoke filled the clearing. The ants began to choke. Looking down at them, the monster declared that their god was to blame for everything. Suddenly, something made him look up. Feeling a strange premonition, the monster looked back. A man was flying towards him. As the guy approached, the moth recognized him as the evil god of the black tribe. Taking a fighting stance, the insect promised that soon nothing would remain of his power. The clone of the protagonist put his fist in front of him. Seeing him, the monster's eyes widened in shock. The doppelganger hit him hard. All that was left of the monster was a cloud of smoke. Seeing the ants lying on the ground, the young man asked if they were really dead. Lying on the floor, the writer felt a strong pain, as if all his bones were ground into mincemeat. The system reported that the number of believers was decreasing and that this could lead to a decrease in divine powers. Gritting his teeth, the player asked the game not to send him so many annoying notifications. The system asked if the user wanted to spend 5 million coins to save the believers. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist wondered if it was possible to use the healing ring finger of the god on himself. Grinning, Ilshin decided that it would be just perfect, because it would make him invulnerable. Putting his hand to his forehead, he tried to use the healing skill. John shuddered in surprise, seeing waves of green energy in front of him. The notification said that using healing on oneself costs 10 coins. Throwing up his hands in displeasure, the guy was indignant that it was expensive because they took 1 coin for each follower. Sitting in the lotus position, the young man pressed the confirmation button to save the believers. The system reported that the user received 5 million coins for saving lives. Joyfully clasping his hands in a lock, the writer thought that karma exists. Raising his hand, the man asked what was going on here. Summoning a wave of energy in his hand, the apostle asked why his opponent could still stand on his feet. Dark energy headed towards the player. Frowning, he used the steel body skill transmission. A force barrier appeared in front of him, protecting him from the villain's attacks. Holding out his middle finger, the protagonist declared that it was his turn to be on top. Using the god's condemning middle finger, Ilshin summoned a wave of fire. John managed to jump to the side to dodge. The man landed on his feet. Closing his eyes, he laughed and decided that his opponent would not be such a meaningless sacrifice. Holding the fire in his hand, the boy called for it to be silent. The apostle announced that 999 sacrifices were already prepared. The youth raised one eyebrow in confusion. Pointing his finger at him, the villain declared that his enemy would be the cherry on the cake of sacrifice in the name of his god's indulgence. Frowning, the writer assumed that this was referring to the arrival of the god of destruction and that the sword demon was just bait. Raising his hand, John laughed loudly and thanked him for helping him decide on his final victim. The ceiling above them opened up, a red glow emanating from it. A huge yellow eye appeared. It looked at the heroes. Trembling with horror, the player asked what it was. Putting his index finger forward, the protagonist decided that he needed to stop it right away. The notification said that this rite could not be used on the god of destruction. Ilshin opened his mouth in shock. The man bent in half and coughed. Blood flowed from his mouth. Looking back, the apostle shouted that they had not agreed on this. The villain fell to the ground. Waves of dark energy filled the space. They approached the guy. Closing his eyes, he thought that now this was definitely the end. His silhouette appeared in the sky. He always had hoped for a bright future. The mountain valley was in the clouds. Holding a knife in his hand, the young man jumped forward. He wanted to become a powerful and merciful god. But now all this lost its meaning. The great god who swallowed mountains was actually called the god of destruction. The monster rose above the ground. The huge demon opened his fanged mouth. There was blood everywhere. The inscription Abyss flashed. On the ground lay a bloody girl. As soon as the god of destruction lost his beloved, his world split into pieces, as did his mind. The man opened his mouth wide and screamed. Scarlet blood flowed from his eyes. A flash appeared above the rider's head. His eyes were closed. Suddenly they lit up. The god of destruction sought peace, but became the embodiment of revenge. A giant sword with hieroglyphs was stuck into the ground. Frowning, the player decided to help the god bring down revenge on the villains. The sword caught fire, emitting a red glow. The protagonist resolutely looked up. A huge yellow eye appeared in the sky. Purple tentacles were crawling around him. Looking up in fear, the sword demon thought that he should help the sword god, but realized that he could not even move a finger due to the all-consuming horror. Looking back, Ilshin called out to him. Cracking his knuckles, the guy decided to show him how to fight enemies, especially those who are the patrons of some perverts. Hearing someone's voice, the young man turned around. John, entwined with snakes, said that this was all a lie and that this was not what they agreed on. Opening his mouth wide, the man asked for mercy and shouted that God could not take the life of his humble servant. Squinting contemptuously, the young man realized that his enemy had finally realized everything. The apostle's body dried up, his life energy left him. The god he served turned out to be an ordinary bloodthirsty demon. The giant eye looked down. Frowning, the writer asked him not to stare. Looking at the burning eye, the sword demon thought that it had dried up John with just one look. Seeing his comrade raise his hand, the man decided that he was not afraid at all. A glowing sword appeared in the player's hand. The brunette's eyes sparkled with delight. The apostle looked around in shock. The pupil of the demonic eye narrowed. Swinging the sword, the protagonist activated the Ultra Blade. This ability was granted to him by 1,000 blades that destroyed space itself. The sword increased in size tenfold. This weapon was the embodiment of carnage, greatly increasing the user's close combat potential. The huge eye seemed to be afraid. The face of its owner appeared in front of the blade of the sword, wanting to take revenge. The eye released its tentacles and growled. Jumping up, Ilshin swung his sword. Frowning furiously, he ordered the enemy to shut up. The tentacles rushed towards him. The boy's eyes widened in anger and he wished for his enemy to go back to hell. The giant eye was in a vulnerable position, its pupil flashing. Buwanchi, the 12th district, was completely destroyed. The soldiers split up to search everything here. Scratching his chin, the man guessed that this rift was SSS rank. His comrade said that in that case, a monster capable of destroying an entire country awaited them. Putting his hands in his pockets, the hunter asked what happened here. Frowning in displeasure, Kangchul decided that the project should be implemented no matter what. Raising his hand, the soldier reported that they had found a survivor. Entering the building, the head of the association was surprised that he managed to escape death in such a place. Approaching the survivor, the man asked him to tell him what happened here. Hearing only laughter in response, the hunter's mouth opened in surprise and thought that he had definitely gone crazy. In front of him sat a withered John. The commander asked his subordinates to take him to the medics so that they could provide first aid. The apostle's eyes widened in fear, remembering how the giant eye released tentacles. At that moment, long snakes grabbed him. A powerful explosion was heard in the room. The protagonist put the sword on his shoulder. The villain laughed. Ilshin's eyes lit up. He could be considered a god among gods. The dead dragon lay on the clearing in front of a crowd of people. Nina frowned in irritation. People rejoiced and said that it was all thanks to her. Crossing her arms over her chest, Yuhyun asked if she really had an S rank, because the dragon race has a special resistance to mental attacks. Looking back, the girl asked why he cared about it and asked him to give her the return stone. The guy asked where she was going. Throwing her a stone, the young man asked her not to be indignant anymore. He was upset that he gave away a stone that was worth 100 million and asked what happened. After catching the artifact, the woman ordered him to do as she was told if he did not want to die. Gritting her teeth, the huntress said that this dragon was more like a sluggish lizard and said that she wasted her time killing it. She disappeared into thin air. The swordsman called her eternally dissatisfied and decided that they should celebrate the passage of the S-rank dungeon since they did it without a single victim. 2 days later, blue clouds floated above the buildings. Sunyeon put a wet towel on her uncle's back and called him old. The protagonist trembled from how pleasant this feeling was. Looking back, Ilshin said that he was not old at all since he did not even have a wife. Due to the recoil after using a giant sword, all his muscles ached. Raising her eyebrows, the girl called out to her uncle. Pointing her finger forward, the child asked who he was. In front of them sat a sword demon, shrouded in dark energy. Putting his head on the floor, the man asked what his master wanted. The boy asked if he had managed to fix the bathroom door. Raising his head, the follower confirmed it. Scratching his nose, the brunette said that he would not forgive himself for causing inconvenience to the sword god himself. Opening his mouth in amazement, the young man thought that he was no different from a religious fanatic and realized that he would have to put up with these oddities. Turning away, the writer asked if his comrade had completed all his tasks since he could afford to rest. Frowning, the sword demon said that he saw no need to clean up the remnants of the splendid guild. Looking away, the man said that the S-rank huntress and the special team of the Hunter Association had already launched a large-scale operation, so now all the underground organizations in Korea were disarmed. Putting his hand on his knee, the player asked if they were talking about Mina, who was constantly shown on TV. The follower confirmed this and called her a recognized beauty. Closing his eyes, the protagonist realized that the huntress and Miri had the same last name and assumed that they were related to each other, but they were completely different. Getting out of bed, Ilshin suggested that his niece go to her mother. Approaching the door, the guy thought that he needed to visit the healing center to try out the healing with his new ability. The system reported that the user prevented the descent of a part of the god of destruction and received 1,000,000 coins. Smiling, the young man realized that he managed to rise well. Gritting his teeth, the writer read that the eye was only 1/100th of a real monster. Imagining a giant eye, the player frowned and wondered what the dragon of the abyss was like in comparison. The notification asked if the user wanted to participate in the promotion mission. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what it meant. The system explained that he needed to gather 1 billion believers and destroy 1 billion intelligent beings. Ilshin frowned in displeasure, realizing that he would have to complete both missions. A disgruntled voice was heard from the top floor of the apartment building. The guy asked how he could complete both at once. The protagonist widened his eyes in surprise, asking if he really needed to recruit 1 billion people as believers or else kill them. He thought about the fact that he had an alternative: recruit or kill 10 S-rank hunters. Regardless of whether the god was evil or good, all this was damn difficult for him. Trying so hard for a small boost was too much. The system window displayed the characteristics of the promotion mission of a low-rank good god. Required: to gather 1 billion believers or persuade the flattery of intelligent beings of S-rank and above to follow him. Low-rank evil god promotion mission: collect atrocity points by killing at least 1 billion sentient beings, or kill 10 S-rank or higher sentient beings and absorb their power. The question of whether the hero wanted to accept both promotion missions came up. Ilshin pressed his hand to his forehead, thinking that there was a way to solve this. The protagonist smiled slyly and imagined the character icons, thinking that he could set these stalkers against each other. One small manipulation, and he could complete these missions. The guy laughed, looking at his phone and thinking that this was a brilliant idea. He mentally ordered them to get up and start fighting each other. The girl looked at the hero with fear. The number on the plate was 505. Ilshin was standing at the door. There were many people in the hospital corridor. The hero raised his eyebrows, asking if Miri was here. He heard a loud puffing sound behind the door. The girl allowed him to enter. The guy opened the door, thinking that this was a pretty cheerful answer for a hospital patient. Miri was doing push-ups with medical bandages on her body. She smiled happily and stood up, seeing the master. The girl came closer to him, saying that she was very glad that the hero came to visit her. Ilshin raised his eyebrows, asking why she was not in bed, because she was injured. Miri smiled and rubbed the back of her head, saying that she could not lie down anymore because she almost stuck to the hospital bed. The guy looked at her, asking how she felt. The girl turned her back to him and smiled widely, saying that she was already better. She offered to take a look, well, that there were not even scars left on her. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking why he needed to look at this. Miri began to remove the bandages, saying that her skin had become perfectly clean. It was a miracle. The guy awkwardly turned away. A girl appeared behind the hero. She pulled the mask off her face, asking what Miri was doing. She swung her arm, her eyebrows furrowed in displeasure. Mina hit Miri on the back. The girl screamed loudly. Ilshin raised his eyebrows in surprise, wondering where this girl came from. Mina folded her arms across her chest, asking if the girl was really going to take off her bandages in front of some guy. There was a burning mark on Miri's back from her hand. Mina turned around, asking what he was even doing here. The protagonist pointed at himself, saying that he could ask her the same thing. She grabbed him by the collar, asking what his relationship was to her little sister and what he did to make her act like this. The guy raised his eyebrows, realizing that this was Miri's relative. He noticed that she was quite formidable. Mina widened her eyes, telling him to leave her sister alone, otherwise he would deal with her. The girl screamed, asking him to stop. Miri clenched her fists, asking her sister not to touch the master. Mina turned around and gritted her teeth, asking if this slob was really her master. The girl raised her eyebrows and took off her glasses, asking if this was a new fashion at the Hunter Academy. She continued to hold him by the collar. The hero wanted to object to her, pointing his finger at himself. Miri, behind her sister, showed him a cross with her hands, hinting that he should not tell her about it. Nina frowned, saying that she was waiting for an answer. Ilshin smiled awkwardly and pressed his hand to his chest, saying that he was indeed from the academy, teaching physical education. Miri sighed with relief. Nina folded her arms across her chest, asking how it happened that she had never seen him. Since he was accepted as a teacher, then he is a strong hunter at the very least. The girl pointed at him, asking what rank the guy was, because in her opinion, he looked like a weakling. Miri raised her eyebrows, asking her sister not to be so rude. She stood next to the protagonist, saying that her master was actually very cool. Nina repeated her words with displeasure, saying that the guy belonged to her. Ilshin stood awkwardly in place. The girl said that he did not pay much attention to his appearance because he preferred solitude. Miri frowned and clenched her hand into a fist, saying that he could very well be stronger than his sister, so there was no need to be rude. Nina took off her cap and glasses, telling Miri that she understood everything. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise. The girl frowned and smiled. The hero realized that this was a famous S-rank hunter, a recognized beauty. He wondered if she really was Miri's older sister. The girl folded her arms across her chest and looked at her younger sister, asking if she had really lost her fear and thought that since she had reached a rank, she could spit in her sister's face. Miri frowned. Mira smiled, her eyes shining brightly. She asked her sister to repeat who was stronger here. The girl activated the skill, Mind Control. Miri froze in place, her eyes wide open. Her sister ordered her to obey her skill. The girl covered her head with her hands, saying that it was a mistake. Nina frowned and pressed her hand to her temple, asking if Miri really called herself a hunter. The protagonist watched them in surprise. Nina opened her shining eyes wide, ordering her to kneel. Miri gritted her teeth, falling to her knees in front of her. The older sister clenched her hand into a fist, ordering her not to contradict her anymore. The boy turned to her. The girl raised her eyebrows. He stood in front of Miri, asking Mina to calm down because she could hurt her sister. The girl frowned, telling him to get out of here. The hero covered his ears, turning his head away. Ilshin raised his eyebrows, asking why he was shouting like that because he could go deaf. Mina looked at him, asking why he was still here. She frowned, her eyes shining brightly again. The girl used the mind control skill, thinking that he was clearly superfluous at this celebration. The protagonist looked at her in surprise, raising her eyebrows. Nina widened her eyes, wondering why the mind control did not work. The boy held out his hand and apologized for meddling in other people's business, but it was better to solve problems with relatives with words. Miri stood up. She smiled happily, saying that the master had just managed to resist the mind control, the main ability of her sister. Ilshin furrowed his brows, thinking about Mina being a telepath. The girl gritted her teeth, asking him to tell her his rank. The protagonist looked at her, sweat dripping down his face. He thought about how he couldn't say he was a G rank. It was embarrassing. The protagonist didn't understand why she was even asking him about something like that. Mina raised her brows, trying to formulate her thought in her mind. She bowed, saying that she had gotten carried away. Sometimes it was hard to see a mountain even if it was right in front of her eyes. The girl asked Master Ilshin to keep an eye on Miri. The guy raised his brows in surprise and held out his hands, saying that he would do so. He wondered what this sudden change of mood was about. Nina put on her cap and pointed her thumb at the bag on the nightstand. She asked Miri to stop saying that she was not fed well here. This was the last time she would bring her porridge, because her time was valuable. The girl thanked her sister. The hero thought that she even cared about her younger sister. Nina is 24 years old. She is the messiah of the god of destruction, and is under the curse of the abyss. The girl put on dark glasses. The guy wondered if he should tell her about the curse of the abyss, because she is Miri's sister and she also brought her porridge. Ilshin raised his hand, saying that he wanted to ask something. He inquired about how the hunt was going lately, whether she could have been cursed. The girl asked what it meant to curse. The hero noticed that he saw some kind of curse of the abyss on her. Nina pursed her lips and lowered her head. She turned to the guy. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. Nina frowned and looked at him with a frightening gaze, asking how he knew about it. The guy raised his eyebrows in fear, saying that he saw it because he has a sensory skill. If he got it wrong, he apologizes. The hero noticed that her mood was very changeable. She switched to you again. Nina smiled, saying that it was nothing. Beads of sweat were running down Ilshin's face. He realized that her mood had changed again. The hero compared her to a two-faced Janus. The girl turned around, saying that they would see each other again. The guy raised his eyebrows, wishing her all the best. Miri was sitting at the table, trying porridge. Nina stopped at the open door, saying that she needed to go. The hero looked at her awkwardly, wishing her a good journey. He thought about the fact that she was an S-rank hunter after all, and this was no joke. Not counting the telepathy skill, she was probably very strong in battle. The pressure was colossal. The boy wondered how he could possibly win someone like her over to his side and convince her to believe in him. It was impossible. Miri smiled, asking what the master was thinking about. Ilshin looked at her and raised his eyebrows in surprise. He was thinking about how he was worried about his future, but he couldn't answer that directly, so the hero decided to do what he came for. The boy raised his eyebrows, suggesting that Miri go out to the roof and train if she didn't mind. The girl smiled, agreeing with his words. Miri closed her eyes and raised her eyebrows, saying that she was only happy about it. Bright streams of lightning flashed against the dark background. The boy raised his head, looking at the giant tiger entangled in chains and emitting lightning. The protagonist pointed his index finger forward, saying that even if he used his abilities, nothing happened. He asked to do it again. The boy used the crushing index finger of a god. Bright lightning flashed against the dark background. The protagonist continued to use the skill. The lightning grew dimmer. They didn't shine so brightly anymore. Ilshin tiredly leaned his hands on his knees, looking at the tiger in front of him. It was bound in chains, emitting yellow lightning. The guy frowned, thinking that it would be easier since he was lucky enough to become stronger after the recent incident, but it was not so. If he could remove this chain, Miri would rise to S rank and he would have the first follower of a high rank. The guy threw the item on the bench, thinking that nothing was working, so he should go back. He didn't understand if it was really that difficult, maybe he was doing something wrong. Ilshin sighed tiredly, asking Miri to stand in the indicated place. The girl agreed. The guy looked up at the system window that popped up. Miri opened her eyes wide, asking if this was the place to stand. Above her was a system window that said she was 19 years old, the first Ilshin believer on Earth, S rank, currently sealed. Note, electric abilities, currently partially sealed. The protagonist frowned and sighed heavily, mentally forcing himself to focus on the seal and rack his brain. Miri smiled awkwardly and raised his eyebrows, asking why the master was looking at her so intently. The protagonist thought about her rank and abilities being currently sealed. The boy frowned, thinking about having to concentrate, as if he was trying to thread a very small needle. The hero raised his eyebrows in surprise when he saw the system window in front of him. The boy looked at the girl, asking who it was sealed by. Miri raised her eyebrows, asking what he was talking about. The protagonist smiled, a drop of sweat dripping down his face. He asked if she knew where his non-sister might have gone. Miri raised her eyebrows and swore with her finger to her cheek, asking why he needed this. Ilshin smiled, thinking that they couldn't do without a heart-to-heart talk. He imagined the image of men. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and smiled, looking away. The waves crashed against the rock, drops of rain fell from the sky. The voice asked the apostle not to worry about anything, because as soon as he descended to earth, all the inhabitants of this world would be granted salvation. A large concrete building was located in the epicenter of the raging waves. Men in uniform were making their rounds of the prison. The hero was sitting in his cell on his knees, his head bowed. He always relied on God's miracle in times of despair, but everything turned out to be a lie. John looked at his shaking hands, thinking that salvation was the only idea that moved his mind and body, but he believed in God too thoughtlessly. The hero frowned and clenched his teeth in displeasure. Tears flowed from his eyes. He wondered why he thought it was an honor to become the food of a god. The eye opened wide, its pupil was red. John raised his eyebrows in fear, looking at the giant eye looking at him. The hero was kneeling in the cell, screaming that this was simply disgusting, because this was not what he wanted. He raised his eyebrows, looking up. However, the boy believed that Ilshin was different. He was the one and only god, a god among gods. John imagined the gloomy face of the main character. His eyes were shining brightly, and his body was surrounded by streams of bright flame. The apostle looked out the window of his cell, asking for salvation for this world. He bowed his head, asking for forgiveness. John closed his eyes, asking the merciful Ilshin to allow this fallen, lost soul to find salvation in his arms. The hero opened his eyes wide. The system reported that he was converted to the faith of Ilshin. The apostle raised his hands, a shudder ran through his body. John knitted his eyebrows and covered his face with his hands, thanking the guy for accepting his sinful soul. A hero in a dark outfit appeared behind him. He questioningly called the name of the main character. On his face was a plague doctor's mask, his eyes were shining brightly. The stranger asked if the apostle was really talking about Ilshin. The girl in dark clothes and a mask came closer. John looked up at her in fear, asking who she was and how she got here. He furrowed his brows, thinking that no one below S class would have gotten here. The hero looked at her, assuming that it was the association that had come for his soul. The apostle continued to wonder who it was. John closed his eyes, saying that he knew that they were jealous of his abilities. He pressed his hand to his chest and knelt down on one knee, saying that he had killed many people. The hero asked if this was how they decided to bribe public opinion. The girl looked at him silently. John opened his shining eyes wide, saying that although he was no longer an apostle of evil, he was still capable of killing her. The girl laughed, saying that he had not even been in the abyss. The hero repeated her words in surprise. She pointed a finger at him, around which there was a bright concentrated energy. The girl noted that no one cared, but he would answer for trying to kill her sister Miri. John's heart sank. The hero gritted his teeth, clutching his chest with his hands. He bent over, screaming loudly in pain. There were dark streams of energy around his body. A loud scream could be heard throughout the prison. The protagonist sat on a chair, crossing his legs. He noted with displeasure that it was not so easy to meet Mina. The guy wondered why she was always busy. Ilshin looked at the object lying on the table. The hero said that this was the norm for any celebrity, so he did not care. The guy happily thought that the sword demon had finally left him alone. The hero imagined the demon writing him a letter. It said that he had unforeseen circumstances due to which he was forced to leave the protagonist. He wrote that maybe not in body, but in soul he would always be there, remembering his radiant appearance every time he swung the blade. The guy sadly pursed his lip, tears flowing from his eyes. Ilshin smiled, looking at the crumpled sheet of paper with the letter, thinking that the sword demon would never come back. The hero threw away the crumpled letter, looking at the phone screen and asking what happened to the creator of the gods. The system reported that a new follower, John, a human, a former follower of the god of destruction, John is fanatically devoted to the hero, was pleased with his faith. The guy cried out, asking how this was possible. The progress of the promotion of a low-ranking good god was presented. Ordinary followers were 5,212,326 people out of 1 billion. Followers with S-class potential and above, 1 in 10. The protagonist thoughtfully rubbed his chin, saying that John should be above S-class. He said that he did not know what was going on, however, he managed to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. It was perfect. The boy looked away, saying that the sword demon had left, but now he had a new S-class follower. He wondered how Ion had come to this. The phone rang loudly. The hero looked at the screen, asking if there was another message. The system reported that the fanatic Ion had died. Ilshin's eyes widened, asking how the boy had managed to do this since he had just acquired a new high-ranking follower. The system reported that everything the fanatic had belonged to God, the victim would be absorbed. The boy asked what was going on. One by one, the red windows of the system appeared, asking for attention. The protagonist frowned, crying out in surprise. The system reported that absorbing the victim could lead to excruciating and stunning pain. A bright stream of energy came out of the phone screen. The boy put out his hand, trying to protect himself. Ilshin opened his mouth wide and threw his head back, screaming hysterically. A bright stream of energy was visible from the window of the building where the boy lived. The hero clenched his fists. Bright streams of energy were around them. Ilshin was breathing heavily, thinking about how he had just absorbed Ion's abilities. He frowned and looked at his palms, mentally asking if it was impossible to make it a less painful process. The hero gritted his teeth, asking if he could use the abilities of followers even after their death. The boy grabbed the phone, asking how the apostle died. Was he really murdered? He saw the headline that the leader of an underground gang of hunters was found dead in his cell, having died of a heart attack. Ilshin looked at the phone screen, saying that he was not mentioned by name, but this leader was definitely Ion. In the system window, there was data on the promotion progress of a low-ranking good and evil god. One S-rank follower was counted in both missions. The protagonist rubbed his chin thoughtfully, saying that he didn't know whether to be happy about it or not, but he was making progress in both missions. He wished the apostle to rest in peace. The guy fell onto the bed and pressed his hand with the phone to his chest, saying that this was unexpected, but good news. He wondered how John managed to become a believer at all. The hero looked up, thinking that after accepting the faith, the apostle suddenly died of a heart attack. The guy thought that he was in the black, but on the other hand, the apostle was a follower of the god of destruction. He wondered if it was possible to be happy about this at all. Ilshin covered his eyes with his hands, saying that he did not understand anything because John was a bad person. The hero sat on the edge of the bed and lowered his head, thinking that the apostle was finished, so there was no need to puzzle over this. The guy asked what he should do next. Ilshin frowned and folded his hands in front of himself, saying that he was free to do whatever he wanted. All the opportunities were there. He could become a hunter and get money and fame, but that was not quite what he wanted. The hero looked at his laptop, saying that he was a writer. The guy thought that it was so, even if he was third-rate and without work. Ilshin frowned, saying that if there was a desire, everything else would follow. Several hours passed. The protagonist sat tiredly at the laptop, saying that he hoped for the activity of readers. He had uploaded 10 chapters after all, and since everything was based on real events, it would be a blast. Ilshin raised his tired gaze to the laptop screen and leaned his head on his hand, assuming that he might have new followers. He decided to look at what they were writing in the comments. The hero opened his eyes wide. A user named Chicken to Smoke wrote that the author was untalented. It felt like everything was written in a hurry and with a bunch of mistakes. A user named Miraculous sadly wrote that he felt sorry for the ants and did not understand why they were being killed. Heavenly Sword left a comment wishing the author a good night's sleep. Ilshin frowned and stood up from the table. He froze in place, wondering why this was happening. The hero realized that he would have to look for another job. There was a knock on the door. The guy looked ahead, asking who was there, because he was not expecting anyone. He assumed that it was the sword demon. Ilshin frowned and rolled up his sleeves, saying that he would beat up the newcomer if it was the sword demon. The protagonist gritted his teeth and opened the door, telling him to get ready. He saw a worried Miri on the threshold. She fell to her knees in front of him. The girl pitifully frowned and folded her hands in a lock on her chest, asking if the master could help her with one extremely difficult matter. Miri closed her eyes, continuing to ask for help. The hero looked at her, thinking that he couldn't refuse because such a face was a forbidden move. He couldn't say no to those eyes because he would be a complete fool. The girl opened her blue eyes wide. Ilshin frowned and gave her a thumbs up. Miri cried out happily. The system reported that the faith of the follower from the ground had increased by 10 points. The hero raised his eyebrows in surprise, noticing that by agreeing, he had received faith points. Miri smiled happily, saying that the master was the best. The guy frowned and looked at her, wondering what she wanted because he had a bad feeling about this. The events take place the next day at the Hunter Academy. There were many people near the building. The main character was dressed in a business suit and walked in front of the girl. He asked if she really wanted him to play her guardian. Miri smiled widely, saying that it was so. The guy thought that she had missed too many classes, so the guardian was called. He wondered if it would have been easier to ask his older sister. Ilshin imagined the frightening image of Min, thinking that it would not have been easier. The boy frowned, realizing what the catch was with those 10 points of faith. Miri looked at him, saying that the suit suited the master very well. She asked why he didn't wear something like that on a regular basis. The hero turned around and frowned, saying that he only had one suit. The girl offered to buy him a couple of them since she had a lot of money. Ilshin said that he didn't need it, she would rather spend the money on herself. Miri smiled and gave a thumbs up, asking to let her buy him a custom-made sports uniform since it was unfair to hide his brutality from the whole world. The protagonist's eyes widened and he froze in place, mentally repeating her words. The guy pressed his hand to his head and imagined the Holy Virgin and the guy with dark hair. He wondered what kind of ant had bitten her, or maybe it was the sword demon. Ilshin headed towards the steps, saying that they needed to hurry or they would be late for the meeting. The girl caught up with him, saying that he was right. The man stood next to the heroes, asking what the guy was to Miri. The girl smiled and pressed her hand to her chest, saying that he was her older cousin. Gainak thoughtfully rubbed his chin, saying that he and his cousin weren't that similar. The protagonist thought about how he had followed her lead, and it seemed like they had already been found out. Miri put her hands at her sides and frowned, saying that she and her brother were very similar. Ilshin furrowed his brows, wondering who was pulling the wool over his eyes since it was all too obvious. Gainak was 33 years old and was noted for his muscular strength. Miri clenched her fist, asking how he could say that her brother was ugly. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and held his hand out in front of him, saying that he didn't mean that at all. The guy thought that, judging by the description, this guy was probably not the most ordinary, and his name matched his muscles. Gainak rubbed the back of his head, apologizing since he thought Mina would come. The protagonist noted that everything was fine. Gainak looked at him, assuming that the guy was also a hunter. He noted that the girl's entire family was outstanding, so he believed that Ilshin was no exception. The protagonist widened his eyes and pointed at himself, saying that he was the most ordinary. Miri turned around and smiled widely, saying that her brother was incredible. The sign said, "Principal's Office." There was a horn attached to a wooden board. The man looked at it. Kansen frowned, thinking about how much time had passed. The soldier looked through his binoculars at the giant stream of dark energy in the sky. He guessed that they seemed to have a gate opening in the middle of the city, and there was an elementary school right around the corner. A giant monster with bright green eyes opened its mouth and screamed loudly. The soldier said that one such creature was capable of tearing Korea to pieces. It was a demonic ogre, an S-rank supreme monster. The man in uniform opened his mouth wide and looked at the others, asking why they were standing still when something needed to be done. They were hunters. He gritted his teeth and looked at the hunters behind him in fear, knowing that even they were no match for such a creature. The soldier pointed his finger forward and frowned, asking the commander to look at it. A man appeared next to the head of the demonic ogre. A bright stream of blue energy was concentrated in his hand. The man gritted his teeth and pointed his fist forward. The monster opened its burning eyes wide and screamed. A bright stream of light appeared in front of the group of people. They covered their heads with their hands. The demonic ogre fell to the ground, leaving cracks on it. Next to the body of the creature stood a man, whose body was surrounded by bright streams of energy. He looked at the crowd of hunters and soldiers below. The hero in the crowd thought that this guy single-handedly dealt with the supreme monster of the S-rank. It was simply unthinkable. The man frowned, looking forward. The hero thought that he had never seen this hunter. He himself must be at least as high-ranked, since he dealt with the monster so quickly. He wondered where this man was from. Kansen leaned on the nightstand and folded his arms over his chest, saying that he just wanted to live a peaceful life, but because of that monster, everything was spinning like this. He sighed tiredly, saying that some people still thought of him as a janitor. The man smiled and looked out the window, saying that he was too old for that, so he needed to train the youth, develop the talents of the academy students, because it was his duty. Kansen was watching the training battle outside, saying that he had one problematic girl, Miri. He rubbed his chin, saying that she had recently gained strength. Only the higher-ups of the association knew about the internal barrier that was holding her back. The man noted that she simply needed control and gradual growth. Kansen leaned his hands on the shelf and threw his head back, saying that she would just come by today, so he would try to explain everything to her, because it was his duty. Gainak raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking if the guy was really a writer. The hero thought about how he felt like he was looking down on him. Gainak walked next to the heroes, saying that although you wouldn't know it, he really liked to read. He was interested in what the main character was writing about. Ilshin walked ahead, saying that it was a story about an ant colony that was controlled using a mobile phone. The main characters were a holy virgin and a muscle-bound ant. Gainak frowned and turned around, repeating the words about the muscle-bound ant. The guy froze in place. The hero pointed to the sign, saying that they had already arrived. This was the director's office. Gainak knocked on the door, saying that Miri and her guardian had come to see the director. The man allowed them to enter. Ilshin straightened his tie, frowning, thinking that he was nervous, like at an interview. The girl closed her eyes. The guy bowed to the director, saying that he was Miri's cousin. Today he was replacing her guardian. Kansen smiled, greeting the heroes. Ilshin looked up at him and scratched his head, saying that he didn't know what Miri had done, but he hoped that it could be solved. Kansen laughed, telling him not to worry. That wasn't the case. The boy and the man both screamed, recognizing each other. Kansen widened his eyes and pointed at him. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth, looking at the man. He remembered Kansen with a bottle at his mouth, thinking that this was the same old man he had met not long ago. Ilshin froze in place, thinking that this was definitely the S-class hunter Kansen, known as the janitor. The man frowned and imagined a giant monster, thinking that he remembered the man's face. Kansen closed his eyes and smiled, thinking that it was impossible for that same man to come here. The protagonist smiled happily, saying that he recognized the old man. He was glad to see him in good health. The guy thought that they got along well last time, so he hoped that this conversation would not drag on. Kansen put his hands in front of him and frowned, telling him not to come closer. The hero frowned and looked at Gainak, asking what was wrong, because he was really happy to meet her. The guy froze in place, putting his hands in front of him and thinking that the director was somehow tense, so it was better to intervene, because an ordinary guy like Ilshin would die from one blow. Kansen frowned and took a fighting stance. The protagonist put his hands on his hips, asking why the man was acting like this. Miri stood between them and spread her arms, asking what was going on here. She asked them to calm down. The man opened his mouth wide and screamed, telling her not to interfere. Kansen frowned, saying that they did not know, but at any moment a very scary creature could appear. Gainak frowned, thinking that he didn't understand anything, but the director was clearly scared of something about this guy. It was incredible. He wondered what kind of cousin Miri had. Ilshin raised his hand, asking if this was the way to treat someone who kindly gave him 5,001 the last time they met. Kansen turned away from him and let out a frightened cry. Gainak thought about the 5,001 in surprise. The man gritted his teeth and turned around, breaking the window. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and turned to the Hugnam, asking where he was going since he didn't need to return anything. Kansen crossed his arms in front of him, jumping down. The people on the street froze, watching the man jump out of the third-floor window. Kansen landed on one knee, raising a stream of dust. He quickly ran away, and people watched him with surprised looks. Gainak raised his eyebrows and widened his eyes in surprise. Ilshin rubbed the back of his head, asking what was wrong with the director. The boys were standing in the director's office and did not know how to react. Looking out the window, they saw Kansen running away in horror. Gainak looked at the boys and apologized for this. Then he twisted his temple near his finger and said that there was no need to worry because the director was a little off after the last mission. The main character was confused and said to himself that he had not been in his right mind before. The old man quickly ran away, flashing his heels, and Gainak said that he was sure that the director would return soon. Some time passed. Kansen was sitting on a chair with a cup of tea. The main character, Miri, and Gainak were also in the office. After trying the cookies, the girl froze. Suddenly, she handed the treat to the main character and admiringly said that he simply had to try it, but Ilshin refused. While Miri was persuading the master to try it, the old man stared at the main character. Taking the cookie, the boy noticed the director's gaze and wondered why he was staring at him so intently. Looking away, he suddenly saw a notice in front of him, which stated that Miri had given him a tribute, Kansen's favorite snack. As soon as the protagonist read this, he looked at the cookie in surprise and wondered if this was some kind of tribute. He saw the old man's glowing eyes again, focused on him. Could it be because of the snack? The boy wondered. After a short pause, he stood up and asked the principal what he wanted to say, then added that if Kansen wanted, they could go outside and talk in private. Hearing this, the principal became very scared and shouted, no, there was no need for that. He waved his hand and asked Ilshin to sit down, and then they would discuss this in front of everyone. The protagonist was very confused and wondered how he could quickly get out of this. Gainak brought his fist to his mouth and said that they had to contact the guardian because Miri had started skipping classes regularly. He also said that they believed that the girl was a capable student, but she needed supervision in order to succeed. The protagonist closed his eyes and firmly replied that he understood everything, adding that he would definitely take care of Miri. Gainak looked at the director, who was shaking with fear, and thanked Ilshin for taking the time to see them. At the same time, he thought that perhaps this was enough. After these words, the protagonist and Miri stood up and said that if this was all, then they would go. Suddenly, the old man shouted loudly, stopping the boys. Everyone looked at the director in surprise. Kansen, with a very serious expression on his face, said that he could not just let them go. Hearing this, the protagonist pointed at himself and asked fearfully why. Then the old man asked if the boy even knew how long he had been looking for him. Suddenly, he jumped up from his chair and pointed at Ilshin, shouting that this was fate. The boy was confused and asked himself why. The director elegantly adjusted his hair and asked if the protagonist knew that their Hunter Academy was well equipped. Then he put up his finger and added that he thought they should do some tests, so they should follow him. Suddenly, he raised his fists and shouted at the top of his lungs that he wanted to measure the protagonist's strength. Ilshin was very confused and asked why he needed to do that. The old man stretched out his hand and shouted that if the guy passed the test, he would do anything for him, anything. Hearing this, the protagonist said to himself that no one forced him to say that. Without thinking twice, he put up his finger and asked how about turning a blind eye to all of Miri's absences, including future ones. Kansen gave a thumbs up and shouted happily, coming. Gainak spread his arms and turned to the director, but the old man did not let him speak, shouting loudly that he could not miss such an opportunity. Go ahead. Kansen's joyful shout was heard from the building the next second. In the lab, the protagonist entered the capsule, and the lab assistant at the control panel asked if it was dangerous, since it was a surprise hunter qualification test for a common man. The director stood nearby and calmly said that it was only once, it was very important. The girl looked at the protagonist's past results and said that the previous test showed that he had a maximum of G class, after which she asked what the old man wanted to see there. The director turned around and menacingly replied that he did not want to see it. The protagonist approached the sphere of waste, reading that it was used as a tool for assessing a person's abilities, and was also able to determine the number of followers of a god and the number of victims brought to him. He frowned, thinking that he had a bad feeling. Behind the glass, he heard Kansen's voice, who ordered Ilshin to put his hand on the sphere to begin the test. The guy immediately obeyed and put his hand. A blow of mana immediately blinded him. The sphere sparkled and made various sounds, testing the protagonist's strength. The director said that the test was over so the guy could leave the capsule, when suddenly Ilshin sighed with relief. The girl looked down and thoughtfully said that it was interesting. The protagonist's cheeks blushed embarrassedly and he thought that his greatness would finally be recognized. The guy clasped his hands and happily asked what class he was, because maybe S class since he was a god, to which the girl coldly replied that he was G class. She pulled out a piece of paper, adding that absolutely all the indicators were within the G class, so nothing outstanding. Ilshin and Miri's expressions immediately changed. The lab assistant looked at the shocked guy and said that these were the most mediocre results possible. Kansen's expression changed and he shouted loudly, asking if Yunbai was sure that the machine was fine, to which the girl replied that the results obtained had an error of 0.1%. Nikki looked forward and asked if the director and the girl were so close that he called her by her first name. The protagonist read in the system window that Yunbai was Kansen's daughter and said that they were related. The girl shouted at the director that she was Yunbai's assistant at work, when suddenly Miri shouted in shock that they were not alike at all. Ilshin frowned, thinking that he did not understand anything. After all, he was a god, and then wondered if the sphere measured the power of a god as well. Kansen put his hands on his daughter's shoulders and asked if she was sure of the result, when suddenly Yunbai pushed him away, shouting that she was sure. The director looked at the piece of paper in shock, wondering how the boy did it that day, since he was sure that it happened as soon as he passed out. The man immediately opened his eyes wide, thinking. With a smirk on his face, he thought that if this was a special condition for activating his ability. His gaze lit up and he thought that in that case, he would have to push the boy. Ilshin asked if Miri wanted to grab a bite to eat on the way back, to which she happily agreed. With his fists, Kansen jumped behind them and shouted furiously that they were not done yet. The protagonist turned back in displeasure and asked what again, to which the director ordered him to fight him, and show what Ilshin could do. He shouted that this useless machine must have made a mistake, when suddenly Yunbai shook with anger when she heard these words. Ilshin coldly replied that he did not want to, since the director had nothing else to offer him anyway. The boy looked up, thinking that both the sword demon and John had believed in him just after the fight. He looked at Kansen and wondered if he could beat him up, he could get another S-class follower for his mission. The protagonist flexed his fists with a smile on his face and shouted, "Okay." Tunuk, Miri, and Yunbai looked at him with confusion. Kansen clenched his fist in joy and shouted that they needed to move to the training hall. The boy who asked to fight the protagonist appeared behind him. Tunuk's eyes were burning with rage, and he added that it was unacceptable for the Legend of Korea, their director, to personally fight a lower-class person. Everyone was in the training hall. The protagonist stood in the arena and touched the iron net. Raising his head, he thought that it looked pretty strong, but would it be able to withstand superpowers? Suddenly, his opponent asked the boy if he really didn't want to wear protective armor. Ilshin turned around and replied that Gynuk hadn't put them on either. The man put on boxing gloves and said menacingly that there was a difference in experience between them. The protagonist quickly put on the gloves and calmly said that everything was fine, he didn't want to put anything on. Rage appeared in Gynuk's eyes, after which he said that the guy would not regret it later. The director stood outside the arena and told Ilshin that caution wouldn't hurt. Then he pointed at Gynuk and explained that he was at the top of the B-rank hunters, and he also had colossal combat experience, so he could handle even a rank hunter. Hearing this, the protagonist was very surprised and asked, "Seriously?" Miri suddenly jumped up and joyfully shouted that Ilshin could handle it, after which she added that he should knock down the enemy with one blow. When the guy heard this, he became even more confused, and the aura of his opponent became more and more terrifying. Suddenly, one of the students in the training hall pointed to the arena and shouted loudly to everyone that there was going to be a sparring match. Seeing so many spectators, the protagonist became scared. Suddenly, Gynuk suggested ending it as quickly as possible before a whole crowd gathered here. Ilshin heard this and turned around questioningly. Coming to his senses, he scratched the back of his head and agreed, after which he told the teacher to attack. Gynuk's aura became terrifying with anger. He looked at the guy and asked himself if he really didn't care about this situation, if he didn't even care about the difference in strength. This really irritated him. He got into a stance and shouted in his mind that he didn't know what special thing the director expected from this upstart, but he would show him the true power of an experienced hunter. Thinking about this, he exhaled heavily and said, "Okay, forward," he exclaimed and swung. He made a quick attack, from which the protagonist jumped back with a scream. Surprise appeared in Gynuk's eyes and he wondered if the boy had dodged, then added that although he had deliberately reduced the force before the collision, what was that? Was it just beginner's luck? He rushed to attack again, thinking that Ilshin's luck would end there. The teacher quickly closed the distance with the frightened protagonist. He put strength into his hand and said in his head that he was finished. The protagonist was enveloped in fear, and a bright glow lit up his face. At that very second, Gynuk hit his opponent in the face with all his might. The crowd of spectators cheered, shouting that the teacher was very cool. Gynuk exhaled in displeasure after the blow, but suddenly shock pierced him. Ilshin was standing in front of him with his hand raised. He put out a finger, which immediately lit up. He was going to use God's crushing index finger. Gynuk looked at the finger and could not move. The protagonist quickly lowered his hand and flicked his opponent. A bright glow hit the teacher's forehead, and teeth flew out of his mouth. Before losing consciousness, he asked himself what this was. The next second, he flew to the opposite side of the arena. The principal watched the outcome of the fight without emotion, his arms folded across his chest. Ilshin rubbed his nose and wondered if his opponent was really a B-class, adding that his actual strength seemed to be comparable to that of an A-class. Miri was clapping her hands joyfully and shouting that the protagonist was doing well, while the principal calmly said that he knew it. Gynuk was lying on the arena and couldn't move. The students looked at the arena in shock and asked who the man was. Yunbai was standing furthest away. She adjusted her glasses and said in confusion that Ilshin even felt like an ordinary person. After that, she asked how that was possible. A few minutes later, Gynuk was taken to the medical department. The protagonist looked out from behind the bars with excitement, wondering if the teacher was okay. Kansen slowly approached him from behind and shouted that it was his turn to fight Ilshin. The principal immediately threw off his shirt, which surprised the protagonist greatly. Kansen immediately clenched his fists menacingly, slamming them together. Ilshin read that the man had muscle strength that exceeded all reasonable limits. Ilshin squinted as he read the information, thinking that he was already tired of this muscle strength because it was everywhere. The guy looked at the approaching man and thought that every second-old man on steroids was eager to beat him. But what could he do? Because he still didn't know another way to attract strong believers. His eyes lit up and he hoped that it was worth it. Kansen frowned, thinking, even taking into account that the guy easily defeated Gynuk and deceived their rank measuring technique. He continued to think with horror, this still doesn't compare to what the main character did that day. He He thought menacingly that he simply had to knock the guy out to make sure. Ilshin laughed maliciously. The director shouted that he hadn't felt his blood boil with impatience in a long time, so they should begin. The protagonist grinned and asked to make a bet first. He held out his hand and said that the loser must grant one wish to the winner, then asked what the man would say. Kansen replied that he didn't mind, as long as it wasn't illegal, since he held a government position after all. Ilshin raised his index finger and said that he would make one modest wish within reason. Kansen exhaled angrily, wondering if the guy was really so confident in his victory. Ilshin thought that even if the man didn't immediately become a believer, he would find a way to get to him, just like with Miri. The director said menacingly that these were dubious conditions, but oh well. Then, he shouted, looking at the guy. With a smirk on his face, he said that if he won, the guy would also owe him one wish. The protagonist answered with a smile on his face, of course thinking that it was no problem since he would win anyway. The director grinned and said that it was time to begin. His eyes immediately lit up with rage and his body was enveloped in mana. Ilshin jumped back in surprise. The guy narrowed his eyes, thinking that the old man was no slouch. The protagonist thought about how he was worse when suddenly the clothes on his body were torn from the steel body. The director's face changed, frowning in surprise. The opponents looked at each other with anger. The crowd was shocked to ask who this guy was and how many skills he had, while Miri listened to them with pride. Kansen grinned and said that the guy was the very person from the prophecy, when suddenly Ilshin asked if he was talking about the S-class prophecy. That's right, the director replied, because she predicted the appearance of a simultaneously cruel and noble creature. Ilshin put his hand to his chin and thought about it. If he thought about it, it was like an evil god and a good god. The director added that she said that if such a creature appeared, he was obliged to force the boy to join the academy. Join the academy? The protagonist asked with bewilderment. He thought that he intended to become a popular novelist and win a Nobel Prize, so he did not have any extra time. The boy said that he was somehow reluctant when suddenly he saw his opponent's leg in front of his face. Kansen was rapidly approaching his face. He immediately punched him with all his might. Miri and Yunbai looked at the fighting boys in fear. The director angrily swung his fists. "Come on," he shouted menacingly. The protagonist looked at him in bewilderment, covering his face with his hands. Kansen shouted that he wanted to meet the genius from the prophecy with his own eyes, and for now the protagonist was not up to it, so let him fight with all his might. The main character screamed furiously, attacking his opponent. The old man did not give up his position and continued to press. They fought furiously, beating each other. Ilshin missed the director's heavy blows. Kansen also did not have time to block the main character's quick blows. All the spectators were shocked by such a sight. Ilshin gritted his teeth, putting all his strength. Suddenly, he saw the old man stagger. Not missing this moment, the guy kicked his opponent in the side with all his might. Blood spurted from the director's mouth, but he also seized the moment and kicked his opponent in the side with all his might. Ilshin screamed from terrible pain. Kansen wiped the blood from his mouth and joyfully exclaimed that this was not bad at all, adding that he did not expect anything else from him. The main character was shaking with pain and said to himself that this was still an S-class. However, he suddenly thought. The old man raised his fists again. Ilshin held his stomach and said without a shadow of a doubt that he would definitely defeat him if he tried hard and used all his strength. Suddenly, the principal pointed his finger at the boy and said enthusiastically that the academy needed people like the main character, so he simply had to win. Then he clenched his fist tightly and added, even if he had to use all his strength. Hearing this, Ilshin raised his fists and said discontentedly that the old man would not live to see that. Immediately after that, he jumped up and warned that he was attacking. But suddenly he stopped because he saw his opponent shaking. A strong magical aura enveloped the old man's legs. Suddenly, a terrifying power was released from the principal. His burning eyes expressed his seriousness. The students, seeing this, looked at each other and said in surprise that the principal was now fighting with all his strength and his fists were inflated like balloons. They were shaking with fear and asked if they should intervene. But the protagonist was not afraid and rushed to attack with a scream. Miri looked at this in fear and screamed in her head that this was too much. She understood that they had to be stopped. Ilshin ran at the old man, who was already preparing to attack. They simultaneously carried out a quick blow towards each other. Suddenly, surprise appeared in the eyes of the protagonist. A notification appeared in front of him, which said that the filter had passed the color test on the 11th floor of the Warrior's Tower. Another notification said that a loyal follower of Ilho presented him with tribute. After reading this, before the fists of the two opponents clashed, Ilshin asked himself if it was really at a time like this. The protagonist lowered his eyes and said in his head that every time Ilho passed the test, he was offered a reward. The guy saw the old man's fist flying at him and thought that now he needed to defeat Kansen, and then deal with the rewards. The director, with a slight smile on his face, said to himself that he should at least break his opponent's arm. Their fists were a few centimeters apart. When their fists collided, a magical explosion was heard. When the glow died down, Ilshin was confused by his opponent. Kansen, with beads of sweat on his face, looked at the guy menacingly. A bouquet of roses immediately appeared in front of Ilshin's face. He looked at the shocked director and asked if this was the tribute. The guy threw the bouquet aside, asking why he needed a tribute in front of his face at such a moment. The bouquet quickly flew into Kansen's face. He looked to the side, asking, "Flowers." The silhouette of a terrible monster suddenly appeared in front of his face. With loud screams, the man broke through the net, running forward in horror. Tears flowed from his eyes and he thought that he could not lose, but he could not lose against that creature either. The protagonist looked ahead in confusion. The guy asked what was wrong with him. Was he allergic to flowers? With a smile on his face, he wondered if he had won, and if so, would Grandpa become his believer? Ilshin looked at the phone screen and was surprised that there was no notification about this. With shining eyes, he thought that he would still get the man into the ranks of followers. Seeing a message from the aunt, he was surprised and asked himself what she wanted from him again. The guy read that several million residents wanted to settle in his settlement. Would he show mercy and take them under his wing? The protagonist smiled happily, shouting that the number of his believers was growing on its own, which meant that everything was going smoothly. Ilshin turned to the side, seeing a joyful Miri in front of him. His face changed, thinking that it was time for him to leave. In the system notification, the protagonist read about the development of the settlement's infrastructure, in which the number of protective walls was doubled. Walking down the hallway, the boy read that the construction of houses for new believers had been completed, and then accepted congratulations that the number of believers had increased. He looked at the number of regular followers on his phone, saying that although he had expanded his territory to accommodate the increased number of believers, it was not enough. Ilshin slapped his face, asking how he could attract 1 billion believers. The ants, smiling, pointed to the great god and said that he was telling them something. They asked if this was the text of a prayer from their god, to which the Holy Virgin asked everyone to pray together. The protagonist received a notification from her on his phone, when suddenly Ilshin wondered what they were up to. The ants joyfully raised their paws up, starting to curse, mistaking it for a prayer. Ilshin closed his eyes, saying that now he understood why it was better not to curse in front of children. The boy walked forward, asking where the director had gone. He looked at the phone and screamed, asking what this time. "What?" he screamed in shock. The sword demon was walking through the forest with his last strength, holding the knife to his body. He clenched his teeth and was ready to stab himself. Ilshin read on the phone whether he wanted to save his believer, the sword demon, from committing suicide. The guy's face changed and he screamed loudly, asking, "Suicide." The forest. The warm wind carried the green leaves of the trees. In front of a beautiful house sat a man shaking with fear. The sword demon held a blade in front of his chest. Suddenly, a portal appeared behind him, from which the main character came out. When he saw the guy, he immediately called out to him. The sword demon turned around with tears in his eyes and asked if this was really the sword god. Suddenly, he screamed, begging for help. Ilshin put his hand to his head and exhaled heavily. He walked up to the sword demon and put his hand on the blade. Taking it, the guy threw it to the ground. Then he kicked him hard with his foot, and the sword demon sighed with relief. After that, the protagonist turned to the follower and screamed furiously, asking what kind of fly bit him, that his intestines were asking to come out. "It's not like that," the sword demon said confusedly. Hearing this, Ilshin was surprised. After a short pause, he quietly said that the guy did not want to commit suicide. Suddenly, he turned around sharply and exclaimed that it was his doing. Behind him stood a man in a suit, from whom a terrifying aura emanated. On his face was a plague mask, and his eyes burned with a red flame. In the eyes of the man under the mask there was indifference, with which he thought, Again, I didn't feel anything," she added, after which she asked herself where he came from. The protagonist carefully looked at the girl in the suit and said nothing. Suddenly, the sword demon pointed at the girl and shouted at Ilshin to be careful, because this man was using a strange technique. He explained that the girl was somehow whispering in his ear remotely, and he was doing as she said. Suddenly, the protagonist suspected something and was surprised. "This is not a man," he suddenly said calmly. Hearing this, the sword demon was very surprised and asked, "What do you mean?" Ilshin took a closer look and asked Mina what she was doing here. Hearing this, the girl in the suit realized that she was recognized. The sword demon tensed up and asked herself discontentedly what she wanted from him, because they had never even crossed paths. In the characteristic screen above the girl, it was written that she was under the influence of the curse of the abyss. Mina suddenly got very angry and screamed, asking how he was. Ilshin scratched his cheek and replied that he had already said that he had a sensory skill, so. Hearing this, the sword demon asked himself in surprise, did they really know each other? After that, he raised his fist to his mouth and said in his head with admiration that only celebrities follow the sword god. The girl took off the plague mask and threw it on the ground. Taking off the hood, it was clear from her face that she was very unhappy. Seeing the face of the killer, the sword demon was shocked. "So beautiful," he screamed. Hearing this, Mina tensed up and said in her head that she could not believe that this goddess was actually a pervert, but she would not be fooled. She stood in front of the mask and sternly told the protagonist not to make her laugh, because this mask isn't a class artifact with concealment properties. She released powerful magical energy from herself and screamed that no sensory skill can bypass the block of such an item. The sword demon covered himself with his hands, protecting himself from the terrifying aura of the girl. Suddenly, the protagonist stretched out his hand and said, "Okay," then asked what the girl was doing here. Hearing this, Mina became furious. She pointed her finger at the sword demon and shouted furiously that she wanted to kill this creature. Wasn't it obvious? Ilshin looked at the sword demon and asked why she wanted to kill him. The sword demon looked ahead from under his brows and asked if the guy remembered how he said there were a dozen people he couldn't kill. He pointed at the girl and said that she was one of them. Ilshin turned around and didn't think he was that weak. The guy turned away, saying that he didn't know what the matter was, but they could just hush it up. The protagonist looked at Mina and said that the sword demon might seem like a jerk at first glance, but he was actually a nice guy. The girl immediately let out a surprised breath. The veins on her face stood out and she asked if he really wanted her to hush up the attempted murder of her little sister. The protagonist thought with displeasure how the girl knew everything, and then asked why the guy hadn't done anything to her in the end. Why not? The sword demon looked ahead in fear, while Ilshin said that if Mina insisted, he would deal with him himself. After all, for now he was responsible for Miri. The girl folded her arms across her chest and said that she didn't know where he came from, but it was very opportune, so she asked him to deal with the guy. She added that she would deal with the protagonist later. Ilshin's face changed and he asked in bewilderment why. Mina asked why he was surprised, because Joan had also called him by name, so he shouldn't pretend. The protagonist looked at her in fear, while the girl added that she knew everything, that the guy was to blame for everything. She frowned and asked for what purpose he was hanging around Miri, because he had played a prank on the savior with his friend in order to gain her favor, because what was he up to? The protagonist looked at her, thinking what kind of idiotic conclusions, saying that he had a counter question. The guy asked if the girl cherished her sister so much, why did she seal her abilities? Mina's face changed and wondered how he knew about it. She looked at him, wondering what kind of sensory skills he had. The girl looked menacingly into his eyes, thinking that she should kill him. Ilshin thought about the bloody seal that Mina had placed in exchange for her life, which was now promised to the abyss. The guy thought that this was the same seal of Miri, which he would never be able to remove, no matter how hard he tried. He knew that Mina was its creator. Ilshin looked at the girl and said that he did not understand why someone would bequeath their own life to someone in exchange for such a seal, unless. He asked if Mina was jealous of her potential, because her sister was much stronger and she did not want to lose power. Mina got very angry, asking what he even knew. She menacingly pointed her hand forward, releasing a stream of mana. After that, she screamed at the guy not to talk nonsense. The protagonist looked forward in horror. The sword demon immediately raised his hand up, holding a sword in it. He pushed off the ground, rising above the girl. Mina pointed her hand forward, putting a finger with mana to her head. She immediately looked away, calling him a pathetic insect. The girl released a stream of strong mana forward. The sword demon gritted his teeth from the pain that hit him in the face. Mina looked away and saw that the guy left a mark on the ground. The sword demon crashed into a tree with his back, groaning loudly in pain. Ilshin immediately turned to the side at the sounds. The protagonist looked at the guy sitting on the ground in fear. He immediately turned to the girl, wondering what kind of ability this was, because she simply brushed off the sword demon. The protagonist anxiously asked how the guy was, to which the sword demon asked him to be careful. With blood at his mouth, he said that there were rumors that Mina was not an S-class, but an SS class. Ilshin turned to look at her and wondered if she was really that strong, since he was only a G-class. The girl sent a stream of mana towards him, wishing for his death. She immediately squeezed her hand hard, breaking the mana. The protagonist's heart immediately began to hurt badly. In horror, he opened his mouth wide. The protagonist screamed in pain and grabbed his chest. The sword demon saw this and screamed in horror. Ilshin held on to the terrifying magical energy on his heart. Mina, with burning eyes, smiled. The protagonist shook in pain and cursed. No, the sword demon screamed. He convulsed and begged the sword god not to die. Suddenly, Ilshin turned to his follower and screamed that he was not dying. He scratched the attack spots with displeasure and shouted that he was just ticklish. Hearing this, Mina lowered her hand from her temple in shock. The sword demon, with tears in his eyes, exclaimed joyfully. A satisfied smile appeared on the protagonist's face, with which he happily said, "It finally let go." Mina, with her hands raised, looked at the guy in shock and said in her head that she put all her strength into this attack, and he was ticklish, after which she asked with displeasure where he even came from. After a short pause, she exhaled heavily and said that she admitted that the guy was better than she expected. but he was mistaken if he thought that mental abilities were all she had. Yes, the protagonist asked in surprise upon hearing this. The sword demon rose to his feet and stood behind his god. A terrifying magical power enveloped the girl, and she rose into the air. The sword demon immediately took out his sword, and Ilshin covered his eyes with his hand from the dust. Nina stretched out her hands, which immediately caught fire. The sword demon turned to the protagonist and shouted that he needed to be careful, because he had already said that she was closer to SS rank, including in physical parameters. Ilshin turned to the girl who was preparing to attack and said to himself that officially in Korea there are no hunters stronger than S-class, and if the sword demon is right, then. He tensed up and shouted in his head that she was stronger than that nervous old man many times over. Nina, with burning eyes and veins all over her face, ordered Ilshin to burn. Hearing this, the protagonist was surprised. The sword demon was very scared and raised his sword. The next second, Mina released a huge fireball from her hands. The protagonist caught fire and screamed in horror. The sword demon was scared and tried to jump away. A powerful explosion was heard. The clothes on Ilshin's hand were badly burned, causing him to scream in fear. What the hell? In front of him was a huge crater from the explosion. The protagonist looked up at Mina and said in his head that he almost burned to death on the spot. An ice ball appeared in the girl's hand, and she mockingly asked if the guys were already baked, after which she added that she was just getting a taste for it. After saying this, she raised her hands and increased the ice ball by 100 times. A few seconds later, she directed all her destructive power at the guys, screaming that it was time for them to freeze. A beam of ice hit the ground right in front of the protagonist. Ilshin looked down, saying that he was cold. The guy looked down at his legs, which were starting to be covered in ice, while the sword demon was completely frozen. Ilshin looked up, wondering how many attacks she had in her arsenal, because wasn't that a bit too many for a mentalist? The protagonist looked at the furious girl and screamed, "Sure, a mentalist." He tensed up and put a lot of effort into breaking the ice at his feet. The protagonist immediately screamed loudly at the sword demon that this was all just an illusion. He looked up and screamed that it was all fake, when suddenly Mina laughed maliciously. She said with a smile that the guy was right, because she creates mental spheres that embody illusions. The girl looked down at the protagonist and asked if he knew. Nina began to lift rocks from the ground with her magic, screaming that a perfect illusion is no different from reality. The guys immediately looked at each other in horror. The girl stretched out her hand forward, directing the rocks at the guys. She lifted the earth up while in the air. With glowing eyes, Mina said that even if this was just an illusion, if the protagonist fell into her captivity, he would die. With the help of magic, she directed a piece of earth forward. The girl lowered her down, screaming if she didn't want to be flattened, then let her tell, after which she asked who he was and what the hell he wanted from her. Ilshin looked ahead in horror, thinking that he wasn't sure that the girl would listen to him, but it was worth a try. The protagonist stood up straight and replied that he was an ordinary graphomaniac. He added that he was the author of the novel Even Ants Have Gods. Nina frowned, looking at him in bewilderment. The guy said that he didn't want anything from Miri, because he was only guiding her on the path to becoming an S-class hunter, so he really didn't understand why Mina did this. The protagonist begged her to remove her seal from Miri. Nina asked if he was delirious in advance, after which she screamed if he wanted to die so much, then suddenly sent a large flow of mana upward. Her eyes lit up with rage and she screamed, "Die." The girl immediately began to forcefully lift the stone up, screaming loudly. The sword demon immediately looked at the protagonist in horror and screamed. A huge piece of earth fell down with all its might. Mina looked forward angrily. The girl exhaled, calling them pathetic worms. She immediately whispered, "Skill transfer." The protagonist instantly activated the steel body, clenching his hand into a fist. The guy gritted his teeth, breaking the stone into pieces. Shock appeared in Mina's eyes. The protagonist used skill transfer. Ilshin used the steel body and rushed at the piece of earth. His fist quickly approached the projectile. At that very second, they were a few centimeters away from collision. A powerful energy explosion was heard. Nina covered her face with her hands from dust and dirt. The protagonist's energy pierced the huge ball through and through. Fragments of stones and earth flew in all directions. He destroyed the earth sphere and remained unharmed. Mina looked at the guy in shock and wondered if he could really handle one blow. Ilshin smiled wickedly, and the sword demon burst out of the ice and joyfully exclaimed that he had no doubts about the sword god. The protagonist abruptly turned to his follower and told the guy not to lie, because he had doubts, because when he said it was an illusion, the sword demon continued to stand like a pillar. Hearing this, the sword demon froze in shock. Suddenly, he fell to his knees and began to beg for forgiveness. Nina looked at the arguing guys and said to herself, he is just an ordinary G-class. The protagonist put his foot on his subordinate and turned to Mina, saying that he still needed to deal with her. The girl was very surprised. Ilshin appeared right in front of her eyes and asked if she wanted to talk normally. Mina, with horror in her eyes, said to herself that it was very fast. The girl abruptly jumped away from the guy and screamed, "What the hell?" She sharply put 2 fingers to his temple and said, "Activation." The protagonist exhaled heavily and said that he just wanted to talk. But suddenly, what he saw surprised him. Mira stretched out her arms and used her strongest technique, Universal Mind. Her terrifying power attacked the protagonist from all sides. She completely absorbed him and lifted him into the air. The guy closed his eyes, not understanding what was happening. When he opened his eyes, he was surprised. Looking around, he did not understand where he found the space around him. Ilshin slowly walked forward. It was envelopingly soft, but at the same time elastic. With each step he took on the ground, it seemed like waves were spreading. A pleasant aroma of freshness hung in the air. The protagonist raised his head and said that he felt very good. Despite the emptiness, he clearly distinguished the chirping of insects, characteristic of summer nights. Ilshin calmly walked forward and hummed something under his breath. It seemed that he could achieve anything he wanted. The guy walked with his eyes closed and happily said that he felt like he could move mountains now. The guy bent down, looking ahead in fear. The protagonist raised his head up and saw the starry sky. Ilshin whispered that it was wonderful, when suddenly he heard a loud voice behind him. Mina gritted her teeth and screamed loudly that he was driving her crazy, when suddenly he turned around in fear. The girl extended her index finger forward and used activation. The protagonist looked at her with fear, thinking that they had already fought. With veins on her face, Mina looked ahead menacingly. Ilshin's body immediately began to be swallowed by the quagmire that the girl directed at him. The protagonist screamed in horror, waving his arms. Mina looked at him coldly and said that he was finished. "Spit it out," she screamed, as Ilshin suddenly raised his index finger, using his last strength to activate the god-crushing index finger. The boy groaned loudly, screaming in pain. He looked up at the girl, furiously thinking that it wasn't working. Mina came closer to him. The girl coldly said that he would not die in the real world, because once he was sucked into it, he would simply become a vegetable and forget about his vile plans. Ilshin looked at her in bewilderment. With tears in his eyes, he shouted that it was as bad as 2 of everything else. The girl put her foot on his head, while the protagonist thought that he did not need to worry because none of this was real. Mina folded her arms over her chest and said that she would give him one last chance, when suddenly Ilshin angrily shouted that they just needed to talk. "Well?" Mina asked, frowning furiously. She pressed on the guy's head, asking who he was and what he wanted from Miri. Ilshin sheepishly looked up and called the girl the respected Mina. The girl smiled and told him to continue, when suddenly the protagonist replied that he could see them. He added that he could see her underwear. Mina jumped back, and suddenly Ilshin thought about what she expected, putting on a short dress and stepping on someone's face. The girl stretched her hand forward, shouting for the pervert to die. The quagmire immediately began to suck the guy in. He clenched his teeth in fear, looking down. Mina, with burning eyes, looked down menacingly. She frowned and exhaled menacingly. The protagonist began to drown, thinking that he wanted to sleep. The guy thought that he should not fall asleep. Ilshin continued to sink down, thinking that he should find out why Mina sealed Miri's abilities, but he wanted to sleep so much. The system notification said that the protagonist had fulfilled the conditions for using the rose that blooms in the night. Mina looked down, thinking that for some reason she was imagining things. She frowned, noticing that the water began to bubble. An enraged monster immediately burst out from inside. At this time, the girl jumped away in fear. Mina looked up in horror, thinking that the best dream awaited her. When the quagmire swallowed the main character, the girl looked at the waves spreading across the water and said that she had not evicted anything, after which she added that she had already thought that he was somehow connected to the abyss since he knew so much. Without raising her eyes, she thought that she did not really care about the personality of the main character. The main thing was that he would stop chatting. Having said this, she turned around and said in her head that it was time to return to reality. Suddenly she heard bubbling and turned around. The girl saw a bright glow bursting out of the water. Suddenly, a huge predatory flower burst out of the abyss. A huge flycatcher roared furiously and sprayed saliva in all directions. The flower rushed at Mina, who was shocked and asked herself what was happening here. With its mouth wide open, the flower was going to eat the girl. At the very last moment, Mina managed to jump back. She slid along the ground. When she got up, she asked herself in fear, what the hell was that? The flower had become several times larger. Looking at it, Mina wondered if it was still growing. But how did it get into her imaginary space? Because nothing can penetrate here from the outside without her permission. Suddenly, she remembered the main character and asked herself if it was really him who tried. The predatory flower opened its mouth and rushed at the girl. Fear appeared in Mina's eyes. The main character at that time was sitting on a huge rose flower underwater. He was sleeping soundly and thinking that he felt very good. The vines of his flower were rising up while he was talking in his head, "I wish I never woke up." Above, the predatory flower opened both mouths, flying at Mina. Shaking with fear, the girl realized that she could only dodge. She felt a terrifying aura and said in her head that she had not felt so helpless in a long time, and the difference in strength was too great. She was enveloped in horror. Just like that fateful day, she remembered meeting the huge monster. Its aura was terrifying and its eyes were burning. Because of these memories, Mina fell to her knees and said, "No." She saw that the vines were right at her and said that she can't die like this. As soon as she said this, the vines entangled her and squeezed her tightly. The plant lifted her up to its roaring mouth. Opening it, the monster was about to eat Mina, who screamed in horror, "No." She closed her eyes and screamed with all her might that she still had unfinished business. She looked into the huge mouth of the flower and screamed, "She can't die until she takes revenge on the dragon of the abyss." Tears flowed from her eyes and Mina said softly, "Just not until then." The monster immediately slammed its mouth shut, swallowing the girl. The protagonist carefully walked forward. The guy looked around, asking where he was. He looked up, saying that this place was completely different from where he fought with Mina. Ilshin abruptly turned to the side. Slowly, he moved forward. The protagonist immediately activated the blind eye of the god, looked down in surprise. He saw a statue in front of him, asking what it was, after which he read in the system window that he was immersed in Mina's nightmare. The guy looked at the exploding buildings, wondering if he could really see the reason why Mina sealed Mary's abilities. Ilshin looked up with his mouth wide open. It happened 15 years ago. A huge monster was flying in the city, attacking people. Because of the Abyss Dragon, the most terrible monster of all time. The sisters stood in the middle of the street, hugging each other. He destroyed hundreds of people with one breath. Tears of fear appeared in Mina's eyes. Among them were Miri and Mina's parents. The Abyss Dragon released a stream of mana, and an even more terrible fate befell the sisters themselves. The Abyss Dragon noticed the girls' enormous potential and branded them to use as sacrifices in the future. The sisters looked ahead in horror. Thanks to the brand, Mina quickly became an S-class hunter. The girl's body began to be enveloped in a stream of mana. She lived with the sole purpose of avenging her parents. Mina put her hand to her head and her eyes glowed with a bright light. Many years passed, and rumors spread that the Abyss Dragon had died. The dragon's body was covered in mana that affected his body, but Mina did not believe it, because she knew that the dragon would return someday. The girl looked ahead menacingly. After all, his mark had not gone anywhere. Water flowed in the sink and drops of blood dripped inside. Her strength continued to grow, but this happened, as it turned out, at the expense of a shortened lifespan. Mina sat in front of the drops of blood, pulling her legs up with her hands. The girl understood that at this rate she would not live long. With a bloody mouth, she looked down in frustration. In addition, this is a curse that gave power in exchange for life. Miri turned back, smiling, asking her sister if she was good. She was not the only one. The girl said that she also wanted to avenge their parents because she could. Mina tried to get rid of the brand, but it was all in vain. She looked at Miri standing on the edge of the building with fear. Then she decided to seal her sister's abilities so that the curse would not devour her life too. Mina began to shake out of fear for her sister. She used the power of her mark to the maximum to achieve this. Miri lay on the bed and screamed that it hurt, so she asked her sister to stop. The girl screamed, asking her sister for forgiveness. Mina had tears in her eyes and thought that the girl would not even dream of revenge, at least she. The protagonist's body trembled from what he saw. The guy cried loudly, shouting that he did not know about it. In the system window, he read that Mina's universal mind was absorbed by the rose blooming in the night, so the ability would be dispelled. It was also written that the cocoon of the mind in which Ilshin was enclosed was collapsing. With tears in his eyes, he turned back when suddenly the sword demon anxiously asked if he was okay. The guy screamed that the protagonist did not answer, no matter how hard they shook him, so he was all worried. Ilshin looked at him and asked if it was true. The sword demon grinned, shouting that the guy defeated even the great Mina, after which he asked what he was going to do with her. He asked if he could sell her into slavery, when suddenly Ilshin turned to the girl lying on the ground without moving. Frightened, he rushed to Mina, screaming loudly. The guy began to lift her up, asking what was wrong with her. Mina immediately showed a sign of life, making a sound, when suddenly the protagonist exhaled, glad that she was alive. The girl opened her eyes and Ilshin asked if she was okay. Mina immediately opened her mouth. "Mom," she whispered with difficulty. The protagonist frowned, looking at her in bewilderment. Some time passed. It was still bright daylight outside. The house in the middle of the forest, where the skirmish took place. Nina, with a finger in her mouth, was sleeping on the bed. The protagonist stood in front of her and looked at the healing ring finger, saying that even it did not help. Picking up the phone, he asked if the stalkers were here, after which he asked how he could get Mina back on her feet. An eternal seeker of truth wrote to him that there is no truth in the legs, so she should train her muscles if she wants to stand like that. After reading this, the protagonist became confused and asked for more ideas. 1,000 blades cutting through space itself wrote to him that if the girl was completely laid up, then the guy could simply sacrifice her to him. Ilshin got angry and shouted, what else did he expect, and then called the next one. Generous Abundance wrote to him that if he became a high-ranking god, then the healing ring finger of God would work. After reading this, the protagonist said in confusion that he was not even fit for a low-ranking god, and he would be tired of leveling up a high-ranking one, so this option would not work. After a short pause, he raised his hand behind his head and said that he did not remember exactly, but every time he was knocked out, this thing appeared. A notification suddenly appeared in front of him, saying that he had fulfilled the conditions for using the rose that blooms in the night, granted by the Silent Nightmare. The rose that blooms in the night all this time. Ilshin looked down and thought, "This explains a lot," he said in his head. He remembered the director that this flower once absorbed. The rose that blooms in the night, it turns out. He remembered sitting on the rose and wondered if it was activated every time he was unconscious. It suddenly dawned on the protagonist and he exclaimed happily, "What a brain." He quickly picked up the phone and shouted at Mr. Nightmare, wasn't this his little flower of scarlet wine? The Silent Nightmare replied that if the rose had absorbed her mind, then nothing could be done. After reading this, the protagonist was very surprised and shouted, was he really suggesting to just leave Mina like this? "There is one way," the madly eternal Nightmare wrote in response. "Which one?" Ilshin shouted. After a few, he asked Mina with a red face if he really needed to spend the night with her. "Seriously?" he asked embarrassedly. A notification appeared in front of him, informing him that the Silent Nightmare was nodding his head vigorously. Morning came, and the sun slowly rose from behind the horizon. The protagonist was illuminated by the rays of the sun, causing him to wake up. Sitting on the floor, he saw Mina sleeping on the bed. He covered her with a blanket and said that she might freeze if she didn't cover herself. The girl suddenly woke up and asked where he was going. The guy turned around and said that he would make breakfast, then asked if she would mind some rice. At the same time, he said in his head, when the Silent Nightmare said that he should spend the night with her, he meant it literally. Mina smiled widely and exclaimed, "Of course, mommy," like a glass that is still crystal clear. Not the mind will gradually fill with old memories that Ilshin absorbed. He exhaled heavily and said to himself, for this to happen, he just had to share his dreams with her, but their success was still poor. The guy approached Mina and suggested that they start remembering everything, then asked her what her name was. "Mina," the girl immediately answered. Then the protagonist asked what is good. "Miri," Mina exclaimed, adding that her little sister is good. After receiving the answer, Ilshin asked what was bad. Mina shook with fear and screamed that the flowers were bad. The protagonist immediately realized that her brain was no different from a baby's for now. After these thoughts, the protagonist said sadly that the only thing that depressed him was that he had lost his peace. Suddenly, Mary exclaimed if she could sleep some more. Ilshin realized that he was now a kidnapper. He saw an article on the news that said that the S-rank hunter Mina had suddenly disappeared and had not been in touch for several days. Apparently she had been kidnapped. The guy could not return her to the world in such a state because her fans would skin her alive. Looking away, he tensed up and thought that he would have to lie low until Mina put her head back in place, at least in the remote wilderness, so they probably would not be able to find him so easily. Although he should probably contact Miri. At this time, the sword demon was training in front of the house. Sweating profusely, he was practicing a downward sword strike. Suddenly, the protagonist came out of the house. The sword demon knelt down and said that he welcomed him. Ilshin looked at the follower and asked if he was still training, to which the boy firmly replied, yes. He then took out a book and said that it was simply a miracle, adding that it was a revolutionary sword style that broke all the stereotypes about fencing. The protagonist, without taking his eyes off the follower, said in his head that at first he thought that it was impossible to pass the quest to promote to a low-ranking god. He bought this to pump the sword demon to S rank. The guy suddenly slapped himself in the face and said that the book cost a colossal amount of money, after which he asked himself how else he could get 10 S-rank followers. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of him, stating that the number of his S-class and above followers had increased by 2. Ilho and Inti were added. Ilshin was surprised after reading this. He immediately took out his phone and said in his head that he didn't know how the ants from Antrinia could do this, but Ilho and Inti had become S-class. The sword demon couldn't possibly give anything weaker than the ants. The guy turned his head to the side, thinking that it was almost impossible to simply recruit new S-class followers, so he should at least try to pump up the existing ones. The sword demon looked ahead in surprise. Ilshin raised his head up, thinking that's why he spent 20 million divine coins to buy the book, and the sword came with it, however. In the book, he read that only those who have achieved enlightenment on their sword path know that true power is only in their hands, because fists are stronger than any blade. The protagonist clenched his hands into fists, menacingly thinking that he was deceived, because the items he bought from the 1,000 blades cannot be returned. Ilshin sat down on the ground, wondering what to do now, when suddenly the sword demon waved his weapon. The protagonist joined his hands, thinking that they would simply use their favorite energy, because if the potions helped Ilho, then they could be effective on the sword demon as well. The guy raised his hand, ordering the guy to drink something. The sword demon bowed, starting to sincerely thank him, to which Ilshin replied that he went to cook breakfast and the guy should continue training. The sword demon stretched his arms forward and shouted that he must, to which the protagonist interrupted him and asked him to do as he was told because the guy would be much more useful if he became stronger. The sword demon bowed and with a burning gaze shouted that he would not let him down because he swore an oath on his honor. Ilshin began scrolling through his phone looking for recipes for what to cook for him. The guy immediately noticed that Yuhan had made a statement on the news that if the guy dared to touch her, his neck would be broken, when suddenly Ilshin shouted menacingly, "Was it really him?" A loud explosion was immediately heard behind him. A loud voice called out to the protagonist, who turned around in surprise. Yuhyun frowned and menacingly asked where his Mina was. Ilshin read that the guy controlled a very outstanding flame. Ilshin asked in fear, was he really Yuhyun? The sword demon looked menacingly at the guy and asked how he was talking to Ilshin since he knew who was in front of him. The guy pointed at the protagonist and shouted loudly that this was the almighty sword god. Yuhyun asked how it was, the sword god, to which the sword demon called him ignorant, since he was unable to see the diamond that was right in front of his eyes. The protagonist thought that he should shut up before he would sink into the ground with shame. He smirked, looking at Yuhan, and said that his Mina had already lost to the sword god and now she can't imagine her life without him, he added with a smile. Yuhyun looked at Ilshin in shock and asked menacingly, can't imagine her life without him. He gritted his teeth and screamed, if this is what he thinks, they are all dead. The sword demon smiled maliciously, asking what the guy can do against his great power because the protagonist doesn't even have to lift a finger. The guy took out his sword and growled that he will take care of it himself when suddenly Ilshin thought that his opponent was in S-class. The sword demon with burning eyes rushed forward, screaming that Yuhan was finished. The guy immediately frowned, bringing his hand back. He extended his hand with a burning sword forward, attacking the sword demon. The sword demon's body was blackened by the fire. The protagonist and Yuhan met each other's gaze. Yuhan dissolved and Ilshin screamed loudly that he had disappeared. Yuhan's hand immediately grabbed his neck and suddenly the protagonist wondered if this was teleportation. The opponent's body was enveloped in fire and he menacingly asked where Mina was and then asked if what the guy said was true. The protagonist saw a huge dragon in front of him. He immediately realized that it was a red dragon, the same aura of Yuhan's sword. The terrifying power of an S-rank hunter was absorbing everything around him. Yuhan screamed in rage, asking what the protagonist had done to it. Suddenly, he raised his sword and screamed loudly, was he deaf? Ilshin thought that his head was burning badly, and he needed to at least get rid of the aura. Then he extended his index finger to use the destructive index finger. Raising his hand up, he finished speaking, the finger of God. Yuchen squeezed the guy's throat harder and screamed, asking what he was poking. He suddenly lowered his head and asked himself in horror, what? The protagonist's power enveloped the enemy, who screamed in horror why his aura did not obey. His dragon's eyes showed horror. Yuhan was furious and screamed, asking what he had done. Ilshin quietly ordered him to close his eyes. Then he quickly lowered his index finger. The dragon immediately closed its eyes with its paw. Immediately after that, its appearance began to crumble. In a few seconds, it turned into dust and disappeared. Seeing this, Yuhan was scared and asked what the hell. Suddenly, his dragon sword cracked. The guy with tears in his eyes screamed, asking how, why. He looked at the guy who had an evil smile on his face. Yuhan shook with fear. The protagonist tapped his finger on his hand and ordered him to let go before he fell asleep. At this time, the sword demon came to his senses and stood up heavily, shaking with pain. He looked at the sword god and said to himself that he did not even believe that Yuhan was defeated with such laziness. While Yuhan was waving his sword and ordering it to burn, Mina came out of the house. Suddenly, she raised her head and screamed with all her might, silence. She said with burning eyes and veins all over her face that she wanted to sleep, so no one should disturb her. Yuhan looked out from behind his opponent and screamed in shock, asking if she was really alive. Suddenly, what the girl saw made her very surprised. She saw Yuhan tightly holding the protagonist by the throat. She pointed her finger at Yuhan and said that he was a bad uncle. Hearing this, the guy asked with tears in his eyes, but how? Suddenly, Mina's eyes lit up. She stretched out her hand and released a powerful beam of magic from her hand. It perfectly hit Yuhan in the chest. The S-rank hunter lost his footing and flew far back. The protagonist looked at the explosion in front of him in horror. Yuhan knelt down, spitting out blood from his mouth. His body was shaking and he asked why the girl was attacking him. A female voice immediately appeared behind Ilshin, calling Miri. The guy turned around, seeing the girl in front of him, asking if she was okay. Yuhan frowned, saying, I don't understand. Mina began to shake the protagonist, imagining Miri in front of her. The protagonist told her that the big uncle would not touch her anymore, so she should not be afraid, thinking that she cannot suddenly hug him like that. Yuhan looked at Mina with tears in his eyes. The girl stroked Ilshin's cheeks, asking him to be careful, to which the guy said, "Yes, sister." He immediately came to his senses, cutting off his sentence, thinking that he almost called her sister. Yuhan trembled, looking at them. He excitedly thought that she was really taken away, but he did not believe it. Ilshin thought that he wouldn't want to be in Yuhan's place because he barely found his missing lover, and she was out of her mind and didn't even recognize him. The protagonist said that he felt sorry for the guy, so he activated the healing finger. Yuhan began to look at his body in bewilderment, asking if he was really healed. In the system window, Ilshin read that the cost of healing Yuhan's opponent was being calculated, and this creature was of a low rank, but had potential, which shocked the protagonist. The final cost of healing was 100 coins, when suddenly Ilshin widened his eyes, surprised that this cost as much as an S-class healing. He scratched his chin and thought that this was a good opportunity to increase the number of S-class followers if you look at it like that. He looked up, adding that there was something to look at because Yuhan definitely had the face of a believer. The guy thought that he just needed to season it with sweet words. Yuhan threw his weapon on the floor, asking with a trembling voice if the protagonist had just healed him. He looked at his hands and said that this healing ability was incredible. Even the S-class healer he met in South America was not that good. Ilshin smiled, thinking that the guy would follow him to the ends of the earth. The protagonist extended his hand forward and said that there was a misunderstanding, so he would explain everything now. At that moment, Ilshin and Mina turned to the side. Raising their heads up, they saw helicopters above them. The guy exhaled and wondered if Yuhan was not alone. He immediately shouted loudly if the guy was really dragging a bunch of henchmen with him, to which Yuhan confusedly replied that he was searching alone. Ilshin thought that it did not seem like he was lying, but then who was it? The guy covered his face with his hands, thinking that there were many of them, and that someone had put a reward on his head, or maybe it was the investigation team of the Hunters Association. He squinted, thinking that in any case, it was a pain in the ass. The helicopters were flying closer and closer to the ground, causing the leaves to fly apart. The helicopters hovered over the guys' heads. Suddenly, people in suits began to jump out of them. Looking at this, the main character said that they were flocking like flies. Suddenly, what he saw made him surprised. Someone was looking out of the helicopter. Looking closely, Ilshin recognized the director and asked himself why he was looking like that. Was it because of the news that the old man thought he was the kidnapper? Miri was also next to Kansen. Mina pointed her finger at her sister and screamed that she was there. The girl rushed to the helicopter, waving her arms, and the main character looked at her and thought about how to explain all this to him, because it was unlikely that they would believe him so easily. Evening came, and Ilshin finished his story by saying that this is how it all happened. He told the whole story in detail, including Miri's seal. Miri, having listened to the master, said with tears in her eyes that's why she did it. Miri hugged her and with tears in her eyes asked why she was crying. Miri cried even harder, screaming that she loved her sister very much. The director approached the main character from the side with his daughter, who handed him a card. Taking it, the guy saw that it was a B-class hunter's license and asked why. The girl answered, although the test showed G-class, but for that flower monster, along with the director's guarantee. Only not a flower, the old man screamed in horror. Jumping back, Miri turned away and screamed loudly that the flower was bad. Yunbai coughed into her fist and said, well, the main character was awarded B-class for his summoning ability. It's an extremely powerful weapon that can't be discounted. Hearing this, the main character raised his head and asked himself, summoning a flower, then remembered the rose blooming in the night. The director approached Ilshin and said that he was offering him to work for him, because being a B-class, he could become a professor at the academy. The guy quickly turned away and refused, because he didn't need the hassle of studying. At the same time, he said to himself that he had more than enough ants, but he also needed to write a novel, and he also needed to get S-class followers from somewhere. Having received a refusal, the old man stuck his finger out and said that he would pay twice as much as the usual rate. How much is that? Ilshin asked in surprise. Yunbai showed the screen to the guy and said that if his father was not joking, the increase in the rate for the professor would be that much. The protagonist was very surprised when he saw the amount and shouted to himself that there were a lot of zeros. He immediately rushed to the principal, saying that he had always dreamed of becoming a processor, and then asked when he should start. Some time passed. The academy. A happy Miri was sitting in the office. Menji sat down next to her and asked if something good had happened. Yes, the girl exclaimed, adding that someone special would be coming today. The door to the classroom opened. The protagonist entered the office with a very dejected look. He went up to the podium and was about to give a speech. The students were whispering that it seemed like this was the guy who knocked out Mr. Gainek with one blow. And who was that creepy man next to him then? The sword demon stood next to the sword god, emitting a terrifying aura. Ilshin greeted the entire class. He then introduced himself and said that he was temporarily replacing their teacher until their homeroom teacher recovered. The students began to talk among themselves, asking each other if this was true. Suddenly, the sword demon slammed his weapon into the floor and shouted loudly for everyone to be quiet, then added that he was the teacher's right hand. He smiled ominously and said menacingly that he would make sure that the knowledge of the great sword god was absorbed into their heads. Ilshin raised his hand to his mouth and said that today's topic of the lesson. But before he finished speaking, Miri raised her hand and said that their homeroom teacher was teaching physical education. Hearing this, the protagonist said that he suggested that they engage in self-study. Everyone in the class was very surprised, and Miri sat with a smile from ear to ear. Ilshin lay down on the table, thinking that he did not get enough sleep. A few seconds later, he fell asleep. The sword demon raised his sword and said that from now on there should be no sound, and anyone who dared to interrupt the death god's sleep would feel the wrath of his dragon fang. The children were scared and said that it was better to sit quietly, because from his aura it seemed that he was at least a rank. The next day, the protagonist yawned sweetly and said that since exams were coming up, let the students prepare themselves. And the day after that, the protagonist said that it had started raining, so this was a great reason to study on their own. And the day after that, Ilshin said that the sun was shining, the birds were singing, the children would find something to do themselves. Menji folded her arms across her chest and exhaled menacingly. She looked at the guy and angrily wondered what was wrong with him and why they were doing self-study for 4 days in a row. The girl was indignant that he was either sleeping or playing some game with ants. What kind of teachers had slipped them? She immediately frowned, looking ahead in bewilderment. The main character was happily eating in the cafeteria, glad that he had settled in well because even the food was free here. He said with food that Menji should eat well, especially since they were giving it for free. Miri smiled and said that the main thing was that the teacher ate well, when suddenly Menji exhaled heavily, wondering where her common sense was, whether it had really dulled from her increased strength. The girl asked her classmate why she liked this lazy slob so much, who never got out of his tracksuit even on holidays because he was just a teacher in name. Miri adjusted her school bag and asked if she was talking about Ilshin. She laughed sheepishly and said that she was the only one who understood what was so great about him. The girl looked at her phone and said with a smile on her face that Mina and Ilshin were probably waiting for her. She waved her hand and immediately said goodbye to Menji, to which her classmate asked if the girl really saw the teacher even after classes. She thought that she couldn't leave it like that, because her friend needed to be saved, and if necessary, she would hit her so that she would finally understand. The next day, the protagonist told the students that there would be no self-study today, so they would start training in groups so they could split into pairs for now. Menji looked at him from the crowd and thought that this was her chance to get rid of him. Ilshin asked the sword demon to keep an eye on the students while he took a nap, to which the guy nodded and replied that the order was clear. Menji frowned, thinking that the guy himself was leaving them to fight among themselves, and went to bed. The protagonist walked forward, thinking that this place looked cozy, when suddenly he was called from behind. The guy turned around and saw Menji's hand in the crowd. With a smile on her face, she said that she did not have a partner. Ilshin began to count that there were 21 people in the class, and he did not think about it. The girl asked if she could ask the teacher to be her partner, when suddenly the sword demon got angry and asked how she dared to challenge him to a duel. Menji folded her arms and asked why not, and what was wrong with a duel, especially since it was his task. Nonsense, the guy shouted angrily, when suddenly the protagonist asked him to be quiet. Ilshin exhaled and replied that so be it, he would help her. The guy began to whisper, thinking about Yunbai's words that his salary would be cut if he continued to shirk his duties, because they would also take away his free lunch, so he needed to at least create the appearance of activity. Menji frowned, thinking that everyone could hear him. The girl frowned and came closer to his face. They were standing in the arena, not far from each other. The girl stood in front of the teacher and whispered that he was finished. The protagonist looked at the angry student and wondered if she was Miri's best friend. He looked up and remembered how he slept in every class, but he had his own reasons for that. This morning, Ilshin woke up and grabbed his head. Miri and Mina were sleeping on his bed. The guy looked at them and said in his head that until Mina recovered, he had to sleep next to her, so he had to give up the bed. Turning his gaze, he became very angry. In front of him, the principal and Yuhan were sleeping on the floor. Looking to the side, he saw many bottles of alcohol and wondered why people like them were even considered S-rank hunters. Ilshin kicked Yuhan with his foot and told him to go home. Not receiving a reaction, he became very angry. They had been living in his apartment for a week now and had been drinking every day, every single day. The day before work started, the old man with a bottle of alcohol happily shouted that they needed to brew for the new guy's employment, and Yuchen said that if Ilshin didn't mind, he would leave Mina in his care. The protagonist, with a small glass in his hand, didn't know what to say. This was just the beginning. All last week they had been drinking, first because of the rain, then in honor of the good weather. Ilshin wanted to throw them out, because they could have a bad effect on Mina's immature mind. But Mina happily clapped her hands and said that she had a lot of fun when they were drunk. The protagonist didn't understand whether this was good or bad. When they finally fell asleep, the sleeping Elshin was poked in the neck with a finger. He got up, sat down on the floor and saw Mina, who pointed to her stomach and asked to bring food. With bruises under his eyes, the protagonist looked at the girl. It was feeding time. The knife in the nightstand began to rage. Looking at the furniture, the protagonist ordered to leave. Then he exhaled heavily and said that he would now make fried rice with kimchi. Hearing this, Mina was happy and asked to add an egg. In the kitchen, he began to cut meat, thinking that he had no time to sleep because at night he had to take care of Mina, and during the day he had to tolerate the drinking neighbors. Suddenly, she heard something and was surprised. At this time, the director and Yuhan were sleeping in the room. Suddenly, the phone between them rang loudly. On the news, they saw an article about S-Class Hunter Sergei dying in Gangwon-do. It is assumed that a monster of the catastrophe level, no less, was involved. The old man put his hand to his mouth and said, "Who would have known? They did not have a chance to help him. Everything happened at such an unfortunate time." Suddenly, Yuhyun exclaimed and asked to look at the photo. After that, he showed the photo from Sergei's room. The director looked closely and asked what the inscription was. Did the hunter really leave his last will? Yoon replied that according to analysts, it was not Sergei who wrote it. It was the language of some ancient African tribe, which meant that he would sacrifice it to God. Hearing this, the old man stood up and said discontentedly that they needed to go there before it was too late. Yoon sat down and said, "I understand." After that, he used teleportation. The protagonist threw an egg and felt a powerful surge of energy. Turning around, he asked in surprise where those two had gone. After that, he put the food on the table and told the girl to eat, and he needed to get ready for class. Nina happily turned around and asked if Yoonbai would come. Usually, when Elshin goes to the academy, Yoonbai looks after Mina. At least she will raise her normally, unlike him. At present, the protagonist looked at the student and thought that he was a bad mother. He needed to try harder. Menji's system window said she had mediocre necromancy. Necromancy, the protagonist asked himself in surprise, raising his head. The girl grabbed the amulet on her neck and screamed, ordering Hades to appear before her. After saying this, she tore off the amulet, and Elshin wondered if Hades was from Greek mythology. The girl wrapped the amulet around her hand and used the raised dead skill. A huge silhouette of Hades appeared behind her. A second later, a huge creature appeared in front of the protagonist. This is the giant zombie Hades, a creature from hell, 1,100 years old. Once served the god who devours grief, but now he is just a zombie from which only skin and bones remain. The protagonist looked up and wondered if she really is a necromancer. It becomes interesting. Ada swung, and Elshin immediately used the steel body skill. But before he could finish speaking, he was very surprised. Hades stood with his hand raised and did not move. His mistress screamed in shock. Why did he stand up? Let him attack faster. But unexpectedly for her, Hades knelt down. He lowered his head and told the protagonist that the fallen slave greets the great supreme being. Hearing this, the girl screamed, meaning what is he doing? She clenched her teeth and screamed in her thoughts, what is happening here, adding that the necromancer's order is absolute. The audience was very surprised. They said that the teacher subdued the monster Menji without lifting a finger. The sword demon folded his arms on his chest and said contentedly, "That's right, the greatness of the sword god even the dead will notice." Miri stood nearby and happily said that she thought so too, their master is so good. The girl began to hit the zombie, screaming for him to get up and attack. The protagonist looked at the monster and asked if he could play along with the girl. Hades answered without a drop of pity, that he wouldn't dare because the guy was giving off an aura of the power of a mountain-devouring god. Hearing this, Elshin put his hand to his chin and said that he had heard this name somewhere before. Suddenly, he remembered that this lion was in Hades' system window. After that, the guy asked if he really served him. Then he automatically put his hand on Hades' head. An imaginary energy hand landed on Hades' head, as if the main character had really been possessed by a mountain-devouring god. There was a powerful god behind him, and then Hades' memories flooded his mind. Memories of the times when he was not yet a zombie. He was a knight. Hades joined God out of respect, but he died protecting his master's beloved. Hades was kneeling on the edge of the abyss. He had failed the task and became a zombie, forced to wander the world for 1,000 years. Hades stood up sadly, until, in the end, Menji was summoned. Tears appeared in the protagonist's eyes and he said that it was touching. In the system window, he read that he had the divine power of the god who devours mountains. The condition for transferring a follower was met, so does he accept the follower of the god who devours mountains? Elshin immediately shouted, of course yes, because why refuse? He smiled, looking at the phone and was happy about another zombie. The guy looked at the risen Hades, who was now loyal to him, and the giant zombie Hades became his third follower on Earth. Evolution with the help of divine power is available. The protagonist raised his hand up, asking how it is, because maybe it is worth trying, because it is unknown what will come of it, but it sounds cool. In the system window, He was asked if he wants to use divine power to evolve the giant zombie Hades, to which Ilshin agreed. Mana immediately began to accumulate around his body, which surprised him. Hades' body also began to be enveloped in magic, subjugating him. The monster's face immediately changed, his mouth opened wide and screamed loudly. The crowd began to shout that the master was the best and that he had performed a great miracle, so it would be passed on by word of mouth. The protagonist leaned back, wondering if he was evolving like that. Hades was enveloped in a terrifyingly strong aura. The monster looked at his hands, not understanding anything. His hands were being absorbed by a huge force. After a few seconds, his face changed. His eyes lit up and a crazy smile appeared. Hades had completely changed, and a notification appeared in front of the protagonist, informing him that the giant zombie Hades had evolved into the Dark Paladin Hades. Ilshin looked at his follower in shock. The sword demon lowered his head and said contentedly that everything was as impressive as always, because God had performed another miracle, with Miri happily applauding. Another notification appeared in front of the protagonist, informing him that the Dark Paladin Hades had significant potential. The next second, Hades knelt before God. Raising his head, he thanked for the blessing and then swore his soul to be a loyal shield. A system window appeared in front of Ilshin, saying that he now had 4 followers with S-class potential. Menji looked at what had happened and screamed in shock, asking what the teacher had done to Hades that he was now talking. The protagonist suddenly grabbed his head and said that for some reason he felt unwell. His legs buckled. He lost his balance and began to fall. The next second, Ilshin fell. Hades picked him up and saw that his face was completely gone. Putting his finger on him, he said that God was just sleeping, everything was fine with him. Neri looked at the master in fear, and the sword demon cried and said that God was exhausted. Suddenly, he fell to his knees and screamed that he would guard his sleep. The notification that appeared said that the evolution of the follower consumed a significant amount of divine power. Ilshin was lying somewhere under a tree and thinking that he was a great guy because he had given it his all, but evolution is evolution. He was in a field. The guy realized that he was in a dream. He was lying on the lap of a beautiful girl. She stroked his head while he thought that she was a generous abundance. There was a warm smile on the girl's face. Looking at her, the main character said in his head that he had gotten the opportunity to meet his stalkers, though only in his dreams so far. Generous Abundance wished Ilshin a good rest and recuperation because they had spent a lot today. A bright glow emanated from the girl's hand. She gently stroked the guy, who thought that he was in paradise. A blush appeared on his cheeks. Then he did not yet suspect that for now he was enjoying his rest. A warm wind blew through the ears of Rai. But terrible evil was approaching, because evil, as we know, never sleeps. At this time, in the Academy's medical room, Nina was sitting inside with a lollipop in her hand, crying that she was very bored. Suddenly, it dawned on her. She put her hand in her backpack. From there, she took out a small case and said that she took it from the drawer in case she got bored. She brought the lollipop to the shaking case and asked if it wanted candy. The case began to rage from side to side. The girl put the lollipop away and screamed that she would not give it back, it was her candy. Yunbai exhaled heavily and said in her head that she liked her old arrogant nature much more, but what happened to her? She thought with her eyes downcast that she hoped that Dad and Yuhyun were okay in Gangwon-do. If Mina came to her senses, she would be a great help. Suddenly, a loud scream was heard, followed by the sound of a lollipop cracking. Yunbai turned around in shock to look at the girl. Nina was shaking with fear and said, "A nightmare." Yunbai immediately ran up to the girl and said that there was no need to be upset because she still had a lot of candy. Nina rushed at the nanny and screamed that she was scared. The lab assistant was scared and asked what was not so scared. "A monster," Mina answered, drenched in cold sweat. "He is coming here to eat her." The man in the old cloak stood in front of the building. Without moving, he quietly said that 2 sacrifices for God were hiding here. 2 seeds of the dragon of the abyss. There was death in his eyes. However, he spoke. The unknown man felt Miri's energy and wondered why one of them never ripened. When he entered the school, the guards asked in surprise who this freak was. One of them stepped towards the unknown man. Looming over him, he said discontentedly that Fashion Week was on the other side, and they did not need to scare people here. Then he put his hand on the man's shoulder and ordered him to show his pass or ID. The stranger lowered his head and quietly asked how a lower being dared. "What?" the guard asked. But at that very second, the man waved his hand. The guard's head began to fall off. The next second, it was torn off. The stranger, with burning eyes, watched the blood flying in all directions. The headless guard fell to the ground, and his comrades screamed in horror at what the stranger was doing. The 2 of them rushed to attack. In an instant, the man found himself behind the guards. At that very second, blood spurted in all directions. The stranger raised his hand, and it was immediately enveloped in powerful energy. Then he hit the floor with all his might, causing a powerful energy explosion. The entire academy shook. Stones flew from the roof. The man with talking eyes said, "Sacrifices for his god." Everything around shook. An alarm screamed throughout the entire building. The stranger walked forward and ordered the siren to shut up. With his head down, he said that there was only the victim, the rest. Trash, he said, seeing the hunters running at him. The guys shouted at the intruder and shouted that they needed to spread out and surround him. They quickly closed the distance with the enemy, preparing to strike. The stranger looked at the guys and was surprised. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. Found it, he said firmly, looking intently at Miri, one of the seeds of the dragon of the abyss. The girl looked at the stranger in fear. The man bared his sharp teeth and said madly, "Immature victim." At that very second, a powerful magical explosion was heard. An explosion was heard in the hall of the building. The hunters raised their weapons in front of them, preparing for battle. With his eyes widened, the man in glasses asked who he was. In front of him stood a man in a long robe with a hood. In his hand was a stone. He destroyed it, squeezing the fragments into a fist. The stranger's eyes flashed and he declared that the annoying parasites must die. The stranger waved his hand and threw the rock fragments forward. They crashed into the hunters with force, throwing them back. Miri's eyes widened in fear. The sword demon pulled out a sword from behind his back. The man held it out in front of him like a shield to protect himself from the debris. The disciple frowned menacingly. Gritting his teeth, the villain asked how anyone dared to block his attack. The heroes prepared for battle. The voice in the speaker announced that the director and the S-class hunters would arrive soon and asked the people to evacuate to the bunker immediately. Sternly knitting her eyebrows, the girl asked her comrade to take the master to the bunker and promised to buy time. The follower said that Hades would do it for him. Grinning widely, the demon laughed and declared that they would not succeed. Thorns grew on his back, tearing his robe. The heroes opened their mouths in shock. A huge monster appeared in the hall of the building. The monster opened its mouth and let out a menacing roar. A cloud of dark energy appeared in its paw. Magic waves swirled around it. The heroes, wide-eyed in horror, asked what it was. Waves of dark magic burst out. They surrounded the building, forming a dome. Raising his head, the villain declared that no one would be able to get in here now. Looking around, the girl realized that this was a territorial barrier, and said that only higher monsters, like the abyssal dragon, were capable of such a thing. Looking down, the sword demon asked her to leave immediately to help the master, and promised to distract the enemy. The monster swung its tail. The man narrowed his eyes. He swung his sword to repel the enemy's attack. The blade hit its tail and broke in half. The powerful blow threw the disciple to the wall. Having hit it, the follower spat out a clot of blood. The monster looked back and said that they couldn't handle it and asked where the victim had gone. The huntress appeared behind him and summoned lightning in her hands. The villain turned around. The schoolgirl furrowed her brows in determination. The lightning struck the monster's body, causing it to scream in unbearable pain. At this time, in the bunker, Yunbai, sitting on the floor, asked her friend if she was okay. Raising her eyebrows in horror, Mina said that her sister was in danger. Suddenly, she jumped up from her seat. Lightning burst out of Miri's hands. Opening his mouth wide, the sword demon asked her to be careful. The monster stretched out his paw forward to grab his enemy. The paw broke through the window of the building. The villain managed to catch the girl. Leaning on his hand, the man coughed and asked the sword god for forgiveness. A huge paw pressed the girl to the ground. The monster looked at her and said that she would not be able to escape now. A slimy appendage that grew from its paw approached the schoolgirl. She closed her eyes and called out to the master. The woman clasped her hands so that the villain could be seen through them and used mind control. The S-rank hunter frowned furiously and ordered him to stop. The monster looked back, noticing her. Raising his tail, he realized that the seed of the abyss dragon had come to him on its own. Gritting his teeth, Mina realized that her skill was not working. The board in her bag began to shake. Throwing the backpack on the ground, the girl asked it not to interfere with her saving her sister. She wanted to use another spell, but a shadow loomed over. The monster hit her with its long tail. The woman covered her face with her hands to protect herself from the dust. The tail wrapped around her body. The villain lifted her off the ground. Bringing her to himself, the monster asked her to wait her turn. The huntress frowned in anger and ordered him to immediately release her sister. The monster stretched out its paw and decided to begin the ceremony. Mina begged for help. The appendage dug into her hand. Mina closed her eyes and asked for someone to save her sister. She opened her mouth wide and called out to the protagonist. Ilshin was lying on someone's lap. A scream was heard and his eyes opened. Looking up at the sky, the boy asked what had happened. Getting up from the ground, he said that it was time for him to go. Looking at him in fear, Generous Abundance said that his divine power had not yet fully recovered and that her friend could die at the hands of the apostle of the god of destruction. The young man replied that he had to help his friends. The bag lying on the ground shook. Someone reached out to it. The girl narrowed her eyes and called out to her friend. A powerful paw pressed her to the ground. The woman burst into tears and asked the villain to stop. The monster released a long tongue from its paw and declared that the preparations for the blood ritual were complete and that it was time to sacrifice to the god. Someone objected to him, and a trace of a sword swing appeared in the air. The monster looked back. Its tail soared into the sky. It landed right in front of its owner. Seeing the stump where its tail should have been, the villain screamed that his precious tail had been cut. The rider picked up Miri. Licking his lips, the player said that he wanted to cut the lizard to feast on its meat. The girl looked at him in surprise. The protagonist lowered her to the ground. Waves of bloody energy flew around him. Ilshin grinned and laughed. Startled, Gustav asked who it was. Opening his mouth wide, the apostle asked how a pathetic person dared to do such a thing. The guy rushed forward. The monster tried to hit him with its fists, but it didn't work. Its fist ended up over the opponent's head. The young man jumped and did a backflip to dodge. It had crazy red eyes. The monster opened its mouth to grab him. The rider swung his knife. Blood spurted out of the alligator's mouth. The player hung in the air above it. Gustav slammed his mouth shut. Suddenly, his eyes widened. It turned out that he had failed to grab the enemy. The protagonist pushed off his nose. Licking the blade of the knife, he called the lizard delicious. Ilshin made a dash, inflicting several cuts on the enemy. A malicious grin shone on his face. Leaning against the wall, the sword demon realized that this was the legendary swordsmanship. The apostle put his paw to the ground. There were many bleeding cuts on his body. Raising the knife, the boy asked if that was all. The monster frowned. Raising his head, the monster acknowledged the enemy's strength. Flashing his fiery eyes, the villain said that this was far from all he could do. Squinting, the boy suggested playing a little. Throwing up his hands, the alligator decided that such a sacrifice would please the great god. His paws began to increase in size. Gustav offered his enemy to taste the power that the great god of destruction had bestowed upon him. Holding the knife in front of him, the rider agreed and said that he needed to cut up the lizard. The system reported that the eternal seeker of truth was disappointed in him, and the silent nightmare was encouraging him. Frowning, the player thought that they were completely useless. An apostle appeared in front of him, whose skin had become black and matte. The monster gave him a menacing look. Scratching the knife, the protagonist noticed that his opponent had shrunk and assumed that this would only make him weaker. Jumping up, Ilshin swung his knife. The cut left a long red trail. However, there was not a scratch on the enemy's body. Frowning, the guy realized that even the ultra blade was useless. Hitting the ground with his foot, he decided that it was impossible. Swinging the knife again, the young man asked who ordered the circumcision here. The rider began to deliver multiple blows. Sparks from the knife sparkled in the air every now and then. The player lowered the weapon. The monster grabbed his hand. Grinning, the lizard said that this toothpick could not cut through the skin given by God. Gustav hit the enemy in the stomach. The protagonist spat out a clot of blood. The powerful blow threw him far back. A huge cloud of smoke rose in the square in front of the building. The apostle approached his enemy. Putting his hand to his stomach, Ilshin realized that he could not even move. The monster grabbed his head. Raising his second paw, the monster asked what the power of his god tasted like. Releasing a tendril from his paw, the lizard asked the great god to accept this delicious sacrifice that he had managed to obtain. The tendril approached the guy's face. The young man gritted his teeth menacingly. A scream was heard. Blood splashed the villain's chest. Blood flowed down the rider's hand. The system reported that he did not have enough divine power to use the healing finger. Biting his lower lip, the player realized that things were bad. A notification reported that a mortal threat had appeared. His eyes lit up. Blood formed a large puddle on the floor. Squinting, the protagonist realized that he was about to lose consciousness. Someone made a dash towards the villain, swinging a sword. Gustav turned around. The savior gritted his teeth. The apostle punched him in the stomach. The follower's body flew back, raising dust. Without even trying to resist, the captured protagonist thought that it was because of his arrogance after becoming a god, and suggested that it would be better to just sit and keep a low profile. Drops of blood turned into bright lights. Raising his fist, Illo called on the god to believe in his strength. Clasping his hands together, the holy maiden begged the god to believe in himself. Ilshin heard the desperate voices and felt the tears of his followers. Narrowing her eyes, Mina urged her friend not to even think about death. Shaking, Miri asked him to gather his strength. Clutching his stomach, the sword demon asked the master for forgiveness for his weakness. Their sincere wishes and tears reached the elusive mind of the sword god. A notification reported that part of the divine power was restored thanks to prayers. A long tongue burst out of the monster's paw. The system reported that the user had new skills. The guy's glowing eyes widened. A knife flashed in his hand. The young man cut off the slippery appendage. The monster looked at the stump of his arm in shock. Raising his paw, the lizard screamed. The rider used the skill transmission of the heavenly sword. Looking down, the player used the first kata. An explosion of energy occurred under the protective barrier. Holding his sword in front of him, Yuhan said that he could not break through the dome. Kansen said that his skills did not work either. Clenching his fist, the old man said that Gustav gathered all the Korean S and A-class hunters in Gangwon-do, and he himself came to his school. Frowning, the hunter wished for them to have a fortune teller. Suddenly, the force barrier cracked. A powerful blast wave swept across the entire city. The protagonist spread his arms and jumped. Seeing him cut the air with a knife, the apostle asked what was going on. Grinning maliciously, Ilshin replied that he was arranging a massacre. His knife broke and shattered into pieces. They multiplied in number and headed towards the enemy. Covering his face with his hands, the monster called his opponent a madman. The boy held out a broken knife. The enemies stood opposite each other. The monster looked up. Seeing many traces of a knife on the ground, the lizard asked what had happened. Lowering his head, the young man said that his opponent was already dead. Spreading his paws, the lizard shouted that he would end. The villain swung his fist. Suddenly, his pupils narrowed. A cut flashed on his stomach. Blood immediately gushed out. The next 2 cuts appeared on his shoulders. Opening his mouth wide, Gustav said that he could not lose to an ordinary person. The hunters watched as powerful energy leaked from under the dome. An explosion destroyed the force field around the academy. The apostle lay on the ground in a pool of his own blood. Stretching out his hand, the monster asked what had happened to him. The monster looked up. Seeing glowing circles above the enemy's head, the lizard realized that this was his true nature. The writer closed his eyes. Looking back, the villain thought that he should have immediately run away from here, because in front of him was not a man, but a great creature. A bright light illuminated his face. His paw crumbled into pieces. Gustav turned to dust. The player raised his glowing eyes. The system reported that the apostle of the god of destruction was destroyed and absorbed. The protagonist fell to his knees. A notification announced that the user had advanced in the mission to promote the evil god. Kansen and his comrades ran up to him. Putting his hand on his friend's shoulder, the old man asked him not to die. Ilshin's hand holding the knife fell to the ground. Yuyan covered his mouth with his hand. The man opened his mouth in horror and called out to his comrade. Crouching next to them, the monster explained that the master was simply sleeping. The heroes opened their mouths in surprise. Butterflies were flying in the greenhouse. Carnivorous plants grew in the forest. Opening his eyes, the guy realized that he was inside the creation of a silent nightmare. It turned out that he was lying on the tongue of a man-eating plant. A silent nightmare said that the saliva of his pet was useful and that after processing, no curses and poisons could harm the user. The boy put his hands under his head and thought it sounded great, but his clothes were already completely soaked with the plant's saliva. A notification said that he needed to take a final sip. The writer shuddered and asked what that meant. The monster raised its tongue. The monster swallowed the player. Opening its mouth wide, he screamed. The carnivorous plant trembled, and cries for help came from its belly. The protagonist woke up on his bed. Mina, sitting next to him, said that he had slept for a whole week. Ilshin, his mouth open in shock, could not believe that only a week had passed. The girl approached him and asked if he had really had a nightmare. The guy replied that he was fine. The system reported that the user had a new follower and that there was progress in the mission to promote a good god. Having learned that his girlfriend had become his follower, the boy smiled contentedly. The woman blushed. The eye of the blind god suggested that she was ready to kiss her master right now. The writer squinted in embarrassment and clenched his teeth. A roar was heard in the room. Dust fell from the ceiling. A huge shark appeared in the hospital room. The guys opened their mouths in fear, not understanding where it came from. There were many traces of blows on the fish. The monster opened its mouth. The system reported that Ilho presented a gift to the god. Raising his fist, the ant asked his god to enjoy the gift of the sea, which contains a huge amount of protein. Putting his hand to his head, the player wondered if his follower really had nothing to do. Running into the room, Kansen asked what was going on here. Neri and the sword demon looked out from behind his shoulders to see if everything was okay with their friends. Scratching his head, the protagonist replied that everything was fine and explained that he was given a shark. Putting his hand forward, Ilshin used the god's destructive index finger. The shark fell out of the window and crashed to the ground. It rolled from side to side due to the lack of water. Looking at his comrades, the boy said that the fish swam away. A few days later, there was a sign with a room number on the door. Standing in front of the door, the young man became nervous. He opened the door. The children looked at each other. They were discussing how their new teacher was the secret weapon of the association, so even Mina communicated with him. The writer stood at the podium. One of the students said that this man killed an SS-class monster while they were in the bunker. Frowning menacingly, the player thought that he heard them perfectly well. The sword demon stabbed the weapon into the floor. Grinning, the man said that the students finally realized the greatness of the sword god. Rising from her chair, Myanji ordered everyone to stand up and greet the teacher. The protagonist realized that she was the class president all this time. The students bowed and greeted him. Covering his mouth with his hand, Ilshin hoped that it would always be like this. The children smiled happily, their eyes filled with pride for their teacher after that battle with Gustav. Raising his fist to his mouth, the boy said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and hadn't done any self-study. The students clenched their teeth in alarm. Squinting, the young man thought that he wanted to do some paperwork while they were self-studying, but apparently not this time. Smiling, the writer said that it was just a joke and said that they would have a medical examination today. The students gathered near the examination room. Hyojo sat on a chair next to the teacher. Beads of sweat were running down her face. The system reported that she was suffering from anemia, although it was not noticeable at first glance. Looking at her, the player thought that the status window could be used to make diagnoses and asked the girl to remain still. Raising his hand, the protagonist used the healing little finger of a god. A green aura appeared around the girl. Clenching her fist, she felt more cheerful and asked how the teacher did it. Mentally calling himself a genius doctor, Ilshin smiled and invited the next one. Seeing them enter, the guy pouted his lips in displeasure and asked what they were doing here. Smiling happily, Miri and the sword demon said that they also wanted to undergo a medical examination. Frowning, the young man reminded that he had already examined them at home. Placing his hands on his knees, the man said that the atmosphere at school was completely different. The huntress agreed with him. Looking away, the writer agreed to examine them and asked who would be first. Raising their hands, the guys began to fight for the right to go first. Clenching his fist, the follower said that he had come here first, while the schoolgirl retorted that this examination was only for students and that he had no business here. Excitedly raising his hands, the writer asked them not to quarrel and offered to examine them at the same time. The system reported that the user had received a desperate plea from a follower from Entrinia. The player's eyes widened in surprise. Blue particles appeared in the air. Sitting on her knees, the holy maiden begged the god for salvation. The priestess said that their strength was not enough to stop this. Looking at the ants, the protagonist wondered what had happened to them. Suddenly, something caught his attention, making him worry. Many red warnings of impending danger appeared. At that moment, the sword god saw the catastrophe that would soon overtake the Gayami tribe. An army of red ants was approaching from behind the horizon. A cloud of dust rose above the forest due to their march. Flashing with burning eyes, the monsters walked forward. The monsters rose above the mountains. A green aura covered the lord of the abyssal swamps. A strong and cunning beast flapped its wings. The light shining in the highest depths of the sky gritted his teeth. Ilshin frowned upon seeing them. The system reported that these demons were stronger than Gustav, and that the probability of all the ants of Entrinia being destroyed was high. Gritting his teeth, the boy realized that these scoundrels were targeting the source of his power. Signal tapes with the inscription "Danger" appeared. A notification reported that 78 hours remained until the invasion of the priestess of the Arachne Empire. Many clocks appeared among the gears, showing different times. Opening his mouth in shock, the young man realized that an army of 100 billion beetles was approaching and that ordinary Declorovos would not be able to deal with them. Crossing his arms over his chest, the writer wondered if he would be able to protect the ant tribe, because the fight with Gustav was very difficult. Looking at him, Miri and the sword demon asked what happened. The demonic beasts flashed their burning eyes. The army of ants and their apostles rushed forward to destroy the followers of the evil god. Clutching his head, the player wondered what to do. Realizing that he needed to complete a promotion mission, he smiled happily. His friends watched his strange actions with confusion. Squinting, the man called out to his comrade. The girl suggested that a week of rest was not enough. Judging by the system notification, the user still had 4 more S-class followers to obtain. Clenching his fist, the protagonist thought that he needed to do this as quickly as possible, because all means were good, given the impending disaster. Kansen was sitting in the dining room. There was a disproportionate amount of meat, rice, and vegetables on his plate. Peeking out from around the corner, Ilshin decided that this man would be his salvation. The guy walked up to him and pulled out his chair. The man stuffed his cheeks. The system told him that he was grateful to the user for saving his daughter and had muscle strength that exceeded all reasonable limits. Looking around, the old man asked what he needed. The young man said that he had a small request. Putting his hands on the table, the writer explained what he needed. The director of the academy silently raised one eyebrow. Suddenly, he opened his mouth wide and laughed. Smiling, Kansen agreed to help him and said that he believed in his friend. Taking a spoon in his hands, the man called this request strange. The old man put the spoon in his mouth. His description in the system did not change. Seeing this, the player scratched the back of his head in frustration. Smiling, Miri told her sister that it was impolite to look at people like that. Frowning, the protagonist thought that even Mina had a hard time making her believe in him, and wondered where he could find 4 more people. Leaning on his hand, Ilshin wondered how he could get out of this difficult situation. Looking at the director, he wondered why the system did not count him as a follower if the hunter said the key phrase. Smiling widely, the boy asked if he needed help and explained that he wanted to establish a trusting relationship between them. Narrowing his eyes, Kansen asked what he needed. Gritting his teeth, the man said that he would not give him his daughter. Frowning tensely, the boy thought that he did not need her. Miri and Mina blushed. Raising his hand, the old man asked him not to even think about it. The writer said that he was not attracted to older women. The S-rank huntress pouted in displeasure. The director of the academy bared his teeth furiously. He stabbed his spoon into the table. Frowning menacingly, Kansen asked if his comrade did not like his daughter. Smiling nervously, the player thought that he had the same leaky brain as his followers and wondered why the man couldn't just believe in him. Pulling out a spoon from the table, the old man wanted to say something. Closing his eyes, the headmaster asked if his comrade really helped the students with his healing skills. Clenching his fist, the protagonist confirmed this and explained that even Mina had gotten much better thanks to his healing skill, since at first she couldn't speak and didn't recognize anyone. Smiling happily, Ilshin asked if anyone needed his help. Lowering his head, Kansen asked if he could heal a person who was dying. A notification informed him that a new task had appeared. Looking at it, the guy's eyes widened in surprise. The task was to heal an old friend of the man. Smiling widely, the young man said that he could easily handle this task and thought that he would finally have another S-class follower. The sun was shining on the hospital building. There were many people in black around the hospital room. A girl was lying on a carpet of flowers. She was unconscious. The writer scratched his head and thought that this woman was too young to be an old friend. He decided to discuss this with his colleague. Pulling down his collar, the old man explained that fortune tellers do not age and that the huntress looks exactly the same as when they met, and only her hair had turned white. Putting his hand on the edge of the bed, the director of the academy said that they had been through many deadly battles and even saved Korea from destruction. The girl was lying on the flowers and quietly snoring. There was a bright aura around her. A doctor entered the hospital room. The medics approached the bed. Kansen said that his friend had no life force left, so she was forced to absorb the energy of plants to maintain life. Many doctors and healers tried to help her, but they all failed. Looking back, the man asked if there was any way to help her. The player looked down and said he would try to do it. The woman lay motionless. Her description appeared. Frowning, the protagonist realized that the system had not shown someone's age for the first time and decided that it was a glitch. Suddenly, someone's voice said that trying to find out a woman's age was not gentlemanly. Glowing eyes appeared above the ceiling. Ilshin assumed that this voice belonged to the fortune teller. Light smoke appeared around him. The old man realized that his friend had called him to her astral space. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the director of the academy said that this was his last hope. The guy found himself in a blooming garden. Smiling, Meyer asked if he liked this place. Looking at the guest, the girl greeted him. Opening his mouth in surprise, the young man assumed that this was a dream. His eyes widened. He realized that this was an astral projection. Waves of red energy flew around the woman. Approaching her, the writer asked if it was really a fortune teller in front of him. Meyer confirmed it and called him by name. The player shuddered and asked how she knew him. The girl explained that she could not help but know the name of the chosen one. Putting her hair behind her ear, the woman said that the guest was the embodiment of evil in her vision, but in reality he exuded kindness and simplicity. Rising from the bench, the fortune teller explained that she wanted to use the rest of her life to destroy him. If everything happened as in her vision, the protagonist could no longer remain calm, listening to such nastiness. Raising his eyebrows, Ilshin asked why he was transferred to the astral. The huntress said that her physical body was already practically dead. Smiling, she explained that she moved the guest here to personally verify his harmlessness. Squinting, the guy asked her to send him back because he needed to have time to heal her body. There were 68 hours left until Arachne arrived. Shaking her head, Meyer said that she could not be healed and suggested that the guest try to use his power right here. Closing her eyes, the girl said that his power was much broader than it might seem. The young man used the healing ring finger of a god. Waves of green energy appeared around. They enveloped the woman's body. The system reported that the healing had begun. The fortune teller soared into the air. A notification announced that the healing was unsuccessful and that the user lacked divine power. The writer clenched his teeth in fear. The huntress landed on her feet. Leaves swirled around her. Spreading his arms, the player wondered why his divine power was not enough. Meyer looked down. She fell to her knees. The protagonist asked what was happening. Looking at him, the girl said that she believed in him. A smile lit up her face. Raising her head, the woman explained that he still did not understand much and decided to entrust her fate to his hands. The fortune teller raised her eyebrows. The system equated her with 2 S-class followers. Frowning, Ilshin thought that he still had 2 more followers to find. The huntress said that if he could continue saving small worlds, he would be able to save his own world. A tree was reflected in her eyes. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the boy realized that she was talking about Antrinia. Meyer hoped that he would be able to save everyone when the time came. Many light particles appeared around her. Extending his hand to her, the young man asked her to stop and said that he did not have much time. Closing her eyes, the girl asked him not to worry about it, because the solution to his current problem was much closer than it might seem. Her body disintegrated into bright particles and dust. The system informed that a new ability had become available to the user. Startled, the writer realized that this was a clairvoyance skill. A notification informed him that he did not have enough divine power. His feet fell into the vanished world. The player's eyes widened in fear. The smoke around him cleared. Kansen put his hands on his shoulders and asked if everything was okay. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought about the solution that was right next to him. Clouds floated above the academy gym. Students were playing basketball. Putting the phone to his ear, Ilshin realized that he had failed the director's quest, but he thought of another way to attract followers. If the solution was right next to him, as Meyer said, then he just needed to take a closer look at his surroundings. Lowering his head, the guy asked for something to be delivered no later than tomorrow. Pressing the screen, the young man thought that he even had to take out a loan and empty his purse of divine coins. The sword demon swung his weapon. The man forcefully cut the air in front of him. The system reported that he had a new sword of the heavenly demon god. Clenching his fist, the writer remembered that he paid 20 million for it and hoped that now his friend would reach S-class. A tattered book appeared in the air. The description said that it was a tome from a secret collection of 1,000 blades that cut through space itself. Some time ago, holding it in his hands, the follower explained that such a calm technique did not suit his aggressive type of fencing. Squinting, the fanatic said that the sword of the heavenly demon god was too restrained a technique, so his energy would not find an outlet. Gritting his teeth, the player was indignant that he was always unhappy with everything. The sword demon cut the air with his blade again. A cloud of dust rose in front of him. Beads of sweat were running down his face, tired from training. Myonji looked at him with envy. She blushed with admiration and called him cool. The man looked back and called her over. Dropping the ball, the girl asked how she could help him. The follower said that he was not talking to her, but to the summoned monster next to him. Looking back, the monster asked if he really wanted to earn another defeat for himself. Grinning, the fanatic said that he felt that he could defeat him today. Scratching his chin, the protagonist wondered if a class would be able to defeat S-class. The sword demon swung his weapon. His technique was quite unusual, so perhaps he would be able to get S-class in this duel. Grinning, Ilshin assumed that the fortune teller meant exactly that. Rushing forward, Hades asked his opponent not to expect mercy. The man shouted that he had mastered the heavenly demonic sword, his eyes flashing. He cut the air with the blade. Suddenly, the follower shuddered. There was no one in front of him. The monster struck him from behind. The fanatic fell to his knees. The monster said that technique alone was not enough to defeat him. Squinting, the sword demon promised to win the fight next time. The man fell face down. Placing him on his shoulder, Hades said that he had every chance of doing so. Approaching the owner, the monster said that he would take his comrade to the infirmary. Myonji ran after him. Raising his eyebrows, the guy thought that his friend really had a chance to become an S-class. The only problem was that it would not happen soon. The young man drank an energy drink. The system reported that the power given to him had increased by 1%. Squinting, the writer was upset that even the 2000th bottle had not produced any tangible results, and realized that the battle would take place very soon. Looking back, the player looked at her friends and asked how they were doing, noticing that they were very focused. Putting her hands on her sister's head, Mina intended to remove the seal from her to give her the opportunity to defend herself on her own and not fall into the clutches of the Abyss Dragon. Miri closed her eyes. The girl removed her hands from her head. Lightning flashed. Looking back, the girl asked if everything was okay. Wiping her chin, the woman answered that everything was fine. Deciding that his friend could also become an S-class, the protagonist raised his fist and asked the huntress not to put too much pressure on herself. Mina's eyes widened, remembering how he said that he liked younger girls. She turned away in displeasure. Her cheeks turned red. Ilshin did not understand what was going on. Furiously opening her mouth, the woman asked him not to call her by her full name. Scratching his temple, the guy offered her a candy. Running up to him, the huntress happily agreed. The young man wondered when his girlfriend would come to her senses. Mina began to eat the lollipop. The writer thought that if Miri and the sword demon could reach S-class, the quest would be completed. There were 2 days left before the invasion. Remembering something, the player raised his hand and called out to the girl. Extending his hand to her, he said that he needed to leave for a while, and asked her to tell the sword demon that he needed to guard the academy. Smiling, the protagonist explained that he needed to do something important. The girl asked what exactly he needed. Raising his eyebrows, Ilshin said that he wanted to sleep. The guy headed to the bed. Suddenly, a katana appeared in front of him. The villain grinned. Getting into a fighting stance, the young man asked if he had been deceived. Stepping on the mattress, the writer thought that he had one last hope. He lifted the blanket. Wrapping himself in it, the player decided that he needed to train with stalkers, because in the dream world time flows much slower than in real life. For example, 3 months in a dream are 2 days in reality. Smiling, the protagonist realized that he could become much stronger during this time. The temple of the god of the sword, huge blades were stuck in the ground. 1,000 blades sat on the throne. Raising his eyebrows, Ilshin remembered how he first ended up here. The man's crazy eyes widened. That time, the guy shuddered and almost cried. Raising his head, he asked if the repair of the knife that broke during the battle with Gustav was finished. In that battle, the blade broke into many fragments. The system reported that more time was needed to repair it since the blade was badly damaged. The young man held out his hand and asked to borrow something. The stalker replied that it would cost 1 million divine coins. The writer, his mouth wide open in shock, asked why the price had doubled since last time. 1,000 Blades grinned and said that he didn't have to ask for anything since he had no money. Pointing at the system window, the player realized that he had no choice and decided to give him 1,000,000 coins. Squinting, he hoped that he wasn't being deceived and that the price was not too high. Suddenly, a rift appeared in front of him. A wooden katana flew out of it. Looking at it, the protagonist asked what it was. The stalker smiled. Spreading his arms, Ilshin asked why he needed a wooden sword, which was more suitable for brushing teeth. Clenching his fists, the guy asked who they considered him. The man replied that this sword was much better than it might seem at first glance. A description of the training sword used by the founder of the Hiatus sect appeared. Opening his mouth in surprise, the young man thought that it sounded pretty cool. Taking the weapon in his hands, he decided to try it out because the money could not be returned anyway. The blade of the katana began to shake after activating the Ultra Blade. The system reported that after the synchronization reached 50%, a miracle would happen. Smiling happily, the writer wanted to know what kind of miracle it was as soon as possible. The notification suggested that the synchronization percentage depended on the duration of training. Looking at the blade, the player noticed that this toothpick was reacting as if it was trying to say something. Pursing his lips, the protagonist asked what miracle was about to happen. The stalker grinned and said that it was time to begin the hellish training. A huge sword fell on Ilshin. The guy fought him off with his new weapon. His eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't believe that a wooden sword could block this attack. 1,000 Blades held the sword out in front of him and asked his comrade to attack him. The young man squatted down and thought that he couldn't even touch him. Raising his index finger, the man said that even blocking his 10,000 blows was impressive and that it was time to practice 10,000 more attacks. Traces of clashing swords appeared in the air. The writer drank an energy drink. Empty bottles lay on the rocks. Only 20 hours left until the invasion. The player breathed heavily with his mouth open, beads of sweat running down his cheeks. Grinning, the protagonist noticed the enemy's weakness. He pushed off the ground. The stalker narrowed his eyes in confusion. A wooden sword pierced his body. 1,000 Blades looked back in shock. Ilshin determinedly frowned. He managed to wound his opponent in the stomach. Smiling, the guy realized that this was his first successful attack. The synchronization reached 47%. The young man drank another energy drink. Spreading his arms, the man said that he was proud of him and asked to give him the same potion. Pressing the bottle to himself, the writer said that this also costs money. The stalker grabbed it in his hand. The eternal seeker of truth said that it was time to lift iron. Frowning, the player was indignant that everyone wanted something from him. The energy drink fell out of his hand. In the Temple of Muscles there were many weights and dumbbells. Clutching a whip in his hands, the man said that before the battle it was imperative to work on the muscles. The main character was hit on the back with a whip. Tears came to his eyes. He thought that he was considered a slave here. Smiling broadly, the stalker praised him for the fact that his muscles had become denser and asked him to lift a 2-ton weight to consolidate the result. Seeing a huge dumbbell in front of him, Ilshin thought that he was doing all this to protect his ants. The guy lifted the dumbbell. Lightning flashed around it. Gritting his teeth, the young man pressed the dumbbell from his chest. Putting his leg back, he raised it above his head. His arms were shaking. The veins on his face stood out from the strain. The writer raised the dumbbell above his head again. Opening his mouth wide, the player shouted that he had succeeded. The eternal seeker of truth applauded him and said that he needed to drink potions to avoid muscle loss. The player fell to the ground and drank an energy drink. There were 10 hours left before the disaster. The silent nightmare was excited that his turn had come. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist was indignant that he would have to sit in its stomach again. Stuck in the throat of a huge plant, Ilshin did everything possible to stay awake. The wooden katana pierced the stem. The guy broke out of the stomach of the carnivorous plant. The wound on the stem healed instantly. The Venus flytraps opened their mouths. The silent nightmare asked his comrade to be tougher next time. Holding his sword in front of him, the young man thought that all stalkers were crazy. There was 1 minute left before the invasion. Clutching his head, the writer realized that he was missing only 1% of synchronization and that there was practically no time left. The player widened his eyes and asked if the plant really wanted something tough. He rushed forward. The silent nightmare shook with anticipation. Grinning, the protagonist decided to check something. Ilshin swung his katana. Resolutely knitting his eyebrows, the guy wanted to test his strength. The young man made a dash through all the plants. Bleeding wounds appeared on them. The silent nightmare enjoyed every rough movement. Venus flytraps were bleeding. Frowning menacingly, the writer asked them to stop enjoying themselves and give him the missing 1%. There was 1 second left before the invasion. The player's face was covered in sweat. A notification popped up in front of him that the synchronization had reached 49.9%. Gritting his teeth angrily, the protagonist shouted that he would soon go crazy. A stalk appeared behind him. The Venus flytrap opened its mouth. The silent nightmare confirmed that this stick was simply the best. The synchronization had reached 50%. The system reported that the user could go to Antrinia. Elshin opened his mouth in surprise. Clenching his fist, he asked where his promised miracle was. The notification reported that the intelligence and endurance of class of followers had increased as a result of synchronization. Raising his eyebrows, the guy realized that it was about the sword demon and Miri, and decided that if they became class S, it would truly be a miracle. Many red warnings popped up. The Imperial army stepped forward. From this moment on, a holy battle begins, at which the user's life is at stake. Looking to the side, the young man realized that he needed to quickly move to Antrinia, and remembered that he was supposed to have something delivered to the academy. Antrinia, a cloud of dust rose above the castle. An army of red ants surrounded it. Arachne sat on the throne. Smiling, the spider said that the fortress of the evil god, which was built by his followers, was called very strong and impregnable. The infectious fly Beelzebub raised her staff. Bowing her head, she promised not to let the queen down. The insects soared into the air. Licking the dagger, one of them called the opponents insignificant creatures. Standing on the fortress wall, the holy maiden realized that even her sacred power could not stop this horde. Clasping her hands in a lock, the priestess decided to obey the order of the merciful god and not leave the walls of the fortress. The ant assumed that even stone would not be able to withstand Beelzebub's cursed infection. His trembling companion decided that they had to flee because the enemies were attacking from the air. The fly extended its hand and asked its precious god to send a curse on the heads of the enemies. Its hands emitted green energy. Having absorbed a huge amount of air, the insect wished death on the enemies. The warriors puffed out their cheeks to rain down the infection blessed by the god of infection himself on the enemies. Suddenly, a rift opened above their heads. A giant foot appeared in it. Arachne clenched her teeth in fear. The demonic beasts opened their mouths in shock. The foot created a strong gust of wind. It stepped on the army of red ants. Blood splashed on the white socks. The protagonist completely exited the rift. Grinning, Elshin thought that the exterminator had arrived and was glad that the necessary means were delivered to him on time. A can of Decoding appeared in the air. Trembling with fear, the fly noticed that it had an inscription in the language of the evil god. The guy looked back and flashed his burning eyes. The insect clenched its teeth in horror. Waving his staff, the monster realized that they could not win this battle and called on all his comrades to flee. Squinting, the young man felt sick from the number of flies. The god's crushing index finger activated the Decoding. Smiling, the writer thought that his strength had increased in combination with John's telekinesis. The cans began to spray a caustic gas. A stream of Decoding blew the fly away. Blood spurted from its mouth. The insect realized that this was the most deadly poison of all known poisons. The monster grabbed his head. The caustic gas destroyed his body. Flies fell from the sky one after another. The gas sprayed over the entire area occupied by the ants. The insect opened its mouth wide and called on its comrades not to touch this poison under any circumstances. Its comrade realized that this was the legendary evil god worshipped by the savages. Raising its hand, Arachne asked its subjects not to panic and promised to kill those who decided to run away right now. Squinting, the player thought that such a number of ants could cover the entire island of Yoido. Dead monsters lay on the ground. The spider frowned with displeasure. Jumping up from the throne, she asked if the evil god really thought that this trick would work twice. The strong and cunning beast looked back when it was asked to lend its strength. The saber-toothed tiger opened its mouth. The monster flew forward. The protagonist looked up in surprise. The predator flapped its wings. A strong gust of wind drove away the Decoding fumes. Elshin shuddered as he noticed the smoke dissipating. Gritting his teeth, the boy realized that the gas was now going in the other direction. Looking back, he realized that this way the poison could kill his followers. Looking at the horde, the young man wondered what he should do. The writer used the god's index finger and telekinesis, and a huge cloud of smoke appeared in front of him. The cans of Decoding also flew away after the smoke. A whirlwind of cans swirled over the army of ants. Frowning, Arachne noticed that the enemy had used another trick. Gritting his teeth, the player thought that just a little more and his subjects would have suffered. Squinting, he wondered what this cat was doing. The strong and cunning beast opened its mouth. The tiger ate the ant. Shocked, his eyes widening, the protagonist noticed that the monster became stronger when it ate its subjects and called it cruel. Looking at her pet, the spider thought that it was impossible to avoid great losses, but if it was possible to gain power comparable to that of a god by sacrificing even millions of beetles, it would be worth it. Flashing her purple eyes, the queen ordered the release of a squad of blind suicides. Scratching his nose, Ilshin was upset that he had spent so much money on insecticides that had flown away somewhere. Squinting, the guy promised to tear off the tail of this cat. Raising his hand, he wanted to use his skill. But suddenly something made him open his mouth in surprise. In front of him was a cloud of dragonflies. Red ants were sitting on the insects. Their eyes were covered with bandages. Smiling, Arak thought that these monsters could even crush stone, so they could at least injure the evil god, while the others finished what they started. The monster jumped off the dragonfly and called on its comrades to attack. The young man raised his head and saw hundreds of enemies flying at him. The activation of the steel body increased his muscles. A bright light illuminated the ants. One of them crashed into the shoulder of the evil god. His supposedly indestructible mandibles immediately broke. The eternal seeker of truth declared that he was right about the steel body being able to survive anything. Rushing down, the insect called on his comrades not to give up, because there were many more of them. They all crashed into the rider's body. A red cloud rose in the sky. The ants completely covered the player's body. Suddenly, a finger emerged from the cluster of insects. The god's condemning middle finger burned the monsters to ashes. Freeing his hand, the protagonist used the god's multiplying thumb. Flames rose high above the ground. The monsters were engulfed in flames. A powerful explosion was heard on the battlefield. Ilshin stepped forward. He closed his thumb and middle finger. Snapping them, the guy called for a wave of fire. The fireballs rushed forward, flying over the enemy army. With their mouths wide open, the ants noticed the hellish flames approaching them. The insects began to flee from the approaching disaster. Torn to shreds, their bodies and limbs flew into the air. Frowning, the young man felt his strength slowly leaving him. A notification informed him that the user had already destroyed 52 million enemies. Gritting his teeth, the writer wondered if there really were so few of them, and realized that without completing the mission, he did not have enough strength to defeat the enemy army. Putting his hand to his head, the player thought that he was sick from using a huge amount of divine powers. The light shining in the highest depths of the sky lit up. A note said that he was angry that the enemy was using the same flames as his master. Narrowing his eyes in displeasure, the protagonist was indignant that someone did not like something. Raising her hands, Arachne addressed the followers of the great god and declared that they must stop the evil god at any cost. Flying over her, the fiery chariot promised to carry out her order in exchange for 100 million victims. The spider quickly agreed. The red ant clenched its fist and declared that it had no conscience. The priestess opened her mouth in anger and ordered them to be silent, saying that it was a great honor for them to die for the Empire's great victory. The monster spat out a wave of fire. It burned many insects. The monster pouted and swallowed the victims. The flames swirled. The steel plates pressed against the light. Looking at the enemy, the protagonist realized that it had become even bigger. Scratching his head, Ilshin thought that things were bad. The eyes of the fire chariot lit up. Its wheels spun. The monster rushed down towards the enemy. Putting his hand to his head, the boy used the crushing index finger of the god. The system reported that he did not have enough divine powers to use this skill. The young man's eyes widened in fear. The monster crashed into him. Blood gushed from his mouth. The light threw the enemy far back. The rider fell on his back right in front of the fortress. Arachne smirked and imagined the moth, thinking that her revenge would finally be complete. Placing his hand on the ground, the player wondered if this was the end. Squinting, the protagonist thought that he didn't even have the strength to protect the handful of ants that worshipped him. Approaching him, the holy maiden asked him to wake up. The priestess burst into tears. Ilshin reminded him that he had asked her not to leave the castle walls. Raising her hand, the ant used healing, but the system reported that the activation failed due to the divine power of the fire chariot. Pouting, the monster asked if his enemy was still alive. Rushing forward, the monster asked him to prepare for death and called him an excellent sacrifice for his master. A bright pillar of light illuminated the temple. Putting his palms together, Ilho asked for permission to join his god. Hearing his pleas, the boy raised his eyebrows. His index finger lit up. The young man hoped that his strength would be enough to transfer the ant here. Suddenly, a small portal opened. A bright lightning flashed through the light. Frowning furiously, the follower said that he had come at the call of his god. Raising his hands, the warrior asked the god to trust him. Because many monsters had fallen at his hands, the writer said that he was proud of him. Suddenly, a huge mouth appeared in front of him. A strong and insidious beast grabbed Ilho. The saber-toothed tiger grinned and said that it was just an ordinary insect. The holy maiden frowned in fear and screamed. The predator rose high into the sky. The player realized that now he would definitely end. Suddenly, Thousand Blades reported that the fruit knife had been successfully repaired. The protagonist's body began to emit light. A huge sword appeared from the rift. Ilshin took it in his hands. Lightning ran along the hilt. They illuminated the entire space around. The boy's eyes widened as he felt his strength overflowing. He managed to get to his feet. Gritting his teeth, Light realized that the situation was becoming dangerous. He held his sword out in front of him and used the skill transmission. The monsters looked at him in fear, realizing that things were only getting worse. Jumping up, the rider used the power of the heavenly demon. The strong and cunning beast rose high into the air. Running, the fire chariot realized that it had to dodge. Grinning, the player asked where they were going. The monster opened its mouth in horror, a bright light illuminating its face. A swing of the sword cut through its armor. The monster spat out a cloud of blood. Burning debris fell from the sky. Frowning furiously, Light was outraged that the precious body that his master had created was lost. The Lord of the Abyssal Swamps flashed with burning eyes. A swing of the sword cut off all of its heads. They fell to the ground, blood spurting from the monster's neck. Holding the sword in front of him, the protagonist was breathing heavily. The saber-toothed tiger was too high. Gritting his teeth, Ilshin decided to get to it at all costs because this cat ate his dear friend. Angrily frowning, the guy thought that the whole problem was only in his divine power, which was not enough for another power of the heavenly demon. Feeling severe pain, the young man grabbed his head. Flapping his wings, the monster realized that his enemy had spent most of his strength. The monster bared its huge fangs. Deciding that this was his chance, the strong and cunning beast fell on the enemy from the sky. His eyes glowed. Suddenly he had to stop. Trembling in fear, the saber-toothed tiger felt a ton of energy emanating from the enemy. The rider's body was covered in a blue aura. The chain broke. The system reported that Mary's seal had been removed and that she had been granted transcendental potential. Smiling, the player realized that a miracle had happened. He had only one follower left to fulfill the mission's conditions. Clenching his fist, the protagonist thought that his divine power had been replenished thanks to his friend. Raising his blade in front of him, Ilshin offered the enemy a taste of his power. Opening his mouth in horror, the monster realized that he needed to avoid close combat. Someone stepped forward. Hearing a strange sound, the guy turned around. At that moment, his pupils narrowed. The Lord of the Abyss Swamps restored his severed heads. Sticking out his tongue, the Hydra declared that her body was immortal and that the sword would not help him. The stump of her neck foamed. The severed head returned to its place. The monster's body was covered in a bright aura. Looking away, the young man thought that this was just funny. A notification said that the enemy regenerates infinitely. Squinting, the rider wondered when this would end. Opening its mouth, the monster asked if he had finally realized that he couldn't be killed by an ordinary piece of iron. Its heads rushed forward. The player's mouth opened in shock when the sword asked if he had just been called an ordinary piece of iron. Gritting his teeth in horror, the protagonist wondered if his weapon could talk. The Lord of the Abyssal Swamp widened his eyes in surprise. Grinning, the Hydra laughed and said that it would take the blade as a souvenir. Flashing a yellow eye, the Ultra Blade asked if this snake had called him an iron piece. Squinting, the monster said that it would not have been able to overcome his immortality even if he had not been an ordinary piece of iron. Looking at his weapon, Ilshin guessed that the founder of the Hiatus sect might have possessed it, and realized that their voices were too different. Suddenly, the sword trembled and laughed. The boy frowned tensely, thinking that this voice was more like the voice of a patient in a mental hospital. The monster widened its eyes and asked what was so funny. Frowning, the blade replied that the Lord of the Abyssal Swamps was already dead. Suddenly, the Hydra's heads began to melt. Opening its mouth in horror, one of them asked if this was some kind of curse. A new head grew from the severed neck. The monster declared that even a curse was nothing against its regeneration. At the same moment, the new head dissolved into thin air again. The monster could not believe that it was struck down by an ordinary sword. A giant eye hung over him. A voice asked if the enemy really thought that the power of the heavenly demon was not limitless, and declared that the enemy was doomed from the moment he was wounded. The heads of the Lord of the Abyssal Swamps completely melted. Squinting, the Ultra Blade said that this is the end. The notification said that the Hydra was defeated. The sword absorbed the dark energy. The system reported that the user has made progress in the mission to promote the evil god. A black aura covered the boy's body. Grinning, the rider felt a new strength and wondered what would happen when he managed to kill 2 more S-class monsters. Suddenly, 2 burning eyes appeared above his head. Feeling the thirst for blood, the player turned around. However, it was too late. A strong and insidious beast fell on him from the sky, declaring that the wings of the wind would tear him to shreds. The saber-toothed tiger began to flap its wings intensely. The protagonist opened his mouth in fear. Something was flying straight towards the target. The boy was already preparing to fight it off. Ilshin frowned, breathing heavily, while the weapon laughed at him. He clenched his teeth, cursing at the enemy. Suddenly, the monster began to tremble. He stopped, asking the opponent to wait. Suddenly, something starts beating inside him. Ilshin, dumbfounded, comes to an idea. Then the creature starts falling. The next second, it is already on the ground. Clouds of dust fly in the air, and the monster's stomach hurts. It opens its mouth wide in despair, feeling like it is being torn from the inside. The beast's eyes roll back in unbearable pain. Suddenly, something really does burst out of it. It turns out that it is Ilho, flying out of the body with a scream. Ilshin, smiling, is glad that he is alive. The guy with a determined expression declares that even if eaten, There is a way to get out. Ilshin, laughing, gives him a thumbs up. Then he turns a displeased look to the weapon, asking who it is. He clenches his teeth, waiting for an answer. The weapon squints, and the young man is angry because of the long pause. Suddenly, the sword begins to sweat, not understanding who it is. Ilshin looks at him searchingly, wanting to know his true identity. At this point he turns away, asking for help from the Thousand Blades, but his interlocutor prefers to remain silent. The young man frowns in displeasure, deciding to demand a refund. Suddenly, fire appears. Ilshin is surprised to notice something. Flames actually appeared on the ground, while the villain is indignant about the destruction of his body. The man, in a rage, claims that he will not forgive Ilho. Picking his nose, Ilshin is perplexed by the fact that his rival is still alive. After this, the man only looks away, asking the priestess for more victims. At this, the woman frowns, telling him to take 100 million. The fireman winces, declaring that this is not enough. He wants to get everyone. The priestess is amazed when it turns out that he needs 100 billion. She looks at him dumbfounded, asking what he means. Lightning flashes in the man's eyes when he tells the woman to sacrifice everyone to him. A huge army stands. Suddenly, fire spreads over them all and screams are heard. The priestess raises her hand, asking the fireman to stop. Continuing to suck in victims, he only tells her to be quiet. Ilshin clenches his teeth, not understanding what is happening. He throws his head back, noticing that the enemy has become even larger. Everything is covered in flames, the stones are heating up. A trace of the recent commotion remains on the ground. The man holds a huge stone, shouting about his muscles. His eyes light up when he promises to take care of it. Stones fly apart from his step. Suddenly, a boulder starts flying straight at his opponent. He rushes forward, and something wraps around him. Stone and flame collide. The monster only smirks when it easily melts the boulder, surprising the young man. He begins to laugh, talking about the strength of his master. The fireman hangs like a block over Ilshin. Ilho immediately tenses up, asking what they should do. The sword frowns, cursing at them. Smiling, the young man thinks that the weapon has some idea. Suddenly, the sword tells him to kill the enemy. Ilshin tenses up, sweating, because he understands the enemy's power. Lava is already forming on the ground. Opening his eye, the weapon asks Ilshin to believe him that it can cut through any creature. The young man tightly grips the sword in his hands, realizing that he has no choice. He clenches his jaw, deciding to try. Suddenly, Ilshin swings the weapon. The transmission of the #1 sword demon skill is activated. Swinging the sword, the young man uses the power of the heavenly demon. The enemy immediately tenses up. After the blow, he winces, turning away. Suddenly, the fireman begins to laugh at the small power of the attack. Ilshin frowns in disappointment, realizing that the sword will not help him in any way. The weapon has a determined look, and the thought sounds that this is the end for the Antrinians. The creature smiles widely. Suddenly, it is cut in two. It screams in despair. A powerful explosion occurs. The sword squints in satisfaction, stating the fact of its victory. It turns its gaze to Ilshin, declaring its strength. The young man raises his eyebrows, noticing that he has remained conscious and not like last time. Suddenly, he remembers something. A notification comes that Tears of Generous Abundance is looking anxiously at the blazing sky. It turns out that the soundless nightmare is telling him that it is too early for him to relax. Ilshin looks up in shock. Horror is visible in his eyes. A satisfied fireman appears. It becomes known that one of the sun gods was sealed in a fiery chariot. Ilshin begins to tremble, realizing that he has freed that god. It is said that he would be better off surrendering and dying right now. The young man tenses, thinking about the money he gave the commentator. He looks at the blazing sky, noticing that he has already poured the last of his divine powers into the previous attack. Ilshin frowns, remembering the words of the great man that there will be windows to life in any case. Many weapons are being ruled in the lava. The deity is furious that his master's fiery chariot has been broken. The young man tries to stay on his feet, noticing something. Ilho appears, standing on the corpse of the beast, and the thought of a chance sounds. The boy trembles, and the thought sounds that the monster is extremely strong and can burn enemies. Suddenly, Ilshin begins to decisively shout at him, asking him to find him a victim. Ilho is sweating with horror, and his eyes light up. He immediately grabs the beast by the tail, accepting the order. Suddenly, he begins to spin his body in a circle. The body flies straight to Ilshin as a sacrifice, and he rejoices. Watching, the deity only laughs and declares that they cannot win. Meanwhile, the youth, raising his finger, sucks in the energy of the beast. All the power is concentrated in the tip of his finger. There is a surge of energy. It is reported that Ilho is presenting him with tribute. Grinning, Ilshin declares that he knew it. Lightning flashes around him, and it turns out that the mission to promote a low-ranking evil god has been completed. After this, Ilshin is awarded the title of a low-ranking evil god. He is filled with energy. A smile blossoms on the youth's face. He looks at his palm, feeling the power of a low-ranking evil god. Ilshin begins to rejoice for him. The holy maiden trembles, clasping her hands, and prays for Ilshin. Sweat pours from his face as he mentally answers those who hope. The deity frowns, declaring that resistance is futile. Suddenly, the youth makes an obscene gesture, using the middle finger of the god in disapproval. Immediately, a stream of energy bursts out of his finger. The attack lands on his enemy. The deity squints one eye, declaring that it will not work on him. Ilshin, on the other hand, trembles, gritting his teeth, and realizes that it really may not work. As the energy continues to burst out, the youth ponders the reason for such strength of the opponent. Suddenly, the fireman clenches his jaw, cursing at Ilshin. Then the walls of the castle begin to melt into lava and the people panic. The youth grits his teeth, noticing that the power of the heavenly demon no longer works. He continues to attack his opponent, considering the option of simply using the gift check of the 1,000 blades. Suddenly, the weapon stops him. Frowning, it notices that the gift cannot cut the flame. At this, Ilshin trembles, screaming at the sword in despair. Suddenly, he looks up, noticing something. The weapon is also perplexed, surprised. A couple of buildings are shown under the night sky. A room with many boxes and a sleeping place is depicted. A guy stands among clouds of dust with a large sword in his hands. Breathing heavily, he closes one eye. He looks tiredly at his palm, noticing that he has finally mastered all the intricacies of the second kata. Then there is a swing of the sword. It turns out that the sword demon has put it forward, giving Ilshin power. The weapon is amazed, turning its attention to the second kata of the sword path of the heavenly demon. The youth looks at it in surprise when it is said that this reminded him of his true identity. Suddenly, the sword opens an eye and a beam bursts out of it. It takes on a human form. The man smiles, beginning to speak. Crossing his arms over his chest, he declares that he is a heavenly demon. Ilshin is shaking, confused. The blind eye of God is activated. It is reported that the history of the heavenly demon is loading. There are many cuts on the guy's back, and he is breathing heavily. In his bloody hand he holds a sword. Through tears, the deity smiles slightly. The heavenly demon killed his own daughter, who became a follower of the god of destruction, and everyone who followed her and then committed suicide. Ilshin frowned and said that now he understood why the heavenly demon was so abnormal. Now this demon clutched his head and screamed, grieving for his daughter. The system informed the protagonist that this demon had been looking for his target for revenge for millennia, but because of one deception he lost his memories, which have returned now. The system informed the protagonist that 1,000 beasts that destroy space itself tried to deceive the heavenly demon into converting him to their faith. But then, kneeling, the heavenly demon. He refused, saying that he hates liars. Then the 1,000 beasts that cut through space itself deprived the heavenly demon of his memories and imprisoned him in a sword, forcing him to work for free. The protagonist became angry when he realized who the true culprit was. The heavenly demon smiled, saying that awakening the sword demon helped him regain his memories. He was a good student. He clenched his fist, and staring at the guy, he asked if he could avenge him. The protagonist, furious, swore that this god would know true pain. The old man laughed when he heard his words. Then he extended his hand to the guy, saying that he deserved to be its owner. The protagonist was surprised when the old man began to dissipate. His energy flowed into him, because of which Ilshin released a beam of mana. The system notified him of the heavenly demon who had accepted his dominion and was now his follower. The beam of energy crashed into the light. A moment later, the system informed the protagonist that the task had been completed and that the number of S-rank followers had reached 10. A moment later, the system assigned the protagonist the title of a low-ranking good god. Withstanding the pressure, Ilshin mentally said that awakening the sword demon was the last element of the plan, and now the problem was almost solved. He frowned, straining even more. Light angrily shouted at the guy, telling him that he was no match for him even after absorbing the decrepit old man, because they were all insects. After saying this, he released flames from his mouth. Thus, the two techniques began their confrontation. Sword, getting excited, told the guy that flames could only be defeated by more powerful flames. Hearing his words, the guy dispelled the technique, and grabbed the hilt of the sword. He swung the sword, expressing his agreement. The heavenly demon, anticipating victory, said that they would use Avicii, Narak's worst nightmare. Light, continuing to exhale flames, told the protagonist to stop resisting, because this would not change his miserable life. Suddenly, a sickle of energy rushed towards the flames. The sickle pierced the flames and hit Light. He stared at the guy in shock after that. Ilshin, frowning, told Light to close his mouth because it was already hot in the area. The protagonist's sudden attack cut through Light. Light smiled widely, saying that his master's power would easily heal the scratches. But a moment later, he was horrified as he began to feel the heat of the flames. After another moment, a sphere of flames enveloped his body. Ilshin's hands trembled from the pain after the blow. He grinned, seeing the result of the attack. Soon, Light completely disappeared. The sword looked at the protagonist and said that he protected the Antrinia. The crowd standing to the side screamed with delight, praising the protagonist. Ilho raised his hand, saying that he had no doubt in his god. Ilshin sighed in relief. Looking at the crowd, he said that he would leave the rest of the work to them. The Holy Maiden and Ilho knelt down accepting the order. The system notified the protagonist of his victory in the divine battle, and now rumors of his greatness will soon spread throughout the world. A magic circle formed on the battlefield, after which the system announced the opening of a new mission. This mission turned out to be a mission to promote a good and evil god of mid-rank. Events take us to the room, where Ilshin could barely contain his laughter and joy. Meanwhile, the sword watched him. Ilshin pursed his lips trying to contain himself. But a moment later, he bared his teeth after receiving a system notification about the thousand-bladed demon, who was angry, accusing him of stealing. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the guy said that he simply returned his friend's memories. The thousand-bladed demon wrote to him then that he clearly did not fight for the heavenly demon to return his memories. The protagonist, looking at the sword, told the demon that it was just karma. The demon immediately answered him, saying that he had already lost a lot, and from now on, repairs for him cost 500 million divine coins. Ilshin indignantly shouted, saying that this was too much because it was not even worth 10 million. Then the silent nightmare informed the protagonist through the system that he could recommend a good blacksmith to him. The protagonist grinned when he saw his colleague's support. The eternal seeker of truth immediately said that he had been waiting for this day and was ready to negotiate for 5 million. Smiling, Ilshin said that it was easy to find a cheaper price because the competition was so high. Thousand Blades immediately wrote, saying that such repairs would take at least a year, so the price was at least 10 million. Grinning creepily, the protagonist said that he could negotiate for 3 million. The demon Thousand Blades got angry and said that this was too little. Then Ilshin put his hands behind his head, saying that compared to how much he had squeezed out of him, this was a lot, so he would better agree to the offer of another blacksmith. The demon got angry and said that he would agree to 3 million. Ilshin raised his hand, rejoicing in his victory. Suddenly, the guy received a call from Kansen. The protagonist picked up the phone, and because of Kansen, who demanded that he immediately appear at the association because they had found Gustav's clutch of eggs. The protagonist remembered the crocodile and was horrified. The events are transferred to the Hunters Association, on one of the screens of which an advertisement for thermal water was being conducted. The protagonist saw Mina on the screen and was surprised. He and the sword demon stared at the billboard, amazed at the beauty of the girl. The guys suddenly lowered their eyes, when the girl herself leaned over right in front of them. She, accompanied by Kansen and her friend, greeted the couple. Ilshin raised his hand in greeting and response, after which he apologized to Kansen. He immediately turned around saying that they needed to quickly go inside and discuss everything. Soon they entered the conference room. The protagonist glanced at the sword demon and said that he needed to stay because he was not a member of the association. He immediately accepted the order. When the guy entered the office, he realized that all the national heroes of Class S had gathered there, and all for the sake of some eggs. Yuhan raised his hand, calling out to the protagonist. Pointing to the seat in front of him, he told the boy and Mina to sit there. The girl suddenly grabbed the protagonist, saying that he would sit with them. The head of the association intervened in the conversation, asking them to sit down quickly. The chairman closed his eyes and said that the egg would soon be delivered here. Mina was happy to hear this and said that the crocodile egg should be delicious. Soon, the group sat down in their seats. Ilshin glanced at the girl sitting opposite him, and was puzzled, trying to understand why the girl was wearing a penguin mask. She did not even move, emitting a golden aura. The protagonist frowned when he failed to evaluate the girl through the system. He tensed up, trying to understand who she was if he could not evaluate her. Meanwhile, Mina smiled, looking at the eggs. The chairman stood up. When the egg was brought into the hall, touching the egg, he said that it was the egg of Gustav, an SS rank monster. They were able to organize their transportation straight from Africa. When everyone looked at the egg, he said that it was only one of 100 eggs, the only one that had not hatched, and at the moment everyone was focused on looking for the rest of the babies. The protagonist frowned, thinking about Gustav's babies. Remembering the crocodile, he was horrified to realize that the monster that almost killed him could multiply to 100. Suddenly, the egg vibrated. Ilshin was horrified to see this. Everyone retreated in fear from the egg, which began to crack. The cracks began to increase, and soon the crocodile's head came out. Some of the hunters were touched by the sight of the crocodile. It opened its mouth and began to squeak something, puzzling the hunters. But the protagonist, looking at it, realized that the crocodile was saying that Mommy's sworn enemy had been found. Ilshin tensed up, trying to understand why he even understood its chirping. Suddenly, the baby rushed forward, straining the protagonist. The cub appeared in front of him in an instant, and rushed to attack, saying that he would kill the enemy. He jumped on the guy, opening his mouth. Ilshin was surprised at what he saw. He saw the crocodile's attack as if in slow motion. The guy immediately concentrated mana in his finger, realizing that it was all because he had become stronger. Raising his hand, he mentally said that since he was now a low-ranking god, such enemies were nothing to him. The cub was horrified. Looking at the enemy, he felt a terrifying aura. Suddenly, another hunter hit the crocodile, and with one blow, he threw him back. Chongryuk was furious. The crocodile painfully crashed into the wall and immediately decided to run away. But the blow from another hunter made him scream in pain. Shinryu frowned and said that this cute face almost fooled him. The cub cried, realizing that he would soon die. Looking at the protagonist, Shinryu asked if everything was okay. The guy was shaking mentally, saying that everything was bad. The protagonist was ashamed that his colleagues dealt with the threat before he could lift a finger. Looking at his neighbor, he realized that the S-class hunters were unimaginably strong. Mina hugged her friend and cried, saying that crocodiles were scary. Kansen and Yuhun stood up in a rage, saying that this crocodile allowed itself too much. The protagonist frowned, staring at the trembling paw of the monster. It was crying, asking for someone to help it. Youngryuk was scared of the cub standing in front of it. He raised his leg, intending to kill the monster. A moment later, he lowered his leg. The cub closed its eyes, expecting death. But an old man suddenly appeared and saved it. Sadok looked at Youngryuk and ordered him to stop. The hero frowned and raised his leg above the creature's body, asking why he had to interfere. Sadok put his hands behind his back and stuck his leg out, saying that he didn't want the boy to hurt him anymore. The man was going to cut him open and examine him. Youngryuk frowned, saying that he wanted to do many things too, like kill the crocodile on the spot. Sadok smiled and rubbed his beard, saying that young people in modern society had completely forgotten about respect. The table and chair in the room shook. A bright flash appeared behind the man, with streams of energy emanating from it. Sadok raised his hand to his face, asking if they really had to taste death to behave properly. The sword demon frowned and opened his mouth wide. Mina hugged Mary in fear. Kansen frowned, asking if the man was really going to summon Yaksha right here. The director pointed his finger at him, telling him to stop. Sadok bowed his head down, saying it was too late. Chungryuk summoned the shining armor of the spirit, saying the man would die on his own. The armor covered his body. The boy frowned, looking forward. Chungryuk stood in front of Sadok, looking down at him. Kansen stood between them and spread his arms, telling them to stop. He asked why they were fighting among themselves. The protagonist sat boredly at the table and watched the situation, thinking that real passions were flaring up here. It was a pity he didn't have any popcorn with him. Ilshin smiled and put his hands behind his head and smiled, thinking that he would have enjoyed watching this fight. The hero understood the language the monster spoke. Baby Gustav lowered his head, asking for help. The guy raised his eyebrows in surprise and his eyes widened. The crocodile pressed his paws to his head. There were tears in his eyes. He asked God to save him. The system reported that the hero had a new follower, Baby Gustav. He was 5 minutes old. He was dying of horror. A small miracle could happen if the hero saved him. Ilshin smiled happily and stood up from his seat, thinking that he would save the crocodile because he was interested in watching a small miracle. The hero scratched his head thoughtfully, wondering how he could do this. Ahead, he saw Chongryuk and Sadok arguing. A status window appeared in front of the guy, in which there was a question. Would a low-ranking god deign to show mercy to a mere mortal who longed for salvation? 2 answer options were presented, yes and no. The system also noted that it was possible to save the crocodile unnoticed. The hero reached for the answer, thinking that he would do it. A bright glow appeared around the baby Gust, who was behind Kansen. He opened his eyes wide, starting to disintegrate into pixels. The crocodile disappeared. The director continued to separate the heroes who started a fight. Ilshin frowned and clenched his teeth, thinking that he was simply deceived because the monster had disappeared. The phone in the hero's hands rang. He wondered who it could be. The main character opened his eyes wide and frowned. Miss Penguin turned her head at him. The guy saw that the businessman Gustav was in the game, next to the holy maiden. The crocodile opened its mouth in surprise and looked around. The hero wondered why the monster looked so cute. Ilshin raised his eyebrows, thinking that no one seemed to notice that the crocodile was missing. Sadok frowned and pointed his finger at Chungryuk, asking if he didn't know filial piety. For this he was going to kill the hero. The guy frowned and opened his mouth wide, asking why the man was so stubborn when he was just asking to let him incinerate the crocodile. Kansen opened his mouth wide, trying to stop the heroes and holding them back with his hands. The hero looked at the phone screen, thinking that it would be bad if those two noticed, so the guy decided to think of a way out of this situation. Miss Penguin appeared behind him. The protagonist gritted his teeth, noticing her. He turned around and frowned, asking her not to peek. The girl turned her head to the side. She noticed that the crocodile had disappeared from its place. Miss Penguin looked at the guy again. Ilshin pressed his fist to his face, asking her not to say anything, because he could explain everything. The girl raised her hand above her head. The hero smiled nervously, thinking that she had definitely seen everything. Sweat was pouring down the guy's face. He turned to Miss Penguin. The girl raised her hand up and happily answered him, saying, "Penguin hi." The main character turned away, eyebrows raised in confusion. She headed to her place. Ilshin watched her go, thinking that he had certainly heard about a large number of eccentrics among the S-class representatives. But this was too much. But, in any case, she was not very concerned about the disappearance of the crocodile. A bright red explosion thundered in the room. The guy wearily wondered what had happened this time. The sword demon landed on the table. The boy frowned, asking the sword god what was going on and if he needed help. Ilshin smiled happily, thinking that the demon had appeared just in time. Now he could use him as an excuse to leave. Shinu widened his eyes when he saw the boy. He pointed at him and stood up, asking if this was the same swordsman. The sword demon gritted his teeth, saying that he must have confused him with someone else. Shinu frowned, asking him not to lie since he was his friend. The boy furrowed his brows and looked at him, saying that he was mistaken. Ilshin rubbed his chin, wondering if they knew each other, but decided that it was none of his business since he had enough of his own problems. The protagonist frowned, turning angrily to the sword demon. He grabbed the guy by the hair, asking if he understood where he was, why he had caused such a mess. The sword demon frowned sadly, looking at him. The protagonist dragged the guy by the collar along the floor, saying that they would deal with this crowbar. The sword demon frowned sadly, saying that he was very sorry. Sea-Duck, Kansen, and Chung H-Ryuk looked at the guys leaving in surprise. The protagonist dragged the guy along the floor. The sword demon held a large blade in his hands, asking them to just let him die, because he had not followed orders, so he deserved this end. Ilshin smiled and looked at him, saying that this was not true, so he did not need to be upset, but for now he needed him to keep quiet. The protagonist thought that he was very grateful to the guy. From the office, Sea-Duck's furious cry was heard, asking where the crocodile had disappeared. The guy raised his eyebrows and smiled widely. Ilshin gritted his teeth, beads of sweat were dripping down his face. Sea-Duck frowned, saying that everyone would die today. Chung-Ryuk opened his mouth wide, saying that the crocodile had disappeared because of a man. Miss Penguin raised her hand, saying, "Hello, Penguin." The boy thought that it was very good that he had managed to escape from there. The medical office of the Hunters Association. The blue sky could be seen through the window of the room. Ilshin lay on the bed and looked at the phone, thinking that he was very happy in the silence. The Holy Virgin pressed her hand to her chest and, standing next to the crocodile, said that the sword god had sent them a creature, so they should raise it to be a good crocodile. There was a collar on the creature's neck, which he tried to remove. The hero thought that he had decided to name the monster Croaky, and he had also found him a dog collar that blocked mana. The boy raised his eyebrows, looking at the phone and thinking that the Holy Virgin said that she would raise him herself, so he should at least do this. On the phone screen were characters from the game. The hero wondered what kind of miracle they were talking about. Was it really about the fact that Croaky fit into his cell phone? The boy remembered the inscription in the system window, which said that the monster was dying of horror, but a small miracle could happen if the hero saved it. The door to the room opened. Shinu raised his eyebrows, asking if this game was really that interesting. The protagonist sat on the edge of the bed, asking what he was talking about. The boy frowned, saying that he was interested in something here. He bent his fingers, concentrating bright streams of blue energy in his palm. Ilshin frowned and clenched his teeth, thinking that some kind of S-class feature is to threaten with any question, because you can just ask. Shinu frowned and looked at the hero sitting on the bed, saying that he was curious about something and it would be good if he was satisfied with the answer. The protagonist frowned and gritted his teeth, thinking that it must be a characteristic of S-classes to threaten at any question. The guy leaned his hands on the bed, agreeing to hear the question. After all, he is an open-minded person and also a pacifist. Shinu frowned, saying that he would like to know what connects the hero with the sword demon. Ilshin frowned, thinking that he is his god and the guy is his crazy fanatic. The hero decided that it would be better not to say such a thing. The protagonist smiled awkwardly and waved his hand, saying that they are just colleagues. He thought about the fact that he himself works as a teacher and the guy is his assistant, so technically he is telling the truth. Ilshin looked at Shinu's hand, enveloped in a bright stream of energy. He wondered why the hero was even asking this in a threatening tone. Shinu frowned as he looked at the boy. He tilted his head down, asking if it was possible that the boy himself was also a member of the three heroes. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise, looking at him and asking what it was. The boy looked up thoughtfully, assuming that it was a triad impersonation, but it didn't concern him anyway. Shinu gritted his teeth and clenched his hand into a fist, saying that the boy probably didn't understand words. He raised his fist to punch. The boy looked up at him in surprise. Shinu gritted his teeth, bringing his palm with bright energy to the protagonist's neck. The boy narrowed his eyes. He looked at the approaching hand and thought that it was very slow. However, he didn't feel like fighting today. The hero was about to use the skill transfer. From outside, a boy was approaching the district with his foot forward. The sword demon flew into the room, approaching Shinyu. He frowned and opened his mouth wide, calling the hero a fool. The boy swung his sword, his eyes shining brightly. He asked how dare Shinyu mess with his god. The hero widened his eyes, looking up. The sword demon slammed the blade onto the floor, chopping it into small pieces. Shinu jumped back. He stopped with his feet, bracing himself with his hand on the floor. A smile appeared on the boy's face. Shinu widened his eyes and raised his eyebrows, saying that the strong sword finally recognized him. The sword demon frowned, telling him to stop spouting his nonsense. Shinu easily dodged the swing of the blade. He floated in the air upside down, asking how the boy was doing. Shinu smiled, asking why he hadn't answered his calls. The sword demon gritted his teeth in annoyance. He swung his blade, telling the hero to be quiet. Shinu smiled and approached, saying that he was still no match for him. He held his hand out in front of the sword demon's sharp blade. A bright blue flash shone. Shinu jumped back. The guy sighed heavily. The sword demon looked at him, saying that he blocked him because he was bothering him. Shinu frowned sadly, saying that it was no wonder the guy blocked his number. Ilshin raised his eyebrows in surprise, wondering how they knew each other. The sword demon gritted his teeth, asking if that was why he was bothering the master because he wanted to die sooner. Shinu raised his eyebrows, looking at the protagonist and asking if this was the master. The guy held the blade in front of himself, calling the hero ignorant and asking if he knew who Ilshin was. The sword demon said that his master was the greatest swordsman, the sword god, who had achieved enlightenment in the art of swordsmanship, and if Shinu considered himself a swordsman, he should immediately kneel. Ilshin frowned, sticking out his little finger to the side. The hero clenched his fist tightly, asking why he had to kneel. Shinu tilted his head and frowned, saying that he knew the Three Heroes Society was a cult, but the boy seemed to be completely caught up in it. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, imagining bacon slices. He wondered what kind of Three Heroes Society this was, maybe some kind of club, like Bacon Lovers. Shinu frowned at Ilshin, wondering if it was because of him that the sword demon was so crazy. He was going to expose him. The hero opened his palm, bright streams of energy surrounding his hand. He addressed the protagonist. Ilshin turned around, asking what he wanted. Shinu crossed his arms in front of him, saying that if he really was a sword god, it would be easy for him to dodge this. The hero bent his arms, creating the image of snakes. He used the snake sword school skill, Poison Fang. Bright streams of blue energy appeared around his body. The sword demon furrowed his brows, telling his master to show this worm his greatness because it only reaches him through punches. Shinu frowned and gritted his teeth. The hero stood up from the edge of the bed, agreeing with his words. Ilshin smiled, saying that he just wanted to test his strength. He smiled slyly, thinking about how much stronger he had become after saving his aunts. The hero put his hands on his hips and straightened up. Shinu frowned in confusion, looking at him. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist, thinking that the guy was an S-class, so he wouldn't die from this. It would be an ideal training dummy. Ilshin used the skill transfer, Ilho's steel body. The clothes on his body were torn due to the muscles that appeared. Shinu frowned and assumed a fighting stance, thinking that this must be the power of the Three Heroes community. The boy wondered if he had defeated Gustav with this. The hero frowned, thinking that even if it was, some weak skill from an unknown sect would not stop him, since he could surpass him in speed. Shinu charged, thrusting his palm forward with bright energy. The boy widened his eyes, thinking that muscle mass usually entails a lack of mobility. The protagonist chuckled. He looked at Shinu approaching and smiled, thinking that this was too slow. The hero clenched his hand into a fist. Streams of bright lightning appeared around his hand. He thought that he could crush the snake's fang. Ilshin raised his fist to attack Shinu approaching him. The boy widened his eyes. The protagonist smiled, pointing his fist at him. Nina opened the door and frowned in displeasure, asking what kind of noise they were making. The girl froze in his seat, asking if they couldn't be quieter. The boys froze in their seats. The protagonist looked at her, thinking that Mina wanted to take a nap. Shinu raised his eyebrows, asking what the mistress wanted. Nina frowned in displeasure and clenched her hands into fists. The girl pointed at him, saying that he was a bad uncle. Nina frowned and unclenched her hand, activating mind control. She imagined the boy's heart. Shinu raised his eyebrows in surprise, looking at her. Ilshin put his hand forward, asking Mina to stop. Bright streams of energy winged the girl's body. She said that anyone who bothered their god must die. Nina frowned and clenched her hand into a fist. Dark streams of energy came out of it. Shinu covered his face with his hands. A bright light emanated from the girl's fist. The guy opened his eyes wide and coughed. Shinu fell to the floor and pressed his hand to his heart, saying that he couldn't breathe. He frowned and stretched his hand forward, addressing the sword demon. The guy raised his eyebrows, looking at him. Shinu fell powerlessly to the floor. The hero took a few steps. The sword demon crouched next to him and checked his pulse. The guy frowned in displeasure and clicked his tongue. The protagonist opened his eyes wide, asking if the guy was dead. The sword demon removed his fingers from his neck, saying that it was a pity, But no, the hero was alive. The guy frowned and turned to the protagonist, saying that Shinyu was not the type to fall away easily. Elshin sighed in relief, thinking that he did not want them to be accused of murder. The sword demon lifted Shinya onto his shoulder, saying that he dared to disturb the master, so he would throw him somewhere far away and return. The protagonist opened his mouth wide, asking him to wait. The boy put his hand forward, saying that he could heal him with his healing ring finger. The sword demon left through the broken window. The hero smiled nervously and frowned, wondering if the sword demon would finish him off since he promised to behave. The girl pressed her palms to the protagonist's face. Nina raised her eyebrows, asking if he was okay. Ilshin blushed and spread his arms out to the sides, saying that he was fine. The girl smiled, asking him not to worry since his little sister would protect him. The boy frowned and looked at her, thinking that she was supposedly the eldest, and calling herself the youngest was somehow stupid. Miri opened the door to the room. She opened her eyes wide and frowned, asking if Master was okay since she had felt a huge flow of energy just now. Nina turned around and smiled, seeing her younger sister. Miri frowned, asking what was going on here. The protagonist frowned, preparing to explain. Mina's hands were still on his cheeks. Miri opened her eyes wide, seeing a pool of blood on the floor. The girl asked if they had killed someone. Her sister ran up to her. Mina took her arm and closed her eyes, saying that she wanted to go home since she was scared. Ilshin smiled and held out his hand, saying that it was good. He asked if Miri would take her home. The girl smiled, saying that she would. The hero dipped his mop into a bucket of water. The boy sighed tiredly, washing a puddle of blood on the floor. He furrowed his brows, thinking that he was a god, so why should he scrub the floor, but came to the conclusion that someone had to do it. The system reported that the Tears of Generous Abundance was sending a heart to the hero and saying that the boy was doing a good deed. Ilshin frowned sadly and squeezed the mop, mentally thanking the stalker and thinking that he was his only friend. Myunji appeared from around the corner. The girl raised her eyebrows, turning to the hero. The boy turned around, seeing Myunji. The girl opened her eyes wide and spread her arms, asking where the pool of blood came from. The protagonist clutched the mop, saying that it was okay, he just fell. He smiled awkwardly, asking what was wrong. Myunji tilted her head and clutched the pendant on her neck, trying to say something. The protagonist looked at the worried girl, wondering why she was so tense. Did something serious happen? Ilshin smiled and asked what was wrong. She shouldn't be afraid to tell him. Myunji furrowed her brows and smiled awkwardly, saying that her grandfather wanted to meet him, so he should run. The protagonist pointed at himself, asking why her grandfather wanted to see him and why he needed to run. Myunji lowered her head and closed her eyes. She clutched the amulet with a skull. Hades greeted the protagonist. The guy asked how he was doing. Myunji lowered her head, saying that the old man noticed that Hades had grown up, so he decided that he had to talk to the boy like her sister. The girl opened her eyes wide and knitted her brows. Hearing the horn of their car, they had already arrived. Myunji bowed and wished him luck, saying that it was time for her to run. The protagonist knitted his brows sadly, watching the girl run away and repeating her wishes. Myunji closed her eyes and ran down the hallway, mentally asking for forgiveness from the teacher. Ilshin raised his eyebrows, asking what was wrong with her. He looked down through the broken window. Below, he saw a black car. The man opened the door of the car. The man put his foot on the ground. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise, wondering if this was the old man he saw at the Hunters Association. He remembered the girl's last name, realizing that Sedok was Myunji's grandfather. The man smiled widely and put his hands behind his back, getting out of the car. Next to him stood a girl with long black hair. The hero wondered who was this Sadako next to him. Manhwa raised her eyebrows and smiled. The headmaster of the academy appeared in front of them. He addressed Sedok. Kansen frowned, asking why he came to his sacred school. The man walked closer to Sedok and looked down at him, asking if he knew where he was. The old man smiled, asking why it mattered to him. Kansen and Sedok's furious gazes met. The headmaster clenched his hand into a fist, saying that he would kill him if he dared to touch his students again. Sedok put his hands behind his back, asking him not to worry so much. He walked forward, saying that he only wanted to inspect the place where his granddaughter was studying and to talk to someone. Kansen raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking who he wanted to talk to. Sedok rubbed his beard and smiled, asking if Ilshin was here today. The director opened his mouth in surprise. The old man stuck out his tongue. Sedok smiled widely, his eyes shining brightly as he said that he really wanted to meet the guy. The protagonist froze in his tracks, raising his eyebrows in surprise. The sign said, "The Director's Office." The director of the academy and Ilshin were sitting at the table. Opposite the hero sat Sedok and Manhwa. The guy frowned, looking at the old man and thinking what excuse to come up with. He was going to play dumb. Sedok furrowed his eyebrows and smiled, saying that they had met the boy before. He asked how old he was. The hero raised his eyebrows, saying that he was 23 years old. The guy thought about how to act as natural as possible. The man smiled and looked at the girl, saying that a 3-year difference was just perfect. Menvi covered her smile with her hands, saying that her grandfather embarrassed her. Ilshin frowned pitifully, not understanding what they were talking about. Wasn't this old man at least 30 years older than him? Sedok smiled and raised his cup, saying that he was pleased to meet his future grandson-in-law. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and spat out his tea in surprise. He wondered what was going on. The director's office. The protagonist spat out tea and screamed in his head, asking what this old man had just said. Raising his head to the embarrassed girl, the guy asked himself that he would marry this woman. Sedok stretched out his hand with the cup and again called the protagonist a grandson-in-law. No way, Ilshin suddenly said firmly. With a confused smile on his face, he explained that he preferred solitude and was not interested in marriage. After saying this, he bit his lip and asked himself since when he was against marriage, and immediately answered that since those very same ones. The old man, having received a refusal, put the cup of tea on the saucer with displeasure. He said with his eyes glowing and a sinister smile on his face that he heard that thanks to him, the B-class zombie Hades evolved to S-class. Hearing this, the protagonist gritted his teeth and understood why Menji was acting like this. Sedok raised his hand and said that he had never seen anything like this before, and then asked if the guy really thought he would pass up such an opportunity, and that it was asking for so much. He tilted his head slightly and said with a sneer in his voice that he only needed Ilshin to make sons too, because his blood was too valuable. When the protagonist heard this, he became very angry and asked himself, so he wanted to use him, let the old man dream about it. But suddenly, Sedok handed over a small paper. What else? The protagonist asked discontentedly, looking at the paper. Suddenly, he was struck by shock and horror. Holding 2 fingers on the check, the old man said that it was a check for 1,000,000,001, and if the guy did as he asked, he would get it. Hearing this, the director shouted in shock, asking for 1,000,000,000,000. He immediately turned to Ilshin and said that for 1,000,000,000,000 it was possible, but even though it was body trading on one hand, but still, 1,000,000,000 there, the protagonist said quietly, shaking with temptation. He was covered in cold sweat and thought that the old man knew how to tempt, because with that kind of money you could forget about deadlines. But there was a problem. He looked at the girl and was horrified, saying to himself that her face and she herself looked as if she had died 4 times and would gladly drag him into the grave after her. He could not marry such a woman. After these thoughts, he rose from his chair and said discontentedly that he was disappointed because Sedok wanted to buy love with money, after which he firmly replied that he could not agree to such a marriage. The girl lowered her gaze, saying nothing. Ilshin turned around abruptly and thought that it was time to leave. But suddenly he was left. Turning around, the guy saw a girl in front of him. She came closer and leaned towards the main character. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, which were glowing with a bright purple light. Ilshin saw from the system characteristics window that her name was Manhwa. She is a half-breed, a mixture of witch and human blood. Age 20 years, have transcendental potential, and the look of non-enchanting eyes can seduce any man. Seeing this, the director loudly shouted at the guy not to look into her eyes. Menwi's eyes lit up brightly because she activated the enchanting gaze. The girl touched the main character and asked what he thought of her eyes, to which Ilshin admiringly replied that they were truly beautiful. Smiling coquettishly, Menwi said that then he would be hers. The director rushed towards them, shouting that he forbade using this dirty trick on the main character, because this is not love. Suddenly, Sedok stopped him. He looked at Kansen with burning eyes and said menacingly that if he dared to touch his granddaughter, he was a dead man. The director gritted his teeth in rage and shouted that Sedok had gone crazy, after which he added that everyone who had been under the power of this skill had lost their minds. Silence reigned in the office, but unexpectedly for everyone, the protagonist stuck his finger in his nose and coldly said that he refused. Hearing this, Menwi asked in surprise what. Ilshin put his hand in his pocket and discontentedly told the girl not to make him repeat himself. Taking his finger out of his nose, he firmly said that he did not want to be hers because she was not his type. The protagonist immediately opened the door, discontentedly walking out into the corridor. He gritted his teeth and asked if the girl really thought he was a thing, after which he added that he was leaving. With all his strength, the guy immediately slammed the door in front of Menwi's face. She frowned, wondering who this guy was since the charming look didn't work on him. Ilshin was standing near the office. He started biting his hand viciously, thinking it was 1,000,000,000. The guy immediately exhaled, thinking that it was better than climbing into the coffin after this woman, after which he added that the charming look was a rather peculiar skill, although it did not work on him. The main character frowned and wondered if her mother was a half-breed, when suddenly a huge clot of mana appeared behind him. The hands of monsters immediately reached out from the portal. They grabbed the guy, who turned back in bewilderment. They immediately began to drag him inside. The main character's slipper quickly fell to the floor, flying off his foot. The limousine quickly drove along the road. Menwi looked in the mirror, sitting next to Sedok. The girl powdered her face. The old man turned to her and asked how she liked the husband candidate, to which the girl replied with a smile that she was delighted. Sedok frowned and asked why she came with such makeup then, because her face was. Manhwa smiled, interrupting him, and asked if he really thought that a man who would agree to marry her just because of her looks was a good choice. The old man rubbed his beard, answering, "And that's true, because who would have thought that a charming look wouldn't work?" The girl said with a sly smile that this is why she wants to get Ilshin even more, because only an S-class hunter and above can resist a charming look. Sedok smiled widely and asked her not to worry, because he already has the guy in his hands. The girl's mouth fell open in surprise and asked what he meant. She looked at him in fear, while the old man's hand began to shake with anger. He immediately raised his head up and laughed loudly. The protagonist looked down thoughtfully. The guy scratched his head and wondered if he was in Sedok's dimension, because he didn't think the old man would go that far. Beads of sweat appeared on Ilshin's face. He looked at the monsters in front of him and wondered why they were drooling. In the system window, the guy read that these were the old man's warriors from his favorite collection, who were ordered to kidnap Ilshin, but they were seriously considering whether to disobey the order and eat him. The protagonist frowned in horror, looking at the enraged monsters. The guy grinned, thinking that this was very funny. He thought menacingly whether the monsters really dared to sharpen their teeth at him, when suddenly one of them raised his weapon high, swinging at the guy. The sword quickly flew down. Ilshin's clothes immediately began to tear from the activation of Ilho's steel body. The monster frowned, looking at the guy in surprise. The protagonist shouted that they were nothing to him, so he asked to bring at least 1 trillion, and then they would talk. He frowned and shouted that he was actually now a low-ranking god. After saying this, he hit the yaksha on the head with all his might, breaking its mask. The monster flew high into the sky from such a powerful blow. Upon landing, it fell at the feet of its brethren. The protagonist smiled widely and said, "Although they are huge, they are just flesh." His eyes showed madness, and the guy shouted, asking if the warriors could all attack at once instead of hanging around. The next minute, he was furiously beating the yaksha. Flying towards his opponents, he mockingly shouted that they were nothing even against a legion of ants. After shouting this, he stuck out the middle finger of God in condemnation. A bright glow illuminated the yaksha. A huge wall of terrifying magical power was approaching the warriors. 2 of the warriors looked at it in fear and wondered what kind of skill this was. The yaksha warriors, who had never lost to anyone before, were simply struck down. The warrior looked at this, drenched in cold sweat, defeated by a single being. Could it be him, one of the gods? When the energy died down, the protagonist stood on the bodies of his defeated opponents. Suddenly, he turned around abruptly. The guy saw 2 yakshas and wondered if they were the leaders, adding that one of them was definitely a woman. The male warrior was the yaksha general Sejuka. The note said that he was a former follower of a strong and cunning beast. The female warrior was also the yaksha general Sejuka. The note said that she was a former follower of the Knight of Vivid Sexual Fantasies. After reading this, the protagonist folded his arms across his chest and wondered if they were followers of evil gods, then added that now it was clear why Sejuka was so strong. But he noticed the eyes of the yaksha leaders and wondered if they were 5-colored irises. After thinking for a while, he said in his head, "This reminds him of Manhwa's eyes." Suddenly, the male leader rushed at Ilshin. His partner screamed in horror, no, it was him. But the warrior's fist was already in front of the protagonist. The guy put out his index finger and thought that the opponent was strong. Thinking about it, he used the crushing index finger of God. At that very second, the male leader was pressed to the ground. He fell right in front of his opponent. The protagonist looked at him with mockery in his eyes. Seeing this, shock appeared in the eyes of the female warrior. She strained herself and asked herself if the guy had not succumbed to her charming gaze, if he was the very god from the rumors, the young god who, apparently, was extremely strong. If it was him, the leader said to herself and raised her leg. She stepped towards the protagonist. Ilshin looked at the woman questioningly and wondered if she was giving in and letting herself be beaten. Suddenly, the female leader knelt down. Bowing her head, she asked the young god to have mercy on her. Hearing the voice in his head, the protagonist scratched his head and wondered if Yaksha could communicate telepathically, but then who was she? As he asked himself this question, he activated God's blind eye. In a second, a quick look at the great history of the Yaksha general was performed. Before she became Yaksha, she was called Lilith. She was the daughter and follower of the Knight of Vivid Sexual Fantasy. The Knight of Vivid Sexual Fantasy was a majestic goddess, but she lost the battle with the god of destruction and barely escaped. However, now both she and her world are dying. To regain her strength, she needs the souls of strong and innocent S-classes. For this reason, she sent Lilith with her enchanting gaze to Earth, where she met Sedok. When she flew to him, she said that with her enchanting gaze, someone like him would be easy. But Sedok turned to her and asked her displeasantly what kind of news this was, and then ordered her to disappear from his sight. The enchanting gaze did not work on Sedok. Lilith fell in love, married him and had a child. However, she was soon discovered by the abyssal dragon of the god of destruction, who mortally wounded her. Sedok shed tears, begging Lilith to make a contract, because she could offer him the girl's soul in exchange for the fulfillment of his wish. The protagonist looked at Lilith and realized that she was Manhwa's grandmother. The guy thought that a soul in exchange for a wish was a truism since time immemorial. Ilshin put his hands on his hips and asked if Sedok really wanted to resurrect her, and she refused. The guy stretched out his hand, saying that's why he made her a yaksha, and he thinks that the old man wanted to stay together forever, even in this way. In the system window, he read that Generous Abundance was asking him to have mercy on her, shedding tears, to which the guy replied that he did not know. Generous Abundance was confused. Ilshin smiled, adding that the idea was not so bad. He looked at Lilith and read that he needed to meet her halfway, and then she would become his follower. The protagonist laughed, thinking that another S-class follower would not be superfluous, and if Sedok came with her, then it would be great, and then his granddaughter could join, so 3 for the price of 1. In the system window, the guy saw that 1,000 blades that cut through space itself praised him for being calculating, while Generous Heart thanked him for his mercy. The protagonist thought about everything that had happened, thinking that what was even more important was that he had become stronger. He needed it, and preferably before the god of destruction showed up. Sweat beads appeared on his face from anger, and he thought that he already hated this bastard. Ilshin looked at Lilith and said, activating the title of a good god. He was very surprised to see a halo appear above his head. The guy wondered if this was such a creepy attribute of a low-ranking good god. He stretched out his hand, shrouded in mana, forward, thinking that this was not bad. Ilshin put his hand on Lilith's forehead and thought that only good things awaited him ahead, no matter what he did. The guy immediately activated the healing ring finger of the god. The flow of mana began to rapidly go up. The protagonist frowned, asking with displeasure what. Lilith's face began to melt and tears rolled from her eyes. The monsters stood up, menacingly screaming in pain. The guy worriedly asked why they were all melting, because this was a skill of a good god. He thought that the skill should heal when suddenly he looked to the side. In the system window, he read that the warriors were purified. The process of displacing evil with good is quite painful. The monsters' bodies immediately began to change. Wings began to grow rapidly on their backs. Lilith, with a smile on her face, felt as if she was being reborn. The notification said that by the grace of Ilshin, the warriors were reborn as angel warriors. The protagonist scratched his head, thinking that he did not expect this, but he was curious. The guy looked around, wondering why they all only got smaller. The angels were floating in the air with a happy smile. Broken stones were flying in space. Next to the sphere was a girl who furiously spread her wings to the sides. She was in the air with her eyes closed. The girl opened her eyes, saying that Lilith had returned. She immediately called the girl a vile traitor. The protagonist put his hand to his chin and said in confusion that he thought that the grace of rebirth had a random evolution effect, but he did not expect such an appearance. A notification appeared in front of him, saying that Generous Abundance said that this is all he can do for now, since he is only a low-ranking god. He just needs to accept it. After reading this, the boy thought for a moment and said, okay, adding that he needed to talk to Sedok quickly. He imagined the goddess whose follower Lilith was in finished speaking, otherwise he would soon die. The apartments of the Immortal Guild. Sedok was standing in his office by the wide window. On his desk was a photo of his wife and newborn daughter. Looking into the distance, he scolded the protagonist and asked how he dared to refuse the status of his grandson-in-law, an ignorant idiot. He suddenly turned around and smiled madly, saying that he was sure that he had already been taught a lesson there. The old man opened the entrance to his dimension in front of him and said in his head that it was a kind of portable hell, and even as classes who had been there returned in horror. Thinking about this, he stood in front of the portal and ordered the warriors to let Ilshin go. But suddenly the dark glow changed to a bright warm light. The image of the protagonist appeared in the portal. He stepped out of the old man's dimension and asked if Sedok had called him. The old man was overcome with terror and fear. Ilshin stood in front of him and angels flew out behind him. He then looked around and said that he had a nice office, and the old man screamed furiously, asking what kind of flies were these and where his yaksha warriors were. Long story. The protagonist quickly replied before pointing at Sedok and saying that his chest needed to be healed first. Hearing this, the old man stepped back and screamed, asking how he even knew about this. He clenched his teeth in rage and said in his head that something was wrong because he couldn't feel the presence of the yaksha warriors at all. Suddenly, shock appeared in his eyes and he screamed in his mind that he couldn't even feel Lilith. At that very second, he grabbed the protagonist by the neck and screamed that he had done Lilith. Ilshin raised his head and thought. He saw a huge magical silhouette behind the old man, preparing to strike. The protagonist understood that Sedok needed to be cured quickly. The old man's rage grew with each passing second. The guy suddenly laughed and said what had happened, then told his opponent to think about himself first. But before he could finish speaking, Sedok could not stand it and screamed through his teeth, "What? The figure behind him rushed to attack, while the old man screamed that he would make it so that the guy would never speak again in his life. The protagonist realized that there was no other choice, so Sadok needed to be put to sleep to make the treatment easier. With these thoughts, he extended the crushing index finger of God. Again, he did not have time to finish speaking, as the old man's face distorted in a grimace of pain. He fell to his knees and quietly said that he was seized. His strength disappeared, and he himself fell to the floor and spat out a pool of blood. The protagonist looked at Sadok and said to himself that he had done nothing, after which he asked if it had really started. In the old man's system characteristics window, in the notes, it was written that he was a victim of the night of vivid sexual fantasies. Cold sweat was pouring from Sadok's face. Lilith, in the form of an angel, rushed towards him. "No," she screamed. The old man raised his head with the last of his strength and asked if it was really her. Lilith flew up to her husband's face and said that it was her, adding that Ilshin had brought her back to life. She held his cheeks and with tears in her eyes said that now she could see him whenever she wanted outside the dimension, though only in spiritual form. But Sadok wanted to say something to his beloved, but blood suddenly spurted from his mouth. The girl was crying and begging the protagonist to help. Ilshin looked ahead coldly. In the notification, he read that the rest of Lilith's story would be shown. The angry girl's eye looked out menacingly from the crack. Capillaries appeared in her eye and she asked, did Lilith dare to betray her because of a pathetic nothing? And she will not leave it like that. The girl began to stretch out her hand, shrouded in mana. The day Lilith returned to life, Sadok's shoulder immediately began to burn from strong magic. The day his wish would come true. The man turned his gaze to the mark on his shoulder. The girl thought that she would devour his soul. Lilith continued to lie motionless with her eyes closed. Let Sadok know all the worldly pain and despair before the girl tore him apart. She shrouded herself in formidable magic, conjuring it like an evil goddess. Ilshin extended his finger with mana forward, thinking that as long as he was here, he would protect his beloved S-classes. The boy squatted down and apologized to the old man. He activated the crushing index finger of a god, placing it on his collarbone. The mark on Sejuka's body immediately began to disintegrate. Ilshin blew on the smoke coming from his finger, thinking that the crushing index finger of a god could also work as a kind of switch for the enemy, meaning he could turn off the seal. A loud voice was immediately heard from the side, asking how dare the guy. A huge crack began to form in the wall. Magic with great force immediately burst out. Ilshin frowned, saying, here it is. A night of vivid sexual fantasies burst out from the crack, menacingly asking how dare the guy encroach on other people's deals. The protagonist read that she was the residual essence of the once great goddess. He wondered if it was like the light shining in the highest depths of the sky, which he had recently finished off. The guy waved his hand, thinking that back then he did not have the sword of the deity, nor the transfer of skills from the sword demon when he suddenly activated the sword of the heavenly demon. Ilshin frowned, thinking that he didn't need them to fight the fallen god. The girl furrowed her brows in anger. The protagonist immediately angrily rushed out, breaking the glass of the building. He became very angry, shouting loudly that she was a worthless person. Ilshin quickly approached her face, activating the heavenly demon sword. Angrily, he quickly cut her body into two parts. The protagonist landed near the crowd, who screamed in fear, asking what it was. The guy with a smile on his face ordered them to leave as soon as possible. The night of vivid sexual fantasies smirked maliciously, asking how the protagonist dared to attack her. What? Ilshin asked, raising her head up. The girl spread her wings, shouting that she was a creature that low-ranking gods did not dare to look at, when she suddenly ordered them to see her true essence. The guy scratched his nose, asking to show, because in his opinion, she was still the same. Generous Abundance immediately began to speak, which surprised Ilshin, asking how. Was she really the same level as the god of destruction? The appearance of the fallen goddess began to change quickly. She grew horns and a terrifying grin appeared. She looked at the protagonist with hatred and eyes burning with rage. Gritting his teeth, the guy said in his thoughts that she really looked scary. Suddenly, Silent Nightmare wrote to him, offering a deal of 10 million human sacrifices for dealing with the goddess. After reading this, the protagonist told the stalker to leave him alone. Then Thousand Blades Cutting Space itself wrote to him with an offer to kill Sadok, and that's the end of it. After reading this, the protagonist was surprised and asked himself, this old man. Sadok was still in his office with Lilith. He stared at the fallen goddess with his mouth open, and in his stat window, in the comment line, it was written that he was an earth dweller bound by fate to the night of vivid sexual fantasies. Ilshin lowered his head and asked himself what else he expected from this mercenary god, and then added that he thought that without Sadok, this residual essence of the goddess would not have even come here. Gritting his teeth in rage, the guy screamed in his mind that he was for a happy ending, because he had never written a bad ending before. He looked at the night of vivid sexual fantasies with hatred in his eyes and said that although she was on the same level as the god of destruction, that was in the past. He folded his arms over his chest and said that now she was only a shadow of her former self. The goddess's eyes lit up, accumulating magical power while she said that she had taken over more than one world, although she was also neglected there. Having said this, she released huge lasers from her eyes, shouting that she might be a little weakened, but she would find the strength to beat the newly minted low-ranking god. The guy raised his hand and used Ilho and Mina's skill transfer. Sedok screamed in horror at the protagonist to run away quickly, because he couldn't defeat her without the help of at least a dozen S-rank hunters. But Ilshin didn't hear the old man and prepared for the blow. The next second, he punched the huge beams, releasing a powerful magic beam. Putting all his strength into it, he screamed, a combo of a steel body and telekinesis. His beam crushed the goddess's beam. Seeing that she was losing, the knight of vivid sexual fantasies was horrified. At the same second, the protagonist's beam hit the goddess right in the face. Flying away from the portal, she screamed furiously that the guy was just a little bastard. Sedok, seeing Ilshin's power, screamed in shock that this couldn't be, and then asked if he was really that strong. The protagonist turned to the old man and said to himself that since he kept calling him son-in-law, the bad ending suddenly became tempting. Thinking about it, he looked up and said that one way or another. The huge, terrifying face of the goddess appeared in the sky again. Raising his fist, Ilshin said in his head that she was okay with everything, and that was not good. He pointed the crushing index finger of God to the sky and shouted, "Close the rift." The portal with the goddess's face began to slowly close. The guy looked at it and furiously shouted that the monster would not fit through, so let him go back to his place. But suddenly, the huge hand of the goddess grabbed the closing rift. She left a gap in the sky and asked if he dared to challenge her with the power of a low-ranking god. She opened her mouth and shouted that she would show how much superior she was to the guy, after which she released a huge beam from her mouth. Seeing it, the protagonist became very tense. A huge magic beam appeared in front of him at that very moment. A loud explosion was heard and stones began to fly in different directions. Sedok screamed in horror, worried about the guy. The main character was lying on the ground, pressed against the hole. Ilshin said with his last strength that the girl was really strong. The eyes of the knight of vivid sexual fantasies lit up and she screamed that he could not stop her. The guy closed his eyes, thinking that they really were stronger than a firebrand. However, he immediately opened his eyes and thought that now he himself was different when he suddenly activated the title of an evil god. "What?" the monster said. She squinted and looked ahead. Ilshin clenched his hand into a fist and quickly approached her face. His body began to be enveloped in mana and he activated the combo of an evil and good god. The main character abruptly lowered his hand down, releasing a huge stream of mana. The knight of vivid sexual fantasies held on tightly, squeezing his hand. She opened her mouth wide, wondering how a low-ranking god could do this. It was unthinkable. The protagonist grinned maliciously, ordering her to let go and leave, calling her a pathetic residual entity. The monster immediately screamed loudly in anger. A gap in the sky released a bright ray of sunlight far away. Ilshin turned off the god's crushing index finger. The mana cycle continued to scroll in the sky. The guy raised his head and looked up carefully. In the system window, he read that the knight of vivid sexual fantasies was a sacrifice worthy of 6 S-classes. The protagonist smiled widely, thinking that he knew about it, and then read about the mission to promote a middle-class evil god. The guy thought that at this rate, he would level up as an evil god faster, and collecting 100 S-class victims might not take that long. In the air, he immediately noticed Sedok's floating body. Ilshin came closer and asked what was wrong with him, because the monster had left. Lilith began to cry and scream that her darling was dying, and although the seal had disappeared, the curse was still in effect, so she began to ask for mercy. Ilshin remembered that the curse remained even after the death of the god who cast it, so he could not let the old man die because this was a precious S-class in his piggy bank. The guy immediately raised the god's healing ring finger to Sedok's forehead. After a while, the old man stood up. He looked at his hand and asked in surprise how this was possible, because even an S-class healer could not cope with this. Lilith, with tears in her eyes, threw herself into the old man's arms and began to sincerely thank Ilshin for his help. The protagonist looked at them with a smile, thinking that he was for a good ending no matter what. The system window said that Sedok and Lilith believed in Ilshin. The boy was glad that Lilith had kept her status as an archangel, because she deserved it. A few days later, near an S-class dungeon in Brazil, Arachne was kneeling in front of the monster, who asked her again. With glowing eyes, he asked if there was a way to take revenge on his mother. Arachne gritted her teeth and said in her head, 100 billion soldiers and 3 demigods were killed. The emperor would definitely kill her for this. Squinting, she thought about using this lizard to deal with Ilshin before she returned empty-handed. The huge lizard raised its paw and asked what the insect had just said. Was there really a way to take revenge on his mother? It was, Arachne replied. She smiled ominously and said that she had the power and a plan to kill the evil god Ilshin. The lizard stared at the girl and ordered her to tell. He sat on the throne, and Arachne tried to come up with a plan. At this time, the protagonist slowly opened his eyes. At the same time, he asked himself where he was. In front of him, the guy saw a man in only shorts. Looking at him, he thought about how long he trained and fought to achieve such a physique. "Stop," he suddenly said. Sitting down on the ground and wiping the drool from his mouth, the protagonist asked who he was. The man folded his arms over his chest and answered, "The eternal seeker of truth, of course, is an urgent conversation." In size, he was 100 times larger than Ilshin. The eternal seeker of truth spread his hands and said that one of the followers of the god of destruction and his copy had awakened to deal with his trace, which the guy would soon encounter, and to change fate. He needed to gain the power of a middle-class god and get to the god festival. The protagonist woke up again. Getting up, he realized that he was in his office. Was this really a dream? He asked himself in surprise. The guy wiped the drool from his mouth and remembered the eternal seeker of truth, then said that it sounded like that one and he didn't like it. After that, he asked, "This can't be given by a new stalker." Lowering his hand, he thought that although he was going to become a middle-class god as soon as possible, but one of the followers and a copy of the god of destruction. What are we even talking about? Suddenly, Lilith flew up to him and joyfully exclaimed that the guy woke up. She turned to the door and said that she would call her husband, adding that he was still at the director's reception, but really wanted to ask him something when he woke up. Hearing this, the main character gritted his teeth and asked, "Is it possible not to?" At the same time, he said in his head that the old man would definitely talk about the wedding again, and he did not want to participate in this. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of him, which said that this was an angelic report. The Cupids performed a miracle in Antrinia, causing the number of followers to increase manifold. Then, another notification appeared, stating that he had gained 30 million new followers. Seeing this, Ilshin was overjoyed and said in his mind that thanks to Lilith's passive skill, the Cupids had increased his followers by 30 million. He smiled madly and thought that he didn't know how they did it, but his followers were growing without him. Now he was thinking that it would be easy to overcome 10 billion. After thinking this, he looked at the Archangel and asked if Lilith thought it would be better for her to be with Sedok. The girl saluted and said that since she was resurrected as an archangel thanks to the protagonist's grace, she must not repay the debt by loyally serving him. Hearing this, Ilshin scratched his head and said in confusion, "Is that so?" Suddenly, a loud shout came from the street that there was going to be a fight between two S-class hunters. Shinnu was about to beat up the sword demon. Hearing this, the protagonist rushed to the window. In front of the building, he saw the sword demon and Shinnu. The latter, with a very displeased face, asked the former how he could do this to him. The spectators filmed on camera and said that Shinnu was very handsome. The guy slightly lowered his head and asked how the sword demon could leave him alone on a desert island. Did he even imagine how difficult it was to get out of there? The protagonist's disciple frowned and said that he regretted not burying him there, after which he said discontentedly, "No one can always do their job properly." Shinnu crossed swords and said that even if he was his close friend, he cannot forgive this. Shinnu rushed forward, shouting that he will take the soul out of him, to which the sword demon shouted that he will show the true power of the heavenly demon sword. The crowd watched them with fascination, saying that they would see an S-class battle with their own eyes. The protagonist asked if Shinnu was going to fight the sword demon, since he must be strong. The guy turned around and said that it was time for lunch because his biological clock had never been wrong. Ilshin licked his lips, shouting that today there was chicken soup on the menu, like at the hotel, so he couldn't miss it. He turned to Lilith and suggested going out to eat. Some time later, the guys were sitting in the dining room opposite each other. The guy was smiling, happily thinking that he did the right thing by becoming a teacher because such expensive food and for free. He immediately wanted to wish Lilith a pleasant appetite. Before he could finish speaking, a male silhouette suddenly fell on their table. Ilshin and Lilith looked ahead in bewilderment. The guy was trying to catch his breath. The sword demon propped himself up with his hand, trying to get up. Shinnu's foot immediately stepped on the window. He stood menacingly in front of the sword demon. With burning eyes, he ordered them to surrender because the guy was no match for him. Ilshin looked down in disappointment, thinking about his chicken soup. Shinnu asked if the protagonist was the self-proclaimed sword god of the Three Heroes Society. The boy frowned and said that it was good that they met because it was time to pay for Ilshin's brainwashing of the sword demon, since the Three Heroes Society was the pinnacle of evil in this world. The protagonist frowned menacingly, wondering why Shinnu always rubbed his nose in the Three Heroes. Shinnu extended his hand forward, adding that it was time to repent for his sins, even if he had to knock it out. The spoon in Ilshin's hand began to tremble, and he angrily thought that he didn't give a damn about all this nonsense. The boy's body immediately began to be enveloped in mana. The protagonist loudly shouted that he would never forgive Shinnu, since he hadn't even eaten a single spoonful of chicken soup. "What?" Shinnu asked displeasedly. Ilshin raised the spoon up, activating the Thousand Blades Ultra Blade, cutting through space itself. The boy began to swing it in different directions. The sword demon laughed and called Shinyu a fool, so he asked him to see how weak he was compared to him. The boy frowned in confusion. He asked if the protagonist was really going to fight with a spoon, thinking that he was an idiot, and what good did the sword demon see in him. The protagonist's eyes lit up and he replied that since this spoon did not reach his mouth, it should stick out of Shinyu's body. Shinyu covered his body with his hands, thinking that he did not know how the boy had fooled the sword demon, but he would not give up so easily. The boy immediately activated the snake sword school, Poison Fang. He stood in a stance, frowning menacingly. Ilshin's body was enveloped in mana and he raised his hands up. The boy closed his eyes. Opening his eyes, he directed a swift gaze forward. Shinyu charged, shouting furiously that he would show everyone who Ilshin really was. The protagonist swung the spoon smoothly. At the same moment, he hit the guy on the forehead with it, causing him to scream loudly due to the hellish pain. Blood spurted out of his nose, and he wondered what it was. The protagonist raised his hand with the steaming spoon. Then, he lowered his head and firmly said that he would not let Shinyu go so easily. He looked at the chicken lying on the floor and said that the guy would cry as much as he spilled the broth. Shinyu stood up and told the guy to stop shoving his damn soup everywhere, whining so much about food. Hearing this, the protagonist lowered his hand. His terrifying power enveloped the spoon, and he asked if he really wanted to die. Shinyu took a stance and said that he just relaxed a little earlier, so he would not hit him so easily this time. But before he could finish speaking, shock appeared in his eyes. The protagonist was standing right in front of him, saying that they would see about that. "Quick!" Shinyu exclaimed in his head, and then immediately attacked, screaming furiously that Ilshin had dared to enter his reach. But the protagonist easily repelled each attack with one spoon. At one point, he hit her boyfriend on the forehead. Shinyu bent over several times in pain, and the protagonist angrily said that he wanted a chicken wing. Holding his head, the guy screamed in his head, "This soup again." Suddenly, he rushed to attack, screaming that he wanted to see how long the guy would talk about the soup. The next minute, the protagonist's screams and muffled blows were heard. He hit the chicken fillet, the breast, the chicken legs. Shinyu was breathing heavily, and sweat was dripping from his face. He stood heavily on his feet, shaking with pain. The protagonist, spoon in hand, stepped towards the enemy and asked if that was all he could do. Suddenly, he screamed furiously with burning eyes that the guy only paid for one bowl, but broke two. Shinyu stood up again and said that he underestimated Ilshin, after which he added that he did not want to use it since someone nearby could get hurt. Having said this, he swung his swords and activated Teiji's dual blade. The sword demon covered his face from the bright light and raging wind, screaming that he could not see anything. Lowering his hand, he screamed at Shinyu that he was crazy since he would accidentally hit passersby. The guy said in his head that this was all because of him. After that, he slightly lowered his head and used a special sword technique of the snake school. At that very second, he took off. Dragon Fang. Shinyu in the dragon's mouth quickly ran towards his opponent. The dragon opened its mouth wide to attack. The protagonist waved his hand to the side at the very last moment. He used the Hu Mountain Sect's special technique, Sekura Fury. After that, Sekura petals appeared in the building. The spectators of the fight were very surprised, but Shinyu was already in front of his opponent, shouting that it was too late. The protagonist raised his spoon and ordered the guy to disappear. The protagonist immediately swung the spoon, sending mana forward. Shinyu's face changed and he shouted in shock that Shinyu covered his face with his hands and thought, a fantasy world that can completely nullify the opponent's skill, because with such a skill, you can deal with even the SS class in one go. He looked ahead in fear and thought, maybe with the SSS class, and even cooler. This is the world of the sword god. The protagonist's eyes glowed with anger and Shinyu thought that he was trying to defeat someone like him. His arms immediately began to weaken. The boy collapsed on the floor, powerless, falling on his back in front of Ilshin. The protagonist looked down coldly. The sword demon quickly rushed towards him. The boy immediately gritted his teeth and fell to his knees, bowing his head. The sword demon smashed his forehead until it bled and began to say that Shinyu definitely deserved to die for his sins, after which he began to beg for mercy on his miserable life. Ilshin looked at him in bewilderment. Shinyu thought that the sword demon's heart still ached for him. The protagonist asked the boy not to worry about anything, because he would take care of everything. The sword demon said if that's what he wanted. The boy immediately grabbed the sword. He pointed it towards himself and shouted that he would share Shinyu's fate with him, to which Ilshin asked him not to be dramatic. The boy raised his index finger up and activated telekinesis. With a slight movement of his finger, he pointed it up, grabbing the sword. Ilshin said that he wanted to patch him up and added that there was no need to dramatize. The sword demon sighed in relief. The protagonist activated the healing ring finger of the god. Shinyu's body was immediately enveloped in healing magic. After a while, he carefully opened his eyes. The guy looked at his hand and asked in shock how it was. The sword demon laughed loudly, saying that this was the god he was devoted to which Shinyu replied that he was right. The guy lowered his hands down and clenched them into fists. Shinyu bowed before Ilshin and shouted that he was a real sword god, after which he began to apologize for not realizing it earlier. The protagonist frowned and replied that he did not like where things were going. Shinyu looked down. The sword demon closed his eyes and smiled widely. The crowd shouted loudly, asking if Ilshin had really won against Shinyu, which they were happy about. Found it, the hooded guy thought menacingly. Through the window, he looked at the protagonist, thinking it was him. The guy looked down at his phone and added that this should be reported to the Three Heroes community. What? The protagonist asked in shock, looking at Shinyu who was kneeling. The guy's eyes lit up and he screamed, begging to be accepted as a disciple. A notification appeared in front of Ilshin, saying that he had succeeded in creating a possessed believer using overwhelming power and fear. Shinyu had become a fanatical follower. The mission to promote a middle-class good god had progressed by obtaining one follower. After reading this, the protagonist was slightly confused and said in his head that he had even forgotten that Shinyu was an S-class, after which he added that he was usually happy with S-class followers, but he suddenly gritted his teeth and asked displeasedly if the guy thought there was a problem. Shinyu looked at the god with sad eyes and asked what was wrong. Then Ilshin pointed to the chicken and said that even the dog was not allowed to be touched during the break, so the boy should apologize to him and the chicken properly. Shinyu took out his phone from his pocket and apologized to the master for daring to interrupt the sacred meal. After that, he called and asked how much money they had in reserve. After a while, there were 2 suitcases of money in front of the protagonist. Looking at this, Ilshin wondered how much was there, adding that he had heard that Shinyu was the young heir of a rich family. But, not far in front of him, a man bowed and said that he was the general manager of the Ozone Group, and then asked him to take care of the young master. Shinyu folded his hands and said that it was not much, but he hoped that it would be enough as compensation for his soup. He gritted his teeth and added that if Ilshin became his mentor, he would devote himself entirely. A sword demon suddenly appeared behind him and shouted in displeasure, asking who god he thought he was. Did the guy really think it was that easy to buy his disciple's place? Suddenly, the protagonist waved his hand towards the door and ordered the sword demon to run 100 laps around the training ground right now. Hearing the order, the guy flew out of the building at that very second. Shinyu tensed up greatly and asked himself sadly if he could accept the one who had recently tried to kill him as his disciple. With these thoughts, he sadly lowered his head and said that he was not worthy of being his. But before the guy could finish speaking, the protagonist put his hand on his shoulder. He smiled widely and said that he could see Shinyu regretting his actions now, adding that throwing food around was not a mortal sin. Hearing this, the guy began to shake and said through the marks that he now understood why the demonic furnace served him. Having said this, he smiled warmly and with tears in his eyes asked if Ilshin would accept him as a disciple. As soon as the protagonist heard this, he gritted his teeth and said in his head that he felt like this guy would get him yet, after which he asked what he should do with someone who had already reached S rank, since this was a bad deal. He suddenly received a notification from Thousand Blades cutting through space itself. He applauded and said that this was how the harsh and ruthless business worked. Ilshin kept his hand on the guy's shoulder and said in his head that he didn't need any money, adding that if he thought about it, there was probably a way to drain him while still getting money. Suddenly, it dawned on him. He smiled ominously and asked if the guy wanted to become his apprentice. Yes, Shinyu shouted happily. The protagonist put his hands on his hips and said that they would do so then. A few minutes later, the guy was holding a book in his hands. Raising his head, he asked the master if this was really true for him. Ilshin smiled broadly and answered, of course. At the same time, he was thinking about giving Shinyu the Thousand Blades tomes, which were of no use to him. The protagonist's face changed, and with complete seriousness in his voice, he ordered him to study all the techniques and then come back, and if Shinyu succeeded, he would take him as an apprentice. Shinyu looked at the book and thought, "Can't you?" the protagonist asked after a few seconds. The guy came to his senses and exclaimed that he could, adding that he would learn everything and become a disciple of God. Having said this, he stared at the book with eyes shining with happiness. Before the guy left, Ilshin stuck out his finger and said that the guy should not dare to show himself to him until he learned everything. "It will be done," Shinyu shouted joyfully. Then he bowed and said that with God's permission, he would go to study. The protagonist waved his hand at the guy and told him not to put it off for too long. When Shinyu began to leave, Ilshin watched him with an ominous smile, saying to himself that so far everything was going according to plan. When the guy left, he stretched out his hands to the suitcase with money, asking himself what he should do with this money. Behind the main building of the academy, the guy was talking on the phone, saying that a secret agent from the academic branch of the Three Heroes community, a dark ghost, was reporting that the Gorhu book had been stolen by that same Ilshin. He frowned and added that in order to get it back, they would need to send assassins. China, the girl sat on the monster angrily, stabbing him with her sword. Mana began to flow out of the monster's wound. After a while, his body turned to stone. The girl said that he was weak for an S-class monster, wondering if there really wasn't a stronger one. Xiaomin, with a bloody body, said that her blade didn't like weaklings. A silhouette appeared in front of her, crouching on the ground. He said that an order had been received from the Three Heroes community, and the girl needed to get rid of a teacher from Korea, Ilshin, who was presumably an SS class, but before that, she needed to take the Gorhu book from him. Xiaomin smiled happily, shouting that her blade would like that, so she would cut off the guy's head. She looked at the sword happily and asked him to wait, because she would soon give him the sweetest blood to drink. Meanwhile, in the academy cafeteria, the protagonist held the bags under his arms, walking forward. The guy happily thought that this was a benefit, because if there was something better than being a god, it was being a rich god, and this was all certainly wonderful. Ilshin frowned, thinking that he wanted to find out a little more about the community of three heroes, so he sensed some kind of catch. He thought that one of the followers of the god of destruction and his copy had awakened, and this was all somehow connected, because he felt it. Ilshin came closer to the sword demon and asked if he had already finished, to which the guy replied that 100 circles were nothing to him. The protagonist smiled and said that since he had done it, they should go have a snack of chicken and beer, a reward for their efforts. After some time, the sword demon was lying on the couch. Ilshin leaned back, thinking that after becoming a low-class god, his appetites began to grow because he ate almost a dozen chickens alone. The guy put his hand on his stomach and thought that this was a necessary sacrifice for the growth of divine power so he could afford it. With a wide smile, he rejoiced, thanks to Shin's money for this. The protagonist happily thought that he bought himself a whole house, so now he is a landowner. With a joyful smile, the guy thought that he was a god after all, so it was time to live like a god. The guy turned to the chicken scraps, thinking that eating chicken was a pleasure, but cleaning up afterwards was not so much, so it would be great if the bones themselves marched into the trash. Ilshin thought that he could hire a cleaning lady or use telekinesis when suddenly the bone moved. The guy asked in surprise if they had really just moved. He waved it off, wondering how they could move when he hadn't even used telekinesis before. The bones immediately began to emit a magical aura. In the system window, the guy read that the list of skills available for skill transfer had been added to the Yaksh connection of Sejuka's follower, and the stronger the discontent, the better it worked. Ilshin was surprised by the Yaksh connection, wondering what was meant here. He thought it would be easier to find out in practice. The guy carefully touched the bones, activating Sejuka's Yaksh connection. Immediately, a strong stream of mana shot up from the table. The protagonist noticed the silhouette of a monster on the floor. He gritted his teeth, wondering what the hell this was. Black silhouettes with glowing eyes loomed over the protagonist. The guy looked ahead in horror and asked if this was really what was supposed to happen. Revenge, a menacing voice was heard. The eyes of the Lake Crow flashed. Revenge on the people who killed and roasted them. The armored crows flew around the room and screamed. The protagonist looked at the feathers flying in all directions and wondered what kind of skill this was, revenge on people. After coming to his senses, he anointed with a shaking hand and said that he understood how they felt, but revenge was a bet. Revenge, revenge, the crows screamed furiously. They screamed with burning eyes, begging the great and merciless god who awakened them to bestow upon them victims that they could kill. Hearing this, Ilshin thought tensely that they were going to kill him, but what should he do? Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of him. In it, the protagonist was asked if he wanted to send a new legion of Yaksha chickens to the Hive, a region of the Empire. After reading this, the protagonist exclaimed that this was very good. Staring at the sentence, he wondered, the Hive is a beehive? Are these Imperial guys planning something again? Then another notification appeared in front of him, telling him that the Hive was a factory that mass-produced red insect soldiers to become the main force of the Imperial Army, one of the sources of the Emperor's power. After reading this, Ilshin smiled ominously and laughed. His strong magic enveloped him, and he said that they looked down on him as an idiot for not taking revenge properly. Now it was his turn. After saying this, he pressed the yes button. At this time, a loud noise was heard in the Hive. The guard monster raised his head and asked if it was a thunderstorm. Why was it so noisy? What is this? He suddenly exclaimed, seeing something above. He saw a huge crow that wanted to step on him. The protagonist watched this on the phone and rejoiced, hearing cries for help. His quest promotion to middle-class evil god was completed. Ilshin smiled contentedly and thought that it was a miracle when the sacrifices increased without his intervention. Automatic hunting is the best. Suddenly, a bright light lit up his face and he was surprised. A notification appeared saying that thanks to automatic hunting and the increase in followers, the automatic distribution menu would be activated. On the automatic distribution system screen, it was written that when activated, facility expansion and species evolution would be carried out automatically, even in the absence of God. The price was 20 million God coins. Below it, it asked if Ilshin wanted to continue. Seeing this, the protagonist raised his hand behind his head and exclaimed in his mind, of course, adding that he would never give up such a thing. Night had fallen. Next to the protagonist was a phone, which was broadcasting the resurrected crows destroying the beehive. Ilshin himself was lying on the bed. There was no one on the floor since he ordered the sword demon to leave. The boy looked at the ceiling and thought that he had so many questions that were unanswered, but he had obtained some information about the society of the three heroes. Sword demon said that they were an unorthodox faction. During their meal, the guy told them that the three heroes society was an unorthodox faction. They had an amazing network of informants. On the outside, they were a hunter's guild, but in reality, they had spies all over the world. While chewing on his chicken, Sword Demon continued to say that they were collecting information on hunters who might get in the way of the organization and eliminating them. Hearing this, the protagonist looked to the side and said that Sword Demon had left that place, so they were now looking for the two of them, and asked if there were any other spies in the academy. Sword Demon stared at the master and said that the spies here were not allowed to know each other's identities, so they couldn't know. After saying this, he lowered his eyes and apologized for not having much information, but there was one thing he had to emphasize. He reminded them of the sword technique from Manhwa, which originally belonged to the Three Heroes Society. Then he said that since they saw that the protagonist had it, they would definitely act. Of course, they were not equal to God. The protagonist was actively chewing the chicken and asked discontentedly if it was stolen. Then he realized that the swindler had sold him something that he had stolen. He was very scared from realizing this. 1,000 blades that cut through space itself immediately wrote to him, happily saying that this was life. The protagonist left the memories, and with a very tense face, he said in his head that he could not just leave these people to their fate. The protagonist frowned, angrily wondering if they dared to touch his student. There was a knock on his door. Ilshin turned around and thought that it must be a student spy. The guy opened the door and saw Haijo in front of him, her hands shaking. Earlier in the room, the man in the hood handed the girl a piece of paper. He said that it was a talisman that allowed teleportation, so let the girl use it to bring Ilshin here. He added that the martial arts experts from the Three Heroes Society would take care of everything after that. Haijo replied, "Yes, sir," and then worriedly thought about what to do. She closed her eyes, thinking that she couldn't disobey the commander's order, but her teacher was really a good person. Ilshin looked at her because he was surprised that she was a spy, and it was good that he found out all this. In the system window, it was written that Haijo was a spy for the Three Heroes Society. The protagonist said that the sword ghost took her mother to a safe place, to which the girl thanked the teacher. The guy gritted his teeth in anger, thinking how they allowed themselves to take the girl's sick mother hostage to use as a spy, so he would kill them all. Haijo thanked the guy for paying the expensive hospital bills, to which Ilshin replied with a smile that he had a lot of money. The guy said that they should go to where they were expected. A drop of sweat appeared on the girl's face and she said that she would use the talisman that she raised up. Haijo thought that since the protagonist had defeated SS-class Gustav and the monsters there, she was sure. The magical aura from the talisman immediately began to envelop them. The girl believed that the guy could save her from the company of the three heroes. After a while, they landed in the forest. Ilshin turned to the side and worriedly asked if that was the mountain behind the academy. The guy to the side said that it was a good job, but from now on they were on their own. The protagonist turned around, seeing silhouettes approaching, shrouded in mana. Tegek came closer with a smile on his face. He was a martial artist from Shaolin. The formidable Milan is the heir who defeated a truckload of S-class hunters. Ilshin's expression changed, thinking that he didn't even want to introduce himself to them, because they looked like they came straight out of a Manhwa. Tegek looked down and asked if the protagonist dared to steal the mountain sword technique and even pretend to be the company of three heroes. Veins appeared on his face in anger and he added that he would make sure that the guy didn't open his mouth again. He immediately pushed off the ground, rushing straight forward. With a magic fist, he suddenly appeared in front of Ilshin's face. The man activated the demon subduing Arat fist. The guy thought that this was a secret technique of Shaolin, which was rumored to destroy even buildings, and he immediately used such a powerful skill. The protagonist decided to activate Ilho's skill fusion. Tegek suddenly hit the guy in the chest with all his strength. The man's hand immediately cracked and he frowned deeply, wondering if this was the legendary indestructible gold. The man fell to the ground, screaming loudly in pain. Ilshin ordered him to shut up, since he was the one who attacked him first. Milan quickly appeared behind the guy with the sword, asking what kind of hypocrite. He frowned, swinging his sword. Haijo opened her mouth wide in fear, thinking that this was a secret technique of the clan, which was bad. The sword broke into pieces from the impact on Ilshin's body. Milan frowned, thinking about his skill. The protagonist stuck his finger up, saying that it was a rather prickly lightning skill, since he also knows these skills. He immediately activated the skill sharing, Miri. Milan screamed, asking what it was. Lightning immediately struck the ground with all its might, creating a shockwave. A few minutes later, both opponents were tied to a tree. Haijo looked at the teacher with admiration and thought that these two could not be registered as hunters, but they were above S-class. The protagonist exhaled heavily and said in his head that he almost killed them because he could not control his strength well enough. After thinking these thoughts, he ordered to tell him where the Three Heroes Society was located. Manga gritted his teeth and said that Elshin was a thief, and then asked if he even knew who they were. Soon, the strongest hunters of the Three Heroes Society would come for his soul. As soon as he said this, Xiaoman came out of the forest and said that she was a little late. Tegek smiled ominously and shouted at the girl that in front of them was Ilshin, the one who stole the plum blossom. The girl's eyes lit up and she ordered him to shut up, adding that he was just trash. Tegek got scared and apologized. At that moment, many quick slashes of a sword flashed through the air. Blood spurted out of Tegek's mouth. Raising her sword, Xiaoman said that they were useless. The protagonist gritted his teeth and said in shock in his head that the girl was too fast. He barely noticed how she moved, adding that all the other S-class hunters were moving in slow motion in his eyes, but her. While he was thinking about this, Xiaoman appeared behind the guys. She swung her sword and said, "Now we need to take out the traitor." Having said this, she rushed at the frightened Haijo. Ilshin reacted and blocked the sword strike with his hand. Covering the girl with his body from another blow, he ordered her to run away. Xiaoman smiled ominously and asked herself if the guy really blocked his attack with his bare torso, after which she added that he was an interesting guy, but the protagonist made a quick attack, but the girl dodged and said, "Too slow." Ilshin gritted his teeth and said in his thoughts that she missed again, after which he asked where she was going now. Suddenly, he saw a splash of blood. Then he wondered if it had hit him, but suddenly he realized that it wasn't his blood. But if it wasn't his, then that meant it. Xiaoman jumped over the protagonist and slashed at Haijo with her sword. The girl's blood spurted out in all directions. The protagonist turned around and screamed loudly. The next minute, he was holding the girl in his arms and realized that she was no longer breathing. He immediately extended the index finger of God. Seeing this, Xiaoman raised her hand to her chin and asked if the guy even had healing skills. Ilshin didn't react. He was trying his best to resurrect Haijo, but the girl wasn't getting any better. Xiaoman smiled madly and said that it was all useless because this creature that stabbed them in the back. A notification appeared in front of the protagonist, and then he was shocked. The healing glow of his finger faded. The system screen said that the target's treatment failed. He cannot bring the dead back to life with a low-class god's power. The action can only be performed when he is a high-class god. Ilshin was shaking. Xiaoman screamed with madness in her eyes and died the second she cut her. The protagonist put his hand on Hyojo's head and said that he would send her to Lilith, so she should wait for a while for him to become a high-class god and save her. Xiaoman stepped towards Ilshin and told the guy to leave the dead man alone and play with her instead because weaklings like her deserve to die. The protagonist abruptly turned back, telling her to shut up. Xiaoman looked at him with a smile on her face and said that this is her type. Ilshin said menacingly that he had learned that beating was the only thing that worked on abnormal people like her. The guy's body immediately began to swell and he activated the skill fusion, Ilho. With glowing eyes, the protagonist activated the super strong body. He walked forward, saying that the girl needed a little beating. Xiaoman called the guy hot and added that she was all in anticipation. She smiled and asked the guy to hurry up so they could fight. The girl opened her eyes and immediately saw an approaching fist in front of her face. Xiaoman managed to put out her sword, defending herself from a strong blow. With a smile on her face, she thought that Ilshin had become stronger and faster, and everything would have ended badly if she had not managed to block the blow. The girl thought that she made the right choice by coming to Korea. The protagonist immediately soared above her, knocking down his legs. The guy gritted his teeth and asked how Xiaoman dared to laugh after killing his student, so he would make sure that her death was painful. The ground was immediately hit by a strong blow from the guy. He was standing in a hole, holding his fist to the ground. Ilshin looked up, seeing Xiaoman, who was smiling and saying that the guy was better than she expected and to match him. She immediately saw the blood dripping from her nose and wondered if she had just been injured. The girl's hand immediately began to shake. With a crazy smile, Xiaoman screamed that it was so exciting because the main character was the first one in her life to hit her. Ilshin frowned, saying that she really was crazy, so let her stop with this nonsense and tell him where the Three Heroes Company was. Xiaoman asked if he would let her go, to which the guy replied, no chance, but he would let her die an equally painful death. The girl coughed, asking if he would let her go. With her eyes shining, she asked if the guy really thought she was fighting at full strength when she was just playing with the protagonist because he looked funny. She frowned, saying that it was boring now. At that moment, the girl quickly jumped up from the tree. Ilshin began to look around anxiously, noticing that he had lost her again, and no one he had met so far was this good. "Where are you looking?" Xiaoman asked while in the air. The protagonist frowned, quickly raising his head up. The guy immediately activated a protective barrier, defending himself from the approaching opponent. Ilshin wondered how the girl could be so strong. Xiaoman stood confidently on the shield, smiling maliciously. "What is this?" the guy asked in confusion. Xiaoman smiled and answered, "The seal of the 8 trigrams, which even an SS class expert cannot avoid." The girl frowned and ordered him to return what he stole. The protagonist immediately activated Good God, Evil God, title unification. Xiaoman was surprised, asking what kind of title unification. Ilshin then extended the punishing middle finger of the god. The girl frowned, looking at him in bewilderment. At that very second, a powerful explosion occurred, emitting a bright beam. Xiaoman landed on the ground, menacingly shouting that the guy had broken her barrier. Ilshin punched his hand, asking if she really thought that the only one who did not give it her all, therefore she was dead. A few minutes later, the entire ground was cut by the protagonist's middle finger. Without lowering his finger, he asked if he should stop running like a small rat since he couldn't defeat him. Hearing this, Xiaoman grabbed her chest. After that, she said with a crazy smile on her face that it was her first time with a man like Ilshin, and then suggested that they have some more fun. After saying this, she rushed to attack. Her appearance was divided due to the use of the Asura dance technique, which crushes the sky. Seeing this, the protagonist held out his finger and said that he hoped that the school building would not be damaged too much. Hearing this, Xiaoman was scared. A huge magic ball was flying towards her. Admiration appeared in the girl's eyes, and she said that her opponent was the best. A huge magic beam pierced the sky and flew over the academy. The guard at the academy covered his face with his hand from the bright sun and asked if the sun was really rising. When the light faded, Xiaoman was kneeling in front of the protagonist. Ilshin put his middle finger on the girl's head. He looked at her with hatred in his eyes and asked who her boss was from the Three Heroes Society. Xiaoman quietly said that she was with burning eyes. Suddenly, she raised her head and shouted loudly that she loved her master. Hearing this, the protagonist was shocked. He screamed in his mind, why did she call him that? It couldn't be that. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of him, saying that he had succeeded in creating an obsessive believer with overwhelming force and fear. Xiaoman became his fanatical follower. After reading this, Ilshin slapped himself in the face and said that he now has another crazy girl. The girl was kneeling and admiringly said that the guy is so strong without a weapon, then how strong will he be with a sword? Another notification appeared, stating that Xiaoman's follower was worth 5S grades, and the note stated that she was madly in love with the protagonist. After reading this, Ilshin asked himself in surprise, 5S grades, was she really as strong as Gustav? After these thoughts, he looked at the girl and ordered her to be taken to his superiors. Xiaoman, shaking in pain, said that she would gladly do so, but she raised her head with the last of her strength and said that she was not quite in shape. Ilshin extended the healing ring finger of God, and its power immediately enveloped the girl. Feeling this power, the girl said with a smile on her face that it was an amazing power. After a few seconds, she stood up and said that the guy was worthy of being her master. The protagonist looked down at the girl and ordered her to show the way. Some time passed. The headquarters of the community of the Three Heroes, the Temple of the Three Pillars. Inside were the hero of religion. He said with a paper in his hand that Xiaoman was their limit. Now she was serving Ilshin, and it seemed that he was already following them. The sword hero rested his head on his hand and asked if it was true that the protagonist had divine powers. The fist hero was there too, answering that Ilshin was just a low-ranking godling. Releasing some of his terrifying aura, he said menacingly that they would just get rid of him and Xiaoman. They were the Three Pillars, the leaders of the Three Heroes Society, who had been ruling for 500 years. Suddenly, the door opened and a girl walked in. Xiaoman, with a sinister smile on her face, asked if they were talking about her. She said with a sword on her shoulder that someone was looking for them, so she kindly showed him the way. The three heroes were very surprised. The furious protagonist walked in behind the girl, asking if they were the ones leading the Three Heroes Society. Suddenly, a notification appeared in front of him. It said that it was impossible to read the target because it had detection jamming. After reading this, Ilshin punched his palm and thought that this had never happened before, but it didn't matter. The sword hero smiled widely and said that he could see that the guy was strong, adding that he never thought that there were people like him on this planet. He leaned over and said that Ilshin had such a tempting power, and then asked the hero of religion if he would mind if he ate the protagonist's heart. The hero of religion responded indifferently, of course he would, but then the guy's brain was his. The fist hero punched the throne and said, then, standing up, he said that he would try the guy first. At that very second, he jumped up. Surprise appeared in the protagonist's eyes. The fist hero appeared in front of the guy in an instant. Before striking, he used the divine fist of White Step. Then, he forcefully struck the protagonist. Ilshin flew out of the palace, and a powerful explosion was heard. Xiaoman covered her face from the dust and said in surprise that her master had gone flying. Then she turned her gaze and said sarcastically that, in any case, there was a whole army of hunters in front of her. Looking at them, the girl harbored a considerable grudge against her. After that, she licked her weapon and said that today was just full of fun, so she would not enjoy it to the fullest. At this time, the hero of the fist went outside in the direction where the main character had flown. Ilshin was sitting on the ground and holding his stomach. The hero raised his hand to his chin and mockingly asked if the guy had really flown away with one blow. Had he really overestimated him? In that case, he would eat him right now. The main character was horrified. He asked himself what had just happened, because there was quite a large distance between them. Suddenly, he saw a bright cloud of light, from which a loud scream was heard, explaining that it was the divine fist of White Step. The guy closed his eyes from the bright light and wondered what was glowing so brightly. As soon as the glow died down, he saw a butcher knife in front of him, which was a heavenly demon. A notification appeared in front of him, which said that 1,000 blades that cut through space itself said that the repair was complete and the delivery was at the expense of the establishment. Ilshin examined the weapon and asked displeasedly if he was really serious about the butcher knife. 1,000 blades that cut through space itself replied that one should not judge a weapon by its appearance. After reading this, Ilshin said to himself that he had a strange repair service, but in any case, he had no time for this. He firmly grabbed the handle of the knife and said that he was glad to see the heavenly demon, but greetings should be left for later since they were opponents. Gods, the old man finished. Hearing this, the protagonist was shocked and asked himself if these guys were really gods. The fist hero saw a familiar force and grinned. Proudly raising his head, he asked if this was really a heavenly demon. The old man got angry and shouted through his cleaver that it was him, and all of them were just pathetic insects who abandoned him as soon as the god of destruction appeared. The fist hero replied with a smile on his face that in the event of an imminent catastrophe, you need to think about yourself, this is not running away. Hearing this, the protagonist tensed up and asked if these guys were really scared of the god of destruction and hid on the ground. The heavenly demon replied that it was true, they were the worst trash in the world, and they even killed their followers. Hearing this, the fist hero said with displeasure that the old man was brazenly throwing mud at them, being in the guise of a pathetic meat cleaver. The heavenly demon furiously shouted that the god of destruction would come here too. Shaking with rage, he asked if they would run away again. The fist hero became furious and shouted loudly that this was why they had been teaching those useless insects their martial arts techniques for 500 years. This would strengthen their divine power. He spread his arms and said that they offered them millions of people as sacrifices. This was a huge scale. When the protagonist heard this, he became very angry. Gritting his teeth, he asked if they were people as sacrifices, then said that they were just pathetic cowards who crossed the line. With hatred in his eyes, he said that Hiatus was killed because of them, so he would never forgive them. Hearing this, the fist hero gritted his teeth and hissed that a low-ranking godling like him did not dare open his mouth to them. Ilshin raised his cleaver behind his rank and used the sword demon skill transfer, then used the second kata of the heavenly sword god. Suddenly, the old man screamed loudly, "No, not that." The protagonist was scared and asked why. The heavenly demon folded his arms and screamed that the guy would not be able to defeat the owner of the white step technique, and if he failed, it would come back to haunt him. Looking intently at the enemy, he explained that he just needed to use his fists and remember what he taught in the scriptures. The protagonist immediately remembered the phrase, "My fists are stronger than any blade." Leaving his memories, he raised his fist and said that he needed to try and see if it really worked. After these thoughts, he used Ilho's skill transmission, Super Tempered Steel Body. A terrifying aura was released from Ilshin. After that, the protagonist walked towards the enemy. The fist hero tensed up and asked if this guy could do it too, but then, he released his powerful aura and screamed that he would show Ilshin his true power. He stepped forward and broke the tile underneath him. He rushed to attack, shouting, "Divine Fist of White Steps." The fist hero swung his sword, his eyes blazing, and shouted that a young god like Ilshin was so impudent. The protagonist raised his cleaver and said, "The third form of the demon god's heavenly sword. The heavenly demon's heaven-crushing fist." After saying this, he slammed his fist towards his opponent, releasing an incredibly powerful magical energy. Ilshin landed a precise blow on the fist hero's face, breaking his mask. With such a powerful attack, he flew away in the opposite direction from the protagonist. The fist hero flew to the feet of his comrades. The religious hero folded his arms and said that it was not bad, and the sword hero said that he never imagined that Ilshin would defeat the fist hero. The religious hero raised his weapon and exclaimed joyfully, finally his weapon could taste the blood of a god again. The sword hero also had a weapon in his hands, and then he said that he never thought that he would need to take out his sacred sword, Uchin. The protagonist walked to the palace, thinking that there were only 2 gods left, adding that this was a battle he could win. Suddenly, he was surprised and asked himself why he didn't receive a message saying that he had defeated one, since the fist hero definitely had. Then the sword hero looked at his fallen comrade and asked how long he was going to pretend to be dead. Hearing this, Ilshin was shocked. The fist hero raised his hand to his head and said that he was so ashamed that the guy managed to hook him. Getting to his feet, he sadly said that the protagonist had mastered the martial arts of a divine demon. When the religious hero heard this, he smiled ominously and suggested that they all attack together, adding that the guy's head belonged to him. The sword hero stared at the protagonist and said that it had been a long time since he could feast on divine power. The religious hero raised his weapon and offered to cut the guy into pieces. Hearing this, the protagonist became very tense and thought that these were a bit scary, but he had a heavenly demon, so he could do it. Suddenly, the heavenly demon spread his arms and shouted loudly for the guy to run. Hearing this, Ilshin was very surprised. The old man looked at the guy and shouted that he could not fight all three at once yet, because they had absorbed too many sacrifices, so he needed to run away in terror. But the protagonist, without a drop of fear in his voice, said that he could not do that, so he refused to run away like those heroes did. Hearing this, the heavenly sword was very surprised and asked what he was talking about. Ilshin stood up and said that he still had a few skills left, so there was no need to worry. Suddenly, all three pillars rushed to attack. The hero of religion released a dragon towards the guy and shouted, "Turn the dragon and rule the world." Seeing the dragon, Ilshin tensed up and exclaimed, "Here it is." He swung his cleaver and destroyed the dragon, shouting that the aura of a sword of this level is nothing. Suddenly, the hero of the fist appeared from the side, saying that the guy was open from all sides. He used the demonic palm of Jolai and then dealt a powerful blow to the protagonist's side. Blood spurted out from the guy's mouth. Ilshin flew into the air, and the sword hero immediately reacted to this. He jumped towards the enemy, using the sky-cutting swallow sword. The hero of religion raised his weapon and shouted to his comrade that the guy's head is his. After shouting this, he jumped towards the protagonist. But an ominous smile appeared on Ilshin's face. He abruptly extended the punishing middle finger of God. Seeing the bright light, the heroes of sword and religion were very surprised. At that very second, a powerful magical explosion was heard. The protagonist landed on the ground gracefully. Raising his head, he thought about what he thought about becoming quite strong. A foot landed smoothly on the ground, and then a male voice was heard, saying that he saw why the guy was able to deal that blow to the fist hero. The religious hero spoke with a crazy smile on his face. Ilshin was the first since the middle god from their previous world who was able to remove everything from the mask. Hearing this, the protagonist became scared and asked what they were talking about. He saw the faces of his opponents without masks and hoods. A notification appeared in front of him, saying that in front of him was the fallen god of the fist, the fallen god of the sword, and the fallen god of religion. They are 220,000 years old. They are high-level gods from the Peach Blossom Paradise, which was destroyed by the god of destruction long ago. Now, they have regained the status of low-level gods. After reading this, the protagonist wondered if it was because their masks were broken, but now he can see their characteristics. Then he wondered if they were all low-level gods like him, and they were all high-level gods before. The sky demon grabbed the boy's head and shouted that this was why he told him to run. Suddenly, the sword hero appeared behind Ilshin, asking what he was thinking about. At that very moment, the fist hero appeared in front of the boy, shouting that it was time for the protagonist to die. At that moment, the religion hero was flying down on him. He shouted with blazing eyes and a crazy smile on his face that Ilshin's head was his. The next second, there was an explosion that lifted the earth into the sky. There was devastation everywhere. The protagonist was lying in a crater. The heroes looked at him and said that he must have died, which meant it was time to divide him. The protagonist was lying on the ground, showing no signs of life. A notification appeared in front of him, informing him that he had fulfilled the requirements for the Night Blooming Rose, a unique power bestowed upon him by the Silent Nightmare. At that very moment, Ilshin opened his glowing eyes. In an instant, something grew out of him that shocked the heroes. A huge, predatory flower opened its mouth and roared furiously. "What is this?" the hero of the fist asked in shock, while his comrades began to run away, shouting at him to do the same. Suddenly, he felt a terrible pain. The huge rose caught him with its tongue and released his hand. The hero of the fist grabbed his wounded hand and screamed, asking what kind of flower husk was this. The hero of religion stood behind him and mockingly asked if he had really missed a petal in his face. The hero of the sword landed behind his comrades and said that this was much more than he imagined. The fist hero's eyes lit up and he said that he thought that all the protagonist could do was a few tricks with his fingers, and he could also summon monsters. The sword hero looked at the huge, angry flower and said that it was of the divine level. Then he looked down and said that if the owner was killed, the flower would quickly wither. But the protagonist was hidden. He was in the most inaccessible place, surrounded by sharp vines. The sword hero lowered his weapon and turned to his comrades, saying that he would kill the protagonist and that they should distract this monster. The next second, all three rushed to attack. At this time, the protagonist was in his consciousness where he was sitting on the throne. Opening his eyes, he asked himself where he was. Suddenly, what he saw shocked him. The face of the man in front of him was covered in bruises and abrasions. Ilho was shaking and with the last of his strength begged the master for forgiveness. Ilshin jumped to his feet in horror. Behind the follower, he saw the huge mouth of Rose. A notification appeared in front of him, saying that Ilho was presenting him with a tribute of sewage reptile. The next notification said that sewage reptile was worth 11 S classes. After reading this, the protagonist was very surprised and said that he was just like the most basic god in rank, and then asked how Ilho defeated him. After asking this, a notification appeared in front of him saying that the mission to promote to a middle-class evil god had advanced by 11 S-class victims. After reading this, the protagonist stuck out his ring finger and said that he was proud of Ilho because he successfully passed another test and even brought a gift, and now he would heal him. But before he could finish speaking, a little girl threw herself on Ilho's neck and screamed, begging him to save her father. Hearing this, Ilshin stopped and asked in surprise who she was. Looking closely at the crying girl, he read in her characteristics window that she was the queen of the fairies, the embodiment of the good goddess winged guardian of the world, possessed transcendental power. In her note it was written that, being at death's door, Ilho was saved, she needed to be given a name and a miracle would happen. After reading this, Ilshin said in his head that he did not understand anything, but he saw Ilho foaming at the mouth reaching for him and added that he was really bad, it was better to hurry. With these thoughts, he used the healing ring finger of God. The healing power enveloped Ilho. Feeling better, he smiled broadly and said that this was their master's miracle. The protagonist looked at the boys and said that he left Ilho for the queen of the fairies. Stop, he suddenly said when he was about to leave. He remembered the lines that she needed to be given a name and then a miracle would happen. Stopping, Ilshin said in his head that he almost made a mistake, so he couldn't ignore the miracle. Approaching the fairy queen, he asked if she would mind him giving her a name. The girl smiled and answered, okay. After thinking for a while, he raised his finger and said that she would be Anna. At the same time, he said in his mind that nothing useful came to mind, so he would just give her a character name that he once used in one of his novels. Wow, the fairy queen exclaimed. Her wings glowed, and the girl thanked the guy. A notification appeared in front of the protagonist, saying that he gave the fairy queen a name that would determine her future. The fairy queen is a follower worthy of 10 S-classes. Ilshin was enveloped in a powerful magical energy, and he said in his mind, what a miracle, adding that he felt incredible power. Who would have thought that Anna was considered 10 S-classes? Suddenly, he remembered that he fought with 3 heroes, and because of those bastards, Hiatus was dead and 10 million more innocent victims. Ilshin realized that he needed to go back quickly. As soon as he thought about it, he opened his eyes. Clutching his head, he wondered if he had returned. Suddenly, he saw something that shocked him. The sword hero was flying towards him, screaming that he should die. He made a quick attack, but the giant roots protected the protagonist. Seeing this, the sword hero gritted his teeth and said, damn monster stems. Suddenly, shock appeared in his eyes, and he asked what it was. 2 huge mouths opened wide in front of the sword and fist heroes. In Ilshin's hand was a small grove from which vines grew. The protagonist received a message from the silent nightmare, who sadly said that it was too early for the guy to wake up. The protagonist clenched his hand with the rose into a fist and said that everything will be fine, because he became stronger while he was sleeping, after which he thanked him for covering him. The silent nightmare blushed embarrassedly. The sword hero lowered his sword and said that the annoying thing from the evil god was disappearing. The fist hero punched his palm and asked the guy if he really thought he could handle them on his own. No, the protagonist replied with a smile on his face. Suddenly, he saw footsteps behind him and looked away. The religion hero jumped on him from behind, shouting that the guy's head would be his. Ilshin felt the enemy approaching, but did not move. The clanging of metal was heard. The protagonist stopped the religion hero's weapon with a cleaver. The hero used all his strength and asked how he did it so easily. Ilshin smiled and said that it was much easier now, unlike last time. The religion hero immediately jumped back a distance. The sword hero looked at the enemy and said that he suddenly became stronger, and his comrade said that he clearly absorbed the victims while he was sleeping. The sword hero raised his weapon and said that he was unlikely to have obtained the middle god rank, and then suggested that his comrades kill and divide the guy. The heavenly demon looked at the opponents and told the protagonist that he needed to run. And although it was sad to admit, they were right. No matter how strong he was, if these 3 joined forces, he had no chance. Ilshin heard this and said indifferently that he would never run away. After saying this, he smiled ominously and said that if something was missing, you just need to borrow it. The religion hero grinned and said, everyone is bragging. The protagonist put his hand to his temple and said that 3-on-1 is hard, but if there is someone who can take on at least 1, and although he is stingy with help, it is worth a try. He used the multiplying thumb of God. Immediately after that, his terrifying power spread around him. 2 legs emerged from the smoke. It was a clone of the protagonist. The multiplication lasts for 6,606 seconds. Upon seeing the guy, Ilshin gave him a thumbs up and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. But before he could finish speaking, his clone looked at him and asked with displeasure if he had really called again because he couldn't handle it himself. Ilshin smiled awkwardly and asked to take on one of the heroes, to which the clone firmly said that no one dared to order him around. The main character got very angry and asked if that was an order, just a request from the original brother. Upon hearing this, the clone looked at Ilshin and asked if that was really it, after which he added that he was too stupid to be an original, and also weak, and what's more, he was a freak. All these words shocked Ilshin. Suddenly, he began to shake with rage. Exploding, he pointed his finger at the clone and shouted that he had had enough. The clone turned away and said that it was better than before because at least he had made it to the low-ranking gods. Hearing this, the protagonist blushed with embarrassment. Suddenly, the clone extended his hand to him. Seeing this, Ilshin asked himself in shock, did he really want to shake hands in reconciliation? After a short pause, he hit the clone's hand and exclaimed that it was time to do so. The clone became very angry and said that he wanted to get the blade, and the guy was asking him to fight. Hearing this, the protagonist handed over the cleaver. The clone picked up the weapon and said that it was time to return to the opponents. Ilshin pointed and looked to the side and said that the clone was weak. The heroes looked at the guys with anger in their eyes, preparing to fight. The protagonist frowned. Using Ilshin's super-tempered steel body, his muscles grew. The clone took the cleaver in his hands, activating the brutal massacre skill. The fist hero smiled, saying that first the guy used summoning, and now cloning, it really irritates him. The sword hero furrowed his brows, saying that they were still 3 against 2, so they just needed to defeat them. The religious hero smiled and conjured up the image of a warrior monkey, saying that he hadn't felt like this in a long time, since the time of the great sage, their equal deity. Ilshin and the clone stood with their backs to each other, with dust rising around them. The clone frowned, calling the heroes vermin who should know their place. The protagonist looked away, saying that these rats had escaped their sinking world after all. The fist hero gritted his teeth, asking how dare he say such a thing. The sword hero furrowed his brows, noting that it was arrogant. The religious hero knelt down and bowed his head, saying that he would cut off the head of this upstart. He quickly moved away, leaving behind a stream of dust. The hero of religion raised his weapon above his head and, hovering above the guy, said that he needed to kill the dragon, and then the whole world would be at his feet. He smiled widely, saying that he was destroying him to pieces. There were large muscles on the main hero's back. Ilshin thoughtfully scratched his cheek, saying that he would leave this guy to the clone. The guy pushed off with his foot. The hero of religion held the weapon above his head, saying that his clone was nothing to him. The guy frowned, noticing with displeasure that he told the hero not to order him around. The hero of religion opened his mouth, asking how the clone managed to end up in the air next to him. The clone swung, cutting the hero's body into 2 parts. The upper part of his body, holding the weapon, fell down. The hero clenched his teeth in displeasure. The hero of religion smiled widely. His lower body was complemented by bright tongues of flame. The clone frowned in confusion. The boy raised his eyebrows and smiled, asking if that was all he could do, since he was the embodiment of the scarlet flame, and the flame could not be killed with a sword. The hero of religion clutched the weapon in his hands and walked towards the clone, saying that he would deal with him first. The clone frowned, saying that in that case, he would use this skill. The protagonist raised his head and smiled, saying that he expected this from his clone. The boy swung, creating a stream of bright energy directed at the hero of religion. He opened his eyes and mouth wide, asking how he did it. The hero of religion fell down, saying that he could not heal himself now. He assumed that it was because of the sword. The clone clutched a sharp cleaver in his hand, telling the boy not to be mistaken, because this was not an ordinary cleaver, but a sword of a heavenly demon. The giant head image opened its mouth wide, saying that this is the second kata of the heavenly demon divine sword, the heavenly demon great inferno. The clone frowned and moved forward, saying that he had cut the flames and larger ones in the past. The hero of religion fell down and smiled, saying that it was very interesting, because his life was taken by the heavenly demon sword. The system reported that the hero of religion is a strong victim who is worth 20 S-class. Mid-rank evil god promotion mission progress, S-class and above victims, 58 plus 20 out of 100. The fist hero opened his eyes wide, turning to the hero of religion. The sword hero clenched his hand into a fist and gritted his teeth, saying that the guy was asking for trouble again and took the first one. A strong explosion threw the hero's back, knocking down the door of the building. Xiaomin watched the guys in front of her. The hero in front of her fell on his back. The girl opened her eyes wide and pressed her palm to her cheek, saying that her god was now too. She narrowed her eyes slyly, saying that she also needed to try her best to be praised. Xiaomin assumed a fighting stance, looking at the army of warriors in front of her. The clone raised his eyebrows, saying that they would now fight 2 on 2. Ilshin smiled, saying that hero was worth 20 S-classes. That was really cool. The fist hero gritted his teeth, calling him a fool. The sword hero took a few steps forward, saying that they underestimated him. After all, a god is a god. He frowned, his eyes shining brightly as the hero suggested his partner to use this move. The fist hero furrowed his brows, saying that they were hurt too. He believed that this was the best they had. He pressed his hands to the sword hero's back. Dark energy began to flow out from under his palm. The sword hero gritted his teeth, his body being engulfed in dark energy. He opened his mouth wide, saying that he would borrow the fist hero's power and tear the sky apart in the name of the hero of religion. His eyes shining brightly, the hero swung his sword, sending dark streams with purple light forward. The clone and the protagonist froze in place, looking at what was happening. Xiaoman furrowed her brows in fear, thinking that even her god might not be able to withstand such power. The dark energy stream was approaching Ilshin and the clone. The guy reached his finger towards the ground. The protagonist looked ahead from under his brows and waved his finger, saying that he was flying away. A stream of shockwaves headed towards the dark energy. The sword hero opened his mouth in surprise, saying that this couldn't be. Bright streams of energy rushed towards the fist hero and the sword hero. The guy asked if this was the plum blossom technique. The fist hero covered his face with his hands, shouting in displeasure that the young man was a thief because he was using stolen techniques. The sword hero gritted his teeth and stuck out his blade, saying that this was not a problem. He opened his eyes in surprise and looked ahead. Ilshin and clone appeared in front of him, raising their hands to strike. They left bright streams of energy behind them. The guy gritted his teeth and swung his cleaver, using the second kata of the heavenly demon divine sword. The protagonist frowned, striking the sword hero's body with his fist and using the transmission of the Miri skill, lightning strike. The man's eyes and mouth widened, asking who this guy was. The peace hero put his hands forward, calling out to his comrade. Ilshin approached him, clenching his hand into a fist. The man frowned, asking for mercy. The protagonist looked at him from under his brows, saying that the heavenly demon ordered not to spare them. The clone used the third kata of the heavenly demon's divine sword. The guy gritted his teeth, lifting the man's body into the air with his blow. He used the heavenly demon's shaking fist. Dark streams of energy rushed into the air, coming out of the fist hero's body. The man's mouth widened and his brows furrowed pitifully. The system reported that the sword hero and the fist hero are strong victims, worth 21 S-class each. Middle rank Evil God promotion mission progress, S-class and above victims 100 plus 42 out of 100. A congratulation appeared in the system window. The hero has completed the mission to promote to a middle-class evil god. Ilshin froze in place, looking at his palm. Dark streams of energy rose up from his body. The guy smiled and frowned, saying that this was only one of his missions, but he had become stronger. Generous Abundance was worried that the balance of the hero's forces had shifted towards evil. 1,000 blades cutting through space itself said that this was for the best, so he suggested moving in this direction. The hero raised his eyebrows in surprise, looking up. Xiaoman widened her eyes and smiled, looking at the clone standing in front of her. The girl was leaning on the hilt of her sword. The guy held a cleaver in his hand, looking at the mountains of bodies of defeated people. Xiaoman looked at him in embarrassment, thinking that the guy killed two of the strongest representatives of the three heroes community with just one swing of his sword, as expected of her god. The clone turned his head, ordering to get rid of the remaining small fry, and to lure all the S-class hunters to their side. Those who resist should simply be killed. The guy frowned, looking at the girl and saying that as soon as she finished this, she would be rewarded. Xiaoman smiled widely, saying that she would definitely achieve this. The protagonist came closer, asking what they were talking about. The clone put his hand to the side, saying that it did not matter. The guy raised the cleaver in front of him, asking the hero not to die, because if he dies, then he himself will die, so Ilshin needs to become stronger. The guy took the cleaver in his hand and smiled, saying that he would have managed without his instructions. The system reported that the time for summoning the clone has expired. The summoning is being cancelled. The hero looked at the disappearing guy in front of him. Ilshin approached Xiaoman sitting on the floor. He bowed his head, standing in front of her and saying that they needed to go somewhere. The girl looked up at him in surprise. The action takes place in China, the central hospital. There was a blue sky above the white building with red inserts. The woman happily noted that her daughter's teacher came in person to visit her. It was a great honor. She smiled broadly, saying that the guy even paid her hospital bills. She was immensely grateful to him. Ilshin folded his hands in front of himself and smiled, saying that it was nothing. The main thing was that the woman recovered quickly. The hero thought that after becoming a middle-class god, he managed to master the Chinese language. Maybe this is common for mid-ranking gods. The woman frowned, asking what was wrong with the girl. The guy looked away, saying that it was just more convenient for her. Xiaoman was sitting on the floor, her knees pulled up, saying that it really was better this way. Ilshin frowned, thinking that it was he who ordered her to sit down, for her aching head, which knew no shame at all. The woman leaned forward and addressed the teacher. The guy raised his eyebrows. She raised her eyebrows and smiled, asking if her Huju was doing well. She was a very kind girl, but there was no news from her for a long time, so the woman thought that she was all in her studies. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist, saying that this was true. The guy froze and lowered his head, thinking that this was the only answer he could give, but to tell the truth, he should now beg for forgiveness on his knees. The hero heard voices saying that it was he who could not protect Huju. Because of him she died. What kind of a good god is he if he cannot even protect one person? Ilshin stood in the epicenter of dark energy flows. He sadly lowered his red eyes down, thinking that the status of a good god certainly did not suit him. The boy squinted, looking ahead and wondering how to be a good god at all. He thought that he was much more suited to sliding down the slope of an evil god. In the system window, there was a message from Generous Abundance, telling him not to deviate from the righteous path and offering a secret resurrection potion. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise, thinking that this couldn't be true. Generous Abundance said that this would hit her karma hard, but she sincerely wanted to support the hero on the path to becoming a good god. In the system window, a mission characteristic appeared called, "How wonderful is this world in which you can do 10 million good deeds." Reward, Secret Resurrection Potion. Effect, brings the dead back to life. Current number of good deeds, 0 out of 10 million. Note, it is necessary to save human lives. The hero smiled nervously and frowned, realizing that he could bring Huju back to life, but he didn't know how to do 10 million good deeds. The guy noticed the man lying on the next bed. He thought about the fact that he was in the hospital now, and this was the best place to save lives and do good. The hero decided to start from here. Ilshin smiled and held out his finger, using the healing ring finger of a god. A bright stream of green energy spread across all floors of the hospital. Patients happily said that they no longer had pain, calling it a miracle. The action takes place in China, Shandong Province, Jinan City. An explosion was heard among the tall buildings, raising streams of dust. A voice announced the discovery of an A-class monster. Hunters will soon arrive at the scene. All civilians must urgently evacuate to a safe place. Giant creatures resembling bulls moved forward. The Minotaur opened its mouth wide and screamed. The boys began to run in different directions, asking for help. The hero put out a fist with a bright stream of energy, striking the monster's face. Ilshin gritted his teeth, saying that there were still 2 left. The boy struck the monster from below upwards, attacking its lower jaw. The heroes opened their eyes in surprise, looking at the boy and girl standing in front of them. The young man raised his eyebrows, recognizing the girl as Xiaoman, an SS rank hunter. The system reported that the current number of good deeds was 2,501 out of 10 million. Ilshin raised his eyebrows, thinking that he had come quite a long way. Xiaoman knelt down and lowered her head, turning to the boy. The girl closed her eyes, saying that she was going to leave him in order to deal with the remnants of the 3 heroes community. Another master Ilshin ordered her to do so. The hero raised his eyebrows, thinking about what she was talking about the clone. Since he gave her the order, then everything is not so bad. He said that the girl can go. Xiaoman smiled slyly and raised her eyebrows, thanking him and asking the hero to take care of himself. Several days passed. The events take place in Korea, Ilshin's apartment. Fallen leaves were flying past a tall apartment building. The guy sat on the bed and smiled, thinking that he hadn't rested for a long time. All he did was court the hospitals of Korea. Miri was sitting on the field next to her things, saying that the top floor was very spacious. She congratulated the hero on the fact that he was now a landowner. Ilshin smiled happily, thinking that this sounded even better than God. He leaned his hands on the bed, asking what she had. Miri was holding a sweater in her hands, saying that it was a gift. She and her sister were shopping and suddenly came across this. It seems that the guy needs more tracksuits. Mina smiled and frowned, saying that they bought 10 pieces. She asked the hero to try this on. Ilshin leaned his body forward, displeased, saying that pink suits him very well. The phone in Miri's hands rang. She opened her eyes wide, saying that it was an urgent call from the association. The girl stood up and headed towards the exit, saying that she had to go. Miri asked the teacher to look after her sister. The hero waved at her, saying that he would do everything. Darkened areas of the room were visible. The boy was standing in a new tracksuit. Mina clapped her hands happily, saying that it was very cute. She asked the hero to wear only this suit. Ilshin raised his eyebrows, asking if he could ask a question. The girl smiled, answering yes. The boy looked at her, asking why she continued to pretend that she did not remember anything. Mira's eyes widened in surprise. A blush appeared on her face. She arched her eyebrows, asking how he knew about this. The system reported that Mina's memories had returned, but she continued to pretend to be unwell in order to improve her relationship with her sister. Mina tilted her head, asking how long he had known about this. The hero raised his eyebrows and put his hands in his pockets, saying that he had learned about it not long ago. He asked if she was doing this so as not to lose the established contact with Miri. Mina opened her mouth, saying that it was so. The girl frowned. Streams of energy appeared around her. She said that she would kill the hero if he told his sister about everything. Mina looked at her fingers, saying that since he knew, she would better tell her everything herself. The guy looked at her, thinking that the girl was changing her mind quickly. Mina frowned, saying that she would like the guy to protect someone. The hero raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking why him. The girl frowned sadly, saying that hunters like the creators have long been disappearing all over the world for no reason. This is classified information. Ilshin opened his eyes wide and pulled his hands out of his pockets, saying that this is serious. Mina looked at him, saying that Kanwu, a creator-type hunter, wanted to hire the hero as a bodyguard. The boy raised his eyebrows, imagining the image of a hunter and thinking that it made sense. Since they use equipment from the hunter shop, their combat skills are quite poor. Ilshin looked up at the girl, asking if creator-type hunters weren't already under the protection of the association and S-class hunters, since they were bad at fighting. Mina lowered her head. She closed her eyes, saying that in America, 2 S-class bodyguards were found dead the other day, and the one they were guarding went missing. In Italy, 3 bodyguards of one of the creator hunters were also recently cut down. As a result, that hunter also went missing. The protagonist thoughtfully rubbed his chin, saying that things were bad. He asked who could have done such a thing. Mina pointed her index finger at him, saying that the association needed new S-class bodyguards. Seduk, the director, and even Shinyu had recommended the hero, as well as Mirian herself. The boy folded his arms, saying that he understood everything. Ilshin smiled widely, saying that it seemed like he would have to do this since the creator hunters were the target. He thought that this would allow him to do good deeds, and it seemed to be somehow related to that. The boy imagined the image of a muscular man telling him that in order to deal with this trail that he would encounter soon and change his fate, he needed to gain the power of a middle-class god and go to the Festival of Gods. Ilshin raised his eyebrows, wondering what kind of festival this was. He would find out, but for now he needed to focus on becoming a good middle-class god. Generous Abundance warmly supported the hero, admiring his spirit. The guy raised his index finger, asking where Kanwu was now, offering to go to him right now. Kanwu's penthouse. There was a blue sky with floating white clouds above the large dark building. The hero stood in the room opposite the guy sitting on the couch, surrounded by people in black suits. Kanwu tilted his head to the side and raised his eyebrows. The system window showed that he was 52 years old, blessed by the guardian of fire and blacksmithing. It was unknown what he had done. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise, seeing his age. Because the hunter looked young in appearance, the guy did not understand what kind of question marks were in the description. Kanwu looked at the hero, saying that he expected the guy to come alone. Ilshin put his hand on the shoulder of the sword demon standing next to him, saying that he could not guard the hunter for 24 hours, so he took a replacement with him. Kanwu put his hand on the back of the sofa and slowly drank the drink, saying that even a bodyguard needs to sleep sometimes. It makes sense, but in any case, he was glad to see them. The guy closed his eyes and smiled, saying that they would try their best for his safety. The hero thought about what a wonderful life a hunter had. Drinking to himself, he did not understand how he could sit so leisurely when such things were happening around him. Kanwu abruptly put the glass on the table. He stood up from his seat, saying that they would continue after he took a shower. The sword demon frowned and gritted his teeth, asking how dare the hero go somewhere in the middle of a conversation with the sword god. He was going to deal with him immediately. Ilshin frowned, telling him to shut up. Kanwu stood in front of a large mirror in the bathroom. He frowned, thinking that something had changed, because he did not remember this person at all. Kanwu looked up, looking at the mirror. In the reflection, he saw a stream of dark energy behind him. The man's eyes widened, not understanding what it was. Kanwu raised his eyebrows and turned around. The monster clenched its sharp fangs tightly. A dark creature appeared behind him, its body surrounded by streams of black energy. The monster's eyes shone brightly. It frowned, saying that it had found the hunter creator. The creature reached out with its paw to the hunter. The man frowned. Kanwu gritted his teeth. Using the summoning of the shield of the Aegis, the object appeared in his hand, stopping the attack of the monster. The creature swung its sword, saying that this shield will not stop it. The protagonist thoughtfully rubbed his head, asking what Kanwu was doing with a crocodile in the bathroom. The monster's eyes widened in surprise. It frowned, seeing Ilshin. The guy struck, throwing the giant crocodile into the wall. The hunter opened his eyes wide, looking at the hero. Ilshin looked at Kanwu, asking if he was hurt. The man furrowed his brows, saying that he was fine, but there was one thing that was bothering him. He looked at the sword and armor on the creature's body, saying that these items could only be bought at a hunter's shop. He didn't understand where the monster got them from. The crocodile opened its mouth wide, showing sharp fangs, saying that this guy killed his mother. The hero raised his eyebrows, remembering the baby Gustav, asking if this was Croaky's brother. The giant armored crocodile straightened up, saying that it would kill the hero and gnaw everything off to the bone. Ilshin furrowed his brows and scratched his nose, sarcastically saying that he was very scared. The monster rushed to attack, leaving a deep mark on the floor. The creature swung its weapon and headed towards the protagonist, saying that this was his mother. Ilshin raised his eyebrows, asking if the boy could handle the monster by himself. The sword demon moved forward. The hero swung his blade, creating a bright flash in front of the monster. The boy furrowed his brows and smiled widely, asking to leave it to him, then he would show how much stronger he had become since last time. Ilshin smiled contentedly and folded his arms over his chest, allowing him to demonstrate his abilities. He thought that he even wondered how much the hero had grown. The monster clenched his sharp fangs, asking how dare he interfere. The giant crocodile swung his weapon, his eyes shining brightly as he said that he would kill the sword demon as well. The boy planted his foot on the floor. The sword demon frowned, avoiding the swing of the monster's weapon, which left a bright mark in space. The crocodile clenched his sharp fangs, calling the hero a small rat, saying that he was good at running, but he was still just a rat. The giant monster swung his weapon again, leaving a bright trace in space. He decided to check how long the guy could dodge his attacks. The sword demon quickly changed his location in the room, moving from corner to corner. Kanwoo and the protagonist hid behind the shield. The hunter raised his eyebrows, asking if Ilshin was sure the hero could handle this on his own. The boy raised his eyebrows, saying that it was true, he was weak, but he was quite capable of handling this. The hero watched the battle closely, thinking that the sword demon had really gotten better. The giant crocodile froze in place, his eyes wide open, wondering why he couldn't hit the boy. The monster frowned, his eyes shining brightly. The sword demon caught his armor on his head, passing behind the creature. The crocodile adjusted his helmet with his paw, saying that it made him feel sorry for him. The boy turned his head and frowned, saying that he would have cut his head in half if it weren't for the helmet. Ilshin yawned tiredly, asking the sword demon how much longer he had to wait. The hunter clenched his teeth in anger. Kanwoo raised his eyebrows at the boy, wondering how he could yawn in such a situation, and also hurry up a fighter fighting against an SS-class monster. The sword demon held out a giant blade in front of him, saying that there was only one moment left. The crocodile raised its paw and looked down, thinking that there was nothing he could do. Even though his sworn enemy was right in front of him, he had no other choice. The creature opened its mouth wide, reaching out with its hands. Kanwoo raised his eyebrows, asking what he was doing. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, saying that the monster seemed to be taking something out of its throat, or at least it was imagining it. Ilshin's eyes widened in surprise. He saw a bright green object in the creature's mouth. The giant crocodile stuck out its tongue and looked at the bomb in its paw, saying that they would all die together. Kanwoo frowned and gritted his teeth, saying that it was a magical explosive. The hunter put his hands in front of him, asking the hero to run because the shockwave could destroy the entire hotel. The monster opened its glowing eyes wide, saying that it was too late. He pressed the bomb button with his finger. The giant crocodile opened its mouth, saying, "What kind of mother is this?" A bright light illuminated the heroes. The crocodile widened its eyes, asking how this was possible. Its head was marked from the body and hovered in the air. The giant body of the monster fell to the floor. The protagonist was holding the bomb in his hand. Kanwoo covered his face with his hand, saying that the boy crushed the SS-class monster with one blow. The sword demon raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying that he expected nothing less from the sword god. The boy knelt down, leaning on the hilt of the sword, saying that the hero had become even more perfect since he defeated this monster so quickly. The sword demon bowed his head, asking to accept his congratulations. Ilshin raised his eyebrows, saying that he had simply crushed another lizard. The giant crocodile's body was dissolving. The hero narrowed his eyes, remembering the appearance of the monster's egg in the association. The man in the suit said that they had organized their transportation straight from Africa. This was only one of 100, the only one that had not hatched. At the moment, everyone was focused on looking for the cubs. The guy raised his eyebrows, realizing that there were still 100 of them. If nothing was done, the situation could become difficult. Kanwoo raised his eyebrows and looked at the protagonist, asking who he was. The guy turned around. He frowned, coming closer to the hunter standing behind the shield. Ilshin stopped in front of the shield, holding a bomb in his hand. Kanwoo nervously clenched his teeth. The boy looked down, assuming that because he had killed that crocodile, he could now see what was hidden by the question marks. The protagonist looked up at him, saying that he should be the one asking what he was. Kanwoo raised his eyebrows in displeasure, asking what the boy was talking about. Ilshin raised his eyebrows and said that Kanwoo's regressor was an alien from the future. The man opened his mouth wide, asking how he knew about it. The system window displayed information that the hero was 52 years old, blessed by the guardian of fire and blacksmithing, and had returned in time. The pages of the book quickly turned. The right, blind eye of the god was activated. The scanning of the hunter Kanwoo's history begins. At this time, deep in the jungle of the Amazon, near the entrance to the dungeon, a group of monsters gathered. Arachne chuckled mentally, saying that it was only worth mentioning revenge, as all the Gustav cubs would serve her well. Looking at the prisoners, she ordered them to open the hunter's shop for them. The hunters, being under control, stood up. The guy, trembling, gave the command to open the hunter's shop. A moment later, the system window appeared in front of the monster. Chimera smiled at the result. The hunter's window screen lit up, and then a hero's spear, worth 50 million, appeared in the air. Turning around, the Chimera asked Alpha what he thought of this weapon. Sitting on the throne, Alpha nodded his head. Then he stood up saying that his brother was dead. He screamed sharply saying that Ilshin had killed their mother first, and now his brother. Barely containing his rage, he said that he would never forgive this guy. He grabbed the spear, and looking at the spider, he said that he would need much more weapons to crush him. Arachne raised her hand and said that she would get him as many weapons as he needed because she had a plan. Alpha frowned. The spider bared her teeth and said that she knew Ilshin's greatest weakness. Kanwu's story began in a forge. He was blessed by the guardian of fire and blacksmithing in his first life. The blacksmith appeared to him one day and said that his world would soon fall because of the heir of the god of destruction, so he would lend him his power so he should try to stop him. The guy was given the power to open a hunter's shop as well as travel through time. He worked with other S-classes to protect the land from Ion and Gustav, and when he managed to defeat them, they met their death at the hands of the three heroes. On the second or third try, he was able to defeat them too, but he was still unable to resist the Dragon of the Abyss, who would end this world. And now he was reborn for the last time. The regression was successful, but there were no more attempts left. Kanbu sat on a bench, having drunk a lot. He was sad. No matter what he did, he could not stop the end of the world, so he decided to resign himself. The protagonist thought about Kanbu's story. Looking at him, Ilshin asked him if he had finally given up after so many attempts. Kanbu exclaimed in shock, asking how he knew this. Pointing to himself, the protagonist said that he had a special skill. Kanbu barely held back his tears, realizing that he had never met this person in his regressions. He began to remember how the guy stopped John and his minions, as well as the victory over the three heroes. And what the guy emitted was comparable to what the Keeper of Fire and Blacksmithing emitted. Unable to hold back his tears, Kanbu mentally said that perhaps this Ilshin can do what he cannot. Bowing his head, he asked the protagonist if he was a god, shocking the protagonist. Ilshin became agitated. How unexpectedly the system gave him a mission, the task of which was to demonstrate to the guy the omnipotence of a god, and as a reward gave the loyalty of a hunter. Smiling at Kanbu, the protagonist asked him if he had a secret wish. The guy clutched his shield, and without stopping crying, he asked if he could stop the end of the world. The protagonist licked his lips, being happy. He would definitely do it, and the wish coincided with his goal. Throwing his hands behind his head, the protagonist said that he would see what he could do. Kanbu stared at the guy, convinced of his guess. The system notified the protagonist about finding a temporary follower. The protagonist thought about trying to understand what a temporary follower means. Then the system told him that if he saves the world, he will find true loyalty to Kanbu. Afterwards, the system reported the progress of the mission to promote a good god of the middle class. The guy smiled weakly and mentally said that it was a little offensive, although he had no influence on it. Raising his hand, Ilshin said that he had already gotten rid of John, Gustav and the three heroes. The next reason for the end of the world would be Gustav's cubs. Suddenly, the system sounded the alarm. The protagonist frowned in shock. The great evil god decided to take revenge on him, and if he did not stop him, the world would end. Ilshin was horrified, realizing that it was the Emperor of Entrinia. Raising his hand, he asked Kanwa to find Gustav's cubs while he fixed the situation elsewhere. The guy saluted, taking the request for an order. Smiling nervously, the protagonist asked not to address him like that. He closed his eyes, saying that he could not do that because he was his only hope and support. His eyes sparkled with admiration. Ilshin sighed, realizing that he should focus on gathering S-class followers. Looking at the sword demon, the guy asked if he had improved again. The guy smiled and said that it was all thanks to him. Handing the guy his blade, he told him to take it and practice with it, which shocked the sword demon. The sword demon dropped his sword and took the protagonist's blade like a treasure. He embarrassed Ilshin by saying that it was a great honor for a slave like him. The protagonist, embarrassed, mentally asked the heavenly demon to guide the boy who had watched too many historical dramas. Then the protagonist glanced to the side, at the man who had come to them. Kanwu also turned around along with the sword demon. The guy who had come grinned. Then he turned to the protagonist, saying that he, the Great One, had come. Looking at the sword demon, he greeted him, who, being dissatisfied, asked the guy what he had forgotten here. The protagonist intervened in the dialogue, saying that it was he who had called him, and from now on, the two of them would guard Kanwu. Shinryu extended his hand to the sword demon, saying that they would definitely try their best. He unexpectedly knocked his hand away, and standing up, he said that he alone would be enough because people like him had no business here. Looking at the protagonist, the sword demon asked him to think again, because such an idiotic young master as Shinryu would only get in his way. The guys instantly started arguing, almost starting a fight. Ilshin did not interfere, watching everything from the side. He released his aura, asking the guys if they wanted to say that they did not listen to him. The protagonist, angry, suggested that they both go against him to remind him who was the boss. Both guys were horrified. They immediately bowed their heads, asking for forgiveness. The protagonist, having calmed down, ordered them not to dare to swear at each other in front of him from now on. Looking at the guys, he said that he would deprive them of everything he had given them if he saw them fight even once. At this time, in the warrior's tower on the 41st level, Ilho was fighting against a monster. He rushed to attack the monster, and in a second, he struck him in the jaw. The monster's body flew off from the force of the blow. Ilho landed calmly on the floor, and rubbing his palms, he said that this monster should be sacrificed to God. The system informed Ilho that as a reward for completing the floor, he would be given a dumbbell sword that had previously belonged to a seeker of truth. The guy frowned, trying to understand what kind of sword it was. A moment later, a two-handed sword appeared in front of him. Ilho grabbed its hilt, and then the system informed him about the imminent start of a new level. Covering his eyes from the sun, Ilho tried to understand where he ended up. He found himself in a desert with two suns hovering above him. The system informed him of the condition for completing the floor, which turned out to be saving the goddess of water. The events take us to Ilshin's apartment in Seoul. The protagonist lay down on the bed, intending to practice with stalkers in his sleep. He tried to ignore the ringing phone. The guy jumped up in rage, trying to understand what people wanted from him at such a time. Then he took the phone, and was surprised when he looked at the screen. It turned out that Ilho urgently needed his help. The protagonist frowned, trying to understand what had happened to the guy. The girl next to Ilho turned out to be dancing in the water, a follower of the weakened goddess of water. Surprised, the protagonist asked Ilho what had happened. He pointed to the sky, and looking at the two suns, he said that he needed to get rid of the nearest sun, but his attacks did not work on it. Dancing in the water could not hold back her tears and began to beg the great god for help. The protagonist was shocked, realizing that getting rid of the sun was unimaginable nonsense. However, seeing the sun of Antrinia, he thought about it. When he liked it, the system informed him that it had failed to study the target with the current level of divine powers. This made the guy surprised and wary. He gritted his teeth, realizing that the one who created the sun was stronger than him. He immediately remembered the system's message about the evil god and assumed that it was his doing. Suddenly, firebirds flew out of the sun. Ilho grabbed his sword, asking the water dancer to hide behind him. Phoenix, being a divine creation of light, were stronger birds than SS classes. The protagonist gritted his teeth. He knew the light shining in the highest depths of the sky. The light mentioned him, but the protagonist did not know that he would come so soon. The phoenix opened its beak and rushed to attack. It was trying to get Ilho as a sacrifice. Ilshin got angry, realizing that these phoenixes were too strong for the guy. Looking at the fight, he began to curse. The guy could not intervene when the battle took place in the warrior's tower, but he still concentrated energy in his finger, because of which the system immediately began to warn him about the punishment that he could receive. Being furious, the protagonist said that he did not care about this, and when the phoenixes were already approaching Ilho, a powerful stream of energy struck them. Ilho, being surprised, said that it was the master's skill. Suddenly, a system window appeared on the surface of the sun, saying that the light shining in the sky was extremely angry that the protagonist killed his creations, so now he was karmically connected to it. The protagonist gritted his teeth, although the meeting would happen sooner, but he had no choice. The system reported a forced teleportation to the light shining in the sky. A moment later, the protagonist disappeared from his bed, and found himself in the Temple of Fire, on which sat the bird-headed god. Raising his head, the protagonist asked the god if he was the light shining in the depths of the sky. He looked at him, confirming his identity, then asked the boy if he was the young god who killed his brother and servants. The protagonist tensed up. He did not see such a future in Kanwoo's memories, but now he would have to deal with him. Suddenly, the god of light, who did not receive confirmation, said that he was also merciful. He shouted sharply, telling the protagonist that if he sacrificed Ilho and gave half of his divine powers, then he would spare him and allow him to worship him, a great god of high class. Ilshin frowned upon hearing his words. The protagonist was furious, not understanding why this god was asking him to worship. Then 1,000 blades through the system told him that getting a god as a follower was much cooler than just absorbing him. Ilshin immediately became angry upon hearing his words. He clenched his fist, not going to do such a thing. In anger, he pointed at the bird, asking him if he wanted to become nuggets by any chance. The god of light became angry upon hearing his words. He released his aura, and in a rage he shouted, saying that for such an insult he would pay with his life. Ilshin became wary due to the endless shaking. He gritted his teeth, holding back the pressure of the god. The guy abruptly released his aura, which caused a powerful explosion. The god who blocked the attack with his hand said that it was a pity that he couldn't recruit this guy, but he couldn't allow his name to be slandered any longer. But when he looked at the guy, he was surprised. The protagonist who blocked the blow with Ilho's skill was standing on his feet. But even so, he winced in pain. Even with the skill, he took damage. Licking his lips, the god of light told him that he was different from other evil gods of the middle class, so he would offer to submit to him again and sacrifice his follower. Angrily, Ilshin said that he would never betray those who follow him. Smiling, the god of the sun said that then he had another method. Releasing his aura, he said that he would kill all the followers instead of one. The protagonist was surprised by his words. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of him, informing that his followers were in danger. The events again take us to the 42nd floor of the warrior's tower. Ilho, walking through the desert, asked where the goddess of water was. The boy suddenly became wary. Right in front of them, a wall of sand rose up. Ilho raised his hand, telling his companion to hide behind him. Then he asked the huge chimera in front of him who she was. She looked at him and said that she was a follower of the Lord of the Swamps of the Abyss. Ilho immediately realized that it was the sister of that creature. Grinning, the chimera said that on the orders of the head of the alliance, she came to kill them. The boy got angry, realizing that they were trying to undermine the power of his master. A moment later, he rushed to attack the monster with a scream. Meanwhile, in the ant tribe, the holy maiden asked Croaky if he liked the fish. He smiled and said that the fish was delicious. Then he looked at the girl and was embarrassed, mentally saying that the queen of the ants was too cute. But a moment later, he looked into the distance in surprise. There was a huge cloud of smoke rising. The queen was wary, trying to figure out where the tornado came from. Croaky dropped the food from his mouth, seeing something horrifying. His body trembled in fear. Clutching the wall, he told the queen that they better run as fast as possible. Alpha ran out of the smoke with his subordinates. Orak hid on his head. She smiled, anticipating how she would kill Ilshin's followers while he fought the sun god. Croaky and the queen were worried seeing the monsters. Croaky turned around, ordering everyone to run. Suddenly, Alpha appeared right behind him, scaring poor Croaky. Alpha attacked him with a scream, saying that the traitor must die along with everyone. The protagonist went into shock, realizing the situation. The system continuously informed him about the numerous deaths of his followers. It also notified him about the decrease in his divine powers. The sun god raised his hand, saying that this was just the beginning, but if he submitted to him now, he would stop. The protagonist gritted his teeth in anger. Enraged, he asked the bird-headed man how he dared to touch his followers. Touching his forehead, he said that he would not remain in debt. A moment later, another Ilshin appeared in front of him. The sun god became wary upon seeing him. The protagonist addressed his copy, saying that he would settle the problems here while he would save others. He frowned, saying that he should not stay here since he was the real one, so he would personally take care of the chicken. The protagonist felt a thrill from the fact that his copy finally recognized him as the original. Having created a portal, he said goodbye to the copy. Entering the portal, the protagonist said that he would quickly sort everything out. The second Ilshin frowned, looking at the sun god. Squinting, he called the sun god a pathetic nugget and offered to begin. The sun god became furious upon hearing his words. He immediately attacked the guy, saying that he would incinerate him. The guy, however, did not run away from the attack. He raised his hands, concentrating yin and yang, and suddenly opening his eyes, he used the Shinryu skill, the first kata of the basic art of Teiji. Thanks to the contactless Teiji, he parried the blow. Straining, the guy realized that he would not be able to hold off the enemy for long. There were bodies of warriors near the cracked wall, surrounded by stone debris. The holy maiden opened her eyes wide, turning to Croaky lying on the ground. The monster bared his teeth, telling her to run away quickly. Alpha looked down at him, tightly clutching his weapon and saying that the crocodile was persistent. The heroes moved forward, listening to Lilith's order. She ordered to stop the invaders. The monster clenched his weapon in his hands. Alpha swung his sword, leaving a bright stream of energy in space. The heroes were thrown back. The creature frowned, calling them all ridiculous midges. The holy maiden opened her eyes in fear, asking how this could happen to Lilith. Lady Arak pointed her finger forward, saying that the nun was one of the sources of Ilshin's powers. Alpha gritted his teeth and smiled, saying that in that case she should be eaten. He clenched the weapon in his hand, coming closer to Croaky. The monster put his paws in front of him and screamed, saying that the holy maiden would not give it to him. Croaky gritted his fangs, saying that if he touched her with even a finger, he would kill him, despite the fact that he was his blood brother. The crocodile opened its mouth and swung, moving towards Alpha. The monster frowned, repeating his words about brotherhood in surprise. Croaky opened his mouth wide, streams of blood spurted from his belly. The holy maiden looked at the fallen crocodile in fear. Alpha looked down at him, saying that he was not even capable of fighting for his parent. He had joined them like a street dog, and he did not need such brothers. The monster opened its mouth, saying that it was time to try Ilshin's favorite bug. It must be delicious. The holy maiden frowned, placing her hands on Croaky's body. She thought about how their strength was not enough to resist these monsters. The holy maiden begged the protagonist for help. The events took place at the same time in the guy's apartment. The hero froze in the middle of the room and hit himself on the head, asking why nothing was working. Ilshin frowned, ordering to send himself to Antrinia. The system reported that he was weakened by the clone summoning. Movement was impossible at the moment. Ilshin opened his eyes wide, imagining his clone and the Holy Maiden. He thought about how he could not recall the clone since the guy was currently fighting the sun god. But he would not let him into Antrinia either, and without him they would all die there. The hero wondered what he should do. The voice begged for help. The guy opened his eyes wide, recognizing Croaky's voice. The crocodile closed his eyes, begging Ilshin to save the Holy Maiden. The system reported that the small miracle available to Croaky was now able to happen. The crocodile was ready to evolve. A question appeared, whether the hero wanted to let the sacred beast Croaky become the sacred beast dragon. The protagonist frowned and clenched his teeth, thinking that this was the only thing he could count on now. Tears flowed from Croaky's eyes. He called out to Ilshin. The guy furrowed his brows and opened his mouth wide, shouting that he was entrusting the fate of Antrinia to Croaky. The hero clicked on the answer option, yes. Alpha was holding the Holy Maiden in his hand, bringing it closer to the open mouth. Lady Arachne smiled and clenched her hand into a fist, thinking that it was all over for the guy. She would finally brag to the Emperor. The girl disappeared from the clutches of the monster. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. His paw was cut off. Alpha opened his mouth wide, looking at his bleeding wrist and asking who dared to do this. The Holy Maiden closed her eyes and thanked him for saving her. She asked who did this. The dragon spread his wings. Croaky smiled widely, holding the Holy Maiden in his paws. The girl recognized him. Her eyes widened in surprise. They were filled with tears. The system reported that Croaky successfully evolved into a sacred beast dragon. Croaky is equivalent to 20s class. Ilshin opened his eyes wide, looking at the phone and thinking that this is not a small miracle, but a real miracle of miracles. Alpha frowned, asking how this traitor could do this. The lady clenched her teeth. A shudder ran through her body. The girl thought that this was the work of the protagonist, but he was supposed to fight the sun god. Croaky looked at Alpha standing in front of him, saying that he felt sorry for him. He gritted his teeth, saying that if his brother had not crossed the line, then the merciful Lord Ilshin would have accepted him. The monster widened his eyes and bared his teeth, repeating his words in surprise. Alpha looked forward, asking if he was really that eager to die. Lady Arachne looked at the monster, saying that they should retreat, for the dragon was stronger. Alpha opened his mouth, asking if she was really suggesting that he tuck his tail between his legs in front of this insignificant traitor when he was right in front of him. He moved, leaving a stream of dust behind him. Alpha walked towards the dragon and opened his mouth wide, screaming that he would rip its head off. Croaky opened his mouth and smiled, saying that Alpha had committed an unforgivable sin, killing the followers of Ilshin and raising his hand against the Holy Maiden. Croaky's eyes widened, saying that this would cost his brother his life. The creature leaned forward, using the breath of the dragon. A bright stream of energy rushed forward from Croaky's mouth. Alpha frowned and clenched his teeth. Lady Arachne pitifully drew her brows together, asking how everything turned out like this. She opened her eyes wide, asking her brother for forgiveness. The bright stream of energy destroyed everything in its path. Stone debris rose into the air. In front of Croaky, a deep hole was left in the ground from the skill used. The boy smiled happily, saying that Croaky defeated the monsters. They were saved. Lilith rose from the ground and smiled, saying that they were saved. Croaky smiled widely, thinking that he could not believe that he had become so strong. The dragon immediately understood that this was the work of Ilshin. Croaky put his hands in front of him and looked up, addressing the main character. The system reported that the power of the divine beast Croaky, as well as the sacrifices he had made, were restoring the hero's divine power. The boy raised his eyebrows, imagining the image of a dragon. He thought that no one expected Croaky to grow so much, but it was in his blood. The Holy Maiden clasped her hands and knitted her eyebrows, saying that there were still wounded among the humble servants, so she asked Ilshin to help them. The protagonist smiled and raised his finger, saying that he would do it because they were his beloved children. The boy used the healing ring finger of the god. The heroes smiled happily, saying that they could see again, fly, and that nothing hurt them anymore. The ants joyfully raised their fists, saying that this was the grace of Lord Ilshin. They glorified their god. Croaky opened his mouth and looked ahead, thinking that the power of their master was incredible. A god like him, you want to believe in and follow him. The Holy Maiden sat in his arms, addressing Croaky. He opened his mouth, immediately answering her. The girl smiled, thanking him for what he did, because without him, their ant kingdom would have fallen. He was cool today. Croaky widened his eyes and blushed, repeating her words in his head. He sighed heavily, imagining how the Holy Maiden happily runs away from him, asking him to catch her if he can. The system reported that Croaky's evolution mode was recalled. The dragon turned into a small crocodile. The girl screamed in fear, asking him to wake up. Ilshin smiled and frowned, looking at the phone. He thought that since the ant kingdom was saved, it was time to help Ilho. The boy's eyes widened, wondering what was going on. Ilho gritted his teeth, leaning on the hilt of his greatsword. The hero realized that Ilho was in danger. The clone stood surrounded by stone debris and raised streams of dust. The boy frowned and gritted his teeth, asking what he had just said. The sun god opened his beak and put his paw forward, saying that he was going to conquer the heights of the divine world. Even the so-called great gods, like the silent nightmare and the thousand blades that cut through space itself, would be afraid of him. The creature smiled, saying that if the boy would just tone down his own stupidity, he would grant him another generous offer. The sun god offered the hero to join him and transfer his powers to him. The clone frowned and gritted his teeth, wondering if this was really what he called a generous offer, since the creature was brazenly demanding submission. The boy raised his head and turned to the monster with disdain. The sun god opened his beak in surprise, asking what he had just called him. The clone smiled, saying that if he wanted him to bow down, he must first kill the god of destruction, then he would begin to obey without question. The sun god opened his beak wide in surprise, asking what kind of nonsense this was. He clenched his fist, saying that the god of destruction was a mystical creature that existed before time began. Even the greatest of gods could not oppose him. The hero frowned piteously and mockingly noted that the creature was simply afraid. The sun god opened his beak wide, asking how dare the boy open his mouth so thoughtlessly. He opened his palm, concentrating bright streams of energy in it. The creature noticed that the boy must have forgotten one important thing. In the sun god's hand was an image of Ilho fighting. The giant bird said that the boy's followers were still in mortal danger or let them die. It asked if the hero really did not care. The sun god opened his beak wide and smiled, telling the Ilshan double to decide whether he would let the follower die or bow before him rather than save the ant. The events take place on the 42nd floor of the warrior's tower. The follower of the Lord of the Abyss Swamps raised her head. From her back came the bodies of giant snakes. The girl frowned and smiled broadly, ordering her brother's enemy to die. Ilho closed his eyes and bowed his head, mentally asking for forgiveness from the merciful Ilshan. It seems that everything is over for him. The hero lowered his gaze, mentally asking the protagonist to take care of himself. A bright flash appeared in the sky. A voice told Ilho to open his mouth. The hero opened his eyes in surprise. He raised his head and clenched his teeth, thinking that this was the Lord. A vial of potion fell into Ilho's mouth. He opened his eyes wide. The hero swallowed the contents of the glass bottle. The follower of the Lord of the Abyss Swamps worriedly frowned, asking where it came from. Ilshan frowned and looked at the phone screen, thinking that if he interfered personally again, they would send him to the Lord of the Abyss Swamps right now, so the only thing he could do was send Ilho a top-tier potion. The phone in his hand rang. The system reported that Ilho had successfully overcome death, returned to life, and leveled up. He received a new skill, Gigantization. Ilho was rapidly increasing in size. The girl with the body of a snake raised her head up, asking how this was possible. Ilho frowned, looking down at her. The guy took the glass bottle with his fingertips, thinking that God always helps him out at a crucial moment. His generosity knows no bounds. Ilho frowned and gritted his teeth, asking how she dared to hit their master in the back. The girl frowned and sent forward the snakes coming out of her back. The follower of the Lord of the Abyss Swamps moved forward, telling him not to even think about winning just because he became bigger, because the hero had not yet seen her true form. The girl frowned and smiled widely, saying that she would show him her full power. She looked up in surprise, widening her eyes. Ilho frowned, crushing her with his foot like an insect. The hero raised his eyebrows, saying that this was Karola's sneaky blow to the back. Streams of water began to flow out from under the guy's foot. Ilho moved his foot to the side. A strong stream of water came out from under the ground. The girl smiled happily and clasped her hands together, looking at Ilho. A bright stream of energy shone in the hand of the sun god. He displeasedly called them useless creatures. The giant bird looked at the image of Ilho, saying that this was a waste of his divine powers. The clone smiled and beckoned with its index finger, asking what it expected from those pathetic little bugs. The hero asked if the creature wanted to become its subordinate. The sun god clenched his fist, asking if it was happy that it could get rid of those creatures, but whether they existed or not meant anything. The creature's eyes shone brightly as it said that because its act of mercy had been rejected, the boy could expect no more mercy. It told the hero to behold its power. Antrinia, the elderly ant, covered his eyes with his hand, looking up. The holy maiden furrowed her brows in fear and looked up, asking him not to tell her that this was happening again. Seoul, North Korea. People ran down the street in fear after seeing a bright stream of light in the darkened sky. The 42nd floor of the warrior's tower. Ilho raised his eyebrows and looked up. A giant sphere of dark energy descended on 3 worlds at once, Antrinia, Korea, and one of the floors of the tower. The sun god smiled and clenched his fist, saying that he would simply destroy all 3 worlds, the source of his powers. The creatures cried out in joy, telling Ilshan to try to stop him. Ilho began to shrink in size, the giant sphere of dark energy approaching the ground. The girl folded her hands in a lock in front of her, saying that the sun was getting bigger. Ilho raised his eyebrows, asking what was going on. An image of a girl appeared behind them. It was said that the sun god was going crazy. The heroes widened their eyes and turned around. The girl asked what kind of voice it was. She widened her eyes and screamed, seeing the goddess of water. The girl with long blue hair smiled. Ilho raised her head, asking if she really was the goddess of water. The girl rushed to her and began to hug her, saying that she was very worried. The water goddess smiled and raised her eyebrows, saying that it was indeed she, the patroness of this world. She thanked the heroes for destroying the follower of the Lord of the Abyss swamps, thanks to which she woke up. The girl opened her eyes wide, saying that she really wanted to thank them and reward them for their help, but they had more urgent matters. Ilho raised his head, looking at the approaching sun. He asked how they could deal with that huge sun. The water goddess raised her head, saying that they definitely could not deal with that evil sun on their own, but there was still hope. She opened her palm, from which streams of water came out. The girl smiled, and in front of her appeared a bow created by streams of water. The water goddess offered to shoot the sun god with this. Ilho raised his eyebrows and squeezed the bow in his hand, asking if she wanted him to shoot the sun god with this bow, but he didn't even have any arrows. The goddess of water smiled, asking him not to worry about the arrows, since she had an arrow that could hit even a god. The events take place in Kanwu's penthouse. Shin'yu and the sword demon gritted their teeth, looking at the sky and wondering what was going on. Kanwu raised his eyebrows and raised his head, thinking that this was an SSS class gate. This definitely had not happened in any of his past lives. He assumed that it was because of Ilshin. A bright portal began to appear in front of the heroes. Shin'yu took out his blades, asking what kind of rift this was. Ilshin appeared among the bright light. He smiled, asking if Shin'yu and the sword demon were doing well in guarding. The boy smiled happily and approached the protagonist, asking when he managed to master teleportation. Shin'yu widened his eyes and smiled, saying that this was expected of their god. He boggles the boundaries of their imagination. Ilshin looked at them, telling them to calm down because they had more important things to do now. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. The system reported that the fanatically devoted follower of the sword demon had just reached S-class. Thanks to the flock of the fanatically believing follower of Xiaoman, the remnants of the community of 3 heroes believed in the hero, except for Fen. Ilshin smiled, asking if the sword demon had finally reached S-class. The guy handed him a cleaver and smiled, saying that it was all thanks to him, the great god of the sword. The protagonist reached for the weapon, saying that he would take it for a short while because he needed to cut up one crazy fire. Ilshin smiled and pressed the cleaver to his chest. The heavenly demon appeared behind him, frowning, saying that this creature was much stronger than the previous firebrand. The guy smiled, saying that he himself had become stronger. The protagonist froze, looking at the giant sun descending on the city and offering the heavenly demon to try to cut through this flame once more. The body of the sun god shone with a bright flame. The guy covered his face with his hand. The clone frowned, thinking that he could no longer afford to wait for the original. He wanted to save this until he met the god of destruction, but it would not work. The hero opened his mouth, calling for the treasury of 1,000 blades. The system reported that the guy used the 1,000 blades treasury token. Time will be paused while he is transferred to the treasury. Duration, 1 minute. The clone was surrounded by things stuck in the ground. He recalled the hero's words that even in the 1,000 blades treasury, there is no blade that can cut through fire. The clone arched his eyebrows, thinking that when the sun god and the original fought in the past, the heavenly demon definitely said this. However, all the swords in the universe are gathered here. There must be at least one that can do this. The hero turned his head, looking at the blades around him. Realizing that the problem was that there were too many of them, there was only one way to find the sword he needed. The guy looked ahead. He turned to the 1,000 blades, asking if he heard that the sun god was going to occupy the summit, and that he would soon be afraid of him. The system reported that the 1,000 blades that cut through space itself was outraged by such a ridiculous statement. The man gritted his teeth, folding his arms across his chest in displeasure. He frowned, looking ahead. The system reported that the stalker was saying that he would personally pick out a blade for the hero, since that was the case, because the boy was obliged to defeat the sun god. The clone raised his eyebrows and smiled, thinking that he was sure that this would hurt his ego. He asked what kind of blade it would be. The system reported that the man said that this sword was perfect for fighting against that boy. The clone frowned, thinking that he was sure that the man would have the right sword. The boy raised his head, looking at the golden sword above his head. The system reported that it was an evil piercing sword of radiant light. This sword was wielded by the personal knight of the goddess of justice. The hero gripped the handle of the blade tightly. The clone raised his eyebrows in surprise, noticing that the sword was emitting a chilling aura. The man smiled, assuring the hero that this clickle was capable of cutting through any flame in the universe. The boy smiled, saying that he would take his word for it. The system reported that the treasury of 1,000 blades was closed. The time flow was resumed. A bright stream of flame covered the body of the sun god. He addressed the hero, calling him a pathetic worm. The god intended to destroy him along with his world. The boy smiled and held the sword in front of him. The sun god opened his eyes wide, asking not to tell him that it was 1,000 blades that gave him this blade. The clone swung, leaving a bright light in space and wishing death to the god. The creature opened its beak wide, screaming hysterically. The sun god froze, lowering his head down. He narrowed his eyes, asking if nothing had happened. The boy frowned, looking at him. The hero noted that it was his own fault for trusting that man. The events take place in Seoul. People were running away in panic from the sun setting on the city. They were begging for salvation. Ilshin clutched the cleaver in his hand and looked up, saying that even the heavenly demon sword couldn't cut it. He had cut many flames so far, but to destroy that sun was beyond his capabilities. The cleaver shone brightly in his hand. The boy raised his eyebrows, thinking that he suddenly felt a chill from this blade. He didn't understand what was happening. A large sword, emitting streams of energy, appeared in front of him. A voice asked a question to the young god, asking if he was righteous. The protagonist frowned, wondering if he was hearing this through his copy. The clone raised his eyebrows, repeating the question asked. The system reported that generous abundance said that if the protagonist accepted it, the evil sun could be stopped. The protagonist and the clone opened their eyes in surprise, mentally repeating her words. The system reported that the inherited right, the blind eye of a god, had been activated. The white viewing of the moonlight evil-piercing sword story began. The girl stood by the window, holding the dark sword behind her back. The knight knelt down. The goddess of justice raised her eyebrows, looking out the window. The man lowered his head, turning to her and asking if she was sure she wanted to fight the god of destruction. The goddess of justice's hair fluttered in the wind. She said that retreating in fear would never be righteous. The girl looked at him, asking if the man and the great being who had reached the level of the sword god would continue her work if she fell. The knight bowed his head, saying that if this was the will of the goddess, he would gladly carry it out. He pressed his fist to the floor. The goddess of justice sat down opposite him and pressed her hand to his cheek, saying that she was confident that he was more than capable of defeating the god of destruction. She called him the man she loved and the one who would become the master of 1,000 blades. Tears were streaming down the knight's cheeks. The goddess of justice held a sword in her hands, surrounded by dark gems. Originally, she was the goddess of justice, but even the god of destruction was too much for her. She opened her palm, letting go of the sword. The golden sword fell down. The knight stood in the middle of the hall, holding the blade in his hands. The guy lowered his head and, with tears in his eyes, squeezed the sword in his hands, saying that he would never forget the will of his goddess and would fulfill it, no matter what it cost him. Ilshin nervously bit his finger and cried, thinking that he could not believe that this was really happening. The clone arched his eyebrows, saying that he was a little touched. The dark sword shone brightly. The voice again asked if the guy was righteous. The protagonist tilted his head to the side, saying that he was unfamiliar with such pretentious words. But if righteousness was protecting what was dear to him at any cost, then he was righteousness itself, even if the god of destruction himself came against him. The boy smiled and clenched his fist. The sword glowed brightly, saying that it was so. He recalled the image of a crying knight promising to fulfill the will of the goddess at any cost. The girl smiled, saying that the boy was like him. The goddess of justice asked the young god to accept her to punish evil. Ilshin knitted his brows and smiled as a bright light surrounded his cleaver. The girl opened her eyes wide, looking ahead. The clone frowned, holding a shining sword in his hands. The sun god opened his beak wide, saying that this energy had suddenly changed. The protagonist knitted his brows and smiled, saying that the god could not defeat them because their cause was just. The boys swung their blades at the same time, leaving bright streams of light in space. 2 blue beams went to the eyes of the sun god. The energy extinguished the bright flame of the god, forcing him to open his beak. His bright eyes obscured the streams of bright energy. He said that this was unthinkable. Ilho pulled the arrow on the water bow, saying that he was here too. The boy frowned and clenched his teeth. Tears flowed from his eyes. Ilho looked up, asking what she had just said. The water goddess bowed her head and closed her eyes, saying that the sun god had already struck her down, so she was destined to disappear soon, so a brave warrior must strike the enemy with this arrow. The girl opened her eyes, saying that she only wanted to protect this world one last time. The water goddess asked him to help her with this. Ilho looked at the bright light of the tip of the water arrow. The boy frowned and pulled his bow, saying that he would protect his world and Ilshin's world. The hero released the arrow. It left behind a bright stream of water, approaching the creature. The sun god opened his eyes wide, screaming shrilly. Blue streams of energy surrounded his bright body. The creature fell down, bright tongues of flame on its wings. The sun god opened his beak, saying that everything could not end like this, because he was the one who would conquer the peaks of the world of the gods. The eyes of the creature shone brightly as it screamed that it could not die like this. The fiery bird hovered above the planet, telling the protagonist that it would incinerate his world with all its godly power. Ilshin raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking if he was going to become a kamikaze. The eye on the cleaver frowned, saying that even though the god was weakened, if he sacrificed his life for this, He could definitely destroy the earth. A high-ranking god was quite capable of doing so. The events took place in the temple of the sun god. The clone fell to his knees in a room with high windows. The hero grinned, thinking that he felt squeezed like a lemon because of this ultimate attack. He mentally apologized to the protagonist, saying that he would have to handle the rest himself. The guy asked the hero to save the earth somehow. The giant sun was approaching the earth, destroying buildings. The sword demon frowned, saying that the creature withstood the attack of the sword god. Kanwu raised his eyebrows, saying that this was unbelievable. The hero closed his eyes, wondering if this world would end even before the abyss dragon came here. The hunter turned to Ilshin, who was standing in front of him, saying that it seemed like there was nothing he could do, since he believed that even a hero couldn't stop the end of the world. The guy opened his mouth, asking if there really was nothing he could do. The main character looked at him and smiled, saying that he couldn't do that, since he wasn't the type to give up without trying. He slung his cleaver over his shoulder, explaining the reason for his actions. Ilshin thrust the blade forward. The cleaver frowned, asking if the boy was really saying that there was a way out of this situation. The hero frowned, saying that there was no choice. The blade asked if he was going to do it. The boy raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying that he would put all his divine powers into the next attack. Like him, even if he was a high-ranking god, he would be able to defeat him, since he was still weakened. The cleaver looked at him, saying that in that case, the hero himself might suffer. Ilshin gripped the hilt tightly, saying that he understood that in the worst case, he would die. However, if it allowed him to protect what was dear to him, then death would be fine with him. The boy frowned and smiled, looking forward. The blade shone brightly, saying that the boy was not like him, since he could not even protect his beloved. He cried out happily, offering to strike properly. The voice said that it could help only once. The boy frowned, assuming that it was the goddess of justice. The girl clasped her hands in front of her. The goddess of justice raised her eyebrows, saying that she had weakened from losing the battle against the god of destruction, but she could still bless him, her sweet moonlight of justice. The system reported that the evil-piercing moonlight sword had become the hero's temporary follower. Mission to promote to a middle-class good god. Mission progress. Followers of S-class and above is 100 plus 30 out of 100. The system congratulated the boy because he had successfully promoted to a middle-class good god. Ilshin was now a middle-class god. The bright sword spread its wings. A stream of blinding light appeared in the boy's hands. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and screamed. The goddess of justice asked for enlightenment to descend upon the strongest sword god under this sun. The system reported that the god's blind eye had been promoted to a class. Time will be stopped for a minute. The story of the evil-piercing moonlight sword is shown. A man who loved a goddess. A man in armor held a bright sword in his hands. A knight who was no more than an ordinary man had reached a level that surpassed the divine. The hero frowned, commanding 1,000 blades to destroy evil. He swung the blade, directing a bright stream of energy towards the monster's giant fangs. Streams of energy cut through the creature's dark body. The knight knitted his brows and rushed forward, saying that today he would fulfill the oath he made to his goddess. He moved, raising streams of dust. The hero swung the blade, leaving a bright mark in space and wishing for the creation of death. A man who sacrificed 1,000 blades to split the god of destruction into hundreds of pieces, but the god of destruction appeared before the birth of this world. Bright gems fell down. Even one who surpassed the gods themselves was not able to kill him. The light illuminated the man's face. He gritted his teeth and frowned. A bright flash appeared in the sky, scattering fragments in all directions. The knight in shining armor lost to the god of destruction. With that explosion, hundreds of fragments of the god of destruction were scattered throughout the universe. The knight spread his arms to the sides, floating in the air. Now the knight waits for the one who will inherit his sword and will crush the god of destruction once and for all. The sky demon looked up, saying that this is the technique that divided the god of destruction into pieces. He thinks that it can also kill the sun god. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise. The man asked if it was possible to learn a technique just by looking at it once. Ilshin looked up, saying that he could use it, the technique of that night. The sky demon widened his eyes, asking how he could do this after seeing the technique only once. The boy held out his blade in front of him, saying that he did not know. Bright streams of energy appeared around his hand and the cleaver. He assumed it was because he had become a middle-class god, but the technique had simply been rewritten into his head as soon as he looked at the night story. The protagonist raised his hands in front of the blazing image of the sun god, his body surrounded by streams of bright energy. He spoke to the knight, saying that his will would be fulfilled. The sun god revealed the key, asking what the sword's ominous aura was. The protagonist smiled, noticing that the god quickly understood everything. It was time for it to fade forever. The blade frowned, thinking that these were the words of a true knight. Ilshin gritted his teeth, holding the cleaver with both hands. An image of a knight in shining armor appeared behind him. A bright stream of energy rushed towards the sun god. The creature realized that this was the power of 1,000 blades. The energy struck his chest. The bird opened its beak wide. A bright flash lit up his body. The sun god shouted that it was impossible. A bright blue sky appeared above the protagonist and the others. Ilshin smiled and looked up, saying that it was very refreshing. The system reported that the protagonist had saved 3 worlds, now he was worthy of going to the festival of the gods. The guy touched his finger to the system window, thinking that the eternal seeker of truth had just mentioned this festival. The hero frowned, wondering what it was, because it did not look pleasant at all. The events took place in the temple of the sun god. The clone stood with a sword in his hands, surrounded by stone debris. The guy raised his eyebrows and looked at his disappearing body, asking if the time had already come. He looked down, saying that he could not believe that Ilshin had become so strong. The guy smiled, reminding that he asked to leave this matter to him. The clone disappeared, asking the hero not to be arrogant, because if he died, he would be dragged into the grave too. The protagonist frowned, asking if he could be less rude, at least sometimes. The clone opened his mouth, saying that the guy was even a little cool today. Ilshin smiled and rubbed his chin, happy that the clone praised him, although he himself realized that he was cool. The sword demon and Shinyu appeared behind him, smiling. The guy looked to the side, wondering what this piercing gaze felt like. The sword demon clasped his hands, saying that the sword god had reached another peak. Shinyu raised his eyebrows and smiled, asking to teach him this incredible technique too. The guys happily rushed towards the protagonist. Ilshin held out his hands, telling them to leave him alone. Kanwu watched them from the side. He lowered his head, thinking that the outcome was unexpected and he was about to give up. The hunter thought about how Ilshin never gave up, even saved the world in the end. The protagonist frowned and put his hand in front of him, telling the guys to leave him alone. Kanwu pursed his lips, tears appeared in his eyes. He thought about how the guy was really the only one who could do this. Just like he was willing to sacrifice everything, he was also willing to do anything for the hero. Kanwu spread his arms out to the sides and smiled, greeting the Lord God Ilshin. The guy opened his mouth wide, saying that he was there too. The protagonist ran away from the guys praising him, asking them to stop chasing him. A system window appeared in front of the guy's face. His eyes widened in surprise. The hero stopped. He clenched his hand tightly into a fist. The group of guys stopped, looking at him in surprise. Shinyu raised his eyebrows, addressing the sword god. The sword demon arched his eyebrows, asking if he was not happy. Ilshin smiled, saying that it had finally happened. The system reported that the hero had successfully completed the mission. This world is wonderful, in which the hero will do 10 million good deeds. The current number of good deeds, 999,999,999 out of 10 million. As a reward, the generous abundance hands the hero a secret resurrection potion. The protagonist smiled, holding a brightly shining bottle of potion in his hand. He happily noted that now he could save Hyuga. There was a group of people standing near Hyojo's house. The angels were carrying a girl, trembling from the weight. Everyone looked up in surprise, wondering who it was. Suddenly, tears appeared in the man's eyes after realizing. His hands began to tremble. It turned out that the angels were diligently carrying Hyojo. Her feet touched the ground. The girl's mother immediately rushed towards her, screaming. Hyojo opened her eyes, not understanding where she was. She looked at her mother in surprise. The young man was holding a phone with a meeting between mother and daughter in his hand. Ilshin, wiping away his tears, wished the girl a happy life. Thousand Blades was not inspired by his reaction. The young man answered him discontentedly and remembered his question. The question was about whether Thousand Blades knew a certain fair-haired knight. The back of that same man appeared. It turned out that Ilshin had to pay to answer. Raising his finger in irritation, he began to curse at his interlocutor. Then the goddess of justice declared that she wanted to say many things, but she would not. The young man frowned, not understanding what had happened between them. Suddenly, a notification came that Ho had entered the warrior's tower. Smiling, Ilshin was glad of the news. He fell onto the bed, wondering when he would be offered the next mission for promotion. A tree appeared among the ears of grain when he decided that his time had come. The girl, on whose lap the young man was lying, stroked his head. She smiled tenderly, suggesting that he rest to gather strength. Smiling back, Ilshin thanked her. The warrior's tower appeared, the 42nd floor, where there was nothing but sand. A green field with dandelions was visible. The wind carried the leaves around. The girl with tears in her eyes was glad that the forest had returned. Turning around, she said that it was all thanks to Ilho. Smiling, he said that he should thank her himself. His companion was surprised when he decided to move on. Looking ahead, the guy said that he felt that his brother had already begun to conquer the tower. The girl listened to him silently. She clutched something shiny in her hand. Then the lady with a smile handed this thing to her comrade. To this, Ilho asked in surprise what it was and learned that it was the essence of the goddess of water. Taking the gift in his hand, he thanked the girl. Suddenly, the thing dissolved right between his fingers. The guy was stunned to notice that it was absorbed. Then a notification came that he had passed the test of space and time. It turned out that the reward was a blessing of water and Ilho would no longer be thirsty. Rejoicing, he thanks the girl for the useful thing. Smiling broadly at him, the lady wished him luck. Ilho began to disappear, saying that she hoped to meet her companion again. The girl obediently watched him leave. She folded her hands, deciding to pray for him. The lady was going to pray that all his wishes would come true. Ilshin's apartment appeared. He was snoring, lying on the bed. Opening his eyes, the young man expressed bewilderment at the roar. Suddenly, a girl appeared next to him, her eyes sparkling. She smiled at him frighteningly. Then Ilshin got scared and screamed, confusing her with a ghost. Straining, he realized that it was Xiaoman. After that, the young man asked her in shock what she wanted at his house, and it turned out that she had done something for him. As he thought about it, he remembered that his clone had given her something to do. The girl looked down, describing what had been done. Ilshin felt awkward and thanked Xiaoman. Smiling, the lady said that she was glad that her hard work had paid off. She calmly said that she wanted to take one last look at the young man. The girl reached for the hairpin in her hair, declaring that she had no regrets. The smile never left her face as she wished Ilshin a long and happy life. Her hair fell down while the young man was perplexed. Suddenly, Xiaoman prepared to hit herself in the neck. Ilshin's eyes widened in shock. He immediately used force, protecting the girl from a fatal act. Frowning, he asked what she was doing. Xiaoman's face only reflected indignation. It seemed that it happened right after the battle with the three heroes. Turning his head, Ilshin's clone gave orders to the girl. She looked at him with admiration. An order was given for her to commit suicide. Ilshin held the girl's wrist tightly. He was dumbfounded when he realized what order his clone had given her. The young man frowned, thinking that it was not in his interest to kill the lady now. Taking the hairpin, he said that he was canceling the order. Xiaoman only looked at him in surprise, agreeing. Ilshin seriously ordered her to go home. Sadly lowering her head, the girl accepts the order. She stood up tensely, and for Ilshin it looked like he was sending her to her death. Reaching out with his hand, the young man called her by name. She immediately turned around enthusiastically, hoping for an urgent matter for her. Ilshin smiled awkwardly and invited the lady to eat with him. Xiaoman's face blossomed into a bright smile. She blushed, imagining the young man as a hero of a drama. Ilshin was startled when the girl began to take off her clothes and told her to stop. The office of the Hunters Association appeared with a man sitting at a table. He raised his head, noticing that there were 2 months left until the hunting wars. He was given a list of a class candidates with outstanding results. He began to study the book. Suddenly, the man noticed something, surprised. It turned out that Ilshin was on the list of candidates. He propped his chin on his hand, delighted at the find. A photo of the young man appeared, and the man decided to evaluate his abilities. Meanwhile, Ilshin hurriedly ate noodles. Xiaoman smiled at him, telling him that there was a similar dish in China. Suddenly, she frowned, noticing the uninvited guests. Mina glared at her menacingly, asking what she was doing here. She held onto the boy, remembering that Xiaoman had tried to kill Ilshin last time. Then he remembered that Mina had also tried to kill him. This puzzled the girl. She lowered her head and apologized. As Ilshin continued eating, he noticed that Xiaoman had also changed. He handed Mina a dumpling, offering it to her. The lady awkwardly agreed. Xiaoman angrily clenched her chopsticks in her hand. Trembling with anger, she asked if the two were dating. Ilshin was confused, and Mina was embarrassed, blushing. Xiaoman, smiling tensely, noticed things that were unusual for friends. In an awkward position, the boy began to deny that he and Mina were dating. Raising a finger, he declared that his attitude towards the girl was more paternal. Smiling, he asked if Mina agreed. To this, she only slapped him in the face. Frowning, the boy was perplexed. Standing up, the girl said that this was his dungeon raid schedule. Turning around, she said that no objections were accepted. He needed to come to the specified address tomorrow. The lady suddenly pointed her finger angrily at Xiaoman, starting to threaten her. Ilshin only looked after her with bewilderment. Mina looked at him, cursing. At that moment, the door slammed shut with a bang. Xiaoman suddenly lowered her gaze, turning to the young man. He turned around, looking at her questioningly. Smiling widely, the girl said that she would not mind being his lover. At this, Ilshin began to irritably drive her home. He paid attention to the received list, admitting the thought that Mina had misunderstood something. Suddenly, tears of generous abundance reported her bad feeling about tomorrow, so he had better prepare well. Ilshin was surprised, suspecting that the girl knew something. The next day came, and the police appeared at the entrance to the dungeon. One of the workers held out his hand and said that it would be dangerous for people to go further than this point. Ilshin was surprised to see that the security was serious, but he had to go inside. Then Mina, with her hands on her hips, called him. Frowning, she said that the young man was late. Smiling awkwardly, he said that there was a traffic jam. The enraged man gritted his teeth, noting that millions of people could have died in 5 minutes of his absence. Looking menacingly at Ilshin, he wondered if the player would be able to pass the test. With a confident look, the young man thought about the fact that they had a grudge against him even before that. Pointing at Chongryuk, Mina said that this man would conduct the test for Ilshin. Then she tensed up, frowning. The boy turned his head to look at the girl on his back, and after the girl's confusion, he said that she was his niece, Sunyeon. To this, the lady began to yell at him because Ilshin brought a child to work. Youngryuk got angry and began to scold the hero for his attitude towards work. Waving his hand, he walked away. Sharp rocks appeared. A blue tongue appeared from the mouth of the girl calling Ilshin. A crown appeared on her head when she decided to put an end to the boy. Her eyes lit up when the woman announced the beginning of the Festival of the Gods. Nina thoughtfully lowered her head. Frowning, she said that this raid was an exam to receive the S-class title. Ilshin was dumbfounded, and the girl realized that he did not read anything in the folder. With her hands on her hips, she said that if the boy cleared the A-class dungeon, he would become an S-class hunter. Ilshin tensed up, remembering that he was a middle-class god. Raising his head, he realized that he couldn't just walk past such a dangerous dungeon. Smiling, the hero assumed that he should handle everything alone, but it turned out that the S-classes would be going with him as a backup. Surprised, he asked if Mina would go with him. To this, the girl pointed her finger at the boy's true escort. Chungryuk walked, shaking his head, with his arms crossed over his chest. Ilshin smiled nervously, but decided that everything should go well. Suddenly, he smelled something. The boy began to turn his head, noticing that something was fried. Warning notifications began to arrive. Shock was reflected on Ilshin's face when it turned out that the Lord of the Abyssal Swamps requested a festival of gods. Frowning, the boy remembered that this was the goddess that the snakes worshipped. Messages about the rules of the festival appeared. The hero carefully examined the system window, and it became known that the festival god's request could not be rejected if it was lower than his class. Ilshin sighed in relief, realizing that the weak would be indulged. Suddenly, a notification came that the deity appointed as the festival's overseer had sent him a blessing of slaughter. Ilshin tensed up when he saw the deity's name and assumed that it was a fan of a good fight. A question came about whether Ilshin would accept the challenge, and the goddess began to persuade him to agree. The young man began to raise his finger doubtfully. He immediately decided to refuse the offer. A message about his refusal came immediately. The hero looked up in displeasure after the goddess's indignation. He frowned and told her to leave. This really angered the woman. Suddenly, an earthquake began. People immediately became afraid. Chongryuk gritted his teeth, asking what was going on. Ilshin and Mina tensed up, looking up. It turned out that the goddess had decided to kill the boy. The right of the blind eye of God was activated. The planet from which the scanning began appeared. The woman threw her head back, radiating magic. Lowering her gaze, she commanded the snakes to awaken from the abyss. Bubbles immediately appeared. A hand came out of the ground. Suddenly, monsters with sparkling eyes crawled out. With a determined look, the goddess declared that they would destroy Ilshin and his entire world. The creatures immediately rushed to run and attack. The boy gritted his teeth, realizing that the goddess could send her troops through the dungeon. Red lightning appeared on the rocks, and several messages came about the increase in the dungeon level. Chungryuk's eyes widened in shock, noticing that there was still time before the dungeon would activate. A huge hole appeared in the ground. Many red eyes appeared from the darkness. Monsters immediately jumped out of the hole. Chungryuk frowned and quickly used the soul armor. He clenched his hand into a fist, and the power began to take effect. Soon the man was completely in armor. Ilshin looked at him with admiration, finding the transformation spectacular. Chungryuk exuded strength and fury, and information about him was presented. Ilshin began to get indignant because of one of the points in the description. Turning his attention to his niece, he was glad that she did not wake up. Nina looked at the young man in amazement after asking him to keep an eye on Songyeon. The girl immediately appeared in her arms. Frowning, the lady shouted after the hero a question about what he was going to do. He had a determined look, and the thought that Ilshin wanted to fix everything sounded. He did not listen to Chongryuk, who stopped him, and continued to walk forward. Suddenly, the young man stopped. He stood right in front of the monsters rushing towards him. The snakes were about to pounce on their prey. Opening their mouths, one of them chose to eat the deity. Ilshin did not move, only watching them. Smiling widely, the woman wished him death. Suddenly, the young man raised his finger. The tip of his finger sparkled after using force. The snake continued to rush towards him. Suddenly, its fangs were broken. The monster darkened, and red lightning surrounded it. A message came about the teaching of 20 million god coins. After that, the creatures began to be perplexed and scared. Ilshin only licked his lips, noticing the reward for killing the snakes. With a frightening look, he wondered how much money they would give him for all of them. The monsters decided to flee in terror. They immediately began to be killed, and messages about monetary rewards began to arrive. The goddess's hands began to tremble. She was in shock, realizing that the creatures that the young man had easily killed were extremely strong. Suddenly, Ilshin continued walking, rejoicing at the money he had received. He turned to the abyss with a determined look, suggesting that they finish for today. The hero walked into the dark cave. He put his finger forward, using the god's crushing index finger switch. Dark streams of energy appeared on the silver scales. A through-cut appeared. The girl opened her eyes wide, asking herself why a god with such power would avoid a fight. Ilshin scratched his cheek and raised his eyebrows, saying that he was just too lazy, and now she needed to go back to where she crawled out of. The silver scales turned into bright pixels. The guy smiled, looking at his phone. Young Atriak froze in place, his eyes wide. He frowned, asking how the hero did it. Mina was holding the protagonist's niece, asking if the boy could seal dungeons. Sun Yon opened her eyes slightly, telling her uncle that she was hungry. The girl pulled away from Mina, asking who she was. The girl furrowed her brows and smiled, seeing that Sun Yon was awake. The girl smiled and began to stretch her cheeks, saying that Mina was beautiful, like a doll. The girl closed her eyes, trying to answer something. Ilshin frowned, telling his niece that she shouldn't act like that with a living person. The hero raised his eyebrows and stroked the girl's head, apologizing to Mina and saying that she was still little. The girl pressed her hand to her cheek, saying that a child is a child. Sunyon raised her eyebrows, telling her uncle that she was hungry, so she suggested that he go get something to eat. The hero looked at her, asking what her highness wanted to eat. The girl cried out happily, saying that she wanted a hamburger. Nina furrowed her eyebrows, looking at them in surprise. The boy smiled, saying that it was a great choice. He suggested that they go get a hamburger. The girl widened her eyes, trying to say something. Ilshin took his niece's hand and smiled, asking her not to tell her mother about this. Nina frowned and put her hand out, saying that he couldn't leave like that. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise. The hero raised his head, saying that the dungeon was already sealed, so he didn't understand what else was needed from him. Mina gritted her teeth and pressed her hand to her hair, saying that he wouldn't be given a promotion if he left like that. The protagonist smiled and raised his hand, saying that he didn't care, asking why anyone would want a promotion. The boy thought that if he officially reached S-class, he would be forced to work like a cart horse. Youngryuk gritted his teeth, telling him to repeat what he said. The hero raised his eyebrows and looked up, wondering where that looming shadow came from. The man frowned and loomed over the boy, asking if he dared to look down on the S-class. He knew that the boy was strong, but he couldn't forgive the disdainful attitude towards the S-class. Ilshin smiled awkwardly and scratched his head, saying that it was nothing, he was really just lazy. Youngryuk cried out indignantly. He gritted his teeth, saying that the boy should be taught a lesson. The man told the hero to come to the association's training hall at 9 in the morning tomorrow. Chungryuk left using the flaming energy of his armor boots. The hero turned around, saying that he would show the boy what an S-class title is worth. He disappeared, leaving a bright trail behind him. Ilshin opened his shining eyes wide, thinking that he wanted this armor. The blind eye itself ordered him to appropriate it. Mina hit her forehead, asking why the boy was showing off. The hero turned around, raising her eyebrows in surprise. The girl frowned sadly, remembering the fight between Chungryuk and Yuhyun. She said that the boy had said something similar last time and gotten it. The protagonist frowned, nervously asking if it was true. Nina frowned and held out her hand, saying that without Chungryuk's approval, the boy would definitely not be promoted. She asked if he really was going to fight him tomorrow. Ilshin raised his eyebrows, saying that there was no need for that, since he didn't want S-class. The hero had only come today to apologize for yesterday. Nina's eyes widened, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. She asked if that was true. The protagonist looked at the girl, saying that it was. The guy asked if Mina wanted to go with them and eat burgers. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise, repeating his words. The hero smiled and raised his eyebrows, saying that if she didn't want to do that because she was a celebrity, then they would go themselves. Nina frowned, saying that she wanted to go with them. The girl turned around and ran in the other direction, saying that she needed to find a mask and sunglasses. The events took place somewhere in the forests of Entrinia. There were giant dark footprints among the tall green trees. The monster was breathing heavily, gritting its teeth. Alpha bowed his head, sitting with his back to the tree. He frowned, saying that the filthy traitor had destroyed all of his brothers. Alpha raised his head and opened his mouth wide, screaming that he would take revenge. The unknown hero stepped forward, saying that it was good that at least one creature had survived. Alpha frowned. He looked at the hero in the black robe standing in front of him, asking what the little one was. The hero, whose face was hidden by the hood of the robe, opened his mouth, saying that it was rude, but he would forgive the monster this time. The unknown man's eyes were wide open. He asked where his arachne was. Her trail ended nearby, but he could not see her. Alpha gritted his teeth, saying that the spider was already dead. He could not believe that he had been humiliated so much because of a poor bug. The hero in the black robe bowed his head, sadly asking why she had to rush so much if she could have waited for him. The monster frowned, telling the unknown man to take him back to his world or he would kill him. A bright stream of energy surrounded the hero's body. 4 red eyes shone brightly on the unknown hero's face, and his robe rose in the wind. He asked if the monster really wanted to kill him. Alpha gritted his teeth and opened his eyes wide, thinking that this incredible overwhelming energy, he did not understand who this unknown man was. Bright streams of energy surrounded the hero's legs. He said that he was just a part of the pathetic world of bugs. Alpha opened his mouth, telling him not to come near. The unknown man frowned. His 4 red eyes shone brightly as he said that he was a great god. The monster opened his eyes wide and screamed. A bright flash flashed among the tall trees. The events take place in Seoul. The sky above the cafe was scarlet from the sunset. Nina was sitting at a table with Ilshin and his niece. 2 guys were sitting at the next table. They looked at the girl in surprise, asking what Mina was doing in such a place. The protagonist looked at the girl who was eating a hamburger. He thought that the glasses and mask were of no use at all because they would still recognize her. Mina looked at the guy, asking him to stop looking at her. She asked if he was really not going to eat. The hero raised his eyebrows, saying that he was going to do just that. Bright lightning appeared in the sky. The heroes opened their eyes in surprise, looking out the window. Sunyeon raised her eyebrows, asking if that was thunder. The door to the establishment opened, letting in streams of dust. Miri smiled and waved to the master. She came closer to the main character. The guy raised his eyebrows, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He didn't understand how she found him. Miri smiled, saying that she did it by the smell. Ilshin frowned and pressed the fabric of the suit to his nose. He thought about the fact that he washed himself every day, but did it really stink that much? The hero turned around, asking where Mina was going. The girl put on a cap and glasses, getting ready to leave. She froze in place, nervously clenching her teeth. Miri raised her eyebrows in surprise, asking what her sister was doing here. The girl turned around, trying to connect the words. Mina rushed to hug her sister, asking if she really came for her. She was very happy and offered her sister to eat together. Miri frowned, saying that people were looking at them. The main character sat at the table and looked at them, saying that thanks to her, there were even more of them. A group of people surrounded the hugging people. They asked if they could get an autograph from the Lightning Empress. The protagonist noticed that he immediately recognized Ming. Ilshin furrowed his brows, wondering if he could just go home. A loud scream came from the window of a tall building. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and froze in place, asking what she was doing here again. Xiaoman was wearing a maid uniform. She smiled, saying that he hadn't given her a new task, so she thought she could at least be useful around the house. Ming frowned and pointed her index finger forward, reminding her that she was going to kill her if she met her again. Xiaoman closed her eyes and smiled, saying that jealousy was low. She called her a middle-aged lady who had a father-daughter relationship with the sword god. The girl frowned and raised her fist, saying that she didn't care if Xiaoman was SS class, she would still kill her. Ilshin gritted his teeth and stood in front of her, asking her to calm down. Miri looked down, asking why he was letting such a strange person into his home. The guy turned to her, saying that she had misunderstood everything. The girl screamed, saying that she was disappointed in us. Bright lightning spread through the hallways of the building. Ilshin froze, trying to hold back Mina, who was eager to fight. Sunyeon raised her head and put her finger to her mouth, asking her uncle which one of them was his girlfriend, since she was confused. The hero frowned, saying that none of them were his girlfriend. Ilshin gritted his teeth and tiredly raised his eyebrows, thinking that this was completely outrageous. He did not understand what was going on here. The guy sat on the sofa and threw his head back, saying that it was better to be alone. He smiled nervously, remembering himself next to the bed where Mina and Xiaoman were sleeping. The hero thought about how he had to knock them both out and drag them to the infirmary because they wouldn't stop fighting. Ilshin frowned, wondering if they would continue after they woke up. The guy smiled and lay down on the couch, saying that it was their problem, and he hadn't had a good night's sleep in a long time. The events take place the next day. There was a blue sky outside. The doorbell rang. The hero sleepily opened his eyes. He sat up and rubbed his head, asking who had brought him here so early. The guy went to the intercom and frowned, saying that the man would break the bell like that. He saw a frowning Chongruk on the intercom screen. The hero frowned, saying that this guy wouldn't give up. Ilshin turned around, saying that he didn't care, he couldn't see or hear anything. Chongruk knocked down the door to the hero's apartment. He furrowed his brows, saying that he was sure the boy was here, even though he told him to come to the association's training hall today. The protagonist fell to his knees in front of the broken door, saying that he was worth a lot. Young Atriok frowned, asking if the boy heard what he just said. The man clenched his hand into a fist, asking if he really needed to hammer that into his stupid head for him to understand. He frowned and lunged at the boy. Ilshin frowned, looking down. The hero held out a finger in front of Young Atriok's fist, stopping his attack. A bright stream of energy surrounded the man's hand. He gritted his teeth, thinking about the hero blocking his fist with just one finger. The protagonist frowned and gritted his teeth, saying that he would not forgive him for the door. Even though he was a senior in rank, the boy would not tolerate his antics anymore. Chungryuk gritted his teeth and swung his arm, calling the hero an arrogant brat. His eyes widened. Ilshin flipped him over himself. The hero landed on his back. The hero furrowed his brows, saying that he would now pay him for this door and get out of here. This was his last chance. Chungryuk frowned, asking if he dared to mock him. In that case, he would not hold back any longer either. The hero opened his mouth wide, summoning his soul armor. Ilshin furrowed his brows. Bright streams of energy appeared around his body. He opened his eyes wide. A bright explosion was heard in the building, lifting the debris of the building into the sky. Chungryuk floated in the sky, using the firepower of his boots. The man frowned, saying that the boy drove him so crazy that he had to activate the armor, but he admitted that the hero was strong enough. Chungryuk's eyes sparkled brightly. He told the guy not to expect mercy and to take out his weapon to have a fair fight. The hero gritted his teeth, saying that he had spent a lot of time working on the interior to properly celebrate the housewarming. He was so glad that he finally had a cool place to live. Ilshin raised his head up, saying that the hero just went and destroyed everything here. There were streams of wind and raised dust around his body. A cleaver appeared in the hero's palm. The protagonist frowned and swung the blade, saying that he no longer respected the man and considered him a terrorist. Ilshin bent his knee, calling on the memories of the sky demon. He used the step of emptiness. The guy rushed to attack Chungryuk hovering in the sky. The man gritted his teeth, thinking that this was a step of emptiness that only the best masters of the Miram martial arts could use. He still could not understand why the hero was so strong, and he was a follower of Miram. Chungryuk blocked with his hands, protecting himself from the dark energy flow. The man frowned, thinking that even though he blocked it, he was still in shock. Ilshin appeared behind him, leaving a trail of bright energy flow behind him. The man turned his gaze to him. The guy punched him in the head, sending him down. Chungryuk landed in the middle of the forest. A hole created by the shockwave was around him. The protagonist frowned, saying that if they continued, the man could really die. But he was ready to stop if he apologized properly. A stream of dust rose from the hole. The man stood up, asking if he really wanted an apology. That was not going to happen. Chungryuk put his hands forward, saying that he did not intend to use this, but there was no choice. In his palms, indentations with bright streams of energy appeared. The hero frowned, saying that with this technique, even an S-class monster could be beaten in one hit, so the guy should blame himself for forcing him. An image of a fiery dragon head appeared in the sky, opening its mouth. Young Atreyak frowned, using the soul armor cannon, Dragon Fist skill. The giant dragon head approached the protagonist who was floating in the sky. The guy put his index finger forward, saying that he would not give in to him. An explosion was heard in the sky, creating a bright flash. Ilshin frowned, saying that he would also stop holding back. Young Atreyak opened his eyes wide, saying that this could not be. A bright explosion thundered in the middle of the forest. The burning particles fell to the ground. A deep crater was formed. The protagonist approached the man sitting on the ground. Young Atreyak covered his head with his hands and pressed himself to the ground, saying that he was very sorry. He was willing to pay for the repairs. A shudder ran through his body. The guy raised his eyebrows, thinking that he was so angry that he had no control over himself, but even so, the man endured. Such armor is worth a lot. Bright green pixels began to appear in space. The hero frowned, looking at this. The spirit of the armor appeared in front of him. It opened its mouth, asking the new owner to accept it. Ilshin frowned, thinking that the spirit could speak. The hero asked what it meant to accept it. The spirit of the armor turned to the man, saying that it no longer wished to serve such a loser. Chungryuk opened his mouth, asking what had come over the armor spirit. The creature opened its mouth, saying that in the 623 days and 12 hours that he had possessed him, the man had only achieved 2% improvement. In that time, it was possible to increase at least 6%. A person like him was not fit to be his master. The man's eyes widened in surprise, looking forward. The armor spirit spread its arms, saying that the guy was different. His strength and talents were on a different level. Compared to him, the man was nothing more than cosmic dust. Ilshin smiled sheepishly. The armor spirit opened its mouth, saying that he was after all the heir of the all-loving Mother Ea. He definitely needed to evolve into a transcendental entity. The spirit's eyes shone brightly as he asked Ilshin to become his master. The guy frowned. A drop of sweat dripped down his face. The hero scratched his temple, saying that this was not an easy question. He clutched the cell phone in his hand, asking the spirit not to misunderstand. There was simply someone who was more suited to be his master. The protagonist showed him Ilho on the phone screen, saying that he spent every day fighting, so the boy thought that the spirit would be better off serving him. The spirit's eyes widened, saying that he could feel the power emanating from him. The armor spirit looked at the phone screen, saying that Ilho clearly had a strong connection with the protagonist. The boy said that he did. Ilshin smiled nervously, thinking that he could still borrow his skills, so giving the armor to Ilho, who would try hard every day, was the best choice. The armor spirit pressed his hand to his chest and bowed, saying that he would do as the protagonist said. His eyes shone brightly as he bid farewell to his former master, Youngryuk. The armor spirit's body began to dissipate, streaming brightly into the protagonist's phone. Armor appeared on the guy's hand. Ilho smiled when he saw the armor on himself and turned to Ilshin. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, saying that it was a gift that would help him pass the tower's trials. Ilho smiled happily and raised his hand, thanking the sword god and saying that he would try even harder. Chungryuk raised his eyebrows, his eyes widening in shock. A deep mark from the explosion remained in the mountain. The man watched this through the laptop screen, saying that this was simply beyond imagination. Jait rubbed his chin, saying that the guy easily crushed Chungryuk in armor. He knew that the guy was not a B-rank hunter at all. The girl came closer to him, saying that the armor, moreover, wanted to serve him after that. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise, asking if the spirit of the armor decided this on its own. The girl looked down, saying that she was sure that the hero had killed an SS rank monster in the past, not a coincidence, but a natural result of the difference in skills. Jait looked down, saying that it was quite possible. He asked how much the casualties were. The girl folded her hands in front of her, saying that it was more than 1,000,000,000. The man lowered his head, nervously repeating her words. Jait looked at the secretary, asking if there were any civilian casualties. The girl closed her eyes, saying no. The man raised his eyebrows, saying that it was good. He asked where Ilshin was right now. There was a bright blue sky above the building. The protagonist and Mina were walking down the hallway. The girl frowned, how much he had beaten the man, that the S-rank hunter had flown to the hospital for 3 weeks. The guy rubbed the back of his head, saying that Youngryuk had destroyed him at home, that's why he lost his temper. Ilshin raised his eyebrows and looked at his hand, asking if she was sure that he wouldn't be forced to pay for the damage if he healed the hero. Mina raised her eyebrows, saying that it was true. The president of the Hunter Association said that if the guy healed the man, not only would he be touched, but he would also be given an S-class hunter license without any problems. The protagonist furrowed his brows and sighed tiredly, thinking about how he almost had to pay 1 billion. He didn't think that S-class hunters could do anything. He pursed his lips, thinking about trying to heal Chungryuk properly. The man was lying on the bed in a cast in medical bandages. He opened his eyes wide and screamed, asking why the armor spirit abandoned him. Did he really like this Ilshin so much? Chungryuk opened his mouth, asking what was so good about a guy who wore sports clothes everywhere. He begged the armor spirit to come back. The heroes awkwardly looked at him through the window and the door. Mina frowned, asking what was wrong with him. The guy smiled nervously, saying that he was also curious. The protagonist held out his finger, thinking that if he went in, the man would only get more upset, so it would be better to heal him from here. The guy used the healing ring finger of a god. Bright streams of energy surrounded Chungryuk's body. Ilshin smiled, telling Mina that they could go. The girl grabbed his hand, telling him to stop. She frowned, suggesting that they go to the mall since he couldn't go in such an outfit. The guy raised his eyebrows in displeasure, asking where he couldn't go in such an outfit. The events take place a few days later in the Hunters Association building. The heroes in business suits were sitting at round tables. Jait brought the microphone closer, thanking everyone present for coming, since today was a significant day for S-class hunters. Mina smiled and gave a thumbs up, saying that the suit suited the guy very well. Ilshin frowned and adjusted his jacket, saying that he would have been better off wearing his tracksuit. Miri smiled, saying that it was a great job. She also wanted to buy him a suit. They suited him very well. Mina clapped her hands, asking if she had done well. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and looked at her, thinking that Mina's acting skills were improving every day. She should be a professional actress. The guy frowned, wondering why that person had been staring at him all evening. The blonde-haired protagonist raised his eyebrows, looking at him. Miri looked at him, saying that he was a bad person. Ilshin asked if they knew each other. The girl frowned, saying that it was Steven, the one who took her S-class test, who kept bragging about how he rejected a lucrative offer from a big American guild to stay in Korea. And he kept asking for her phone number and pestering her in every way, despite the fact that she rejected him many times, the clingy guy. Miri gritted her teeth and clenched her hand into a fist. The protagonist wondered how dare the guy do this. Ilshin frowned, calling him a fool. A status window appeared in front of him. He wondered in surprise if this was Steven's status window. It was written his name, the hero's age, 25 years old, a note, a teleporter, and an extremely unpleasant person, extremely envious. The guy smiled slyly and rubbed his chin, thinking that this was a very interesting note. He wondered if he should go and say hello to Steven. Steven clenched his fist furiously, muttering angrily to himself that he was so excited when he found out that Miri was coming too, but he wasn't even allowed to sit next to her. He frowned, because suddenly something started happening. Ilshin approached the guy and the guy rudely asked if they knew each other. Ilshin smiled happily, saying that of course they knew each other, after which Steven became indignant because the interlocutor was being familiar with him. Ilshin looked even more pleased, thinking about what the status window said, and then asked if Steven was Chu Busick, because the status window said that Steven was a teleporter and a rare nasty guy, extremely envious and hated his real name Chu Busick because he was very ashamed of it. Steven blushed ugly and indignantly asked how the interlocutor knew his name. At that moment, the host started talking from the stage about the S-Class Hunter Award ceremony, so he asked everyone to take their seats. Steven and Ilshin turned around in surprise when they were both asked to come up to the stage. Steven clenched his fist and promised to deal with Ilshin, to which Ilshin called him by his real name again. As soon as the guys approached the host, the assistants immediately put bracelets on their hands, and the man explained that it was a device that measured the mana indicator, as well as a kind of S-Class license, to which Ilshin immediately asked if it was used to determine the S-Class. He looked at the bracelet with a satisfied grin and thought that he himself was curious about his current mana status. Steven smiled arrogantly, thinking that it was as easy as pie. The guy clenched his hand into a fist and shook it. The bracelet immediately said that Steven's mana limit was 10,050. People started whispering that the average S-Class had about 8,000, while Steven showed 10,050. But that was expected of the guy, and someone in the crowd heard that the Americans wanted to recruit him, but he chose Korea. Steven looked at Ilshin with superiority and thought that the opponent would never surpass his indicator. Suddenly, Ilshin's bracelet revealed that his mana limit was 5 points. People immediately started whispering in surprise about this, since in that case the guy couldn't be an S-Class and couldn't take the license test. Steven smirked because he thought the guy was strong, but his strength was a shameful pittance. Ilshin looked at the bracelet in disappointment, thinking that everything was the same at the academy, and it seemed like he should have used a different method, so he used Ilho's skill transfer. Ilshin used steel body, and the jacket on his muscles immediately burst, revealing his muscular body. The bracelet immediately began to say that Ilshin's mana limit was 5,000, then changed the number to 17,000, then the number 26,000 was heard. Steven wanted to curse, but he was too surprised to even finish the sentence. Finally, the bracelet gave the final result of 35,000. Now even the film crew could not hold back their surprised exclamation, shouting that this was a new record, because even Chongkryuk showed only 31,000, and that was in armor. The host said soothingly that it seemed that the device did not work at the beginning, and now they were convinced that Ilshin deserved to be called S-Class. The guy laughed contentedly, and then asked Steven to repeat what he had said earlier. Ilshin leaned over to the guy and asked if he would deal with him again, after which he said that they would see Busick after the ceremony. After the ceremony, everyone went home. Ilshin lay on the couch, relaxedly complaining that he was tired. He thought that in the end, Twain simply apologized, so the guy said to himself that he should just try to pester Miri one more time. Ilshin looked up and realized that it seemed like Sword Demon and Xiaoman had patched up the ceiling, and it seemed like they had even gotten closer, so he hoped that they wouldn't quarrel over going to guard Kanwu together. Suddenly, a message came on his phone from Kanwu. He read that in 3 days, an S-Class dungeon would appear, and there would be an SSS-Class item that Ilshin could really use, and it was called the Balance God Scale, to which the guy thought about this item and that. He didn't know what it was, but if Kanwu recommended getting it so much, then he had to act. Ilshin rolled over onto his stomach and decided to check what the guys were doing there because they might need help. The screen showed a satisfied Ilho, who was already passing the 44th floor where the test of space and time began, and the conditions for passing it would save the great cosmic elm from a threat, but Ilshin did not know what it was, although he understood that the guy would somehow cope with the armor. Then Ilshin decided to check how things were going with Croaky when the system window reported that a new skill was available for transfer called Dragon Awakening, which was Croaky's ultimate skill, which posed a threat even to divine entities, so it was imperative to try it because something interesting would happen. Ilshin enthusiastically nodded everything, that if this was the same skill, then he would be able to become a dragon, so he wanted to try the skill right now. Ilshin went to the nearest mountains because there should not be any problems here. He grinned ominously. Ilshin spread his arms, and his body was immediately engulfed in golden flames as soon as he demanded the transfer of Croaky's Dragon Awakening skill. Meanwhile, Steven was cursing in his head and slamming his fists on the table. He was shaking with rage, because he had to apologize to that pathetic excuse for a human, so the guy dreamed of revenge. Suddenly, his bracelet vibrated, which attracted the attention of the owner. The bracelet notified that a monster was detected, presumably S-Class, so reinforcements were needed. Steven decided that this was a great chance to prove that he was better than Ilshin. Steven wanted to be the first to get there, because after all, he was the only one in Kray who could teleport. Steven was surprised that the S-Class monster was right in the mountains. He raised his head when he realized that the monster was in front of him. It was a huge dragon. The dragon looked at Steven with narrowed eyes. It opened its huge mouth, but instead of a roar, a surprised address to the guy as music was heard. Steven blushed, asking how the monster knew his real name. The dragon's teeth locked and its face formed a smirk as the dragon introduced itself as Ilshin, and then it began to tease the boy with its real name again. Steven clenched its fist, annoyed that even the dragon was calling it Busic. It raised its hands, attacking the monster as it said that it was bad enough for it, so the enemy was out of luck because Steven needed someone to take it out on. The dragon was surprised that the boy was still upset. Steven used teleportation, not letting the enemy finish speaking, and then immediately crashed into the dragon. The dragon did not even stagger, and then said that Busic was asking for certain death. Steven held out his hands for another attack, demanding that the dragon remember his name before it died. Rockets that seemed to be woven from thin air immediately flew at the dragon. The boy shouted that his name was Steven. The dragon sighed in disappointment. An explosion thundered over the mountains and a bright flame rose into the air. Steven asked with a furious smile how the dragon liked it, since such large monsters were still easy to kill. However, the unharmed dragon replied that it stung a little. Steven got angry because the monster did not die after such a bombardment, so he decided to use all the ammunition he had. The dragon slapped his opponent with his paw, reminding him that he said it stung. He smirked and called the guy Busic again. The dragon removed his paw and immediately apologized, justifying himself by saying that it was the first time he had turned into a dragon, so he did not really control his strength. Suddenly, something caught his attention, and the dragon sighed in surprise. The approaching warriors gathered into a team and decided to attack at once. Ilshin realized that he was going to feel bad now. The warriors simultaneously approached the dragon to attack. Ilshin was confused since he did not know how to cancel this transformation, so he had to resign himself. He spread his membranous wings. Ilshin turned away from the people attacking him and decided that he needed to run away. He was sure that no one would listen to Geo in such a form. Suddenly he soared into the air, although he did not know before that he could fly. Ilshin was so happy that he began to make various figures in the air, flying sometimes on his back, then turning over again. He thought that he liked being a dragon when his gaze was attracted by something. Pain pierced the dragon's body, and his head became heavy. The system window reported that the guy did not have enough divine powers to maintain the dragon's form, and the huge carcass of the monster fell down. Ilshin closed his eyes, realizing that this was too much and his strength was leaving him. While still in the air, the image of the dragon melted and Ilshin fell down already a man. The claws clenched in his fist were the last to dissolve, and the guy cursed in annoyance. Clouds of dust and sand rose into the air from his fall. Ilshin came to his senses from a bright light, but was in no hurry to open his eyes. Someone called him, affectionately calling him Etka, and Ilshin woke up in surprise. A beautiful maiden appeared before his eyes, surrounded by a purple glow, protecting her from monsters. The woman with a red flower on her chest grinned. Ilshin was able to sit up and ask who she was, but the girl was surprised that he did not recognize her voice, so she admitted that she was disappointed. The girl introduced herself as Bajin Kamer, the lord of all evil, and he knew her as the Silent Nightmare. Ilshin was taken aback, since he did not think that the bad man was a woman. Besides, he could not understand whether he was dreaming. The Silent Nightmare approached him, sat down next to him and lifted his face, saying that the guy was even more attractive up close, and again affectionately called him, although Ilshin was clearly outraged by this nickname. The Silent Nightmare asked him to listen to her carefully, since they did not have much time. Ilshin blushed, hoping that the girl was not going to confess her love to him now, so the rumor muttered that he was not ready. Suddenly, he noticed how streams of power rushed towards him. An image of the solar system burst into his consciousness, above which a huge purple monster hovered. It thundered that it was hungry and then decided to devour the earth. The fangs of the monster rushed towards the planet. The earth was immediately enveloped in a glow, ready to devour it. Ilshin immediately raised his fist, demanding that the god of destruction leave the earth. However, he was pulled out of his fantasies by the soundless nightmare and, waking up, the guy asked what it meant. The girl said that he saw a possible future because she used karma points to show him this, and this will be possible once Ilshin surpassed the advanced level of a god. Ilshin was indignant because he did not even complete the mission to promote to an advanced god. The girl said that the fastest way to increase divine power is to absorb a god, but Ilshin did not quite understand what this meant. The Silent Nightmare licked her lips carnivorously and suggested that he simply win the God Festival and devour the crushed opponent, and then he would be able to surpass the advanced level and become a great evil god. The boy heard that the path of the good god is too long. The Silent Nightmare leaned even closer to the boy's face and said that very soon he would be challenged to a fight by a small god who would lend the power of a strong beast. as well as the Lord of the All out of the Abyss. She narrowed her eyes and said that Ilshin would not be able to refuse the fight since the god would be lower than his level. The boy frowned, wondering who he was. The boy was surprised to hear that it would be Emperor Antonia, and was immediately surprised that he was going to challenge him at the god festival. The silent nightmare lightly squeezed the boy's chin and demanded that he not think about dying. He kissed him. Ilshin realized that he could not move. He wanted to get out of here, but his eyes closed on their own. At that very moment, he woke up in a hospital room. Ilshin touched his lips and thought about the silent nightmare doing whatever it wanted with him. Nina jumped up and asked with a cheerful smile if the guy was conscious, and he was surprised that he was here. On the other side, Miri was sitting, who immediately began to lament that he couldn't even imagine how worried she was, although Ilshin himself didn't understand why. Nina immediately began to indignantly say that he should have waited for reinforcements before going after the SS-class monster, because they were all worried. Ilshin awkwardly looked away and asked what they were talking about. A man entered the room and congratulated Ilshin on the fact that he had just become an SS-class hunter and had already done such a great job. He was holding the dragon's fangs in his hands when he said that the dragon was gone, and all they found was Ilshin and the fangs he was clutching in his hands. Ilshin hesitated and realized that this happened because he had hugged himself out of fear when he fell. Suddenly, the guy realized that these guys thought he had defeated the dragon. Miri was curious when she asked how he had managed to defeat the dragon, but the guy just laughed awkwardly. The girl said with a smile that the association and the media were going crazy right now because they thought he had saved the whole world. Ilshin coughed into his fist, realizing that he had just become a fraud. The man began to say that Ilshin had become a world hero, and the association would soon reward him accordingly. Ilshin awkwardly thanked the representative of the association. After what time, Ilshin was lying on the pillow and thinking that it was finally quiet in the ward and that they would also give him a reward. He thought that in any case, he needed to finish the promotion mission because he would need to stop the god of destruction soon, and whether it was an evil god or a good god, he had to get to the advanced level as quickly as possible. A system window appeared in front of him with an available mission to promote to a good and evil god of the advanced class, and the guy thought about it, it was time, and then decided to check the mission conditions. Suddenly, Ilshin tensed up, not understanding if everything was correct. Meanwhile, in the Antrinia Empire, the great god whispered Ilshin's name. He walked up the steps, saying that he sacrificed everything he had to get the power, but Ilshin took everything from him so easily, and it was not fair that such a pitiful runt had such power. The great god decided that he would devour him, and then this power would be his. Ilshin looked at the system window with anger because he finally received the mission to promote to an advanced class god, but it was so difficult. The system windows reported that the mission was to promote to an advanced class good god with the condition of gathering 1 trillion permanent followers, or 10,000 S-class followers with transcendental potential, or simply winning the god festival and devouring the crushed opponent. He remembered how the soundless nightmare licked its lips carnivorously, and thought that if he took the advice of the soundless nightmare, he would become an advanced class evil god without difficulty. But a good god was much more difficult. Ilshin tensed up, because he had to gather so many followers, but he wanted to stop the god of destruction. The boy clenched his fist, because he decided to try his best, and he would start with the god festival. Ilshin frowned, as the silent nightmare said that his opponent would be of a lower class, but he was under the power doping from other gods, so he also needed to somehow raise his power level, after which he remembered about the scale, which could be useful. Ilshin thought that first he needed to find the balanced god scale that Kanwu recommended. His stomach rumbled, and he decided that he should first have a snack. After some time, Ilshin walked along the hospital corridor, his hands behind his head, and thought about how he was told that the food here was excellent, so he was in anticipation. Suddenly, something caught his attention. He recognized Steven, who at that moment was leaning against the wall, looming over some girl. With an arrogant smile, he asked if it was true that she did not know who he was, because in front of her now was Steven himself, the peerless S-class hunter. It was obvious how tense the girl was when she said that she had no idea who it was, since she came to visit her relatives. Ilshin thought about the fact that he was still worried that he had beaten him too much back then, but it was in vain, judging by how actively he was pestering the lady. Steven, meanwhile, took out his phone and offered the girl to get closer to him, just by giving her his number, but she hesitated, not knowing how to respond. Suddenly, the guy heard his real name again, and the hair on his head stood on end with anger. He turned around, asking on the go what kind of bad person dared to call him by his real name. Ilshin clenched his fist and showed it to Steven, asking if he wanted to die, since he was calling him such words, to which the guy fearfully asked what he was doing here. Steven grimaced, because he remembered that he was told that Ilshin killed that dragon with his bare hands, and he couldn't even scratch it, and now they were in one big catastrophe because of it. The girl was a little embarrassed when Ilshin asked why Steven was picking on her if he could barely stand on his feet, to which he replied that he was doing nothing of the sort since she simply resembled one of his acquaintances. The girl immediately ran up to Ilshin and hugged his hand, calling him a teacher and lamenting that Steven was simply keeping up with him. But Ilshin hesitated, as he could not remember if the girl was his student, when a thought suddenly occurred to him. He glared at Steven, cursed and asked how he dared to pester his students, to which the guy began to justify himself by saying that it was simply a misunderstanding. Ilshin clenched his fists, demanding that he get out of his sight, and Steven, cursing that the girl had fallen for him first, turned around and ran away. Ilshin looked angry, not understanding how Steven dared to do such a thing. He immediately turned to the girl and awkwardly asked if they knew each other or not, which greatly surprised the girl. She was upset because the guy forgot her, and Ilshin tried to explain that he did not remember such a student in his class. The girl introduced herself as Huju, and she was the one the guy saved. Ilshin was amazed, because he remembered Hyaja when she was still fat, which is why he could not immediately recognize her, and the system window reported that the blind eye of God was activated. The guy looked at the prettier Hyaja, and the system window immediately reported that she received a new body thanks to the blessing of generous abundance. Ilshin, with a satisfied smile, put his hands on her shoulders and said that she really was Hyaja, and this greatly impressed him, to which the girl herself said that she came to visit him after she heard about his promotion. Steven looked out the window, and his body was shaking with irritation. He clenched one fist, as his other arm was in a cast, muttering that 5 Ilshins were putting a spoke in his wheel, and he would not forgive him for this. Suddenly, he frowned, as what he saw simply could not be happening. Steven angrily watched from the window as Ilshin and Hyaju were walking down the path below and chatting pleasantly about something, so the guy was angry that his rival intercepted the one who interested him. He clenched his teeth in anger, threatening to kill the guy. Ilshin asked Hyaju with interest if she decided to take up farming after graduation, to which she agreed, as after returning she was very interested in it and found it fun. Ilshin watched Hyaju with interest, and he wondered if it was because of the blessing of abundance or the blessing of the harvest that worked like this. Suddenly, Hyaju began to say something, cutting off the stream of his thoughts. She bowed deeply to her teacher. Hyaju smiled and thanked the guy for helping her mother, and then said that they both owed him a debt that they could never repay. Ilshin stared at the girl in surprise, and the system window reported that Huju was becoming his follower from Earth. She had transcendental potential. Thanks to the blessing of the tears of bountiful abundance, she had access to the skill blessing of the harvest for transmission. Heju was about to leave, saying that she still needed to drop by the academy, after which she promised to see him. Ilshin watched the student leave, thinking that he needed to thank the generous abundance, because he felt that he had been set up. Steven snuck up on Ilshin from behind, hiding behind one of the columns and preparing a spell to attack. He thought furiously that his opponent might be stronger, but he would hardly be able to block his attack while in such a vulnerable position. At this time, Ilshin himself calmly exhaled, and, suspecting nothing, relaxedly thought about the fact that thanks to Hodge, another person had been added to his S-class piggy bank. Only this was still the beginning of the journey, so the guy was sorry that S-classes did not fall from the sky. At this moment, someone wished him death, and the guy turned around at the scream with a displeased expression on his face. Bombs and rockets made of mana rushed towards the motionless Ilshin. From the tension, Steven's veins on his forehead swelled, and he himself, with a psychopathic smile, shouted that he was doing this because he was being hindered in love. A stunning explosion was heard. In the blink of an eye, particles of ash and dust rose into the air. Steven hugged his wounded hand, saying that he did it because he knew he was stronger. However, footsteps were heard through the smoke screen. Ilshin came out unharmed, exclaiming in surprise that S-classes were falling from the sky after all. Goosebumps of fear ran through Steven's body as he thought about how this guy could survive a direct attack. His pupils narrowed because he realized that his opponent was not human, as he had experienced this feeling before. It was similar to when Steven first met that dragon. Ilshin gave off a threatening aura as he approached Steven, and Steven thought that he could not move. The opponent's heavy hand fell on Steven's shoulder, and Ilshin threateningly called the guy Busic, and at that moment Steven realized that he was in for a bad time. Ilshin squeezed the shoulder of the guy's injured arm, after which he said that he only had one way to survive, and a frightened Steven asked about it in a trembling voice. Very quietly, Ilshin asked his opponent to believe in him, and then he would forgive everything Steven had done. He did not understand what the guy meant and what he was talking about. Ilshin swung, threatening that if he did not tell, he would immediately repay the guy in the same coin, and Steven immediately began to say that he believed in him. He could not withstand the pressure, says gushed from his eyes from excitement when Steven began to shout that he swears that he believed with every fiber of his soul. The system windows reported that Steven is now Ilshin's follower. His skill is Spatial Lord, which is available for transmission. The next system window reported that the mission to promote to a good god of the advanced class counted a follower above the S class, and now there are 767 of them out of 10,000. Ilshin straightened up, called the enemy a smart guy and ordered him to stop pestering him from that moment on, to which Stephen lowered his head and said that he understood. However, this answer did not satisfy the guy, and Stephen had to correct his wording to a more respectful one. The next day, in the Kairi Mountains, Ilshin walked past the trees and thought that the spatial skill was cool, and now he could travel around the world in one breath. The guy looked at the mountain where the seal was located and thought that this must be the dungeon where he could find the scales of the god of balance. Ilshin stretched the bones on his hands and decided to begin. He looked at his telephony, which distracted him with a call. The system windows attracted attention, telling that the wedding ceremony between Ilho and the child, in whose veins the blood of the god of destruction flows, was beginning. The spaceship of the Empress of the Great Space Alliance flew forward. Ilho and his bride were standing at the altar. The girl was smiling. The ant looked a little embarrassed. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist assumed that someone seduced his friend without saying a word about the blood of the god of destruction flowing in her. Ilshin opened his mouth furiously and asked his friend to come to his senses. The man heard his request with a start. Looking at the phone, the boy repeated his request. Esmeralda looked up and asked if this was the god. The system reported that the blind eye of the god was activated. The description said that the woman became herself and got rid of the influence of the blood of the god of destruction thanks to her fiancé. A huge yellow eye hung over the baby. This girl was chosen before she was born as the heir of the god of destruction. She constantly resisted her fate and the god of destruction, but failed. Putting her hands to her head, Esmeralda was ready to give up, as she had already tried everything. Suddenly, Ilho approached her, promising to save her. Swinging his hand, the ant was able to crush the clone of the god of destruction after a battle on the edge. Tears appeared in the woman's eyes. The dark energy left her body, freeing her from the bonds of the blood of the god of destruction. Realizing what had really happened, the boy narrowed his eyes. Putting her palms together, the girl said that her fiancé was faithful to his god and decided that she should also bow her head to him. Putting her hand to her chest, Esmeralda asked for permission to serve the god faithfully and truly. The system reported that the low-class deity had become a follower and that the entire Great Space Alliance was ready to believe. Seeing that she was equal to 10 S-class believers, the young man smiled and thought that thanks to this, the number of followers would increase significantly. Putting his hand on his belt, the player thanked his friends and congratulated them on their wedding. Ilho and his bride were very happy. Clenching his fist, the protagonist realized that this would greatly facilitate his path to becoming a good god of the advanced class. Standing in front of the huge seal, Ilshin decided that it was time to get a scale. 30 minutes later, the guy was walking through the cave, using his finger as a torch. Raising his eyebrows, he concluded that the right place was already very close. In front of him was a hall with stone statues. One of them was holding the scales of the god of balance. The young man wondered if it was possible to take them just like that. Suddenly, something made him shudder. Rock fragments fell from the gargoyle. The statue came to life and opened its fanged mouth wide. Holding his index finger in front of him, the writer assumed that these obstacles should not be so difficult. For some reason, the spell did not work. A gust of wind blew past the player. Looking at his hand, the protagonist wondered why his skill did not work and tried to use other spells, but to no avail. A notification said that the cause and effect laws are temporarily not working. Gritting his teeth, Ilshin realized that some creature had sealed his skills and wondered who could have such power. Thousand Blades said that this was definitely the work of the god of destruction. Generous Abundance was upset that he could not help in any way. Looking up, the guy realized that he was trapped and that he only had 5% of his strength left, so he needed to think of a way to get out of here. The monster approached him and bared its fangs. Squinting, the young man thought that he believed in his friend. Clenching his fist, the writer tried to use the skill transfer. Using a super-tempered steel body, the player hit the monster in the face. Lightning ran down his hand. The protagonist decided that this should be enough. A huge paw hit the ground. Ilshin involuntarily widened his eyes. There were already 2 gargoyles in front of him. Frowning in displeasure, the boy realized that he could handle one of them, but not both at once. The eternal seeker of truth used the principles of cause and effect to intervene. Seeing the task to help the god of the sword, Ilho shuddered and shouted that his god was trapped. Looking down, Esmeralda concluded that he was in danger. The ant explained that he needed help right now. Smiling, the girl said that her fiancé needed to go because helping the god was more important than anything. She took his hands. Looking up, the woman promised to wait for him while he helped the god pass the test. The man replied that he could not promise anything. His body turned into green particles. Closing his eyes, the follower hoped that he would return to his beloved. A weapon appeared in his hands. Ilho arrived at the cave of the god of balance. Looking back, the young man was happy about this. Staring at him, the writer asked why they were now the same height. The ant asked if God hadn't done this with his divine power. The notification informed him that his body had been adjusted to the conditions of the floor. Putting his hand to his chin, the player wondered which god had done this. Holding his sword in front of him, the man suggested that they deal with the enemies first. Scratching his temple, the protagonist asked his friend to return the soul armor to him for a while, because all his divine powers were sealed. Smiling, the follower agreed. The armor covered Ilshin's body. Looking at his hand, he thought that taking away his own gift was a little shameful, but in the current circumstances it was necessary. The gargoyle spread its wings, causing a strong gust of wind. The guy hit it with his fist, from which lightning jumped out. Ilho cut the monster's body with his sword. Dead monsters lay on the floor. The young man said that he thought that they would be weak. He took a step forward. The heroes headed towards the statue of the goddess of balance. Looking up in surprise, the writer asked where the final boss was and said that he was simply burning with impatience. The statue opened its eyes, in which magic circles were hidden. Her scales lit up. The girl explained that where there is light, there will always be shadow, and that creation is always accompanied by destruction, because that is how balance is formed. One scale was tipped. If creation disappears, then only destruction will remain, which will become a monster, destroying everything in its path. Suddenly, the ant grabbed its head. The player frowned in confusion. Squinting, the woman explained that the protagonist had inherited his blood and blessing, but this did not change anything. Handing him the scales, the goddess of balance asked him to look beyond the scales and see the great enemy to realize his powerlessness. Suddenly, the scales lit up, illuminating the hall. Two monsters towered over the forest. Ilshin hung in the air above them as a ghost. Gritting his teeth, the guy felt a strong divine power, the characteristics of which even the system could not see. These were evil gods of the advanced class. The strong and insidious beast narrowed his eyes. The lord of the abyssal swamp looked down. Frowning, the young man wondered if they were planning to kill him. Looking down, the snake asked someone to get the god who had killed their followers and stolen their powers. Raising a paw, the monster expressed a desire to devour the villain and drink all of his blood. The man standing on the ground opened his mouth wide and asked them not to command him. Lightning flashed around the monsters. Removing his hood, the great god explained that he was entering into an alliance only out of temporary need and asked them not to bully him. The emperor frowned menacingly. Narrowing his eyes, the writer wondered what he was doing here and what kind of alliance they were talking about. Baring his teeth, the lord of the abyssal swamp called him arrogant. Opening his mouth in anger, the iron-blooded lord asked her to be quiet and give him what was promised. The snake closed its eyes and asked how a mere insect could say such a thing. The god of Antrinia asked how she could kill the enemy without him. His pupils narrowed. Looking at the ally, the strong and cunning beast explained that without him, it would indeed be more difficult for them to get rid of the enemy. Grinning widely, the predator stated that such audacity was necessary to achieve great goals and asked the ally to be grateful to them for sharing their divine power with him. A wave of dark energy burst from his hand and headed towards the emperor. Under its influence, the iron-blooded lord opened his mouth and screamed. The system informed that the user was able to view his history. One day a dome called Training appeared above Antrinia. Under the dome were frightened people chosen by one god. They were reduced to the size of a matchbox. A notification explained that they were chosen as the seeds of the god. The woman stroked her son's head and said that everything would be fine. The boy looked back. The system announced the start of training and said that only one survivor would be able to join the Divine League. All people were given skills with which they had to exterminate bugs and each other. The man fought red ants using fire. After 239 hours, only 3 participants remained. The girl protected her son from a giant ant. Throwing them aside, the man ordered them to distract the insect and shouted that they were destined to die anyway. The strongest turned out to be the Lord of the Power of Fire, who threw the mother and child to be eaten by bugs. At that moment he brought down a scorching flame on the ant and killed the monster, losing his right arm. The torn limbs of the insect lay in a pool of green blood. 240 hours passed. 2 survivors remained. The man opened his mouth wide and asked what this meant. The cocoon standing on the ground shook. The system reported that the user had received the young parasite god right and activated the Devour skill, allowing him to acquire the skills of the enemy he had swallowed. The survivor, wide-eyed in fear, asked what all this meant. There was a child in the cocoon who had been swallowed along with his mother. Having climbed out, the boy looked at his hand. He had received an incredible survival skill from the great evil god. He was destined to become the emperor of Antrinia. Having fallen to the ground, the man begged for mercy. Raising his hand, the boy used incinerating flame. A fiery whirlwind swirled in front of him. The system reported that there was only one survivor left. The training was complete. The dome hanging over Antrinia dissipated. Looking up, the child said that he would never forgive those who were guilty of his mother's death and promised to destroy them. Summoning a clot of energy in his hand, the iron-blooded overlord used the skills of Parasite and Devour to absorb the powers of all the active gods of Antrinia and build his own empire. The protagonist turned around. Everything was going smoothly until he appeared. Sitting on the throne, the god of Antrinia realized that he could not crush the ant tribe because of their god, and expressed a desire to absorb his power. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened in shock. The Emperor looked at him and asked how long he was going to spy on him. Raising his hand, the iron-blooded overlord asked if it was fair that he had gained incredible power just by pressing buttons on his phone. The system reported that the cruel insect lord was requesting a festival of gods. Narrowing his eyes, Ilshin remembered the words of the silent nightmare that this ant was weaker than him. Gritting his teeth, the boy thought that he couldn't avoid the fight because he couldn't reject the request of someone who was weaker. The notification confirmed the creation of the Festival of the Gods. A seal of the Battle of Carnage and Madness appeared on the boy's shoulder. The same seal appeared on the hand of the god Antrinia. Putting his hand on it, the Emperor promised to cut the enemy's throat as soon as he managed to get the power of an advanced class god. Smiling madly, the iron-blooded lord asked his sworn enemy to wait for him and not die before that moment. Opening his eyes, the writer heard the voice of his friend. Putting his hand to his head, the player tried to get to his feet. Ilho stood in front of him, holding his sword at the ready. Grinning, the goddess of balance said that she wanted to kill the protagonist, but he managed to escape from the captivity of illusions earlier than necessary. Frowning in confusion, Ilshin realized that this was her skill. Looking back, the ant asked his comrade to quickly leave here. The statue waved its hand, declaring that he would fail. The boy rushed forward, expressing his desire to destroy it. He jumped towards the approaching hand. The woman threw him back. Falling to the ground, the young man realized that even his armor could not save him from such a large amount of damage. Frowning resolutely, the man promised to deal with it himself and asked God not to dirty his hands with this monster. Smiling, the girl noticed that most of the enemy's abilities were sealed. Rising to his feet, the writer declared that no one dared touch his followers in his presence and promised not to run away under any circumstances. Grinning furiously, the player shouted that it was better to die than to run away. A notification said that the little finger had been activated and that 95% of the powers had been returned. The protagonist's eyes widened in amazement, not understanding what had just happened. His powers returned and his body was covered in a green aura. The system detected the transcendent divine energy of karma and reported that the soul armor had reached the level of the ultimate god armor. Ilshin spread his arms and let out a battle cry. Gritting her teeth, the goddess of balance asked how such a sudden jump in divine powers could happen. Summoning a clot of energy in his hand, the boy declared that it was the end for her. A huge wave of divine energy burst out of his hands and headed straight for the enemy. A bright flash illuminated the cave and raised a cloud of dust. Seeing it, the girl opened her mouth in shock. Baring her teeth, she screamed that this could not be. The energy illuminated her face. A huge funnel formed in front of the young man. The divine energy incinerated the woman. Ilho's eyes widened in surprise, admiring such an incredibly destructive power. The ant smiled and said that nothing else could be expected from God. The writer said that he could not have done it without his help. The system congratulated the user on successfully passing the tower test. The man's body began to disintegrate into particles. The follower smiled and said that he was heading back. The player raised his eyebrows and asked him to be careful. Ilho disappeared. Looking at the crumbling temple, the protagonist concluded that it was time for him to go back too. Sitting on the couch, Ilshin thought about something. On the table was the scale of the god of balance. The note said that it was sealed. Squinting, the guy realized that he did not know how to use this artifact and decided to leave it for the regressor. The news started on TV. The host said that the team for the hunting wars had already been approved and listed the representatives of Korea. Hearing that Youngryuk was appointed as an instructor due to a state of shock, the young man smiled nervously. Rolling his eyes, the writer realized that he was taken to the hunting wars because he had much more strength than ordinary S-class. But he also needed to prepare for the festival. Smiling, he suggested that he should send his clone there because he really enjoyed fighting. Putting his hands behind his head, the player decided that defeating the Emperor was much more important. Generous Abundance said that absorbing the divine powers of 2 advanced class gods would take 2 to 6 months. Silent Nightmare advised him to quickly deal with the Emperor and complete the promotion mission. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist realized that he still would not be able to avoid this fight and promised to deal with the promotion. Suddenly, someone pulled the door handle. Getting up from the couch, Ilshin wondered who it could be. Opening the door, he asked who was there. Huju and Miri were standing in the hallway. The girl, frowning pitifully, said that they had a request. Sitting down at the table, the guy asked what happened. Looking down, the girl explained that it was all about Steven. The young man assumed that the villain was pestering her with teleportation skills. Raising her eyebrows, Huju explained that the man was too arrogant and annoying and that her friend suggested asking the master for help. Frowning in displeasure, the writer decided that he could give him an order since Steven was his follower, but he should beat him up first. Suddenly, the watch on his hand lit up. A warning appeared on the screen. A voice announced that 3 dangerous S-class monsters had been detected. Miri jumped to her feet and said that it was time for them to go. Looking tensely at the watch, the player asked her to stop. Looking out the window, the protagonist saw a huge pterodactyl. The monster opened its beak wide. Grinning, Steven said that its advantage was its exceptional speed. The girls looked around. The news reported that 3 S-class monsters had invaded Seoul. Looking at the camera, the blonde hoped that Huju was watching him. Squinting, Ilshin expressed a desire to hit him. He asked his girlfriend for her helmet, and the girl handed him a motorcycle helmet. Putting it on, the guy said that he could easily deal with the monsters that appeared. Steven swung his hand. With his eyes wide and crazy, he shouted that the pterodactyl would end. Suddenly, the young man hit the monster on the neck. Gritting his teeth, the blonde wondered what that was. Suddenly, a fist appeared in front of his face. The rider hit his follower in the jaw. Throwing up his hands, the villain asked who dared to attack the Lord of Space. Frowning, the player promised to show his face, but after he beat him, the protagonist swung his fist again. A flash appeared due to the activation of the teleport. Exactly the same fire broke out on the roof of the skyscraper. Putting his hand to his cheek, the hunter realized that he had activated the teleport in a hurry and miscalculated the coordinates. Looking at the city, Steven realized that he was on the assembly building, which was 10 kilometers from his previous location. Smiling, the blonde was surprised that he could teleport so far and was happy with his rapid growth. Someone asked if he was lost in his fantasies again. The villain turned around. Ilshin was hovering in the air above his head. Frowning, the hunter asked who he was. The guy lifted his visor. Smiling slyly, the young man explained that the follower's obsession with his student was going beyond all bounds, so they needed to talk. Gritting his teeth, Steven couldn't find anything to say. Squinting, the writer suggested speaking in the language of fists. After activating the teleport, a flash appeared on the roof. Looking away, the player asked why everything was so complicated. People were standing in front of a huge map of the city. Raising his eyebrows, the man in the suit decided that everything went smoothly. His assistant reported that Steven had arrived first thanks to his teleportation skill, and a mysterious man in a helmet appeared behind him. Putting his hand on his belt, the chief asked if they had taken care of the monsters. The girl confirmed this and reported that they had already moved to the National Assembly building. The huge orc raised his fist. The blonde ran forward, begging the god to stop. The protagonist ran after him, shouting that he would still catch up with him and beat him up because his follower did not understand any other way. The monster looked back and saw them. With tears in his eyes, the villain asked for forgiveness and promised not to do it again. Suddenly, a large shadow loomed over him. The monster raised its leg to step on him. The orc slammed his fist into the ground. The asphalt cracked, dust rose into the air. Falling to the ground, the hunter thought that he was able to dodge only thanks to his spatial skills. Hearing a strange sound, the monster looked away. Taking a step forward, Ilshin asked if he really wanted to get a fist in the face too. The guy, enveloped in dark energy, promised to deal with him first and then return to his follower. Bouncing off the ground, the young man made a dash forward. The monster opened its mouth in shock. Swinging his fist, the rider wished him death. His fist crashed into the orc's face. Blood gushed from his mouth. A video from the scene appeared on TV. The presenter reported that the S-class hunter dealt with the threat, which attracted the attention of the World Association of Hunters. Someone hoped for further fruitful cooperation. Talking to him on the phone, the player thanked the sponsor. Looking at the box, the main character thought that they began to treat him completely differently after he got into the list of the best rising stars in the world of novels. The man on the other end of the line said that he had prepared a prize in case his friend took first place. Pressing the buttons on the keyboard, Ilshin promised to try his best. Resolutely knitting his eyebrows, the guy sent the next 5 chapters. Looking at his phone, he thought that after becoming an advanced class god, his writing speed had increased significantly. Sitting on the couch, Songyeon promised to tell her friends that her uncle had become popular. The young man promised to give them his autograph. The system reported that the user had received 2 clones as a reward for killing 3,000 S-class victims. Grinning, the writer remembered that he had been credited with 3,000 victims for killing an orc and wondered what kind of clones these were. After learning that he now had the ability to summon 2 clones at the same time, the player decided to try out the new skill, his eyes sparkling. He raised a multiplying god thumb. Numerous lightning bolts appeared in the room. The child looked at them in surprise. 2 clones of her uncle appeared in front of her. Shocked, her eyes widened. The protagonist noticed that they looked quite young. Jumping on his back, the girl asked how he managed to do this. Pointing his finger at the original, the clone said the word destroy. The doppelganger put his hand on his growling stomach. Sungyeon smiled, realizing that he was hungry, and offered him burgers. The heroes found themselves in a cafe. Watching his double, Ilshin decided to give them names. Looking down, the guy remembered that Sashin preferred to go back, saying that he had things to do. Crossing his arms over his chest, the young man wondered what they were even capable of. Some time ago, the clone put his hand on his belt. His description said that it was the seed of the god of destruction. The second double, the one with a pen in his hand, turned out to be the seed of the god of creation. Squinting, the writer wondered where the seeds of such powerful entities came from. The heroes looked around when they heard a message about S-class monsters appearing in the area of Gandong Station. Picking up his phone, a visitor to the cafe asked if the end of the world was really coming. The monster broke the cafe ceiling with its foot. The huge monster bared its fangs. People started running. Smiling, the player asked if his niece was afraid of anything. Songyeon replied that she was not afraid of anything when her uncle was around. Raising his index finger, the protagonist promised to sort everything out. Suddenly, Samson jumped up from the table and shouted the word destroy. A wave of energy burst from his hands. It fell on the giant shark. Ilshin opened his mouth in shock. The monster narrowed its eyes. Its body disintegrated into particles. The clone opened its mouth and inhaled its energy. The civilians standing nearby could not understand how a child could kill an S-class monster. The guy watched his doppelganger in surprise. The cafe visitors did not understand what he was doing here with this creepy boy. Frowning, the double sighed and said his signature phrase. People opened their mouths in fear, thinking that the child said this in relation to them. Putting his hand on his clone's shoulder, the young man said that everything was fine and explained that this was his student. Not listening to him, the civilians decided to retreat and ran to the exit. The heroes were alone. Throwing a stern look at the double, the writer realized that he had managed to shoot a destructive beam and absorb the monster. The stalkers agreed that this doppelganger was worth killing, and only generous abundance said that he could be raised as a good child. The player thought it would be better to get rid of him. Samson's body began to melt. Frowning, the protagonist wondered what was going on. The clone extended his hand to Sonyeon. He stroked her head. The girl asked him to come back quickly. Menacingly knitting his eyebrows, the double said the word destroy. His body disintegrated into light particles. Returning home, Ilshin sat down on the couch and thought. Smiling, the guy admitted that his doppelganger's skills were pretty good and that with their help it would be possible to defeat the emperor. The system reported that Sonyeon's kind heart helped dispel the evil energy inside Samson. Remembering how the clone stroked his niece's head, the young man thought that the stalkers were wrong. Lowering his head, the writer realized that he still hadn't learned anything about Sashin's skills and considered the pen in his hand suspicious. A notification about a new mission appeared in front of the player, the condition of which was participation in a blockbuster. He wondered what this meant. The system announced teleportation to the fleet of the Great Space Union. The main character asked them to stop because he had to fight the emperor. His body turned into blue particles. The ants looked around, noticing the arrival of the god. Joyfully raising their hands, one of them greeted the guest. Raising his hand, the space station worker remembered that this god saved the empress. His comrade confirmed this and added that this person is the only one who can replace Ilho. Squeezing the guest's hands, the beetle said that this film is a new project with the help of which they want to popularize the exploits of their god, but Ilho will not be able to take part in the filming, since he is in the tower. Realizing that he is considered just a replacement, Elshin waved it off and said that he is very busy and that they will have to look for someone else. Grabbing his hand, the ant persistently asked him to agree and promised to make a superstar out of him. The boy frowned furiously and ordered him to let go of his hand. The system reported that the citizens of the Space Empire were excited that the user was going to star in a movie and that the number of followers would increase. The boy lowered his head and asked how many people there were in the Great Space Empire. The bug explained that they had over 50 trillion people. The writer licked his lips and thought that it would be nice to make an entire population believe in him. Grabbing the director's hands, the player agreed to sign the contract and thought that this would help him gain the necessary number of followers to increase the level of a good god. The manager asked how his business was going. Scratching the back of his head, the protagonist explained that he was busy with personal matters, so he had to stop his writing for a while. He asked a colleague to place an ad that the author was taking a break for personal reasons and hung up. Looking back, the ant said that the next scene would soon begin. Rising from his chair, Ilshin thought that his novella was very important, but the future of the Earth was still a priority. The video camera sparkled. The guy cut the air with the sword of the heavenly demon. The bright energy dissipated. The beetle stopped filming. Holding a loudspeaker in front of him, the director announced that there would be a fight scene with Ilho next. Taking the sword in his hands, the actor assumed that this homemade weapon could withstand a few swings. A notification appeared on the phone screen that the citizens of the ant tribe erected a golden statue. The villagers worshipped it. Smiling, the holy maiden said that this statue was made entirely of gold and asked if the god was ready to accept this gift. Looking at the phone, the young man realized that this was why the priestess asked him about the gold mines of Iraq and assumed that they had all conspired to make this statue for him. Clicking the accept button, the writer decided that he could not refuse his followers no matter how much this statue cost. The system reported that upon receiving 300 gold statues, an incredible miracle would occur. Smiling, the player thought that this sounded suspicious and asked if the holy maiden could make 291 more statues. The priestess agreed. The protagonist closed his eyes, thanked her and wondered what would happen when there were exactly 300 statues. 10 days later, Earth time, Ilshin was sitting on a chair. Scratching the back of his head, he realized that today was the last day of filming and that 40 whole days had passed at the station. A broadcast of the hunting wars appeared on the phone screen. Of all the participants, only 16 people remained, among whom were Ishin, Samshin, Mina and Miri. Grinning, the guy thought that it was not in vain that he sent his clones there and hoped that they would cope. Some time ago, the main office of the Hunter Association, a man asked if the hunter could summon clones. Raising his thumb, the young man assured him that they were great warriors. A grin appeared on his face. A recording of Ilho and Esmeralda's wedding appeared on the TV screen. The writer thought that the film was very cool and that now he would have many followers. The system reported that the Holy Virgin had finished creating 300 golden statues and offered the user to sacrifice them so that a miracle would happen. The player clicked on the screen, deciding not to refuse such a gift. Suddenly, his eyes widened when a notification announced that each golden statue was equal to an S-class follower. Jumping up from his chair, the protagonist was delighted and realized that in this case he would definitely be able to deal with the Emperor and the God of Destruction. Meanwhile, in Antrinia, the strong and cunning beast and the Lord of the Swamp stood in front of the cocoon. The monsters grinned and declared that it was time to kill the minor god and sacrifice him to them. Dark energy leaked out of the cocoon. A fist broke through the shell. A bright flash lit up the forest. A cloud of dust rose above the ground. The Emperor emerged from the cocoon. His red eyes lit up. Ilshin raised his hand, and a spotlight was directed at him. In front of him were many people who were delighted with the film The Legend of the Hero Ilho and his patron god, many of whom were actively demanding a sequel. Smiling, the boy thought about the fact that his film had taken first place in the box office on the first day of release, and guessed that he had a natural talent for acting. Raising the microphone to his mouth, the young man greeted the guests and thanked everyone who liked the god of space. Jumping up from their seats, the ants began to shout words of praise. Gripping the microphone tighter, the writer realized that he must take advantage of the opportunity to recruit everyone watching him. Raising his hand, the player said that they were planning to shoot the second part of the film, which would be even more interesting. With a determined frown, the protagonist called on the viewers to say that they believed in him if they were sure that the next part would be a hit. The fans froze in amazement. The journalist lowered the camera. The viewer of the broadcast froze in place. Squinting tensely, Ilshin wondered if this was too bad. The girl clasped her hands together and shouted that she believed in him. The man clenched his fist and shouted the same. The viewers raised their hands and began to shout that they believed in their hero. Seeing that the number of followers had reached 600 billion, the guy blushed and thought that this was simply an incredible number, among which there were 2,000 S-class people, so the mission to advance was feasible. The spaceship flew forward. Looking at the phone screen, the young man expressed his desire to hold a few more fan meetings and return to Earth as a good god of the advanced class. Frowning, the writer remembered that Ilho had not contacted him since he stepped onto the 46th floor of the tower, where one can only rely on one's own strength. Squinting, the player wondered if there was a way to help him. The system reported that Ilho was requesting the transfer of the skill blind eye of a god. The protagonist agreed, and suddenly the face of a monster appeared in his pupil. Throwing up his hands, the ant was glad that the skill transfer finally worked. The monster was sitting at the table. Chess pieces lay under his feet. Reaching out to the board, the villain decided not to worry about the fact that all his comrades had failed. Taking the Emperor's figure in his hands, he decided that he still had a chance to make a move. Ahead was Ilshin's figure. Seeing it, the man's eyes widened in fear. Frowning, the follower assumed that he was facing his god's main enemy. Grinning, the clown said that he was looking forward to a new show. Flashing his glowing eyes, the monster asked if the believer was looking forward to the show that his god would put on. Putting his hand on the ground, Ilho asked who he was. Sitting at the table, the monster declared that such a lowly creature was not allowed to even breathe in his presence. Squinting slyly, the monster decided to give his name. After all, the system reported that the blind eye of the god had activated the viewing of the history of the abyssal dragon. The purple crystal emitted energy. What the night cut off from the god of destruction was nothing more than a piece of flesh. An eternity later, a magnificent dragon emerged from this piece of flesh, whose head was crowned with horns. The winged monster rushed forward. The monster flew further and further, destroying everything in its path. Neither the gods nor their followers could stop it. His eyes lit up. Thousands of years passed. The dragon continued to destroy his enemies, as a result of which he gained wisdom and self-awareness. He became bored. In his paw was the planet Earth, which was just a sandbox for him. John grinned widely. The monster recruited talented creatures as his followers and absorbed them as soon as they grew up. The girl put her hand on the child's shoulder. When this also bored the monster, he invented a new form of entertainment. The creator of gods, the clown reached out to the chess piece. Squinting, the villain called himself the only true follower of the god of destruction. Looking up, Ilho asked why he needed to destroy this world. Crossing his arms over his chest, the abyss asked why people bred and killed animals, and replied that they did it for fun. Putting his hand to his chin, the monster explained that he really liked the intended victims and suggested that his father would also enjoy the upcoming feast. Grinning, the monster explained that once the people who called themselves heroes matured, they would consume them along with the entire planet. Frowning, the ant wondered what kind of crazy plan this was. Clenching his fist, the man realized that his enemy was strong enough to destroy the earth. Smiling, the follower decided not to give up, because his god was always with him. The protagonist frowned and realized that the dragon of the abyss was still alive. Putting his hand to his chin, Ilshin decided that he did not plan to go on stage for now. Squinting tensely, the guy suggested that the festival of the gods was also his doing. Gritting his teeth, he realized that the earth would end as soon as the abyss came out of hiding, so he needed to become much stronger and get rid of the emperor. Smiling, the director announced that a new fan meeting would soon begin. Looking at the phone screen, the young man thought that he needed to recruit as many followers as possible. Surprised, the writer's eyes widened as he noticed that thanks to his clones, the number of his followers on Earth was also increasing. An image of Lewis and Sasaki appeared on the screen, who would fight in the semi-finals. Then an image of Ishin and Samshin appeared, who would have to fight each other. The host of the battle came out to the participants and announced that the first match would soon begin. The player froze in impatience, watching the broadcast. Suddenly, a rift appeared behind the host, and the blind eye of God was activated. Opening his mouth, the strong and cunning beast asked what his ally had just said. Clenching his fist, the emperor declared that the powers he had been given were not enough. Frowning in displeasure, the Lord of the Swamps asked how he dared underestimate their power. Baring his fangs, the iron-blooded lord repeated his words. He looked up and commanded the deities to give him all their powers. The woman looked down at him in irritation. The monster clenched his teeth in anger. The monster raised his paw to step on the beetle. Striking the ground with his foot, the strong and cunning beast wished him death. Putting his hand in front of him, the girl said that they cannot kill him, and decided to use all her cause and effect points to personally descend to Earth. The predator reminded that the god of destruction himself would soon come there. Lowering her gaze, the Lord of the Swamps offered to destroy the Earth before him, so as not to cross paths. Raising his head, the monster noticed that the emperor had crawled under his skin. Shocked, his eyes wide, the snake asked if the iron-blooded lord was really inside him now. The monster opened his fanged mouth. It bit his ally on the shoulder. The strong and cunning beast frowned and said that it could not control itself. Its eyes flashed, and the follower skill was transferred. The god of Antrinia cut the air with its sword, decapitating the predator. Gritting her teeth in anger, the girl thought that this was impossible, because this was only an advanced class god in front of her. Rushing forward, the beetle declared that it was her turn. It swung its sword and cut off her arm. Grabbing her shoulder, the woman screamed and asked if this was the price for their generosity. Swinging his sword, the emperor reminded her that according to the law of evil gods, the strong must devour the weak. The Lord of the Swamp swung its tail. It struck the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Squinting, the snake declared that it could not die such a miserable death. The iron-blooded lord appeared behind her. A powerful blow pushed her forward. The god of Antrinia smirked and asked if she really thought such an obvious tactic would work. The girl laughed, her fangs venomous. Green energy burst out of her mouth. Her eyes widened in madness. She decided to use all the divine energy she had. Seeing the bright glow, the beetle opened its mouth in fear. A wave of green energy crashed down on it. The Lord of the Swamps raised its head and decided to take it to hell with her. Remaining in the same place without a single scratch, the emperor asked if this was all the deity could do, calling the sight pathetic. The snake opened its mouth in fury and asked how he managed to withstand her blow. Summoning a huge clot of energy in her hand, the girl decided to show him her personal flame as a parting gift. A giant whirlwind rose above the forest. However, the iron-blooded lord was behind her all this time. Stretching his hand forward, he decided to take all the woman's powers. After activating the absorption, clouds of smoke burst out of his hands. His hands became smaller. A long tail grew behind his back. The god of Antrinia happily looked at his hand. A notification reported that the last surviving training received the divine power of the advanced class. Clenching his fist, the beetle was glad that he was able to pass this circle of hell. Opening his mouth wide, the emperor said that he had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. The system asked if the user wanted to leave the training territory. Grinning, the iron-blooded lord decided to return to Earth to fight his sworn enemy. A bright flash appeared above the forest. The protagonist was covered in sweat. Looking at the phone screen, Ilshin could not believe that the god of Antrinia was able to kill the gods of the advanced class. Seeing a rift behind the host, the guy understood why the god's blind eye was activated. The rift on the battlefield became even larger. The young man decided that no one noticed his appearance. His hand trembled. He thought that he couldn't stay here any longer, or someone would definitely die. The ship was furrowing the vastness of space. The notification said that the user had successfully returned to Earth. The bug fell to the floor. Looking up, the Emperor asked who he was. In front of him was the abyss. In front of the chessboard, the semi-finals of the hunting wars were being broadcast. The clown called the guest his son. Hearing this, the iron-blooded overlord narrowed his eyes and asked what it meant. Crossing his arms, the villain praised him for being able to absorb advanced class gods. Baring his fangs, the monster said that the training created from the cause and effect points had borne fruit, and called the guest a masterpiece who could pass this training. God and Trini opened his mouth in confusion. With his crazy eyes flashing, he asked if this was really the creator of the training. Rising from his chair, the abyss confirmed this and called himself a loyal follower of the god of destruction. Throwing up his hands, the clown rejoiced at the return of his son. At the same moment, the beetle jumped up to him. A swing of the sword cut off the villain's head. Opening his mouth menacingly, the emperor shouted that his mother had died because of him. The severed head fell to the ground. The iron-blooded lord looked back. It turned out that it was an ordinary dummy. Clenching his fist, the god of Antrinia promised to find the monster and make him die the most terrible death. Frowning, the beetle decided to avenge his mother. A notification informed him that the god of battle was watching the user. The emperor shuddered. Falling to his knees, he realized that he had not shown his best side. The god of battle reminded him that he needed the soul of the young god. Lowering his gaze, the iron-blooded lord remembered that he had received a blessing in exchange for a promise to feed him Yulshin. The god of Antrinia narrowed his eyes and promised to kill the enemy and present him to the god of battle. A bright flash appeared in the temple. Dust rose in the arena of the Colosseum of the hunting wars. The spectators' mouths opened in shock. Someone asked how this was possible, a drop of sweat sliding down his cheek. Lewis fell to the ground. Sasaki smiled and called him not so strong. The swordsman lowered his weapon. The host announced that the strongest hunter on earth fell to his knees. Gritting his teeth, Samson said the word destroy. Putting a hand on his shoulder, Ishin explained that for now they could not destroy the follower of the evil god. Sternly knitting his eyebrows, the clone explained that this was one of the most dangerous participants in the battle. Trembling in pain, the old man assumed that the enemy had borrowed this power from the evil god and said that he would not be able to cope with such a burden. Lowering his head, the Japanese asked him to watch his words. The man raised his fist and shouted that evil could never win. Sasaki raised his sword and decided to end this battle with one blow. Suddenly, the emperor appeared on the battlefield. His red eyes flashed. The participants of the hunting wars fell to the ground. The spectators raised their eyebrows in surprise, not understanding what was happening. The iron-blooded overlord smiled nervously and asked where his sworn enemy was. A dark aura enveloped the arena of the Colosseum. The walls began to collapse. The public address system asked the guests to evacuate immediately. The frightened people ran away, hearing that an SSS-class monster had invaded the city. Ishin recognized him with wide eyes in surprise. With a determined frown, the clone thought that his power felt completely different and realized that he would have to join the battle to delay the enemy. Heading to the arena, the doppelganger hoped that the original would return as soon as possible. Looking back, the god of Antrinia repeated his question. Gritting his teeth, Sasaki wondered why he needed Ilshin. His sword trembled and was covered in a red aura. A voice asked the owner of the sword to kill the bug. Rising to his feet, the Japanese realized that the blade received from the strong and cunning beast was calling to him. Swinging his sword, the warrior used the secret technique of the blade, Kamakiri. The blade ended up right at the enemy's neck. At the same time, it broke into several pieces. Squinting, the emperor asked what the man was trying to do if his god was already dead. In the middle of the battlefield, a fiery whirlwind of the god of carnage appeared. Bright flames illuminated the swordsman's face. The iron-blooded lord extended his hand in front of him. Ishin narrowed his eyes in displeasure, realizing that this power clearly surpassed the advanced divine class, and wondered if there was any way to stop it. Clenching his fist, the doppelganger decided that he simply had to hold off the enemy until the original arrived. The god of Antrinia looked back when he was called. Mistaking the clone for Ilshin, the bug grinned widely. Without wasting a second, he rushed forward. The duplicate raised his hand in front of him and used the god's condemning middle finger. A huge explosion resounded in the arena. The boy frowned menacingly. Baring his fangs, the emperor asked if this was all he could do. The youth struck him with his sword. A fierce battle began. Suddenly, the iron-blooded overlord looked back. Samson shouted the word destroy and summoned a huge wave of purple energy. The monster stabbed its tail into the ground. The god of Antrinia swung his sword. Rushing forward, the hunters decided to attack him together. They rushed to help their friend. The bug bared his teeth and called them annoying. Suddenly, a flash appeared where he had just been. Frowning, Yuhyun asked what happened. At that very moment, wounds appeared on his body. Flying forward, the emperor dealt many blows to his opponents. Grinning, he said that he was worried in vain, since his enemies were too weak. Ishin pressed his hand to the wound. A crater appeared on the ground. Rushing forward, the iron-blooded overlord decided to sacrifice his sworn enemy to the god of war. The opponents glared at each other. Suddenly, a flash appeared to the side of them. A fist appeared right in front of the god Antrinia's face. The system announced that the festival of the gods had begun. A muscular leg hit the bug in the face. The monster flew back. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that he was almost late because of the fan meeting. The emperor put his hand to his cheek. Wings appeared behind Ilshin's back. Pointing at himself, he called himself the rising star of this universe. Looking back, the boy used the healing ring finger of a god. His friends were covered in a green aura. Frowning, Mina realized that this was her friend's energy. Squinting, Ishin was glad that the original had finally returned. Looking at him, the clone asked what kind of strange clothes he was wearing. Samchin supported his indignation. Putting his hands on his waist, the young man asked if everyone was safe and urged them to rejoice that he had descended to Earth to save everyone. Throwing a displeased look at him, the doppelganger suggested that his original had gone mad. Biting his lower lip, the iron-blooded overlord thought that he had not known that the enemy could clone himself. Menacingly frowning, the double asked what the original had been doing all this time. The writer put his hand to his mouth and whispered that all this was for the sake of becoming an advanced class good god. He had an earphone in his ear. The voice said that all citizens of the Space Union were watching him now. Smiling, the director asked the actor to make a slightly more ascetic and benevolent face. Clenching his fist, the player thought that this was part of the filming of the second part of The God of Space. The studio worker praised him and the makeup artist's work. The system reported that the number of followers had increased. Smiling, the protagonist was glad that the idea of broadcasting from the battlefield really worked and that the number of followers continued to grow. Standing in front of him, the god of Antrinia asked if his opponent had really been a clone all this time. A satisfied grin appeared on his face. Lightning burst out of his body. The hunters grabbed their heads. Gritting his teeth, Kansen realized that ordinary laughter had disabled them, and assumed that they could have died right here if not for their comrade. Raising his hand, the beetle declared that his nemesis could not possibly be so weak and that he would no longer have to hold back his true strength. Grinning fiercely, the emperor reminded them that the god of battle himself was watching them and suggested that they begin the festival of the gods. The protagonist furrowed his brows in determination. Looking around, Ilshin promised to sort this out himself and asked his friends to leave the arena. Baring his teeth, the iron-blooded lord shouted that now was not the time to worry about others. His sword was at the boy's throat. Frowning, Miri said that it was too dangerous. The sword demon clenched his teeth in anger. Ishin rushed forward and chopped off the enemy's hand. Smiling, the youth praised him. Looking back, the clone declared that he was in no mood for compliments. The god of Antrinia looked at his severed hands in fear. Suddenly, his pupils narrowed. Summoning a magic circle in front of him, Samchin shouted his signature word. A huge wave of energy shot out of his mouth. It fell straight on the beetle. A cloud of bright energy rose above the Colosseum. The clone continued to control the flow of divine power with his arms outstretched. The emperor tried to fly away from it. Frowning, he shouted that the jokes were over. The iron-blooded overlord flew up to the doppelganger. Holding his sword in front of him, Ishin called him a pathetic insect. The god of Antrinia widened his eyes in fear. The double ran forward, wounding him. The beetle clenched his teeth in irritation. Resolutely knitting his brows, the clone handed him over to the original. The protagonist pounced on the enemy from the air. Ilshin cut the air with his sword, using the ultimate technique of the heavenly demon cult. A powerful explosion of divine energy rang out in the Colosseum. The guy landed on his feet in a cloud of smoke. Breathing heavily, the young man thought that it took a lot of energy to maintain the clones. Looking back, he asked if everything was okay with them. Ishin and Samchin answered that everything was fine. The writer turned his head. The emperor was lying in a crater formed by the explosion. Squinting, the player asked if the enemy was dead. The enemy's body trembled. A cloud of bright energy appeared inside him. Smiling, the iron-blooded lord said that they almost managed to kill him. Rising from the ground, the god of Antrinia declared that his enemy had earned the right to see his true power. Flashing his fiery eyes, the beetle used the blessing of the god of battle. Frowning menacingly, the protagonist was surprised that his enemy did not fight at full strength. A fruit knife appeared in his hand. Ilshin, along with his clones, rushed to attack. The villain smiled. The doppelganger clenched his fists and summoned a cloud of energy in front of his mouth. At that moment, the emperor approached him closely. The boy looked back. Ishin tensely clenched his teeth. Samchin's body dissolved into thin air. Raising his hand, the iron-blooded lord declared that there was one less enemy. The double turned around and raised his sword. He dashed forward to strike the enemy. The clock bowl tipped. A cloud of dark energy appeared in it. Ishin frowned in annoyance. The Antria god pierced his stomach with his hand. Seeing this, the boy rushed to his aid. With a swing of his sword, the boy drove the enemy away. the clone began to evaporate. Summoning bright energy around itself, the bug shouted that its sworn enemy was left alone and would be next. Squinting slyly, the monster used the flames of carnage. Opening his mouth wide, Lewis ordered it to stop. The Emperor's body turned into a block of ice. Looking back, the writer wondered what just happened. The old man raised his hand to maintain the spell. Looking in his direction, the player shouted that he should not interfere in this fight because it was mortally dangerous. The man smirked and asked him not to look down on the SSS-class hunter. Suddenly, the ice cracked. Spreading his wings, the iron-blooded overlord threw off his icy shell. Lewis, with his mouth wide open, asked how this was possible. Gritting his teeth in anger, the god of Antrinia asked how a mere mortal dared to interfere with the festival of the gods. The ground in the Colosseum shook. The system reported that the god of carnage and madness was angry at the old man for interfering in the sacred fight between the gods. Invisible energy began to exert pressure on the man. The ground under his feet opened up. The hunter, shrouded in dark energy, screamed in unbearable pain. The silent nightmare was angry at the curse and demanded the festival of the gods from the god of carnage. Roses grew on thorny vines. The protagonist, opening his mouth in surprise, asked why she needed this. Generous Abundance reported that this is exactly what the enemy wants. The god of carnage and madness smirked and accepted the challenge. The system reported that another festival of the gods had begun. Descending to the ground, the silent nightmare asked how the god dared to curse a man and promised to wipe the principles of cause and effect into dust. The girl smiled and said that she would save her friend even if she had to pay with her life. Ilshin's eyes widened in shock. Thousand Blades said that he really liked drama and took out some popcorn. Purple energy was shining on the scale. Suddenly, it became even stronger. A notification said that the seal was removed in the name of restoring balance. Looking at the system window, the guy wondered what this could mean. The system explained that the great evil can only be crushed with a combination of good and evil particles, so the god creator particles are given divine power to restore balance. Lowering his head, the young man remembered that Sashin was doing something very important all this time. In the past, the clone looked back and said that he would be busy for a while and that the original would not have the strength to summon him anyway. The doppelganger was sitting at the table and writing something. Frowning, the double thought that he had to restore the balance of the scales with the help of the god creator so that they could have a chance to win. Extending his hand forward, the emperor declared that it was over. Clenching his fist, the writer said that he could not allow something like this to happen. The iron-blooded ruler widened his eyes and asked what this meant. The player stated that he had many followers to protect. His body began to emit a bright glow. Smiling, the ants supported their god with streams of faith. Judging by the description of the mission, it was almost completed. The system reported that due to the rapid increase in the number of believers, the user's physical and spiritual strength was restored. Getting into a fighting stance, the protagonist realized that there was very little left and he would be able to defeat the enemy. Gritting his teeth in displeasure, the god of Antrinia thought that his enemy was getting stronger because he was gathering believers very quickly. Spreading his arms, the beetle declared that resistance was useless. He took off from the ground. The monster dashed forward and tried to attack the enemy. Ilshin's body crashed into the wall of the Colosseum. The boy closed his eyes. The number of followers continued to grow rapidly. His body began to glow again. The emperor stared at him in shock. A dark sword appeared in his hand. Swinging it, the iron-blooded overlord promised to kill the enemy faster than his followers could help him gain strength. The boy parried the blow with his knife. Frowning, the blade said that this task was too difficult for him. With his crazy eyes widened, the god of Antrinia rushed forward. His sword cut the rider's chest. The ghost opened his mouth wide and ordered his comrade to run to survive. Frowning, the bug declared that he would not let him escape. He stretched his hand forward to reach the enemy. The player clenched his teeth in determination. The enemy's hand appeared in front of him, and suddenly the system reported that Illo had killed thousands of S-class monsters and passed the final test of the warrior's tower. The ant placed the blade on his shoulder. Behind him were many slain monsters. Purple eyes lit up. A notification informed that the user had completed the mission to promote to an advanced class evil god. The protagonist grinned angrily. Waves of dark energy appeared around him. Dust rose from the ground. Covering his face with his hand, the monster wondered how this was possible. Looking at his hand, Ilshin decided that this happened very timely and was glad that his friend cleared the warrior's tower. Leaving the 50th floor, the man took a step forward. Grinning, he told the god that he had come to the battlefield for him. Confidently knitting his eyebrows, the guy praised him and asked why his body remained the same size. The follower replied that it remained in this state after the 44th floor. Grinning furiously, the emperor was indignant that his opponents were communicating with each other right during the battle. The iron-blooded lord charged forward and asked if the enemy thought he could defeat him by leveling up. The heroes rushed forward to put an end to everything. They engaged in battle with the god of Antrinia. Vane stood out on his tense face. A notification informed them that the mission to promote was almost complete. Ilho swung his sword and let out a battle cry. He cut the air in front of him with the blade. Squinting, the bug realized that he could not block their attacks at the same time. Approaching him from behind, the protagonist swung his knife. Opening his mouth wide, the ghost commanded him to use all his strength to destroy the enemy. Ilshin cut the villain's body in half. Blood gushed from the monster's mouth. The system reported that the spectators and followers were delighted and announced the completion of the mission. Smiling, the guy said that he had succeeded. White wings appeared in the air. A notification informed that the user had attracted 1 trillion followers and was elevated to the rank of an advanced level good god. A bright aura covered the youth's body. Smiling, he asked his enemy to surrender. Falling to the ground, the emperor thought that it could not end like this. Clenching his fist, the iron-blooded overlord decided to take revenge on his sworn enemy at all costs. Looking up, the god of Antrinia promised revenge. Grinning, the beetle asked his god to lend him some more of his power in exchange for his body and soul. A rift appeared in the sky above the Colosseum. The system reported that the god of carnage and madness heard the monster's wish. A bright beam of light appeared from the rift. The emperor's eyes widened in fear. A pillar of red energy fell on him. His severed half of his body was restored. The iron-blooded overlord rose to his feet. In his hands was a clot of purple energy. Smiling slyly, he declared that this would definitely be enough to destroy his sworn enemy, descend into the abyss and destroy him again. Approaching him from behind, Ilho ordered him to be silent. Looking back, the god of Antrinia called him too weak. The blade of the ant's sword broke at the base. The man frowned in displeasure. The beetle appeared right in front of him. Opening his mouth in shock, the follower thought that it was too fast. The monster struck him in the stomach. Its hand pierced the enemy's body through. Leaping into the air, the protagonist shouted that the believer had also borrowed the power of his god. He managed to make the villain jump forward. Turning to his comrade, Ilshin used the healing ring finger of the god. Ilho thanked him for the healing. Licking his fingers, the emperor laughed and said that he liked this power. The ant frowned tensely, clenching his fist. The iron-blooded lord realized that this was the superpower that the nameless god used. The man narrowed his eyes. The boy concluded that their enemy had a skill that absorbed the enemy's abilities, and asked his comrade to be on guard because the current emperor was already a top-level evil god. The god of Antrinia grinned maliciously. A deafening explosion rang out in the arena. Ilho grimaced, dodging the debris, and muttered that he needed to help the god. Ilshin and the great god rushed towards each other to attack. The great bow with a devilish grin promised that he would tear the boy apart. Ilshin spread his arms to stabilize his stance and thought that, as expected of a high-class god, he would hardly be able to handle him by himself since the opponent was too strong. Ilshin tightened his grip on the cleaver and thought that he had no choice but to use what he had saved for the fight against the god of destruction. He looked up at the sky and summoned the Thousand Blades treasure. The system window reported the activation of the Thousand Blades treasure on Earth. The next window reported that time would be suspended for a minute by the divine power of the Thousand Blades, and the entire space seemed to be under an impenetrable dome. Ilshin tiredly asked Thousand Blades to give him a sword that could slice up the Emperor right now, but he was unable to finish his sentence because something went wrong. Space began to split as the great god swiped his claws across the dome, saying that he would not allow anyone to interfere with his battle. He screamed, causing the space to crack even more, saying that even the highest class gods were not allowed to do this. The dome cracked, and Ilshin was forced to cover his face with his hands to avoid being hurt by the shards. The system window reported that the great god had used a large number of cause and effect points. The next system window reported that the summoning of the Thousand Blade treasure had failed, and Ilshin cursed. The great god was approaching, saying that he would not tolerate any dirty tricks. The fountain pen squeaked as the tip of the pen pressed too hard into the paper, and the system window showed that the value of the additional skill of the writing skill had constantly changed. Finally, the system window showed that the additional skill of the writing skill had reached the value of 1 million, and Sashin said with relief that the skill of the god of creation was finally completed. He activated the transmission of Ilshin's skill, and the system window reported that Sashin's writing skill had reached 1 million, so the skill everything in this world was available for transmission. Ilshin chuckled contentedly, saying that it was timely. The great god began to laugh because his opponent had a pen in his hands. He charged, saying that it was just funny. Ilshin's eyes began to glow golden. The great god covered his eyes with his hands to avoid being blinded, and then asked if his opponent thought that he could be defeated by something so primitive. Suddenly, the great god stopped, not understanding what was happening. He looked around, as he could not figure out where he was. The great god said in surprise that he had definitely fought that bad Ilshin just now, so he was tormented by the question of how he ended up in this place. A child's voice was heard from behind him, greeting him. The boy introduced himself as Ilshin, then asked the name of the great god. He replied rudely that he was an emperor, so he didn't need a pathetic name. Then he wanted to say something about names, but something made him stop. The great god remembered the smiling woman holding his hand when he was little, and he realized that he couldn't remember his name because so much time had passed. Sashin said that Emperor was a strange name. The great god turned to the boy and was surprised to think that he was also a clone of Ilshin, so he needed to be killed right now. Sashin started writing something in his notebook, saying that he wanted to become a great writer in the future and write a lot of amazing stories. But the great god got angry at his words and asked what kind of nonsense this was and what he was trying to achieve by doing this. He reached out his clawed hand to the boy, but immediately stopped when Sashin asked what he wanted when he grew up. The great god said with a smile that of course he wanted to kill Ilshin, because his ultimate goal was to absorb his divine powers and bring the whole world to his feet. Sashin looked slyly at the great god and said that he knew what he really dreamed of, because he could become him, and Sashin was the great god. The great god laughed, asking what the boy was talking about, because he knew nothing. Sashin pointed somewhere with his finger, asking him to calm down and look where he was pointing. In front of them was a glowing carriage. A woman with a warm smile on her face got out of the carriage. Tears appeared in the eyes of the great god. He called out to his mother, who had been waiting for him all this time. The great god did not understand where she came from. Sashin, standing behind his opponent, said that he just wanted to see her one last time. The great god clenched his fist, trying to contain the emotions that were bursting out. He remembered that after training he had been chasing power like a madman and had forgotten what he really wanted. He thought that this was the end for him because he was a worthless creature who had fallen as low as possible, and at that moment his body was enveloped in the same glow that came from his mother. The great god smiled blissfully. A satisfied smile played on Sashin's face when he said that this was enough. The great god stood in front of Ilshin and was falling apart. Ilshin looked closely at the fountain pen and realized that the great god had chosen death, and she thought to herself that this is it, all that is in this world from God's creation. The great god said that he did not regret anything, but he wanted to ask for one favor. He asked to find the dragon of the abysses, because of which his mother died, and kill it. Ilshin raised his pen resolutely as a sign that she would remember his promise and asked the great god not to worry about it because he would finish the dragon with his own hands. The voice of the god rustled in the air, saying that he believed the boy, and the last golden particles rushed into the sky, leaving Ilshin alone, after which the system window reported that Ilshin had become the winner of the Festival of the Gods. Later, in the Gangwoo house, the golden scales standing on the table dissolved into thin air. At the same time, in one of the residences of Seoul, the screen displayed the last minutes of the fight between Ilshin and the great god. The woman sat on the sofa, stroking her stomach, after which she said that Ilshin really defeated the great god, but she did not know whether to be happy about it. Suddenly, the door lock clicked and the sound of a handle being turned was heard. The woman exclaimed with a smile that her darling had returned. The man entered the apartment and, seeing that his wife had come out to greet him, said that she should not have gotten up, to which she replied that she was too bored sitting all the time. She waved her hand at the table, offering her husband to eat before the dinner got cold, and the man exclaimed in surprise that she had cooked a lot of things when he saw the set table. After some time, the woman was chewing, but did not feel the taste of the food as she was busy. She was holding a phone with an open novel in her hands and was reading it enthusiastically. Her husband asked if she was reading that novel about a loser again and if she was having fun, as he saw that she was drawn in, but the woman laughed awkwardly, because the story was not so good and there were many hiatus from the author. Then the man wondered why she was continuing to read it. His wife smiled softly. Her face began to express strange emotions, and the smile became crazy at that moment when she said that she was very interested in something. At that moment, the image of Abyss appeared in the trash can. The sun was shining brightly above the high rise. Samson was running away from a little girl who was angrily demanding that he give her back her cake. The knight, with a displeased expression on his face, said that he needed some kind of inspiration to match his god. Ilho was training hard with his partner, shouting that this guy's praise was a great honor for him. Ilshin was sitting in the epicenter of the chaos, trying to work, but everything seemed like a real farce to him. He thought that he could hold on to the clones longer since he became an advanced class god, but they were making a lot of noise. He remembered that even Sashin had already refused to leave his reality because he was so tired of them, so he asked not to call him when the others were here. Ilshin clenched his fist in displeasure because he did not understand how to write in such an environment. Suddenly, his phone vibrated and the manager's name appeared on the screen. Ilshin answered the call and tried to close one ear to make it easier to hear that the manager had good news, but he did not hear this phrase. The little girl continued to demand that she return the cake, while Samson continued to run away with a satisfied grin on his face. Suddenly, his leg twisted. The strawberry cake came off the plate and began to fall. Samson said the word destroy in fear, and a bead of sweat rolled down his face. The cake landed right on the head of Ilshin, who was trying to talk on the phone. Everyone around froze in fear, looking at the guy. Ilshin's lips twisted in anger. He furiously screamed for all the coppers to quickly calm down, because he could not hear anything because of them. Ilko suggested continuing somewhere else, and Samson dejectedly trudged towards the exit. Ilshin again brought the phone to his ear, saying that he could finally talk, after which the manager explained that he wanted to tell good news. The guy heard that his novella had shot to the top spot in popularity, so the printed format was approved and he would soon have a fan meeting, and the surprised Ilshin echoed about the publication in book format and the fan meeting. The manager said in a satisfied voice that it was so, but there was some paperwork to sort out before that, so he would call again soon, so he asked the guy to stay in touch, to which he thanked the manager. Ilshin disconnected. He, not paying attention to the cream on his face, smiled contentedly, wondering if it was a dream that his novella would be published. Suddenly, he was enveloped in some pleasant smell. Petals swirled in the air, and the guy remembered who this smell came from. Ilshin closed his eyes. When a familiar voice called him affectionately, he opened his eyes slightly, looking down at his interlocutor. The silent nightmare sat on her plants, propping her head up with her hand, and Ilshin immediately asked if she was okay, to which the girl playfully asked if the guy was worried about her too. Ilshin told her that Abundance said that she would never play and that he just needed to be patient for a little while, and he thought the girl was right. The silent nightmare was touched that she said that. Ilshin was chained to the plant, so he asked to let him go first, but the girl refused to do so. She rose from the improvised throne. The girl gently turned the guy's head by the chin. The silent nightmare kissed him, and mana flowed around them. Ilshin tried to say something, but the words came out incomprehensible. The silent nightmare broke away from him and said that this was her parting gift, as well as from Generous Abundance. Ilshin tensed, not understanding what a parting gift meant. Generous Abundance and Silent Nightmare stood next to each other, saying that the boy would soon forget them, but they asked him not to take revenge on the god of battle, but instead to continue living. The system window reported that the ability Rose blooming in the night was dispelled, and that the grace of Generous Abundance was dispelled. Shouted and immediately woke up again in his apartment. Tears welled up in his eyes because he could forget these two, and besides, he did not want to allow this. Ilshin activated the transmission of the Steven skill and activated the teleport. The boy found himself in front of a high gate decorated with golden forging. He clenched his fists and thought that even if he did not know what was happening, something had clearly happened to those two. Ilshin summoned his clones, Samson and Ishin, and the latter immediately asked what they had here, while Samson kept repeating about destruction. Ilshin looked at the clones and explained that he needed help, since his gifts of Generous Abundance and Silent Nightmare had dissipated, to which Ishin replied that he could see it himself, after which he asked if he should call Ilho, since he was of great use. Ilshin remembered how he ordered the boy to protect the earth, since he had already, of course, given the order, to which Ilho bowed and agreed. Ishin's image began to melt when he said that Ilshin called them when they were needed. Samson nodded and spoke again about destruction. Ilshin took a step forward, closed his eyes and clenched his fist, and at the same moment, light cut through his fingers, forming into an object. The boy opened his eyes, which were filled with golden light, and ordered the skill Sashin to convey all that is in this world. A fountain pen appeared in Ilshin's hand. He resolutely walked towards the gate. The boy opened the huge doors. A huge monster appeared in the hall, with an ominous aura emanating from it. The man rumbled that he was waiting for Ilshin, and it turned out to be the god of carnage and madness, the note to which was unknown. Ilshin approached, a little nervously, then said that the god was younger than he thought. The god of carnage and madness laughed and said that he would take this phrase as a compliment. He nodded towards the bound goddesses and said that his youth can be thanked for those two ladies. Ilshin looked at where the god pointed, dumbfounded. Generous Abundance and Silent Nightmare were bound with rusty chains and seemed to be unconscious. The boy turned to his opponent and cursed angrily. The god of carnage and madness demanded that Ilshin react more calmly, because he knew that such was the fate of those who lost in battle. The man smiled, as he noticed one interesting thing on Ilshin, namely a divine object that could transfer the principles of cause and effect to change fate. He squeezed the pen tighter when he heard that it was truly a divine gift. The god of carnage and madness raised his hand and began to concentrate mana around him, saying that this trick would not work on him. Ilshin exhaled, trying to calm down, and said that they would still have to watch it, then suggested that they go outside. He nodded at the exhausted goddesses and explained that he did not want to hook them, to which Generous Abundance barely managed to whisper so that he would not dare to fight the god of carnage and madness, since he had received the power of the highest god, but the girl could not finish. The god used the same power on her, demanding that she shut up. A sharp pain pierced Generous Abundance's body, and she screamed. Ilshin immediately screamed, fearing for the girl's well-being. He immediately began using his pen, asking how God dared to torture Generous Abundance. He began to draw something in the air with his pen, saying that he would not allow God to do this again. The god of carnage and madness furiously screamed that he had already said that it did not work on him. However, at the same time, his gaze became tense and sweat began to roll down his face. Ilshin had transported them both to a desert in which there were no living creatures for many miles around. Ilshin exhaled and said that as long as they were here, the goddesses were safe. He looked determined when he suggested that Bo begin, because he, Ilshin, was requesting the god of carnage and madness for the festival of the gods. Smiling widely, the god of carnage and madness asked if the protagonist had gone mad to dare to challenge him to the festival of the gods. Taking up the sparkling sword, the man accepted the challenge. The system informed him that this festival would be a battle to the death between the highest level gods. Swinging his sword, the villain expressed his desire to see if his opponent could surpass his comrades. Raising his pen, Ilshin shouted that he would not forgive him for what happened to the silent nightmare and the generous abundance. Their weapons met, a bright flash appeared. The monster swung his sword. Smiling, he called his opponent's attack not bad. Gritting his teeth, the boy felt the incredible strength of the enemy. His foot crashed into the ground. Raising his sword above his head, the god of carnage and madness offered him to try to block this blow. Deciding to meet strength with strength, the young man raised his pen and activated creation. A giant appeared behind him, crushing mountains. The man slammed his sword into the ground with force. Looking down, he wondered if his opponent had really managed to block his blow with a pen. The writer smirked and said that it was too easy. His pen glowed. Activating the image of the god's fist armor, the player released a wave of powerful energy. A bright light illuminated the villain's face. Strong pressure pierced his armor. An explosion of green aura sounded on the battlefield. Acrid smoke rose from the ground. Smiling, the protagonist was glad that these skills were having an effect. The monster lost its armor. He smirked and said that it was not bad. The handle of the broken sword fell to the ground. The god of carnage and madness was freed from the breastplate that was binding him. The armor fell to the sand. Rising to his feet, the man suggested a real fight. Clenching his fist, the villain suggested that they begin. Ilshin determinedly knitted his brows, realizing that it was too early, but he had no choice. Raising his thumb in front of himself, the guy asked for help from his clones. Frowning, Ishin realized that his time had come. Looking up determinedly, Samson spoke the word destroy. They stepped forward in front of their original. Grinning, the young man realized that Sashin had not shown up again and decided that he really had better work on his writing skills. Cracking his knuckles, the god of carnage and madness noticed that his enemy had used his trick again. With a glare from his mad eyes, the man declared that he could even kill the god of destruction if he absorbed him and the two goddesses. Raising his pen in front of him, the writer said that he would kill the god of destruction himself and asked his opponent not to even think about it. Gritting his teeth, the villain declared that he would never be able to do so because he was too young. Putting his hands in his pockets, the doppelganger declared that it was not that important and was not a determining factor at all. Covering his fist with his palm, the monster promised to rip his head off to deprive him of the ability to constantly chatter. The double raised his sword in front of him. He rushed forward. Ishin jumped up and raised his sword above his head. Opening his mouth in rage, the clone used the terror of 1,000 devils. Samson released a wave of powerful energy from his mouth. It headed straight for the enemy. The god of carnage and madness smiled widely. Silent nightmare and generous abundance were tied to the ceiling. The girl looked down and said that the situation was only getting worse and that her friend wouldn't be able to defeat the god of battle if he continued like this. Tears appeared in her eyes and she begged her friend to run away. Explosions were heard all over the battlefield and a cloud of dust hung over the ground. The man kicked the ground hard. The doppelganger managed to jump back in time. A wave of purple energy shot out from his mouth again. The villain swung his hand and shouted that it wouldn't work. His hand cut the wave of energy in half. The monster looked back with displeasure. Swinging his sword, the doppelganger promised to kill him here and now. At that moment, a huge fist appeared in front of him. The powerful blow threw Ishin back. His body disintegrated into red particles. Samson tried to use his skill again, but a giant foot appeared above him. The villain stepped on him, raising dust around him. Opening his mouth wide, the clone disappeared into thin air. The energy of the doubles returned to the protagonist. Frowning, the ghost of the doppelganger reported that this enemy was stronger than anyone they had ever fought. Smiling, Ilshin said that he knew it and praised his comrade. Putting his fingers to his temple, the boy asked how Sashin was doing. Continuing to write, the boy reported that his writing skills had stabilized to some extent. Raising his eyebrows, the monster asked if this was it. Smiling, the young man confirmed that this was the end. At the same time, he lifted off the ground. Leaping forward, the writer dealt a powerful blow to the enemy. Squinting, the player added that this was his end. Looking back, the god of carnage and madness asked how he had the courage to do this. Rushing in pursuit, the man asked if his opponent really thought he could defeat him after just one wound. Raising his pen, the protagonist declared that a word was stronger than any fist. The villain began to swing his fists furiously. Several cuts appeared on his chest. Feeling intense pain, the monster clenched his teeth. Blood gushed from the wounds on his body. Grinning, Ilshin asked if he liked his pen. With wide red eyes, the god of carnage and madness called himself someone who is only tempered by battles. Clenching his fist, he explained that such wounds are nothing to him. Energy oozed from the cuts on his body. Swinging his fist, the man decided to show his opponent what his rank is worth. Squinting, the guy said that the enemy cannot be a tireless zombie. Smiling widely, the villain asked him to fight with all his might if he had anything else to show. His fist cut the air. The young man's eyes widened in fear. Wishing him death, the monster struck, sand rising into the air. Crossing his arms in front of him, the rider tried to resist this attack. Blood gushed from his mouth. Frowning menacingly, the god of carnage and madness asked if he liked his power. The sand dispersed, the player hung in the air. Wiping his chin, the protagonist said that his power was not so incredible. His middle finger caught fire. Ilshin closed it with his thumb. A whirlwind of fire swirled around him. Frowning furiously, the guy said that he would burn the enemy to ashes. Waves of flame jumped forward. The man clenched his teeth tensely. A powerful explosion was heard on the battlefield. Smoke filled the entire space. Landing on the ground, the young man asked if he had really succeeded. Hearing the voice of his opponent, he looked back. A giant fist appeared in front of him. The villain struck the enemy. Closing his eyes, the rider took the blow himself. The incredible force again raised a dust cloud above the ground. The player rose to his feet. In his trembling hand, he still had a pen. The monster smiled and asked him to give up and acknowledge the difference in their strength. Looking up, the protagonist urged him to stop smiling and declared that he was not done yet. Stamping the ground with his foot, the god of carnage and madness asked where he got his courage from. He began to stomp around and shouted that no one would ever be able to defeat him. Ilshin was lying in a giant foot-shaped crater. The man picked him up by the arm. Bringing him to himself, the villain admitted that it was fun and called on his opponent to sacrifice his body to him. The boy's body began to dissolve into thin air. Smiling widely, the monster explained that he would gain the power to defeat the god of destruction. The youth became translucent. Squinting, the god of carnage and madness asked what was going on. The writer smiled and called him stupid. The man frowned decisively and asked if these were his last words and declared that his power would finally be his. Light energy burst from the player's mouth. A giant pillar of light fell on the villain. The monster grinned evilly and declared that this was the very power. He spread his arms, laughed, and shouted that he was going to tear the god of destruction into pieces. The protagonist asked if his opponent still didn't understand anything. The god of carnage and madness opened his mouth in shock. A drop of sweat was running down his tense face. A lake of lava appeared around him. The man raised his eyebrows in fear, realizing that it was just an illusion. Gritting his teeth, he declared that this was impossible and that this could not happen. The villain raised his head and asked how he dared to deceive him and at what moment. A memory of the enemy falling to the ground appeared in his head. His clone dissolved into thin air. Imagining how the enemy came straight to his lair, the monster wondered if he had been deceived from the very beginning. The pen was actively writing something on the paper. Looking at the sky, the god of carnage and madness shouted that this could not be. Above him, right in the sky, sat the giant Ilshin. Opening his mouth, the guy wrote that the god of battle felt like a fool who did not even guess that all this was happening in a fictional world. Hearing this, the man realized that all this time they were in the world of the god of creation. Leaning on his hand, the young man continued to write. Drops of sweat flowed down the body of the villain. Raising his eyebrows, the writer wondered what the ending of this story should be. Frowning, Ishin was not surprised that the original could not finish the job after so many vacations. Frowning in displeasure, Samshin said his signature word. Rounding his eyes, Sashin advised a joyful, pleasant, and happy ending. Grinning, the player decided that this would be just wonderful because this is exactly the ending that readers are waiting for. The protagonist asked if the enemy was ready for such an ending. His eyes narrowed in glee. Ilshin frowned furiously and said that a joyful, pleasant, and happy death awaited him. Gritting his teeth, the monster realized that he could not move from the spot due to his power. His pupils narrowed. Looking at the boy writing the story, the god of carnage and madness wondered if the power of the god of creation was really concentrated in his hands. Running his pen over the paper, the young man wrote that his opponent, confident in his victory, ended up in a false reality. Smiling, the writer added that the enemy rested with an illusory world. Shocked, his eyes widened, the man shouted that he would not succeed. Waves of fire appeared above the ground. Lava filled the entire space, bursting out from under the ground. Looking down, the villain shouted that it was impossible. A bright light illuminated his frightened face. A powerful explosion was heard in the world of illusions. The system announced the winner of the Festival of the Gods. The notification said that the divine power of the goddesses was restored. A flash appeared in the player's chest. Suddenly, his body lit up. The system reported that the user absorbed the power of the god of carnage and madness and reached the highest level of divinity. Looking at his hand, the protagonist realized that he now had the opportunity to defeat the abyss and the god of destruction. Lowering his head, Sashin asked him to abandon this thought, because even the highest gods are afraid of their fellow. The clone asked the original to take the goddesses away from here, because soon the reality of the god of carnage and madness will be destroyed. Shuddering, Ilshin agreed. Using the skill transfer, He used teleportation. A bright flash appeared in the middle of the rubble of reality. The girls were sitting on the floor of the collapsing temple. The guy approached them, smiling. Generous Abundance was glad that he managed to return. Looking at them, the young man reminded them that he had promised to save them at all costs. Raising her eyebrows, the woman called him a savior. Narrowing her eyes, the silent nightmare called out to her friend. Frowning, the writer asked if she was okay, and suddenly a notification about the activation of the blind eye of a god appeared in front of him. During the period of chaos, when the world had not yet acquired its current form, a world tree grew in a huge clearing on which countless seeds of gods were born. Among the gods born here, the goddess of beauty and the goddess of abundance lay in a large leaf. Suddenly, the child opened her eyes. Stretching, the girl was happy about her birth. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over her. The woman in black folded her hands behind her back. Extending her index finger, she called the goddess of beauty unfit and said that she should be disposed of. The child's eyes widened in fear. The man behind the goddess of destruction ordered her to stop. Raising his hand, he said that this girl makes this world even more beautiful. The world tree was owned by two gods who were parts of the original god. Holding a cloud of light energy in his hands, the god of creation absorbed the energy of chaos and bestowed life force. Holding a cloud of dark energy in her hand, the woman absorbed the life force that harmed harmony and returned it to its original state. Looking forward, the man said that he only had one wish: to transform all chaos and emptiness into life. A smile appeared on his face. At first everything went smoothly. Something happened and the god of creation suddenly disappeared. The goddess of destruction, around whom purple particles were flying, was left alone and began to reject everything she did not like, turning into a monster that destroyed the world. Lowering her gaze, the goddess of beauty, who followed the god of creation, strayed from the right path and became the goddess of nightmare. Smiling, the girl hoped that her father would definitely reincarnate somewhere because he couldn't just disappear. Giant Venus flytraps appeared around her. The woman who had to become stronger to find the god of creation chose the path of becoming an evil god, but in the end she managed to meet his reincarnation. The god of creation stood behind the main character. They had completely identical divine power. Surprised, his eyes widened. Ilshin realized that he was the reincarnation of a deity. Remembering how Sashin and Samshin appeared in front of him, he concluded that this was why his clones used the powers of the god of creation and the god of destruction. In the memory, Illo grew and became the same height as his comrade. The eternal seeker of truth used the principles of cause and effect to summon him. Frowning, the guy assumed that the same unknown god was a reference to the creator. Suddenly, the girl sitting in front of him became blurry. Closing his eyes, the young man realized that he was about to lose consciousness. The silent nightmare picked up his limp body. Squinting, she said that it was still difficult for him to use the power of the god of creation, and decided to take him home. The bright sun was shining above the apartment building. The young man was lying on the bed. At some point, he opened his eyes. Sitting next to him, Miri was glad that her teacher woke up. The writer asked how much time had passed. The girl answered that her mentor slept for 3 days. Putting her hand to his head, the player thought that the silent nightmare had moved him here. Frowning, the protagonist decided that he had spent a huge amount of energy on creating an illusory world. Generous Abundance asked him to use this ability only in extreme cases from now on. Someone walked up the stairs. Waving her hand, Mina was glad that her friend had woken up and invited him to the table. Blushing with embarrassment, the girl explained that she had cooked the food only to eat herself, but she had an extra portion left. The heroes sat down at the table. Songyun said that everything looked very tasty. The woman said that she had never cooked anything like this before, but everything turned out just perfect. Wishing everyone a bon appetit, the child put a full spoon in her mouth. The schoolgirl also tried her sister's new dish. Seeing that everyone was sick, the huntress asked what happened. Putting her hand to her throat, the girl replied that it was not tasty. Bringing the spoon to her mouth, Mina said that this could not be. Suddenly, her eyes turned white. Smiling tensely, Ilshin decided that it would be better for him to go outside and breathe fresh air. The guy sat down on a bench in the park in front of the apartment. Holding a laptop on his lap, he was glad that it was so quiet there and remembered that he would soon have an autograph session. The young man decided to prepare the materials and send them to the manager. Someone approached him. Smiling, the stranger said hello. Looking back, the writer greeted her. Handing him the phone, the girl said that she really liked his novella and called herself his fan. Raising his eyebrows, the player thanked her. Putting her hand to her stomach, the pregnant woman asked him for an autograph. A joyful smile appeared on her face. The protagonist looked down. Taking the notebook in his hands, Ilshin agreed to leave his signature. The stranger asked if she could ask him a few questions about the novella. Closing his eyes, the guy said that she could ask about anything. The girl pursed her lips. Putting her index finger up, the woman said that at the beginning of the novella, the protagonist receives divine coins for killing insects. Squinting, the young man remembered that at that moment he didn't even know that these ants were alive and thought it was just a game. Raising her hand, the stranger explained that after the novella was published, many people considered it too cruel and left many negative comments about it. Ilho and the Holy Virgin stood in front of the fortress walls. As the plot progresses, the main character saves them and begins to help their tribe. Squinting, the girl asked why the writer did this. Suddenly, the player choked. Scratching his eye, he laughed. The woman looked at him in confusion. Leaning over, she asked if this was a funny question. Smiling, Ilshin called it funny. Tapping his fingers on the bench, the guy asked her to stop pretending. Summoning a flame on the tip of his finger, the young man said that he could clearly see that the dragon of the abyss was in front of him. The abyss opened its mouth in shock, and its description appeared. At that moment, a powerful wave of flame fell upon him. The smoke cleared. Sternly knitting his brows, the young man realized that this would not be enough. Standing in a cloud of smoke, the monster spread its wings. Rounding its eyes, the monster noticed that its enemy was much stronger than it seemed. Dissolving into thin air, the abyss said one last thing, that after the birth of her child, everything would be over. Squinting, the writer asked if the enemy really thought that she would be able to escape. The entire planet Earth appeared in his hand. There was not a soul in the park. Clouds floated above the city. The mountains were covered with snow, but the abyss was nowhere to be found. Gritting his teeth, the player realized that she had disappeared without a trace. Opening his mouth, the protagonist decided to protect the Earth from enemies. A protective barrier appeared around the planet. Smiling, Ilshin thought that a mid-level god rules the planet, a high-level god rules the worlds, and a god of the highest level surpasses them. A force field appeared around the planet. A high-level god could use the skill to protect his world. Thanks to this, the fragments of the god of destruction would not be able to harm the Earth. The boy grinned, realizing that he would be able to trap the abyss dragon at any moment. Generous Abundance was happy for his friend. Soundless Nightmare asked him not to let down his guard, because the child of the abyss dragon could summon the fragments of the god of destruction to the earth. Frowning, the young man explained that this was why he wanted to use the transfer skill. The bright sun was shining above the houses. Abyss stood at the kitchen table. There was a smile on her face. Someone entered the code on the door. Smiling, the man smelled a delicious smell. Approaching him, the girl praised him for his good work. Putting his ear to her stomach, the office worker asked how their child was doing. Closing her eyes, the woman replied that he really wanted to hear his father's voice. She asked her husband to quickly wash his hands because she had something to tell him. Heading to the bathroom, the man agreed. Sitting at the table, he asked what she wanted to talk about. Smiling, the abyss said that their child was coming soon, so she wanted to stop playing at family. Looking up, her husband asked what they were talking about. Suddenly, his eyes became round with shock. The girl's skin was covered with dragon scales. A clawed paw hit the floor. Wings appeared in the air. Seeing them, the man trembled with fear and asked where his wife was. With wide yellow eyes, the dragon promised to send him to his wife right away. The monster snapped his fingers. The man was decapitated. The woman headed to the balcony, leaving bloody footprints behind her. Looking out the window, she thought that she still did not understand the feelings that people have. Putting her hand to her stomach, the abyss doubted that the enemy would like what happened next. Spreading her wings, the girl decided to set off. Baring her fangs, the dragon declared that it was time to put an end to this world. The protagonist cracked his knuckles. Ilshin rose from the sofa. Lowering his head, he realized that the enemy had finally begun to act. A huge fire had started in the city. The monster was spewing flames to burn the city to the ground. A voice came from the loudspeakers announcing that an SSS rank dungeon had been discovered, the boss of which was a disaster rank monster. The city residents, running away, did not understand why the hunters had not yet dealt with this problem. The monster looked up. Energy was concentrated in its mouth. Opening it, the abyss dragon unleashed its power on the innocent citizens. Finding himself right in front of her, the boy used the crushing index finger of a god. Their energies met. A powerful explosion was heard in the center of the city. The monster's eyes widened as he noticed his sworn enemy. Taking a step forward, the young man said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Putting his index finger forward, the writer promised not to let her go under any circumstances. Numerous explosions spread throughout the city. The protagonist flew over the rooftop straight to the enemy. People who saw him immediately recognized him as one of the god rank hunters. Looking at the crowd, Ilshin shouted, telling them to scatter. The dragon, releasing an aura, said that it was useless to run because the earth would soon be destroyed. The protagonist, angry, used the multiplying thumb of a god, and two of his clones immediately appeared in front of him. Ishin frowned, recognizing the dragon of the abyss. Samshin, becoming decisive, said to destroy the enemy. Opening his mouth, the dragon said that the clones could be destroyed with one blow. The protagonist raised his hand, ordering Sashin to tie up the enemy. The boy grinned, accepting the order. The vines instantly began to sprout from the ground, and at great speed they fettered the dragon. The monster became nervous, looking at the guy hovering to the side. Sashin, trembling, said that he would not be able to hold out for long. The protagonist, rushing into the attack together with the clones, told him to hold out a little longer. Samson concentrated mana in front of him, and a moment later he released a stream of mana. The dragon of the abyss was surprised to see a beam of energy, which struck him. The monster became angry because of the attack received. Ishin and the protagonist suddenly appeared above his head. Ilshin swung his sword, together with Ishin, and a moment later they struck the dragon together. The monster howled in pain, having received a wound. Dark slime appeared between the wounds, having begun to heal them with amazing speed. The protagonist, seeing this, began to curse. The dragon bared his teeth, saying that such an attack was nothing to him. The monster swung his tail, and directed it towards Samson, wanting to kill him. The guy frowned seeing this. The attack hit him. Ishin and the protagonist immediately turned around, feeling the loss of a comrade. Suddenly the dragon flapped its wings. Ilshin screamed, warning Ishin about the attack. The monster attacked the clone with its wing. The guys were forced to retreat because of the attack. The protagonist used healing magic. Ishin immediately thanked the original, after which he stood up and asked if he had any ideas on how to smoke this lizard. The protagonist answered, saying that he had an option to stupidly kill it further. Frowning, he said that if the dragon continues to regenerate, they can only make it impossible. Ishin grinned and said that this is their style. The monster's leg rushed towards the protagonist. A moment later, clouds of dust rose from the blow. The dragon grinned and said that people were like bugs, constantly buzzing something. Suddenly, a sword struck his neck. The protagonist turned around and told Ishin to attack without stopping. The guy rushed to attack and said that he knew it without him. Ilshin and the clone began to continuously inflict wounds on the dragon. The protagonist shouted, ordering Samson to attack. The boy who had recently disappeared released his aura and gathered mana near his mouth. The dragon was surprised, not understanding how the boy could survive. A moment later, a powerful stream of mana struck the dragon. Samson, catching his breath, said to destroy. The monster fell to his knees from pain and wounds. Ilshin, raising his sword, suggested that the abyss end everything now. Smiling widely, the monster said that he would do everything with one blow. Suddenly, blisters began to appear on the monster's body. The monster growled and began to swell. The protagonist was horrified to see this. A moment later, a powerful explosion occurred. Ilshin barely managed to save Samson from the explosion. Looking at Ishin, he asked if everything was okay. He replied, saying that since they did not die, then everything is fine. Samson nervously said to destroy. The protagonist was puzzled by what the guy said. Samson, in horror, pointed behind the original. The protagonist immediately turned around. His face was distorted with rage. A lone figure was hovering in the sky. It turned out to be the abyss itself, having taken a different form. Smiling, she said that she had not taken this form for a long time. A moment later, a phantom remained in her place. She struck Ishin in a second. Blood gushed from his wound. Smiling, she asked the guy if it was time for them to have fun. A moment later, the guy's body began to dissolve. He died with shock on his face. The protagonist gritted his teeth seeing the death of the clone. The abyss simply grinned, saying that one enemy was ready. Then she turned her attention to Samson, who changed his stance and concentrated mana in front of him. A moment later, he collected a huge amount of mana. The concentration of such an amount of mana strained the guy. Suddenly, the abyss struck, saying that such attacks no longer worked on her. Disappearing, Samson looked angrily at the opponent. Then he rushed towards the protagonist in the form of a ball of mana. The abyss looked at the guy and said that he finally became a god of the highest class, satisfying her appetite. Licking her lips, she said that she wondered what he tasted like. Ilshin gritted his teeth, realizing that the opponent was stronger than he expected. Gripping the blade tighter, he considered using the energy of creation, but decided to leave it in case the god of destruction appeared. Standing in front of the opponent, he asked himself if there really was no other way to win. Suddenly, generous abundance advised him to use the divine sword of the rich battle through the system, capable of cutting the abyss. The protagonist frowned, trying to remember if the god had such a weapon. Suddenly, even Thousand Blades recommended this weapon, saying that the god of battle kept this sword for the battle against the god of destruction. The protagonist bowed his head, deciding to trust the gods. A moment later, the sword of the god of battle appeared in front of him. Ilshin grabbed the sword and tried to restrain its energy. He frowned, feeling the incredible power that the god had been accumulating for hundreds of millions of years. The abyss, concentrating mana in her hands, said that she had completely forgotten about the god of battle, whom he had absorbed. A moment later, twin blades formed in her hands. Ilshin tensed up, feeling the aura of two blades. He used the blind eye of the god to look through the history of the god of destruction. It all began at the world tree. The goddess of destruction said goodbye to the god of creation. The guy smiled, asking the girl not to be sad, because this is his fate. Unable to hold back her tears, the goddess asked why he was forced to die. Was it because she was born imperfect? The god of creation chuckled, saying that it was not that, but that he wanted her to become eternity, but that was only his selfish wish. The world was plunged into darkness. To calm the world filled with chaos, a creation greater than the creator god himself was needed. And the crying girl was supposed to become it, eternity, the perfect god who would never change, destroy chaos and overcome any obstacles. The creator god died, having spent all his strength in the hope that his double, the goddess of destruction, would become that same perfect god, but something went wrong. As he disappeared, he told the goddess that eternity had failed, so there was only one way left, to create an imperfect world in which life and death form a circle. In his last moment before dying, he asked the goddess to preserve his legacy. Then the flesh and bones of the god became stars. He disintegrated into the universe. The goddess of destruction watched for billions of years as the seeds scattered after the death of the creator god. She sat motionless, fulfilling the will of the deceased. She watched the last creation of the god, the universe in which various forms of life appeared, from the highest gods and humans to insects. The goddess, tired of watching, said that filthy and disgusting creatures happily lived on the corpse of the creator. After hundreds of millions of years, the goddess rose and made a decision to turn this entire world into nothingness, destroying the vicious circle. Looking at the universe, she decided that if his world was in danger, he would definitely return. Frowning, the protagonist asked the abyss if she had destroyed many worlds for the sake of resurrecting the creator god. The girl nodded, saying that what she had done was not meaningless. After all, he was born, the apostle of the creator god. Starting to approach the guy, she said that unfortunately he is not the creator god that the goddess had hoped for, but only a defective copy, so she must kill him in order to resurrect the true god. A moment later, she rushed forward. The protagonist parried her attack. Grinning, the abyss said that she would show him the difference between a real and a defective god. Ilshin tensed up, parrying each attack of the enemy, but soon wounds began to appear on his hand. The blade of the abyss rushed towards him, forcing the protagonist to jump back. His slippers, blessed by the creator god, were able to withstand the onslaught, but the guy himself was not as whole as his flip-flops. Grinning, the abyss asked the guy if he now understood the difference between them. Angrily, the protagonist said that this is not the end yet. Remembering the god of battle, the protagonist told himself that the more he swung the sword, the more he felt his strength growing, because the god of battle was a god who grew stronger with each battle. Looking at the opponent, he began to notice her weak points. The guy suddenly disappeared from his place, and holding the sword tightly, he rushed at the girl. A moment later, their battle resumed. While fending off the attacks, the abyss said that the ability of the god of battle was quite problematic. The girl suddenly released mana, and the swing of her blades created two powerful explosions. Leaning over, the abyss said that she would not mind playing a little longer, but she did not have much time. The protagonist, not listening to her, jumped up, and with a scream, he used the terror of 1,000 devils. Powerful sickles of mana rushed at the goddess. For the first time in the battle, Na became serious. Suddenly smiling, she said that she was of course sorry, but that was enough for today, so next time they would fight even more fiercely. Lightning began to fall, destroying several blocks. The protagonist landed on the roof of one of the buildings, and stared at the battlefield below. Frowning, he tried to understand what the abyss said at the end. Suddenly, a system window appeared. Reading the notification, the protagonist was surprised. He stared at the crater below, realizing that the abyss had cowardly fled again. The guy screamed in rage, saying that next time he would never let her go. The events take us a few days later to the protagonist's apartment. The guy lying with his eyes closed began intensive training after the escape of the abyss. He fought with 1,000 blades. The blacksmith, feeling euphoria, raised his sword and struck it at the protagonist. A smile did not leave his lips, but a moment later he frowned, telling Ilshin that he had become stronger since the last time. Looking at the guy standing in front of him, he said that he now had the power worthy of a god of the highest rank. Frowning, the protagonist said that this was still not enough to cut the body of the abyss into pieces. Smiling widely, 1,000 Blades said that he would better ask the Silent Nightmare about this, and it seems that she really misses him. Suddenly, the space near Ilshin parted, from which vines shot out. They instantly enveloped the protagonist. The guy barely contained his irritation, saying that this goddess had taken up her act again. A moment later, the guy was dragged into a spatial crack. Entering another world, the protagonist cut the vines. Nightmare, unable to contain her admiration, said that fighting a god of the highest rank excited her greatly. Ilshin, becoming serious, asked Nightmare if she had anything to say on the matter. Smiling, the girl said that she knew nothing and it would be better for him to ask Abundance. After that, the protagonist found himself on Abundance's knees. Looking at the guy, the goddess said that now the likelihood that he would die and the earth would collapse had increased. After all, even gods of the highest rank were afraid of the abyss and the goddess of destruction. Stroking the guy's head, she said that even so, they had a way out. Remembering the guy's clone, she said that since he was the reincarnation of a certain god, everything was subject to him. The protagonist looked at the goddess expressing understanding, and in his mind he said that the false creation of the earth and heaven would be the final weapon, but it was disposable. Suddenly, a giant hand appeared and grabbed the guy by the leg. The protagonist looked at the hand and said that he had completely forgotten about it. A moment later, the hand dragged him into its world. The eternal seeker of truth sat on the platform saying that muscles are above all else. Sitting on the protagonist, he said that they would start with 10,000 squats. Ilshin trembled with his whole body training his body, while Sashin improved his writing. On the roof of Ilshin's apartment, Ishin confronted Ilho. The clone concentrated mana in his fist and delivered a powerful blow to Ilho. The guy's body trembled after the blow. Wiping away the sweat, he told Ishin that he had become stronger again. Smiling, Ishin told the guy that his durability was still excellent. Samshin, meanwhile, concentrated mana and shot a beam at the monsters. Ilho glanced at him and said that the boy dealt with the S-rank monster pretty quickly. The protagonist slightly narrowed his eyes, realizing that now not only S-rank, but even SS rank did not pose any threat, because even Sasha's Raviki had improved significantly. Looking at the pen in his hand, the protagonist mentally said that it would be good if Sasha's strength was enough, and he did not fall unconscious after he rewrote the universe. Raising the pen, the protagonist decided to finish the novella that he wrote as a child. Events take us a few days later to an autograph session. Ilshin gave autographs with a smile on his face. A little nervously, he mentally said that more people came than he expected, and even those to whom he said that it was not necessary to come. Neri and her friend greeted the protagonist, saying that the teacher is cool. At this time, some in the crowd said that having received Ilshin's own autograph, they could pass it on to their children as a relic. The last one to approach the protagonist was a girl. She smiled sweetly as she greeted the guy. The protagonist spun the handle and stared at the girl. Continuing to smile, the girl told the guy that she was his big fan. The protagonist bared his teeth and said that he had been waiting for her for a long time. The Abyss was amazed at how quickly she was recognized. Smiling, she told the guy that he was very attentive, but even so, he had not noticed one thing. Pointing to herself, she said that it was she who had created the creator of gods, and the purpose of this game was to revive this god. Ilshin was very surprised to hear her. Folding her hands in front of her, the girl said that she had specially made it so that the user would be a person with the most incredible talent for creation, but she did not know that he would turn out to be such a simpleton. Frowning, the guy said that he was hearing this from a coward. Touching her stomach, she said that at that moment her baby was not born and her strength was quickly draining away. The system suddenly reported that the Abyss was distant from the soul. Smiling, the protagonist asked what was the point of creating such a toy. Bowing her head, the goddess asked the guy if he was afraid of her, now that she could use all her powers. Suddenly, a guard approached her asking her to step aside. The Abyss only raised her hand, and with a click, destroyed the guard's head. The crowd that saw this was horrified. The guard's body fell to the floor. One boy screamed in fear, starting to panic. Because of this, the others also began to panic, saying that they urgently needed to run. The Abyss looked at the people and called them inferior creatures. The protagonist's muscles swelled sharply when he struck the Abyss. Grinning, the girl said that such a blow was nothing to her. The protagonist, getting into a dash stance, said that this time he would definitely not let her go. A moment later, he rushed to attack. The Abyss managed to jump back, avoiding the blow. Flying back, the Abyss said that he was too angry for killing one insect. Ilshin got angry after hearing her comparison. The Abyss's body began to transform. Having finished the transformation, she asked the protagonist what the key difference was between an insect whose life was important to him and a real insect. The protagonist gritted his teeth, saying that her question was nonsense. Smiling, the girl said that she even killed her beloved husband to get an answer, but she still felt nothing. A moment later, she disappeared from her place, and then she appeared above the guy, knocking him to the ground. The protagonist gritted his teeth, realizing that the girl had become much stronger. Suddenly, Miri appeared to the side. She aimed her hand at the Abyss, telling her to take her hands off her teacher. A moment later, a beam of energy rushed towards the Abyss. Raising a finger, the Abyss said that she was exactly the same insect that she created. Ilho suddenly appeared and screamed, and with all his strength he hit the Abyss, forcing her to jump back. The girl got angry and asked Ilho who he was. Ilho, not paying attention to the question, told Ilshin that he had to move. The protagonist immediately stood up and took the pen. Grinning, the protagonist told Ilshin that he had come in time. The protagonist used the terror of 1,000 demons, striking the girl. The Abyss, having received a wound, fell to her knees. Ishin and Samshin, who were standing on the roof, said that it was not interesting to end so quickly. Looking at the goddess, the protagonist said that he already knew about her arrival, so he prepared clones. The goddess grinned upon hearing his words. Suddenly, a wormhole appeared in the sky. Miri was horrified when she felt the aura outside the wormhole. Her friend screamed, ordering everyone to run. But it was too late, the monster had already appeared in this world. Smiling, the Abyss ordered her child to kill everyone else. The monster stepped onto the edge of the wormhole and jumped straight down. The S-rank huntress looked at the monster in fear. Gusts of wind and clouds of smoke rose when the monster landed on the ground. His fist immediately rushed towards the target. He hit the huntress. Miri screamed, worried about her sister. Ilho rushed to attack, saying that he was tired of sitting in the tower because of monsters. He and Miri headed towards the monster. The monster opened its mouth and dealt a powerful blow to Miri. Ilho saw this, the world froze. This was enough for the monster to strike him. Ishin and Samshin landed behind the worried protagonist. Ilshin frowned, not understanding what was happening. The monster in front of him was the Titan of the Apocalypse. It was created by the Abyss for the sake of the end of the world and the resurrection of the Creator God. The Abyss called its blade, saying that it was time to destroy the world, leaving nothing behind. The girl smiled after that. Ilho was safe, although he was enduring an unbearable load. Raising the Titan's leg, he said that while Ilshin was in danger, he could not allow himself to die. The Abyss looked at him, deciding that there was another god on Earth. Ishin approached the protagonist and said that he, the clones, and Ilho would deal with the Titan. A moment later, he disappeared from his place, and together with Samshin, he rushed towards the monster. Putting his sword in front of him, he began to read the spell. Samshin did not stand on ceremony, immediately starting to fire. A stream of his energy rushed into the monster. Ishin frowned and said that this should be enough. But a moment later he felt horror. There was not a scratch on the body of the monster in front of him. Ishin looked at the enemy's body with disbelief. The monster took a breath of air, and Gromuk roared, throwing back the opponents. Ishin, dispersing from one blow, said that it was impossible. Samshin, whose arms were destroyed, agreed with him. Ilho, sweating profusely, said that it couldn't be that simple. He tried to lift the monster's leg, but it didn't work. The protagonist, standing to the side, watched this. The Abyss, smiling, told the guy that he was finally alone now. The Titan rushed at the guy. His fist rushed towards him. But a moment later, the arm was broken by the protagonist. The Abyss opened her eyes wide in shock upon seeing this. Ilshin barely held back his laughter, calling the girl an idiot. Twisting the handle, the protagonist said that they were inside his novella where they would die. The Abyss began to look around, asking the guy from what moment the world became unreal. The protagonist, looking at the Titan's broken arm, told her to guess everything herself. Smiling, he said that she herself decided to come to him today, and knowing this, he prepared himself by starting to sign autographs. The Abyss became serious for a moment upon hearing his words, but a moment later she smiled, saying that it was interesting, although this world cannot keep her here. After that, she immediately released her aura. The protagonist intercepted the pen, saying that he did not plan to lock her here, but to destroy her. A moment later, he rushed to attack. As he ran, he wrote words in the air, shocking the Abyss. She barely managed to dodge the beam of light energy, and standing up, she decided to attack. Her swings of the blades created two sickles. After that, she changed the grip on the weapon, starting a new confrontation with Ilshin. The girl smiled, saying that the fight was not bad. The opponents jumped away from each other after the collision, as a result of which the protagonist received a scratch, as did the Abyss. Licking her lips, she said that having become a god of the highest rank, he still acquired the ability to create worlds. The protagonist, frowning, confirmed this. The Abyss straightened up and said that although she didn't want to admit it, he made it so detailed that she didn't even notice the substitution. The Abyss bared her teeth and said that he was just a defect, not even reaching the tips of the toes of the Creator God. After that, she sat on her son's back, who went berserk, and with a roar, he released his aura. His aura spread to the entire island. Soon, it completely covered the entire Earth. The protagonist raised his hands, blocking the monster's aura. His legendary slippers were able to withstand the onslaught. Rejoicing, the Abyss ordered her son to kill Ilshin and prove that he was a complete failure. The monster raised his hand. The protagonist tensed his muscles. A moment later, the Titan struck him. The concrete shattered into crumbs. The protagonist, having withstood the blow, began to write on the ground. The Titan was surprised that his blow did not cause damage. The protagonist wrote on the ground that it was just an ordinary blow that did not contain divine power. Titan raised his hand, realizing that because of this inscription his blow did not cause damage. A second later, there was a powerful explosion. The protagonist was forced to step back. All his muscles tensed, while he himself did not understand why the illusory world did not work. Sashin appeared in the subconscious and told the protagonist to control his emotions, because this monster was able to beat him even without divine power and abilities. The protagonist stood up and, thanks to the pen, restored all the buildings. Frowning, the Abyss asked what he was going to do now. Suddenly, all the destroyed parts of the buildings began to fly, and with amazing speed, they began to recover, completely taking on their previous appearance. Angry, the Abyss said that such a worm should not consider himself a real creator god. Titan suddenly struck. The protagonist extended his finger and blocked the monster's attack, which greatly surprised the Titan. All this was due to the fact that the protagonist, thanks to the inscriptions, weakened the giant. Smiling, Ilshin said that now he takes into account even the smallest details. Suddenly, the protagonist felt horror because the abyss ordered him to freeze. The guy tried to get out of the goddess's control, but he could not move a finger. The goddess, mocking Ilshin, said that it was she who gave all the abilities to people and Mina's control too. Approaching the protagonist, she asked if he liked her abilities. Ilshin, barely moving his head, said that the abilities were really good. The abyss held back her anger, seeing how the guy tried to seem calm. Raising a finger, she told him that he would soon die, so she would still fulfill his last will. Meanwhile, the protagonist stared in shock at the lightning, which was Miri's ability. A moment later, a pillar of lightning fell on him. The abyss, standing in front of the clouds of smoke, said that it was a fun game. She glanced to the side, saying that now there is no need in this world. But suddenly the protagonist, who was whole, asked her where she was going. Starting to write in the air, Ilshin said that he was still alive and she would definitely not leave here. The protagonist moved his leg and jumped into the air. Just before dying from a lightning strike, he decomposed his body into elements and then gathered himself again. This is how the guy rewrote his fate. Ilshin began to write again. What he wrote brought a smile to his face. The abyss trembled with anger and horror, saying that it was impossible. The protagonist looked at her and said that nothing was impossible for him. After that, he continued to hover in the air. The abyss, being angry, said that she had fought with many gods, but had never seen such abilities. Looking at the pen, the protagonist said that he himself did not yet understand his abilities. Perhaps the reason is that this world was created according to his novel, where the writer was a creator similar to an almighty god. Sashin appeared behind the guy and told him not to relax, because if the logic of events is violated, this world will also collapse, and here is the same device as in the principles of cause and effect of the gods. Gritting his teeth, Ilshin said that for this very reason he could not kill them immediately. Meanwhile, the abyss used the skill of the protagonist himself, healing his child. He was completely restored in an instant. The protagonist frowned, seeing the healing skill, which he could not block, otherwise the logic of events would be violated. Looking at the guy, the goddess said that nothing had changed, after which she completely turned to the guy, saying that he would be able to withstand the fight only for a year, but no more. The protagonist bowed his head, feeling helpless. He suddenly grinned, saying that this was enough for him. In addition to the novella, the writer of the Divine Player at 10 years old, he wrote another one, which helped in the creation of this world. This novella was called Hunter Ilshin Eating Dreams. Having started writing, he mentally said that there would be enough time and logic to remove these two from the plot. The protagonist suddenly summoned the Reaper, who opens the window to the abyss. When he arrived, he immediately turned around and presented his scythe to the guy. The protagonist grabbed it, putting it on his shoulder. Hunter Ilshin found a black scythe in the temple, the scythe that the god of death used. The abyss gritted its teeth, seeing the scythe, which the guy threw at it. The Titan stood in front of his mother, wanting to block the scythe. It easily pierced his body. Ilshin stopped smiling and became serious. The monster grabbed the scythe, trying to pull it out of the body, but no matter how much effort he put in, he could not do it. The protagonist, seeing this, nodded, saying that it was definitely impossible to pull it out of the body. After all, he asked that one cannot escape from the scythe of the Reaper, who opens the window to the abyss and also cannot be extracted. The goddess trembled with anger, saying that this was too mean a trick. Ilshin grinned and said that he hadn't even started. The goddess turned to her child, using healing magic. The protagonist squinted and told her that it definitely wouldn't help. The girl, hearing his words, turned around. The protagonist didn't say anything to her, calling on the hourglass of mockery. A moment later, a sphere of many strands of mana appeared in the sky. The abyss covered her eyes from the light, trying to understand what was going on. A strange structure appeared right above her. In shock, she said that she couldn't even imagine the existence of such abilities. The protagonist, mocking her, said that he was simply recreating logical events based on a novel he wrote when he was 10. Suddenly, the sand itself flowed out of the hourglass, making the abyss tense up. A huge amount of sand began to fall right on them. The abyss raised her hand, blocking the sand, which bound her with invisible fetters, starting to suck out all her life force. Mother and son roared in pain, saying that this can't be. The protagonist, looking at the goddess, told her to accept it, because the hourglass of mockery speeds up time. Soon only a hand remained from the abyss itself. Hunter Ilshin Eating Dreams, a story written by the protagonist after he lost his parents as a result of opening the gate. In this novel, there were characters similar to the abyss and the goddess of destruction. Stretching out a finger, he decided that it was time to deal with everyone. The guy concentrated mana in his finger, but he turned around abruptly, feeling something. He felt rage, feeling the power of an otherworldly creature, namely, the goddess of destruction, who was approaching the planet. her limbs flew through space, and after a couple of seconds they found themselves on Earth. A beam of energy burst out of the tentacles, and through space rushed to the Earth, falling near the protagonist. Ilshin turned around in fear, when a figure began to form right on the ground. It was a woman who had come to the call of the child of the apocalypse. The protagonist gritted his teeth, realizing that the monster was a tool for establishing causality, and its attack on him had caused the appearance of the goddess of destruction. The soul of the abyss, looking at the guy, told the guy that now it was the end for him, because with her arrival the entire Earth would be destroyed. The protagonist, waving his hand, told her to shut up, because everything in this world was subject to him. Streams of energy burst out of the Earth, striking the limbs of the goddess of destruction. Ilshin was surprised to see something, namely, the appearance of a huge eye above the Earth, from which a beam of energy burst out, in size exceeding the Earth hundreds of times. The protagonist, straining, used the divine sword of the heavenly demon and the great fire of Inferno. His attack flew out to meet the attack of the goddess of destruction, because of which a powerful explosion occurred. The planet continued its movement. Ilshin staggered, catching his breath. He blocked the attack, dividing and weakening her attack with a sword strike. The monster behind the abyss grabbed his head. The abyss looked at the hero indignantly. She could not believe that he withstood the blow of the goddess of destruction. From the eye on bloody arcs, a girl in black began to descend. The goddess of destruction looked at the people. Ilshin gritted his teeth in shock. He realized that he was looking at the same goddess of destruction that he saw through the blind eye of a god. The goddess descended onto the road between the rivals. She looked coldly at the hero and said so they met. She called the hero a defective reincarnation of the creator god, and now he will soon be sacrificed. The system screamed danger. The assessment failed. The target is much superior to Ilshin. The hero looked at her angrily and thought that the goddess is a goddess, since she could not be assessed even being a god of the highest class. He took out a pen and began to write. The letters named the chapter Hunter Ilshin, Eating Dreams. The finale began. The hero rushed at the goddess. She parried each of his blows. The hero stepped back, but he dashed forward again, taking out a pen. The goddess's eyes flashed with purple light. She said that the hero was nothing compared to him. The hero was thrown back by the emerging energy field. Power waves circled the entire globe. Ilshin fell to his knee, covered in electricity. He drew his eyebrows together and looked forward defiantly. The goddess approached him and said that Ilshin was a good actor. Suddenly she looked up and said that the hero could not fool her, or had he forgotten who she was. She saw Ilshin's spirit above her. Sashin slammed the table and said that they had underestimated the goddess of destruction too much. He ordered the hero to run. A bloody clot formed in the goddess's hand. She was about to sum up the hero's tasteless game. Ilshin's spirit began to be pulled to the ground. The goddess grabbed him by the throat. He looked angrily at his enemy. He could not believe that she had embodied him in his own illusory world. The pale girl calmly said that everything was real now and threw the hero into the wall. The hero's body went limp among the rubble. The goddess looked up and asked the hero not to pretend to be dead, because even a marriage cannot die like this. Ilshin grinned and said that she was different from his past opponents. He stood up, stones falling from his body. He smiled menacingly and summoned a feather, saying that he would be sincere with her. The abyss shuddered at the thought that the hero had been playing with her all this time. She asked when the hero had managed to reach such a level. Ilshin scraped his slipper along the road, and he made a dash, embodying a super-tempered steel body. The energy fist approached the goddess's face. An explosion was heard from the blow. The girl spat out blood from the blow in shock. Ilshin stood close to her and began to hit. He stuck his gaze to her, not giving himself a break in his blows. The goddess's hair jumped up from each blow. She asked, "Is it really all about the fragmented power?" The monster in the abyss ran to help. The goddess coldly said that their help would be very useful. She ordered to use her last duty. She pointed her hand at her minions. 3 fire beams shot out from it, which pierced their bodies. The abyss coughed up blood and looked at the goddess, asking why. The ruler cast a short glance at her and said that they were her property, necessary for restoring the original power, so they must fulfill their duty and return the power to her. Clumps of energy began to be drawn out of the monster in the abyss. Their bodies began to dry out. The abyss let out a shrill scream. Purple energy began to swirl around the woman. Ilshin looked at the goddess in fear and asked, what kind of power was this? The system notified the hero of the danger. The goddess of destruction reunited parts of her power. She raised her hand imperiously and said that she would show the hero the true difference between them. Ilshin jumped back. His pen sparked. If he uses everything that is in this world. The goddess immediately appeared behind him. Having guessed what the hero was going to use, she said that he should already understand that it was useless. She snapped her fingers and a huge beam hit the ground. Ilshin's body froze. A roar rose. He fell to his knees and trembled before the supreme being. The goddess looked at him and asked, is this really all that he can show? Blood flowed from his mouth. The hero grinned and said that he was not alone. The hero's assistants jumped to attack. The goddess looked at him questioningly. An explosion was heard from the blows. The goddess of destruction slowly emerged from the smoke and dust. She looked at the hero and asked if this was really his end. Ilho, Ishin and Samshin stood in front of the hero. He asked if they understood the plan. Ilshin smiled expectantly and offered to light it one last time. The goddess of destruction looked arrogantly at the squad that appeared and asked if the hero really thought that something would change now. He was trying in vain. But Ilshin stood up and said not at all, because only through effort can one knock out even the slightest chance of victory. 2 fingers touched his temple. Ilshin was going to use all available means and methods for this. He asked if the director could hear him. The director smiled and asked what happened. Ilshin looked at the goddess with a challenge and suggested making another film, the title of which would be Hunter Ilshin, Who Eats Dreams. Ishin looked angrily at the enemy. The goddess looked at his sword and said that she had not seen it for a long time. She said that it was with this sword that the knight cut her. The spirit of the knight appeared above Ishin. He said that now it would not be limited to a cut. He pushed off the asphalt and began to approach for an attack. His gaze hovered on one point. The goddess raised a sparkling finger and asked, "Does the guy still believe that this sword will do anything?" She shot a beam at Ishin. Ilshin moved behind her, made a dash and aimed a feather at her back. The woman cast a short glance at him and only waved her finger. A flash and a beam throws the hero back. Blood splashes from the steel body and Ilshin screams in pain. Samshin bent down and screamed to destroy. The goddess looked at him and chuckled. Ilho was falling on her from above, swinging his fist. A blue beam pierced the road. Dust rose. Ilho picked up the wounded hero and asked if he was okay. Ilshin replied that he could still fight. The goddess soared above the ground. Sweat was running down the hero's face. He thought that after she absorbed the power of the Titan of the Apocalypse and the Abyss, he no longer saw a way to resist her, but there was still a way to deal with her. Sashin was diligently writing the script. It was about the finale of The Hunter Who Eats Dreams. The hero mentally said that all hope was on Sashin. The hero waved his pen and said until the event becomes as likely as possible, they will make every effort and stall for time. Each member of the squad selflessly responded. The goddess's eyes flashed purple. She called the heroes pathetic, but he was different from them. A purple light flashed in the sky. The goddess moved to Samshin and he trembled. Ilshin turned and screamed. The goddess looked at the boy and said that he was a part of her, separated a long time ago. She said that he had been waiting for her. Samshin's eyes glowed purple and his face went limp. A terrifying silhouette loomed before him. A voice commanded him to join her and they would erase all the parasites from the body of the creator god. They would wait together for his true resurrection. Samshin smiled obsessively and said to destroy. Ishin sighed and asked Samshin to wake up. He jumped on the goddess, swinging his sword at her. He screamed, began to say terror of 1,000 da. Suddenly a devilish voice said that this sword would not touch her body anymore. Samshin looked in surprise at the spurting blood. The goddess pierced Ishin's stomach with her hand. She lifted the boy up and said that he would be the first victim in the name of the true resurrection of the creator god. Ishin's body began to glow red and evaporate. The woman's face was enveloped in red streams of energy. She said the first is. Ilho was already flying to attack. He screamed, asking how dare she touch another Ilshin. The goddess waved her hand and thin cuts pierced Ilho's body. The brave ant began to evaporate. He addressed the hero for the last time. The goddess began to attract energy to her hand and said that there was a second one. Samshin looked at the hero frantically and said to destroy. An acquaintance with Ishin appeared in his head. He remembered the fearless ant who praised his strength. He remembered the 2 sisters and the hero himself, how his niece ran to hug him. Samshin screamed. A sphere with spells appeared in front of his mouth. He said to destroy syllable by syllable. The goddess was illuminated by a yellow light. Samshin screamed. A powerful beam shot at her. He screamed. Enormous energy was released from his mouth. Suddenly his body broke into 2 parts and began to evaporate. The goddess said that there was no point in her sparing him, even if he was her fragment. She gathered his energy and said that she would return him to where he belonged from the beginning. She clenched her fist, shrouded in a red aura, and sipped this power. Shades of red appeared in her eyes. She said that now it was the hero's turn. She ordered him to obey and become a victim. Ilshin said boldly that he would not allow everything to go according to her plan. Covered in blood, Ilshin said that while she fought his clones in Ilho, the ending of the dream-eating hunter was written. He smiled and said that it was a very interesting ending. A black clot formed in the woman's hand. She ordered the hero to disappear. He only remained grimly silent, looked up and smiled. The goddess's fingers began to break. Her eyes widened in shock. Behind her fingers, the woman's entire hand began to break in different places. She looked coldly at the hero and asked, "Is this another trick?" Ilshin leisurely twirled the pen in his hand and said that the ending of the story had already been written. In the ending, it was said that the clones of Ilshin and Ilho did not die. The goddess clenched her teeth. A drop of sweat ran down her face. Now they were parasitizing inside the goddess of destruction. The woman looked at the hero with fear, and the hero's auras appeared above her head. Due to the Emperor's parasitism skill that Ilshin had received, the hero smiled and asked how the goddess liked his trick. She looked at him angrily and said that even with such tricks, he would not change anything. Her eyes filled with light. A tornado of energy grew around her body and magic circles appeared. Ilshin narrowed his eyes, noting that the goddess still had plenty of power. He shuddered. The woman's body was covered in lightning. A changed voice said that the hero could not hide anything from her. Wings appeared from behind her back, a crown above her head. She flew up and said that the hero in front of her was unable to feel anything but despair. She was going to destroy everything that was dear to the hero. Ilshin stepped back, trying to understand, was he really seeing her real body? He did not take his eyes off her. Sashin's spirit said that because of her power, the power of everything that exists was gradually decreasing. He said that he needed time to figure out the probabilities. Ilshin clenched his teeth. A huge winged creature hovered above him in the air. Ilshin used a feather and created a golden thread. The goddess shook her finger and asked, did he really think that she would allow his clone to perform another trick? The veins on his hand suddenly bulged. Ilshin looked at her tensely. He was going to buy as much time as he could. The goddess said that she was already tired of this. She pulled the souls of the heroes from her hand and destroyed them, clenching them in her fist. Ilshin screamed desperately. The goddess poured out soul fragments and said that these fools did not even notice that they were lured by fingers. She looked at the hero and asked, can't he feel the difference in levels? Ilshin screamed furiously that he will not forgive this. He stretched out his hand and used the summoning of the treasure of 1,000 blades. The treasure appeared. With the ability of 1,000 blades, time was suspended for one. Ilshin shuddered, seeing a heavenly demon in front of him. The old man laughed and said that he came to see his disciple. Ilshin looked at him in bewilderment and asked, how did he end up here? The old man said that if the goddess of destruction disappeared, he too would have no reason to exist. For this last farewell, he concentrated the remnants of the principles of cause and effect. Ilshin recoiled and asked, is this really the last time he sees the demon? The old man looked wisely to the side and said that if life has a beginning, then it is also destined to end. He said that there is no more time for talking. He handed the hero a sword. He told him to take it quickly because there is little time. The heavenly demon looked far into space and said that this is a sword forged by the law of causality over several million years. It will be sacrificed to destroy the goddess of destruction. The hero took the sword out of its sheath, releasing dust and debris from it. The heavenly demon said that this is a divine blade that cuts absolutely everything. He came closer and asked him to remember that the divine sword can only be used once. The old man laughed and began to disintegrate. He believed that the hero would definitely save this world from the goddess of destruction. The treasury disappeared. He intercepted the sword and eagerly looked at the enemy. The goddess shuddered, seeing the divine sword. The hero looked at him. The sword was rusty, as if it was about to fall apart, but he felt incredible power emanating from it, and perhaps if he saved the rest of his strength, he could get rid of the goddess of destruction. He made a swift lunge, taking out a feather. The goddess looked at him in surprise, noting his speed. The hero immediately hit her with the feather. He looked at the goddess seriously. The demon spirit demanded that the hero use it, but Ilshin said that it was not time yet. The goddess put up a block. Blood spurted from her hands. She looked angrily at the hero, asking how dare he. She immediately released a powerful beam. Ilshin stood up from the bottom of the crater where he was driven. He was shaking in pain. It was hard for him to stand on his feet. A camera on wings appeared in the air. Ilshin looked at it in surprise and smiled, glad that it had finally appeared. The camera wobbled, looking for angles, and the director said that the setup took a little time. He said that he would start broadcasting The Hunter Who Eats Dreams in real time. The camera flashed. The audience perked up, seeing the hero. The number of believers became 1.9 trillion. Ilshin was covered in energy, smiled and said that now the time has come. The demon smiled contentedly, seeing the huge number of believers. The magical creatures screamed and supported the hero. The number of believers grew to 3.7 trillion. The blade of the divine sword began to glow. Ilshin was going to wait a little longer. The goddess noted with amazement that the divine power of the hero was growing. The demon smiled and said that the moment had come. The number of believers grew to 10 trillion. The divine energy around the hero threw stones. In the blink of an eye, Ilshin appeared in front of the woman in black. She looked at the pouring warm light with fear. Ilshin frowned and said that this was her end. He used the divine sword of the heavenly demon and the great fire of Inferno. A swing, after which rainbow stains were left in space. The buildings began to collapse. The sun flared up over the city. The charred body began to fall. There was a roar. The camera managed to film it. The spectators jumped up from their seats. They believed in Ilshin. The hero landed on the ground, leaning on the sword. It began to evaporate. Ilshin praised him. The system reported that the divine sword of the heavenly demon was recalled to the treasury of 1,000 blades. Ilshin stood up with difficulty and looked at the flame in front of him, asking, has the end come? He shook his head and said that now is not the time to worry about it. He needed to find traces of Ilho and the clones. Suddenly there was a splash. Ilshin shuddered. He stepped on the water, the sky darkened. He looked ahead in surprise. This was Mina's astral space skill. The goddess stepped onto the water's surface. Unharmed, she smiled and said she couldn't believe the hero had made her go so far. She smiled sweetly and looked at the hero. Ilshin frowned, as he thought the goddess was alive. He took out a pen, noting that this woman could not be killed even by a blow from a divine sword. He drew a line. The woman said that it was a very good attack, but it could not take the god founder because even after death she was reborn again. She looked at her hand and said that she was ready to destroy this world again. While waiting for the reincarnation of the creator god, there was only one thing that bothered her. There was a cosmos hidden in her eyes. She asked if the creator god would hate her after his resurrection for completely destroying the world he created. The world that had lived for millions of years only for his revival. The woman turned away. She said if he hated her, she would not be able to stand it. Ilshin did not waste time and took notes. She asked what he thought. He said that in his place he would not be happy about this. He looked seriously at the goddess and said if his works, to which he devoted himself, were wasted, he would experience despair and pain that were scary to imagine. The goddess thought about it. Bloody tears rolled down her cheeks, as she expected. A drop fell into the water. The goddess looked away sadly and said that the creator god would definitely hate her. Her eyes flashed. She screamed that even so, her hope would not fade. Even if resentment grew in him, she would not accept her. Ilshin looked at the goddess in confusion. The water began to rise next to the woman. She said that she could not become a goddess for eternity, so she would not be able to create a whole world, and if the creation, the symbol of his life, disappeared, her power of death could increase dramatically. She looked coldly at the hero and said that in that case, if she disappeared, the creator god would regain his strength and be resurrected. Ilshin waved his hand and said that this was madness. The goddess smiled and said that she wanted to personally see his perfect form, but she had no other choice. She waved her hands and began to evaporate. She would use the remaining power and forbid the hero here, after which she would end the earth for the sake of the creator god. Ilshin stepped back. She clenched her teeth and said that he already understood what she was getting at, but he didn't think that she had completely lost her common sense. Meanwhile, the goddess was watching the hero through the sphere in the real world. She waved her finger. The space began to crumble, releasing red light. The woman walked forward imperiously. Fragments of reality rained down on her. She decided to show the hero a power worthy of the creator. She teleported to the Earth's orbit. She pointed her hand at the ground. It began to crumble. Meteors flew to the ground. People ran away in horror. The goddess sighed heavily. Meanwhile, in the coffee shop, Mina and Miri were drinking coffee. Mina asked when Ilshin would return from his trip. Miri looked at the bright sky and said that he needed this trip to finish the novel Hunter Ilshin, Who Eats Dreams. Mina smiled and said that then the hero should return very soon. Meanwhile, the goddess shuddered in shock and asked what it was. She pointed to the hollow fragments of the earth and said that the earth she had destroyed could not be such an empty space. She looked angrily at the earth and asked if he had really created another world inside the illusory world. She was indignant and said that only the creator god. The hero smiled and finished her sentence for her. The huge form of Ilshin appeared in front of the goddess and asked who she thought he was, standing before her. The goddess laughed hysterically. She grabbed her face and began to laugh. Her body began to disintegrate. She looked down. Her hair covered her face. She said that only the creator god could do such a thing. She smiled. Her face began to crack. She imagined the creator above the hero and said that she could no longer deny the creator. She smiled, lit up and began to crumble. Because she had fulfilled her duty, she had said goodbye to her only god. The words of the finale of the Hunter Ilshin, Who Eats Dreams, appeared in space. The goddess of destruction needed someone who could stop her madness, and there was no other option except the creator god. Ilshin pulled the false world to the dangerous edge and reached the level of the creator god, so he became the true god. The end came. Ilshin found himself in the destroyed real world. He crouched down, touched the sparkling fragments of souls. He looked ahead and asked if they would survive. Sashin smiled and said that the current level of the hero's writing skills should be enough. Ilshin smiled and decided to just write again. The epilogue of the Hunter Ilshin, Who Eats Dreams, began. A bright city, invisible white feathers falling down. A team of hunters walked down the street. Ilshin looked around gloomily. People were happily chatting and having fun. Ilshin looked forward and said that peace had come. He took off his glasses and said that he missed Ilho more than usual. Xiaoman blushed and said that the hero has her to relieve boredom at any time. The demon promised to kill her if she said something like that again. Both stood in fighting stances. Xiaoman began to provoke the swordsman. Ilshin turned and told them to calm down before he fired them both. The three moved forward again. The hero said that Ilho became a dad, so they can't take up his precious time. Meanwhile, inside the spaceship of the Great Space Empire, Ilho and Esmeralda were babysitting the baby. After the death of the goddess of destruction, the hero wrote the epilogue of Hunter Ilshin, Who Eats Dreams, where he resurrected Ilho, Ishin, and Samshin. Then Ilho safely returned to the Great Space Empire and created a happy family. Miravisha is confidently moving towards making Antrinia an ideal country. Ilshin looked at his feet. He was glad that everyone's life was getting better. After some time at the autograph session, a poster was hung on the windows about the autograph session in honor of the publication day. Ilshin, accompanied by assistants, arrived at the location. Ishin and Miri looked at him. The clone called the hero an upstart because why would the supreme god need bodyguards? Miri laughed and said that bodyguards deal with petty criminals. The hero's sister looked at Samchin in bewilderment, who could only say destroy. The niece translated the words to her mother that Uncle Samchin was annoyed by Ilshin. The hero smiled, noting how many fans had gathered. He shouted loudly into the sky that this moment was unique and he was the best writer in the universe. Miri and Mina approached the hero from behind. Mina frowned, looked at the enamored Xiaoman and asked why she was hanging around him again. Miri explained that Xiaoman was now his bodyguard. She said that it was work and therefore her sister should calm down. But Mina suddenly became indignant and said that she had definitely warned her to leave. She was going to finish her off today. Grozna Mina went to the hero. He turned around in bewilderment. He felt that something was about to happen. Mina pointed at Xiaoman and ordered her to follow her to the roof. Ilshin turned around, as he thought he would have to intervene. He grabbed the embarrassed Mina by the hand and said that they needed to talk. A few minutes later, she screamed, asking if she thought she heard a wedding. Ilshin put his hands in his pocket. Mina asked if Xiaoman and the sword demon were really related in such a way. Ilshin explained that this is why they work as his personal bodyguards. Mina blushed and turned away. The hero asked her to stop making things worse. A moment later he smiled and asked if Mina was free tonight to have dinner together. Mina was overcome with emotion. She looked around. The surprised hero said that he just needed a reason to talk about something. Mina turned around and said that she needed to go to the restroom. Ilshin looked after her in surprise. The girl thought that the hero wanted to confess to her. Ilshin scratched his cheek, noting the strange reaction. The director appeared behind him and asked if the writer Ilshin could spare him some time. The man smiled politely. They went into the director's room. The man grinned and reminded them that they met 10 years ago. He smiled and said that when he read his work Hunter Ilshin, Who Eats Dreams, he first thought about the beginnings of genius. But the hero abandoned it because he could not think of an ending. He laughed and said that now there was publication. This was good progress. Ilshin smiled and said that the director was overpraising him because without his faith he would not have succeeded. He frowned and thought that because of his desire to write something, he came to the publishing house without any prospects and all the stories he wrote in his adult life failed. But the director, being the head of the department at that time, believed in him to the end. The man looked up and said that a girl was looking for Ilshin. The man said that it was a beauty of about 20 years old, said that she had heard rumors that they had a genius teenage writer. Ilshin tensed up, mentally asking, had she really been following him since that day? The director laughed and said that she really asked to let her know when the ending was finished. Also, she bought copies of this book for 100 million in advance. He could bet that she did not know that the hero would be writing a story for more than 10 years. Ilshin frowned and asked if the director knew her phone number. The man put his hand on the back of the sofa and assumed that he had changed a long time ago. He had called her when he received the first copy, but another person had answered the phone. Ilshin thought about it, that she asked to be informed when the novella would be finished, but did not answer the call. Could it be someone from his inner circle? He assumed it was Izabilishka. The system reported that Izabilishka claimed that this was impossible, since it required much more cause and effect relationships. The hero assumed that it could be Koshmarsha. He silently looked forward. He adjusted his tie, deciding that it was Koshmarsha, who had been stalking him since that moment. Koshmar was embarrassed and added that he just wanted to check whether the hero really was the reincarnation of the creator god. But she was very disappointed that the hero had not written for a long time, since so many causality points and money had been used. Ilshin was embarrassed and mentally replied that he had a creative crisis. Koshmarsha replied that everything was different now, so they could buy another 1,000,000 copies. Ilshin imagined a lot of money and mentally said that he would be very grateful if Koshmar did it. The director looked at the strange writer with confusion and asked if everything was okay with him. Ilshin wiped his drool and said that he was just thinking. There was a knock on the door. A guy came into the room and asked if Ilshin remembered that a photo shoot with fans was planned before the autograph session. The director and the hero stood up and left. The guy turned to the hero and asked if the hero was already planning his new work. He asked him to prepare well this time so as not to take breaks again. Ilshin's friends were already waiting for him to take a photo. The guy patted the hero on the shoulder and asked him to continue writing for them. The photographer smiled and raised his hand, asked if everyone was ready. There would be a flash, a moment, and a photo of Ilshin and all his friends flies out of the camera. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.